On April 7th, 1994, in Kigali, Rwanda, a genocide, the worst ever seen in Africa, started. It lasted until July 19th. Within 100 days, over 800,000 people, mostly Tutsi, were killed. At the end of the genocide, Paul Kagame, a Tutsi rebel leader, took control of the country. On April 27th, 1994, South Africans came out to vote in their first democratic election, during which the Black majority was allowed to participate. At the end of the process, Nelson Mandela won and became the first Black president of South Africa. 30 years after the genocide in Rwanda, Paul Kagame has remained the president. Some say that he has transformed the country. It is one of the cleanest countries in Africa, one of the top tourist destinations in the continent, and the country the United Kingdom chose to send her asylum seekers, but at what cost? 30 years later, Nelson Mandela's party, the African National Congress, is still in power in South Africa, has decades of resistance and armed struggle against racist white minority rule paid off for Black South Africans. What has changed in the lives of Black South Africans? In Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu is currently in Saudi Arabia on one of his numerous trips around the world to find investors. Meanwhile, the IMF reports that Nigeria's economy is dropping from first to fourth place in Africa due to Tinubu's economic policies. In other news, almost a year after, the American government released their report on Nigeria's 2023 elections that, on the one hand, called the outcome the will of the Nigerian people, but on the other hand, found faults in the election for the way it massively disenfranchised some Nigerians. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Dakar, Senegal, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Our guest today is Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. He worked as a human rights activist at various European organizations for years. Today, he is a consultant in the field. He will discuss Rwanda and South Africa 30 years later in the context of the world today as Israeli-Hamas war continues, the Middle East stays on the edge, and East-West relations get worse. He will also weigh in on the Nigerian situation, the failing economy, the rampant corruption, and the democratic process that has disappointed many. Please join me as we welcome Franklyne Ogbunwezeh to the show. Franklyne,
thank you.
To the show.
Thank you, Rudolph, and then good evening to my friends across the world who are watching and who will be joining us pretty soon.
Yeah, it's very good to have you back. You are our top guest. You've been here more than anybody else, so we're always happy when you are here, and we welcome you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
All right, so we typically start from the news and then we go down. So let's start with 30 years ago in South Africa. There was an election that had Nelson Mandela as the president. 30 years ago, there was the genocide in Rwanda. And how are things faring in those countries? Let's start with Rwanda.
Thank you, Rudolph. I'll begin this way. The whole world watched on the 7th of April, 1994, when Hutu militias took up machetes, and they went around murdering their Tutsi neighbors in what turned out to be one of the worst genocides in the history of modern times. And it took place, unfortunately, in the African continent. But the major problem was that many human rights organizations and many, even the United Nations, were warning of the impending problem that was taking root in the country. Even the Americans, the CIA had information that there was going to be a massive killing of the minority Tutsis. But instead of doing something, the UN decided to pull out most of our troops that were stationed in Rwanda, paving way for the massacre of over 800, close to 1 million people. in what has been a very mighty stain on the conscience of the world and at large. Bill Clinton, who was president at that time, later apologized, but the apologies will never bring back over close to 1 million people that were massacred at that instance, which has been well, I don't know how to condemn it in the worst of terms. That genocide was one of the worst things to happen to the African continent in modern times. 30 years after, the young man that ended the brutal murder of his people, Paul Kagame, a Tutsi rebel soldier, took the capital Kigali on around July 15th, 1994, and established a government. He has been in power until date. There were giant strides that were made after the genocide. He established Gacaca court system that tried most of the perpetrators of the genocide. And then the Gacaca court system was not hell-bent on conviction. It was hell-bent on integrating, trying to understand actually what happened. It was like a truth and reconciliation commission that was established in South Africa after apartheid by Mandela himself. So it was more of that, although it has some judicial implications to that effect. We had another tribunal in Arusha, Tanzania, to try perpetrators of that genocide. So there were major strides that Paul Kagame made and has made in these 30 years. But my democratic friends will always say that democracy is known by one of its major attributes, which is periodic elections. In all these times, Paul Kagame has been in power in what his critics would term as a dictatorship all this while. So giant strides have been made in Rwanda. More needs to be done. The democratic process needs to be extended. And then what a lot of critics have seen as the hunting of opponents should stop. And then the people should be given another chance of electing other people into power. 30 years is too long for one man to rule a country. It's no longer democratic. It's become a dynasty. And then that is it cannot all go well going forward for that country.
Okay, we will talk more about that, especially how it impacts Nigeria. What Nigeria could learn from what happened in Rwanda. But let's go to South Africa and get your view on 30 years after the election that brought Nelson Mandela into power.
Well, thank you very much. 30 years after, ANC is still in power. ANC has actually disappointed a lot of people, a lot of South Africans, and a lot of Africans as well after Nelson Mandela. Mandela was the great moral voice that actually prevented what would have been a catastrophe in South Africa. He was the man that was preaching, let us create a rainbow nation. Let us not kill those that harmed us. Let us not massacre those that oppressed us for donkey years. Mandela was a very strong voice. And then integrated white South Africans who, for more than half a century, oppressed black owners of the land, kept them in Bantustans in an apartheid regime that was a disgust for any civilized conscience. Mandela lost the cream of his youth in prison, 27 solid years. He was in prison in Robben Islands with a lot of his other colleagues. And he came out preaching forgiveness. I think that's what the world, I have not seen a man that has embodied what humanity should be all about, like Mandela did. He came out preaching forgiveness and then created a rainbow nation. But South Africa, we have to know, was gained political freedom in 1994. But economic freedom is still has escaped a lot of South Africans. And this is what you see people like Julius Malema campaigning against. They want economic power to be equally married to the political power that they have gained. So during the negotiations to get Mandela out of prison and to grant a majority rule to the Africans, a lot of people claimed that the whites were hell-bent on keeping the economic power that they have garnered and not releasing it. And then that was what they call the failures that Mandela allowed to happen, because he didn't insist on making sure that economic power gets back to the majority. And then you could see people like earlier mentioned, Julius Malema, taking it up from there. But I sincerely believe that Mandela has done his bit. It's like a relay race. He has done his bit and handed the baton over to the new generation. And you could see young, bright young men like Malema coming up to make a claim for what their patrimony should be. And it should be the economic liberation of every South African. And the poverty rate in South Africa is on the increase. And then people are not finding the uhuru that was promised them at the end of apartheid. So, and then you can see agitations. And then you can see outlets of this in xenophobic attacks on foreigners living in South Africa, as if to say that they were the causes of the economic problems in South Africa. They are not. So these are the economic issues have strong roots in the colonial history, in the apartheid history of South Africa. But all in all, South Africa has made giant strides, especially in retaining that moral strength that made it conquer apartheid without shedding the blood of our opponents. We saw that at the International Court of the International Criminal Court in The Hague when they took Israel to court, accusing them of apartheid, genocide. It's only a country with such a moral strength that could do that. So these are the things that are praiseworthy when one says that. There are a lot is still to be more still to be desired. But all in all, I wouldn't discount nearly 50 years of apartheid and the colonial depredations that colonizing a people inflicts on an economy. The same in Rwanda. I wouldn't equally discount the impact of that genocide on the people and the psyche of the people of this country. So all in all, we have to keep on urging them to keep on the right track and then keep on doing the needful and then extending democratic rights to every Rwandan and every South African across board.
Let's go to Rwanda first. So some people are saying, this is one opinion, that they would rather have someone like Paul Kagame control the country for over 30 years and bring about stability than the kind of thing we have in Nigeria after 1999 elections when the military left, and we've had democracy for 24 years. What do you say to that?
Well, I can understand those people. I can understand that line of that school of thought. Democracy has disappointed a lot of people across the global South, especially in the African continent. From ever mention any major country in Africa that has not actually been under a democracy that was false. I have not seen that. Equatorial Guinea, and you know, look at it. Resource-rich countries being managed by civilian elected leaders, and they become more tyrannical than the soldiers would ever be. So people are disappointed by democracy. Democracy are not yielding is not yielding dividends that people hoped for. Democracy is not giving them the kind of security, the kind of economic improvement in their lives, the kind of all the aspirations that they have ever desired. Why they chose democracy. Everything that was told them about democracy came to Africa and died. So you could see elections are rigged with impunity, and people are killed during elections, and people are being lauded over by a government they never elected, and votes are cast and stolen. So, and then when they get into power, they have no idea what to do with the power they have. Examples litter the whole continent. So Africans, rightly so, are disappointed. Democracy, for people who are preaching it as a dogma, I don't believe in dogmas. Democracy has become a sort of dogma where people believe, yeah, without the democracy, hell no. There are countries that are making progress without being democracies. China is a perfect example. I always tell everybody about it. China is moving. China is challenging for its own place under the sun. It's not a democracy the way we, in the classical term, will like to construe it. But the country is moving. That country has plucked over 700 million people out of poverty, which no democratic country has done in recent times. So, that casts questions on the dogmatic attachment to the democratic principle. What I believe is that whatever works for any country that could bring it out of poverty, ensure felicity for a majority of our citizens, give them economic power and economic freedom, and then let them to exercise their fundamental freedoms, whatever system that government is. It must not be democracy, because democracy has actually failed us across the African continent. So that's why I can understand the people making that argument.
Yeah.
If you talk about fundamental human rights, you could see democracies themselves violating fundamental human rights. Look at, I was having an argument which I lost. I have to accept it. A friend was telling me, a professor friend of mine, we had a head-to-head argument. He was telling me, look at the United States that a lot of people look onto. The police would just kill people on the streets. Is that a democracy? And then police can shoot anybody because he's a black man for nothing. Police will attack protesters, peaceful protesters. And what do you tell such a person? So democracy is failing people across board. And is press freedom. In a lot of countries like in Europe, the people and the press don't report the news anymore. They are even forbidden from reporting the news. A lot of people claim, even if you go online, go on Facebook, if you post things you know to be true, you'll be blocked. Facebook will send you a warning, infringing on your democratic freedoms. So people are disenchanted at this stage. People are so very disappointed in what we practice, even in the West, as democracy. So if Africans making that argument, I understand them. I can feel what they are feeling, because we see it unveiling before our very own eyes. So they have a point.
Now, in South Africa, there are also people who are saying that the direction that Julius Malema is going, that he's at that point where Zimbabwe made a turn that led to what it became now. So, for instance, they talk about something like distribution of land or redistribution of land, which is one of the key things that Julius Malema is pushing for, that if he gets power under him, that South Africa might face the kind of Western sanctions that Zimbabwe faced and might end up being like Zimbabwe. What do you think?
Oh, well, I think they have a point. South Africa may end up facing the sanctions that Zimbabwe faced. A lot of people don't know that Zimbabwe is still under Western sanctions till today. Okay, and then this is where Africans, people who are in the know, will let you know that we are not being treated fairly. In the Doncaster Agreement in 1982, Britain promised the Zimbabweans that they are going to pay for the land that they're going to buy back from the farmers. These are land that belongs to the Zimbabwean people. And the colonial master is playing them like a keyboard, telling them what to do and what not to do. And when Mugabe and the South Zimbabwean government got frustrated with the inability, it was Tony Blair that came to power and reneged on that agreement. And that was what made Mugabe allow the squatters to go take over the land in Zimbabwe from the farmers, and the white farmers had to leave. Even Nigeria tried to mediate. Obasanjo promised the farmers, come over to Nigeria, we'll give you places in the Jos Plateau and so on. So it was the Western countries reneging on the agreements that they reached with the Zimbabwean people on the Doncaster Agreement in 1982 before Zimbabwean independence that led to that. Yes, we know. It's all about economic. This is where people will tell you that Africa is not actually free. We are still being controlled from the Western metropoles by the Western powers. South Africa belongs to the South Africans, and there should be a just and equitable distribution of land. The arable land in South Africa should not belong to only the whites. It's the ancestral land of some Black South Africans. So they should have a share equally in the fruits of their land, in the economic resources. Land is the greatest economic resource. And if you deny people of their land, you've denied them of their identity, of their culture, everything about them. It revolves around land. So this is why there is a fight for land everywhere. What is happening in Palestine is the fight for land. So coming to Africa and telling South Africans, no, you shouldn't talk much about land or else we will impose embargo on you like we did on Zimbabwe, and then embargo your economy out of existence. It's just a threat. The South Africans should do what is right for South Africa. And the Western power should not think that they could bulldoze and then blackmail everyone with their raw economic power. The world is changing rapidly. The unipolar Europeans, Eurocentric power base is changing radically. There are countries that are rising up and saying, hell no, we are not taking to that anymore. And you could see that's why South Africa is not even listening to what the West is saying. South Africa rose up and took uh, Israel to the World Court. Israel is the darling of the West. South Africa has joined BRICS. South Africa is not listening. The United States went as far as accusing South Africa of selling weapons to Russia during the invasion of Ukraine. The South Africans never cared. So this should show the West that a lot of countries are rising and no longer tolerating this unipolar kind of power imbalance that creates the impression that they are being oppressed. So people will always rise up and then do what is right for them. So South Africans have joined another bloc altogether, and this bloc is growing stronger. With the outcome of the war in the Ukraine, it will show the direction that BRICS will be going in the nearest future. And I don't think that the West is winning in Ukraine at the moment. So, one could see that the balance of power, of global power, is changing. And Russia and China are making strong claims for that. And you could see the realignments that are on their ongoing at the cusp of that. So we are all watching to see where it will all lead. But I believe that South Africans should do what is right for South Africa.
Okay, we'll get back to America's interest in Africa, but let me ask you the lessons from Rwanda and how that applies to Nigeria. If you look at the last election, what happened in several parts of the country, especially in Lagos, there was this sense that ethnic tension went so high that it's almost triggered a kind of genocide. And at any point in time in Nigeria, anything could lead to that. So what lessons should Nigerians learn from what happened in Rwanda?
Well, Rudolph, I have written a lot about that issue and the lessons that are inherent in during the last election. What shocked me actually was that people in the ruling party were not even holding themselves back in the kind of genocidal language that they were deploying in the build-up to the election. And I will mention names. Bayo Onanuga was a leading proponent of that. This guy went to Rwanda and saw what happened in Rwanda and came back and was posting on X Twitter using damning genocidal language, which is unforgivable after what happened in Rwanda. Okay, and so many other people. MC Oluomo. All these things are captured on video. They happen before our very own eyes. Okay, and these are the kind of things that their followers will latch onto and then go on a killing spree. And then we will get into an inter-tribal bloodletting, and then that could, before we know what it is, that could lead to genocide. So these are the things that educated people, and well, anyway, educated people have always, education has nothing to do with it. People, sociopaths will always go for the jugular when it comes to genocide, propagating genocidal language. We saw everywhere genocide has happened, we see the educated elite goading the people on to kill and massacre. If you see the kind of people that were tried in Arusha, Tanzania, the people that were the radio callers, they were not uneducated. These people were well-trained journalists who were peddling genocidal language and urging Hutus to slaughter their Hutu wives and kids and neighbors. You saw it even when Hitler was killing Jews in Germany. Many of the guys that propaganda, even a philosopher, one of the brightest minds in Western philosophical pantheons, Martin Heidegger, joined the Nazis, propounding genocidal language. So it doesn't have to do with the educational level. That has nothing to do with it. We see that across board. But it's unfortunate that we have not learned anything from history. And Nigeria, and anyone that has known Nigeria will know that Nigeria is a tinderbox. The only thing that it requires to set that country ablaze are just a few misplaced words, and then the country will burn. It's still an amalgam. And then you see people supporting and peddling those things because they want power. Power is simply opinion. Anybody who is familiar with the philosophies of David Hume will let you know. It's only when the people say that there is power that there is power. If people say we don't believe in what you propound as power, you don't have any power. But our people are ready to kill and die for something that brings nothing at the end of the day. So it's just unfortunate. I don't think that Nigerians are learning any lessons, because genocide, as I'm talking to you, is still ongoing in the Benue Plateau. The Fulani headsmen are still massacring communities in Jos Plateau. Bokos University was sacked the other day. Okay, headsmen, they call themselves headsmen, but they are armed to the teeth. And a lot of people will sit down here and argue that it's because of the effects of global warming. No, there are ideologies behind it. There are cultural, there are religious, uh, 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 triggers to it. So it's still ongoing, and the Nigerian government has been either unable or unwilling to do something to arrest that tide. People are dying every day. The governors in Plateau and in Benue State will tell you that. Though, it's I can't even grapple what is with the idea that two consequent administrations in Nigeria have sat upon this ongoing genocide and have done nothing. Buhari's government didn't do anything. Now Tinubu's government has given marching orders to his generals, but till this moment, nothing concrete has been achieved in that regard. So people are dying. The insecurity in Nigeria has topped levels that we have not seen in recent memory. So, and what lessons are we to learn? The lessons we need to learn is that if we don't take care the words we use in addressing each other, if we start dehumanizing each other, genocide is just the last point of it.
All right, let's look at America's interest in Africa. In the news a few weeks ago, I think days ago, was that America, they were withdrawing their soldiers from Niger. Today they are saying they are withdrawing from Chad. And then in Nigeria, we saw that their reports just came out for last year's election. And in that report, they basically said that it was the will of the Nigerian people, that the outcome was the will of the Nigerian people, even though they acknowledged that it wasn't a fair election in some aspects. So what is your take on this? What is the Americans, what are they up to in Africa?
Well, I will refer you to Professor John Mearsheimer. Professor John Mearsheimer, an American professor, a political scientist, said that anybody who trusts the United States is in for a shock. An American telling you this, an American professor. The point is, Nigeria is one of the most strategic nations in the African continent. The Americans have strategic interests in Nigeria, and then is in lieu of the oncoming conflict that they are envisaging having with China. So Nigeria should be the African bridgehead. So they will have to want to keep Nigeria on their own side of the ledger, and that's what is happening. So all these things, all the things they said about Nigeria, you have to read it in light of that, and you could see it across every policy that the United States has affected in relation to Nigeria. They saw, but they have ambassadors in Lagos. They have CIA attaches in Lagos and Abuja. They knew what happened more than Nigerians knew. They knew the plans during the run-up to the election that they wanted to frustrate the election, an interim national government. They knew about it. They knew when terrorists were being camped in houses in Abuja. They knew about it, and they did something in that regard. So they knew that their genocidal languages were being used. They knew that the elections were massively rigged. The Nigerian people know that. The Americans know that as well. So coming so many months later to tell us what we already know, and then saying it's the will of the Nigerian people. How contradictory can you be? Is it that the elections were massively rigged? And if they were massively rigged, how could they be the will of the people? There is no kind of diplomatic language that could excuse that kind of faux pas. Nigerians know that the last election was the worst in their history. Even the guy that won the election knew what he did to win the election. He didn't win it. So the Supreme Court just put a rubber stamp to a broad daylight robbery. We all saw that. It all happened before our eyes. So telling us that it's the will of the Nigerian people is just insulting our intelligence. And they should know that Nigeria we are an independent nation. They should stop treating us like kids, still on their feeding bottle. Anyway, Nigeria is still on their feeding bottle, so to say. So that's what it is. They have interests, and you have to know every country has her own interest, and those interests are to be defended and preserved. So America is just battling to preserve her interest, whether that interest aligns with the interest of Nigerians is yet to be seen. And you have to know, one of the people that actually understood the politics, the power at play across Africa and most of the global south is the man called Chinwe. Chinwe is one of the greatest writers of all times. A lot of Nigerians have not even read that guy. We should start picking up such masterpieces and, go through West and the rest of us. We have had a relationship with the Western world for the last 600 years. What has that left? Where has that left us? Africa, Nigeria, we are still swimming in the oceans of poverty. But those countries that detached themselves from Western influences have tried to find the path that suits them. And so the Western countries are not here to develop us. They will never develop Africa. They will never develop Nigeria. The job of development lies on us. Shakespeare said it. Every bondsman in his hands lies the keys to cancel his captivity. So in our hands lie this key to move ourselves forward. They have their own interest. Their interest is resources. If you listen to the American Joint Chiefs testimony to the Congress of the United States last year, everything they were talking about Africa is about securing America's access, the U.S. access to resources, African resources. And that's all the war they're going to fight with China in Africa or Russia in Africa. It's about securing resources. They never told you that they're coming here to develop you. They are securing their access to our resources. How imperial could words ever be than that? So they have told you why they are there for. It's not to develop you. So Nigerians should find a way of trying to, exist in this precarious world where power plays all that there is to it. The Russians have their own interests as well. The Chinese as well. China comes and tells you, I'm here for business. Here's what I want. I want resources. I don't care about the politics you play in your country. Give me the resources. I'll give you the money, or I'll build roads for you. It was working for us. And then the Europeans that have been with us the West that has been with us for 600 years without selling us even as human merchandise during the slave trade are now telling us that the Chinese are corrupt. Sorry. That's the kind of politics we're seeing. So what am I to say about it?
Now, I heard about this speech that Emmanuel Macron made in France, where he said that Europe will be very poor, and if they don't do something. What is your take on that speech?
Well, he was saying the truth.
Are they scared?
Well, they are not scared because they are not scared at all. They are just playing to the gallery. How could they be scared? But almost every president they have across Africa has been an imperial auxiliary.
Yeah, but looking at what happened in Niger, Burkina Faso, and the guys in those countries.
I was coming to that. I was building up to that.
Okay.
Almost every major leader they have had in Africa all this while has been an imperial auxiliary. Imperial auxiliaries are what I call the neo warrant chiefs. Okay. Anybody who knows the history of the warrant chiefs, the West comes, selects people at the periphery of their societies, makes them kings to rule over their societies. These people are hated by their people, but they have the power and the guns of the West to support them in subduing their own people. These are the people that are ruling across Africa. That's why Paul Biya is still in charge in Cameroon, even though he's a walking corpse. Since 1982, Amadou Ahidjo left power. In Equatorial Guinea, the Obiangs and Nguemas are still in power. In Togo, Nasimbo Eyadema died, and then his son Faure Eyadema is still in power. It's a family thing. It is until recent times that these young people from the fringes of the Sahel, the young military guys, they started with Sankara. Sankara told Mitterrand off, the French prime minister at that time. And that was why, a lot of people will tell you that his death was chaperoned by the French intelligence, urging his friend Blaise Compaoré to shoot him. So they have never wanted any African leader to rise up. That was what the West did to Patrice Lumumba. So it didn't start today. So these guys have now said, no, wait a minute. Why do we have all these resources? Why do we have other in Niger, for example? And then we can't even generate our own electricity. We are buying electricity from Nigeria. Why is our resources not going for the betterment of our people? So they rose and then imprisoned Bazoum. France came and said, unless you release this guy, America came. They told him, no, 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 we are not doing that. We are doing what is good for our own people. And the people rose. So the French are seeing their France-Afrique politics across Francophone Africa collapse one after the other. So they are trying to, they are witnessing what they may prefer to call a kind of domino, the domino effect of the 1960s, where the Americans were saying if one country falls to communism, every other one in Southeast Asia will equally fall to communism. So they seem that that's what is happening to Africa. But I want to tell you, the colonial masters are masters in this game. They know that if you cannot beat them, you lead them. So I would not be surprised if all these guys, the guy in Burkina Faso was saying that a lot of coups has been planned against him, and he has followed them since he got to power. So they are afraid, yes. 7% of French nuclear needs are being met by the uranium that they are taking from Niger. So across there, so they are afraid. If you lose that 7% is a heavy chunk of the market share. So yes, they should be, but that's the hypocrisy of it all. These countries are supposed to be independent since the 60s, but still their economic policy is still being moderated by the French central bank. How could that be? And they are independent. And then when Africans go to France as refugees, they are being treated like the worst scum of the earth, although the French Republic is stealing their resources and keeping them poor in their home countries. All the Western countries are doing it, even in Nigeria that we both of us came from. So that has been the politics. But and then the tragedy has been that many African leaders are yet to see the game that they are being played as pawns with. They are not part of the game. And that's why when our president, we just imagine it. A president will refuse to talk to us in Nigeria, and we go to Chatham House and hold a presidential debate of what is going to happen in Nigeria before a British audience. Are you going to rule Britain? Chatham House, that favorite front of the MI6, where they bring everybody from Africa. You come and tell them what you're going to do, or else they will not let you get to power. So we all know this, but nobody's doing anything about it. So that is the thing. So the guys that are rising should be very careful, and then about their alignments. And then they know what is happening. That's why they are aligning themselves with the Russians. Yeah, because they know that Russia is the only other superpower that could challenge the West for supremacy in Africa. And they are moving real quickly in that direction. The other one is the Chinese. But the Americans will never let the Chinese gain a foothold in the African continent, because they'll see China as the major threat that they're going to face in the future. So that's why it's not the war in the Ukraine for me is not even about Ukraine or the Russia. It's about China. So anybody who could read the tea leaves will see that. So that's why you could see the realignment going on. But this realignment presents an opportunity for countries like Nigeria. We could just, focus in on ourselves at this time and start developing little by little. Ignore everybody and focus on our own rapid development. Give ourselves the next 30 years to move that country from a third world country to one of the major countries of the world. In 30 years, we can do that. Singapore achieved that. South Korea, every other country did that. But you have to start with a policy. You have to start with an educational policy. You have to start with an economic policy. You have to start with a political policy. And at the moment, the people in power in Nigeria don't have that. They said it's their turn. They didn't come to tell us, I have something to offer you. They said, it is my turn. So let us wait and see what their turn brings.
Talking about the people in power, next month it will be 1 year in power for Bola Tinubu. How will you assess his presidency?
Well, I was ready to give him benefit of the doubt. I was ready to grant him his honeymoon. But at the moment, the lives and the cries of Nigerians is showing that whatever he has done up to this time is not working. The economy is tanking. We have moved from the largest economy in Africa to the fourth now, and we are sleeping. Okay, the insecurity has not abated. People are still being killed on the streets of Nigeria. Go to the middle belt, you will see it's still the same. So I wonder what he has done. Our educational policy has not even taken off. He initiated a students' loan bill. Students' loan bill. You have not even defined what your education is going to attain, what you intend your education to attain. Maybe you're granting students loan to go and study psychology and English, and then come out, and then is that what is going to take Nigeria today? It's not that these causes are evil or not worth it, but we have to have a very strong economic, educational policy, educational philosophy. China did it. Everybody must not go to the university. There must be a massive vocational training of the people, so that there could be a workforce that could propel the country on the path to development. We have to produce. When Peter Obi said that, people thought that he was being a fool. That's what it is. If you don't produce, you die. China is selling to the whole world today because China is producing. Okay? Everybody, if you want to produce, you go to China. Why do people go to China now? Because China has managed and succeeded in training a massive amount of manpower, skilled manpower in vocational training that they could use their hands. So when these companies from the West came, they have an already established vocational manpower that could fix the cars that they want to build, or fix the airplanes, or fix the telephones that they want to. But if we don't have that, we cannot offer that. We can offer what you don't have. So it's one of the major things that our education is meant to achieve in a society. In our society, what is education meant to achieve? The only thing, like Bassam, the Egyptian comedian, said that in Egypt, you either become a doctor, a lawyer, or a disappointment. That seems to be the case in Nigeria. And we seem to be training our doctors only for foreign hospitals. So doctors are leaving because even the conducive environment for them to practice their trade is not offered them in their home country. So what do they do? They leave in droves. So these we have to know. I'm not giving him a pass mark. He still has a lot of work ahead of him. I will urge Nigerians to support him, but we have to support somebody who knows the way. He has to show us the way, and then we have to know what we are going to support. But at this time, at the moment, he has not shown us the way. EFCC is busy pursuing people who are, according to them, mutilating the naira. How dumb could an organization be? Is that what Nigeria's problem is at the moment? What about the economic sharks that have ruined the Nigerian economy? They are in government. How many of them? How many convictions of the major corrupt politicians have EFCC secured since its establishment? James Ibori was not even jailed in Nigeria. He was jailed in Britain. Are we not even ashamed of ourselves? And we are jailing somebody because he threw money, which is a cultural thing. That's somebody dancing. We have a lot of misplaced priorities in that country, to be honest with you.
Now, I think today the president, Bola Tinubu, spoke in Saudi Arabia, and the headline was that he removed subsidy because there was no other option for Nigeria, that the country will have collapsed without that. And they make the same case for floating the naira and all the economic policies they put in. But so far, it doesn't appear as if they worked in the sense that we now know there is subsidy back in the system. And today, as we speak, in Abuja, in Lagos, there's fuel scarcity. People are having difficulties finding petrol, and they are paying up to 2,000 per gallon. So what do you make of his economic policy and his excuses for why they have not worked?
Well, he is bound to be given excuses because he has no economic policy. I'm sorry to say that. He removed subsidy, but El Rufai told us that the government paid 8 trillion subsidy since Bola Tinubu came to power. So what happened to the subsidy removal? And then you are talking about the naira, floating the naira. Yes. The economists will tell you that, it's 50-50. The foreign exchange regime under Buhari was a broad daylight robbery of Nigerians. That government should be probed. Buhari's government should be probed, because a lot of economic malfeasance when, targeting Emefiele as the central bank governor. He has a principal. His principal ordered him. His principal signed off on everything he did. So you cannot prosecute an agent and leave the principal. It's not done. So that government should be probed. They dealt Nigeria a real bad hand. And then there should be a pointer. and then it serve as a warning to every other government in the history of the country that they could be probed for ruining the lives of Nigerians. The point is the economic policies are so far not working, whatever they are. Be they the subsidy regime or be they the currency regime, none of them is working. As we can see, the naira that was being defended the whole time is now fluctuating again. So, and then it's going to lead once more to rise in prices of consumer goods. And even I don't know how industries could survive in such a volatile currency regime economy. It's not it doesn't work. And I can foresee a lot of other industries closing down and leaving the country, because once there is instability in the system, it doesn't call for production, it doesn't call for confidence, everywhere, but both on the consuming side and the production side. So producers will not have the confidence that when to get their raw materials at the price that could enable them make a profit in the market. So it's a mess all around at this time.
Now, in the last few days, Nigerians have been entertained by the EFCC and their drama with former Kogi State Governor Yaya Bello. Now, for most Nigerians who are not familiar with how law enforcement works in other parts of the world, when you watch this, what's going on in Nigeria, what do you say to them?
Well, it's a pity. It's Nigerians, we love drama, excessive drama without substance, because as I know, if you have evidence against Yaya Bello, you have to take him to court, get your evidence before a judge, and then get him convicted. They will tell us all these things like they told us about every other major crook that they have captured, or they have, and then he will be prosecuted in the media. At the end of the day, he will be set free. So what happens to that? So if you have a case against the former governor, Yaya Bello is not my favorite person. He's one of the other, I don't know how to describe that guy. He ruined Kogi State. Everybody knows that. So, but all this evidence should be gathered, and a strong case should be made before a competent court of law against him and get him convicted, and let him serve his conviction in Nigeria. So the Nigerians will see that a governor losing his immunity could be equally convicted. How many governors have been convicted by the EFCC in Nigeria since 1999? How many of them? If you're in the ruling party, you are granted eternal immunity. But if you're not in the ruling party, they would terrorize you to kingdom come. So, and then the governors will now take on a new life and then get back to the Senate and then postpone their date with accountability. So, it's really awful. We love the drama and the substance. We don't like a lot. So the EFCC should focus on getting that guy convicted instead of all these press conferences. And then, it dovetails into some other thing. Nigerians, the Nigerian police as well, they will arrest people, suspects. These are suspects. Instead of taking them to court, get them prosecuted. They will arraign them before the media and tell the media that they are thieves, but you have not convicted them before a court of competent jurisdiction. And then what happens? You will take these people to jail, and many of them spend more time in prison that they will have spent if they have been convicted of those crimes that we are accused of committing. So, and it makes a mess of the criminal justice system. Anyway, you can equally understand the police, because the judiciary has just made itself a rat that the cat is pursuing it. Because the judiciary is no longer being trusted by the ordinary Nigerian. It has lost the trust of the people. So you could see a Chief Justice of the Federation appointing his son and daughters and relatives and mistresses as judges. Where does that happen? And nobody says anything, and it's taken as normal. And you think that the people repose confidence in the system? No, they don't have any confidence in the system. So that's why the police and every other law enforcement agency does what it wants with the Nigerian people, and then gets away with it. So the reforms are long overdue. We have screamed ourselves hoarse about all this, but who will bail the cat is always a problem. Until the people rise and take the power into their own hands, Nigeria will still be run by these people who feel that Nigerians are just their slaves that they could treat anyhow they want and get away with it.
In about 10 minutes, we'll let our audience join the conversation. Let me ask you about this new agitation for, not really new, but it just came back up, the agitation for Yoruba Nation. A lot of people thought that with Tinubu in power that it wouldn't be an issue, but it's coming back on. What do you make of that, and how do you connect that to the agitation for Biafra?
Well, we have to know that when Nnamdi Kanu was being plucked by the Nigerian intelligence services with their Kenyan counterparts, with the aid of some foreign elements, which I will not mention, Sunday Igboho was equally on the run. He ran to Benin Republic. Sunday Igboho was the leader of the Yoruba Nation agitation group. He was on the run. And then they knew where they were. He was going to be given a visa to come to Europe. And then, but the Yorubas made a strong case against his arrest. Very prominent Yorubas made a strong case against his arrest. And then Buhari had to, take a step back on that one. All these agitations, all I can say is that this tells you that the system, that people are dissatisfied with the present structure of the Nigerian Federation. And what I believe is that when people agitate, the best way to approach them is through dialogue. Get them talking. Using a show of force or military power against agitators has never solved the agitation. What is hurting them keeps hurting them. And then you just look at what Abacha did to the Ogoni people. The Ogoni 9 were slaughtered. But that didn't stop the agitation because they were agitating for their environment. The environment was being devastated by oil exploratory practices of foreign companies in cahoots with the Nigerian government officials. Until you start, okay, now Shell, BP, and many other major oil prospecting companies are now trying to sell off their interests in Nigeria to local companies, but they have left many years of devastation, ecological damage in the Niger Delta. So who would clean up those things? No, it's no longer their thing. And that was what the people were agitating for. So when people agitate, there is something that is moving them to agitate. There is a dysfunctionality and injustice that they perceive. It may not be real. It may be a perception. But how could you get to the heart of it without sitting down with them and discussing, dialoguing it out? Goodluck Jonathan tried with a conference in 2014 or so, or thereabout, if I'm not mistaken. But at the end of it, it was not implemented. And Buhari came. Then it became a foregone conclusion that nobody's going to implement it. So Nigerians need to sit down and talk about Nigeria. That's what the Yoruba Nation agitation and the agitation of the pro-Biafra people is all about. Not only them, the people in the Middle Belt today are equally screaming their heads off. The Middle Belt for a lot of these people would like to go their way. And this didn't start today. It didn't start today. So all these agitations are decades-long things we buried and then swept under the carpet. We know about Joseph Taka. We know about Daka Isaac Boro in the Niger Delta. Then we led to things that led to the Nigerian Biafran War. So all those things we have not even discussed or dialogue whether we want to be a nation. Nigeria was not created by God. Anybody that tells you that is lying. Nigeria was created in the boardrooms, in the adulterous boardrooms of British convenience. They wanted a country that they could exploit ad infinitum. And then them welded a lot of peoples together. Now we have found ourselves together. This could be how countries are created, but now we have found ourselves together. Anybody who was preventing us from talking to each other about what we want is not being fair to the constituent nationalities making up Nigeria. Nigerians should be allowed to talk and be listened to by the government of the day, or else it becomes an imposition. And impositions don't last long.
Now, let me get your view on what's going on in the Southeast. There are people who feel that someone like Governor Oti is overrated. Some of them are on this platform watching you. So what do you think about how he's performing? And can you also look at all the other governors in the Southeast and what's going on across that region?
Well, if Governor Oti is overrated, then what about Okezie Ibazu? Was he underrated? Okezi Bazu was in power for so long. And what did he achieve in Abia State? T.A. Ojo Zokalo. All this, what did they make of Abia State? OT is coming. Governance is not only about concrete achievements, it's about equally optics of governance. How do you empower the people to actually take up the gauntlet for themselves and then help themselves? OT is doing that. I don't think at the end of the day, it's too young. It's too. I don't think that he's overrated. I think that the young man is. He met a lot of challenges. Okay, and then he is going about them with a kind of rationale that you expect from somebody who has thought about what he's doing. I can grant him that. Whether I agree with all of his policies, I am yet to see what I would disagree with. Building roads. Anybody who knows what made America great, people think that what made America great was scientific achievements. People should read. Reading opens your eyes. I was surprised to discover that what actually made America what it was when Eisenhower came back from Europe and then started building interstate highways. It's through the United States open. Link roads, communicational avenues. You throw up a country, you unleash the creativity of the people. And this is what is across everywhere. The Chinese they learn that. People going from Nigeria to China to buy things, if they tell you where they go to, China has the fastest rail system in the world today because they have opened up the furthest reaches of their country. So if you throw up a country, you unleash the creativity of the people. You cannot even imagine what the people are capable of doing until you connect them together. So OT building roads, I will urge them to do more. I have always said that Nigeria will never be a great country. We'll never integrate. We'll never begin to like each other until we create infrastructures of unity, infrastructures of integration. And they are things like roads, rail lines. In Germany, people drive on the Autobahn. In 40 minutes, I could be from here I could fly to Mainz or Darmstadt with my car. In 4 hours, I will be in Berlin and come back the same day. And then as a student, I used to go to Berlin to dance salsa and come back to Frankfurt. And then I met a lot of girls then, So you meet people and then you interact and, So these are things that create a kind of integration. People have a sense of unity in their own country and it unleashes creativity. So OT building roads, he's doing well. And he should paying backlog of salaries that we are owed government workers is justice. And
most people hearing you now will say that means that Lagos Calabar road that Tinubu is building, that is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I'm all for opening up, but the price tag they placed on that is what is driving me crazy. I'm all for. Let me tell you, not only Lagos Calabar road, that is only just one. The whole country should be thrown up. We should start building roads massively, from north to south, from east to west. Is a good thing. I'm not people who will not support something that is good because somebody who I oppose is doing it. No, throwing Nigeria open is wonderful. We need that. Any government that is doing that will always have my support. Let them do more of that. Not only Lagos Calabar. They should Sokoto to Port Harcourt. They should do from Maiduguri to Lagos. They should do from, Germany is crisscrossed by autobahns everywhere. And you see things that people are, you could cite an industry in your home, in your village, and be moving your goods to the market because there are trunk roads to that effect. So yeah, roads are good. So, but the price tag that Nigerians call for such things, what the Chinese build with 1 billion, Nigerians will build with 15 billion. And then you start wondering, where are we? So these are the kind of things that actually raise questions.
Okay, in another 1 minute, we get our people in. Before then, let me ask you, how do you assess P2B post-election, his performance as a leader of the opposition, so to say? How is
the major things of that is P2B really the leader of the opposition. It's because the Nigerian opposition has abandoned its responsibility to Nigerians that P2B is, his private chat seems to be riling the government. He's not the opposition. The opposition should be in the parliament opposing government policies. P2B is not in parliament. Labour Party has got major Labour Party hasn't got a lot of seats in the Nigerian Senate or House of Representatives. So the major party, the PDP, has abandoned opposition. So I see Peter Obi as a private citizen at this time. Everything he's doing, I weigh it as a private citizen. But he's riling the government, which every private Nigerian citizen should be doing. Nobody has a right to rule you without your input. You have to, once the policies of the government doesn't suit you, you have to open up and speak out for it. And that's what Peter Obi is doing as a private citizen. And I respect him a lot because he's a man of integrity. But other than that, he's not the opposition. PDP has just abandoned opposing the government, which is a fundamental part of democracy. And then I don't know what they're doing in parliament.
All right, let's bring in our audience to have an opportunity to ask one question. So if you want to join us, please turn on your camera. I see some of you in the studio, but you have to turn on your camera. You have to, if you're sleeping on your bed, you have to get up. All right, so let's start with you, Mazi Prince.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Dr. Ogbunwezeh. I'm surprised I'm the first, but it's okay. What do you make out? I know Dr. Rudolph already asked you about the World Economic Forum going on, because from my observation, from what I was watching, I see Paul Kagame standing strong and talking about Africa. But then Tinubu comes on, and what Tinubu is saying is all bunch of lies. There's a clear difference in the sense that you are presenting yourself to the world and telling them what they don't know than coming to lie to them on what they've already known. Because he's saying that he removed the subsidy, which is fine, but that he also provided palliatives. That's what he's telling them, which invariably it's all lies. So what do you make out of it? Yeah.
Okay, Rudolph, I'll quickly take this, and then you may decide how you wish.
Okay.
Now, the point is, let us be fair to Tinubu. He may not be telling lies. The palliatives regime in Nigeria, we saw that during Buhari's time. Palliatives were released, and governors hid them. That the people were going to the warehouses to fight and then to steal what rightly should belong to them. He may have released palliatives, but the people who may be at the end of distributing the palliatives may have decided, like Nigerian politicians do, to feed their families first, and then every other person can go to hell. So as for Paul Kagame talking about Africa, yeah, we may be, I may take exceptions to a few things. It's not that you are wrong. You are not wrong. Paul Kagame is a very strong voice when it comes to the Pan-African scene. But one of his policies that I totally disagreed with is him accepting that Rwanda should be a dumping ground for the rejects of the Western society. The people, the refugees that Britain rejected, they should be dumped in Rwanda just for a pittance. That's a policy that is, as a black man, is insulting. After all these countries watched Rwandans butcher each other, all they can offer is mere pittance, a few millions, few hundred millions a year, and they would dump people on our shores. No, they should let those people go to Britain, because the British government and many other Western government caused the pains that led these people escape their countries. So that's Paul Kagame. As for Tinubu and removing subsidy removal, I mentioned it, a few minutes earlier. El Rufai came back from self-imposed exile and told Nigerians that Tinubu government has paid 8 trillion in subsidy since the day he said he removed subsidy. So where is the subsidy removal that we are talking about? The point is, every Nigerian, everybody agrees that that subsidy regime is my repeat of corruption. Okay, people come in and present papers for products they never delivered, and they are being paid. If you read Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's book on reforming the unreformable, Okonjo-Iweala was nearly killed for her insistence that this subsidy regime is corrupt and they should be reformed. She fought with everything she had against it. Can you imagine that Obasanjo, who had one of the most massive mandates in Nigerian recent history could not remove subsidy. Yaradua, who is an honest man, couldn't. Our brother from Otuoke, Jonathan, came to power. No, those guys were, and then Buhari sat on top of it. He didn't do shit. And Tinubu came and said, I'll remove it. It was a courageous move, but it was not his move. That was the problem, because he never thought it through. If he had thought that through and then blindsided the oil marketers and the entrenched interest whose lives and livelihoods depend on that subsidy regime, Nigerians could have seen some improvement in that. But as for removing the subsidy, that removal is good, but it's not been well managed. That's where I would criticize his government. They should do more. They should get back to the drawing board and do more in that regard. So I will always defend Nigeria's president outside, but when I come in, I will criticize him like there is no tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Master Prince. So
is not enough.
Frankly,
For me, the drive is everything.
can you mute this someone again? Femi, I think it's from you. You have noise around you. Franklyne, do you want to take one question each, or do you want?
Yeah, it's okay. Oh, the way you decide, I'm all for it.
All right. So, Femi, you're next.
Yeah. Good morning. Is it Doctor or Mister?
You mean me?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I have a PhD, but if you call me Ogbunwezeh,
yeah, Doctor. Yeah, because I was trying to remember if it was Doctor. Yeah. All right. So, I'm more interested in the international politics as we know it, because of the implications it has for we as Africans and especially Nigerians. You mentioned quite a number of things that really do interest me, because I continuously have been following, especially the Israel Gaza issue from way back when I didn't even have any idea what was going on. And I've come to realize over time, thankfully, how much the West continues to propagate all kind of lies. And no other person has highlighted this but Ilan Pape, who himself is a Jew. And when you mentioned Professor Meisheimer, it kind of tickled my fancy as well, because I've gone on to watch and listen and read over and over again about all the varying interests that made what we know to what is resulting in what we know today. Now, my question is, how do you convince people who are looking at things from an emotional or sentimental point of view, maybe religious wise, or I mean, the reason why I ask is because I see dangerous narratives being spewed by especially the mainstream media, who know what they're doing in cahoots with the military industrial complex, the Western countries, and the likes of President Biden, who I actually voted for when I voted for the first time in 2020. But I've now come to realize that there's a far-reaching goal that's already been in place right from the onset, especially when you dig into videos of what Biden has said in the past. And generally, just the fact that we're all pawns in the international chess game, and a lot of people do not understand the games that's been played. That's basically my question, and how it affects us basically as a people.
Well, the major thing is, the Middle East is a real complex situation, complex but simple. If Rudolph would like us to go into that, he has to schedule another episode of this, because this is I really have to get into the historical implications of it. I did a lot of studies about them long before now, while I was working for the International Society for Human Rights. It's not as easy as we are making it look. But the point is, if you read Edward Said was a Palestinian professor. He wrote about Orientalism, and then he wrote about culture and imperialism. He wrote quite a lot, and his books, I will always recommend them to anybody who cares to know about the Palestinian perspective on the issues. The Jews have a claim to Palestine, and the Palestinians have a claim. Okay, so and then that's where the problem starts. whose claim is the ultimate claim. Like I said, this particular program is too small for us to get into it. So I would skip now because I wouldn't want to get it, or else we will not do any other thing today except that one. So maybe some other time we'll talk about it. As for the mainstream media, in 2003, New York Times and every other major American media were telling us that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. What does that tell you? So, read about the CIA's Operation Mockingbird, and then you will come to understand that, when I said that freedom of the press is no longer freedom as we used to know it, Joe Biden called the major internet platform executives and told them that they are fighting an ideological war with Russia, and told them it was in the news. It was reported in the New York Times. You could check it out. So the internet platforms now are now using being now an arm of the war against Russia and against every other person. So if the Western policy doesn't align with your policy, they could use every instrument of empire to go against you. You could see that in the narratives. And there is nothing there is an American journalist, I.F. Stone. He said one thing that is of eternal relevance. He says that all governments lie. That's the truth you should take to bed. All governments will always lie to you. Force them to tell you the truth. Don't sell your brains to them, because they will never because what is power? Check it out. Every government has a ministry of information, because power is opinion. They are in the battle to gain public opinion. So if they don't win public opinion, they lose power. So, and that's why they manufacture narratives to the people I read across board. I don't have a particular. I read a lot of Chomsky. I read a lot of Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, every major guy that has written on the Palestinian issue. I read my Norman Finkelstein. I read equally what the professor, what's his name again? I have a lot of them. They surround me here. If I could I have just a section only about the problems in the Middle East. I could just pull my hand and then pull up books, and then you could see them for yourself. But you have to listen to all sides and filter all you hear on a screen of truth. That's what is important.
All right. Sorry, doctor. Can I get your email address at least?
Oh, okay.
Ask Rudolph.
I will
sure.
that.
Thank you.
All right. Righteous Man, you're next.
Yeah. Good evening, doctor. I am speaking from Lagos. It's quite interesting listening to you. Very bright scholar. I appreciate you, sir.
Thank you.
There is a submission that Rudolph, will I say a submission or a build-up by Rudolph, and I just want to, make my statement from that build-up, which you gave an answer, and I want to say the answer you gave was not satisfactory to me, because it could be that the submission of the Americans about the Nigerian election was because the Nigerians refuse to react. So as long as they refuse to react, it means it is acceptable to be with the will of the Nigerian people. Because if that election was not the will of the Nigerian people, Nigerians would have trooped to the streets and, kind of reject the election, and then the world will stand by then. But as long as they sat at home and let everything be, then it becomes the will of the Nigerian people. That's what I am thinking made them to make such a submission. And then my question to you, sir, is this. How possible is it to fuse people of different traditions, cultures, and value systems to live as one people? What kind of system of governance or government will you recommend for such settings to work?
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Wow. My brother, this is a very tough one. Thank you very much. Let me start with the very first things you said. You may be right. This is your view. I didn't look at it that way. But what I know is that every country that takes moments to talk about your issues is talking about your issues from their own perspective. And their own perspective, countries are governed by interests. When America or when England or Britain or whichever country comes to Nigeria and tells Nigerians what or how Nigerians should do things, they are talking from the perspective of their interest. Every report that the United States is writing about Nigeria, they're not doing it because they are Father Christmas or that they like you. Politics is not a charitable concept. They are not doing it because they are very much in love with you or that, oh, they want your human rights to be respected. That's what they tell you. But the actual thing is that politics is about international politics, is about interest. What is America's interest in Nigeria? Nigeria is a strategic nation in Africa. Nigeria has, in 2050, Nigerians will be 400 million people. Population is a great resource. Nigeria used to have the second strongest army in Africa. So if you are preparing to have issues with China in the future, you will look at the militaries that could offer you a kind of the platform you need to project the power you have. Nigeria has that. Nigeria used to have the largest economy in the continent. Now we are fourth. So it's equally a credible market for American goods or used goods and services. Fourthly, Nigeria has a lot of natural resources. Our oil is the Bonny Light sweet crude, which is very much sought after in the world market. So Nigeria has that. Nigerians are in the United States many Nigerians enriching this country with their expertise, with their intelligence, with their creativity and their craft. So Nigerians are building a sizable political chunk in the United States. So all these things, plus the fact that now that the United States is being forced to leave Niger and Chad, they are looking for a new military base for their drones in Africa. Remember, Nigeria was the original destination of AFRICOM. We campaigned and fought against that until Yar'Adua rejected it. They wanted to situate AFRICOM in Nigeria. And you know how, the kind of military and diplomatic exchanges the Nigerian army has with the United States. So all these are it makes Nigeria strategic. So when the United States is talking about Nigeria, about our elections, they are talking from the perspective of their interests. And if the man in power will represent their interests, they're not going to criticize him a lot. But if the man in power will not represent their interest, they will set the stage with their narrative for an overthrow of government. That's what they have done everywhere. So it's interest. Once you understand that international politics is governed by interests, then you will understand what anyone from anywhere that is telling you anything about your country means when he's saying something. The words are not innocent. Words have meanings. So that's what I have to say about that. The other question you asked me, which kind of government would I recommend? My brother, I'm not in the business of recommending. I'm an analyst. I'm in the business of analyzing the facts before me, what history has taught me, and what what I can project to that. I don't know whether you could gather a lot of people from various cultural backgrounds, religious backgrounds into one system. Yes, it's possible. Every major country in the world today has people from various cultures, from various religions, from various, you mentioned the United States. You have Italian Americans, African Americans, Indian, Chinese Americans, all of them. They are all there. Many learn to speak English. The Spaniards, Latin American, the Latinos are going to be the largest demographic in the United States in 2050. And they are proud of their Spanish heritage. And many of them speak Spanish. So, but it's working because there are structures in place that people could trust, that could, if you fight fair, that you could win in the battle for the American dream. That's what human beings require. If human beings know that if they wait in a line patiently, that it's going to get to their turn, they will wait. But if they believe that they're not going to get to their turn, they will fight for that resource you are distributing. So that's what it is. If we create credible structures, where every Nigerian could call home. I don't need to be born in Lagos to build my business, my life in Lagos. I am not living in Nigeria, but I'm building my life here in Germany. I'm speaking Igbo. I can speak Pidgin. I speak English. I speak German sometimes. But I'm building my life here because there is a system that works. So if Nigerians know that no matter where you come from, Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Efe, Ishikiri, or whatever, that there are structures in place to guarantee you your rights as a human person, irrespective of where you come from, Nigerians will live together. It's possible. Other countries are doing it. That's just what it is. It's as simple as that. So this is my argument against people who come and say Yoruba nation is the only option. No, there are millions of options. Or IPOB, Igbos must go there. There are a lot of options. We can dialogue about these options. We may disagree, and I will respect your views, but things are possible. People could live together if they want to. If they create credible structures and say, you see this, you see, our judiciary, it is sacrosanct. Everybody should be equal before the law. That's what Americans take for granted. If we take it for granted in Nigeria, we all can live together under one nation and we can function. Because every part of Nigeria brings something that the others don't have into the equation. Amala is not an Igbo food, but it tastes so good. Okay? Ofoha is not Yoruba food, but it tastes so good for the, so we bring a lot of cultural differences that make us the unity must always be in diversity. That's what it is. That's what, so there are, I don't know what to recommend, but I know what is possible elsewhere.
All right. Thank you, righteous man. Let me go to Wale. I know he was kicked out by his system. He's blaming it on my system. Wale, you are next.
Dr. Rudolph, you're so kind today. What happened? Anyway.
I'm just trying to be nice.
Our guest, honestly, I can say more. You are so intelligent, and I really credit you for that enormous, information, knowledge. Anyway, the question, I'm going to go straight to my question. With everything you've said, from government, from international, from politics, from economics, anything, my question is always on this platform. We have intelligent people like you all over the globe, Nigerians. But the people we want to rescue, they don't see themselves as slaves. And you mentioned it. Why would our politician come to Chatham House when they cannot even speak to Nigerians, the language Nigerians understand in their own country? They have to go elsewhere, France, England, to go and tell people this slavery is still there. How are you going to tell our people that you are still slave until you come back, talk to your own people in your own language, give your people what they need? Stop serving your colonial masters, the Westerns. At what point? Okay, we will take our money, visas, to travel to Western world. In the olden days, during our forefathers, they used to bring cargoes of sheep to pack the slaves. Now we are even giving birth to children to them. At what point are Nigerians going to realize, or let me say Nigerians, because I don't know about other Africans, but Africans, they are all the same. At what point are we going to realize that we are still slaves and we are not even ready to be free? What is the solution to this?
Well, thank you.
Well, my brother, you summarized the whole thing. The point is, like most of African leaders, I call them new warrant chiefs. If you know the warrant chiefs that the colonial masters imposed on them, that's what many of them are. Many of them don't even have a mind of, you have to read the book, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It brings you on the path to how these guys come. Once you're elected, they will come and give you instructions of what to do about your country. Only a few have succeeded in resisting them. Okay? Those who, many were killed. There is no coup that happened anywhere in Africa. There was this president of Haiti, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. His lawyer was once asked, why has there never been a coup in Washington, D.C.? You know what he answered? So because there is no they don't have an American embassy in Washington. I've spoken. I'm not going to answer that more.
All right.
Think about it.
All right. Thank you.
So because for him, and there are foreign embassies are almost always involved in all the coups happening in Africa, everywhere. Almost all coups. I'm not mincing words. Almost all of them. There's a little book anybody listening to me today should go and find. It's called The CIA's Greatest Hits. Find it, read it for yourself, digest it, and then come up with any other question. Ask Rudolph to invite me again, and we can discuss that. And I could give you instances in history where instructions were given. Lumumba was killed at the instance of Eisenhower. Without Eisenhower signing off on it, Lumumba would have been alive today, together with the Belgians. That Sankara was killed was because signed off by the French intelligence. And they will tell you that in their papers. You know, one of the good things that happened to our world in recent times was that WikiLeaks released troves of documents, which a lot of people ignored. They have not even read. If you could lay your hands on the vaults that WikiLeaks released, go to the section on Nigeria and Africa. And there's another guy I will equally recommend to you guys. His name is Curtis. Mark Curtis. He wrote a lot of books. He wrote one that is titled On People and the Web of Deceit, to show you what the British intelligence is doing all over Africa, especially in Nigeria. Go find for yourself. These are books that are written. They are not just internet. They were not written today. These are books that were written and were well researched. And if you see their sources from declassified documents of these agencies themselves. So this shows you that how they have been. So that tells you politics is about interest. It's not because they are evil. It's because their own interest is important to them. What is the Nigerian interest? Ask any Nigerian, what is our interest as Nigerians? Do we have an interest at all? In what? We are very busy allowing ourselves to be divided by pettiness. You know, tribalism is the greatest pettiness I've ever seen. Letting ourselves be divided by pettiness, that we don't even have a common goal as a country. We don't even know. And that's why our people come from outside. Every day I'm traveling from Frankfurt International Airport to Lagos or Abuja. The plane is always full. And 3 planes leave Frankfurt every... No. A plane leaves every day at 11 o'clock. And it's always full with white people. Only few are sprinkled Africans. And where are they? Well, and I've been asking them, what are these people going to Nigeria to do? What is in Nigeria? And Nigerians are running away from Nigeria, and these people are going in. What are they going to do? I think we don't have a tourism industry. We don't have safaris or Serengeti where they go to. So what is it that is so attractive in Nigeria and then I'm talking about only one European capital. Go to London, fly British Airways, London, Lagos, or London, Abuja, or London, Port Harcourt. You will see for yourself, it's the same thing. What is it that is interesting about Nigeria that they're going there to find? And they are finding it, because if they're not finding it, they will not be going there every other day. But we are living massively. We are being divided by pettiness. There's somebody going, he's an Yoruba man, he's an Igbo man, he's an awesome man. And then you will be listening to intelligent people in the 21st century when China has captured the world. See what is happening in the United Arab Emirates. These are people that we got independence. Well, UAE, for example, we got independence from all these countries. And where are they? And we are still being tied down by pettiness, and we are discussing it as an issue. You know, it's heartbreaking, actually.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Pansat. You're next.
Thank you very much, Rudolph, and welcome back, Dr. Ogbunwezeh, as our August visitor. I don't know if you recall a little dialogue we had here when you were here the last time. Obviously, yes, I give you your kudos. That is obvious, and praised you. I told you how proud we are, not only in your academic qualification, but also your fairness and all whatnot, and the way you talk. But we didn't end it in that light, because we were trying to get to the nitty-gritty of the issue. As an academic, when we talk to academics, we tend to look at their speech or their presentation fairly or unfairly in abstract terms, which, of course, you have the adjective, which is theoretical, conceptual, speculative, non-realistic terms. And of course, you also have the verb term, which is abstract, like you're writing a paper. As far back as 2005, I believe, you had a paper where you described the African poverty as a failure of leadership.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so in contemporary times, that's one of P2B's mantra is to say, hey, look, the problem we have, I think he's even more emphatic to say that the only problem we have is leadership. So we've identified the problems that is holding us down. I don't think there's anything anybody could come up with here that would break any grounds. We know what the problems are. So the last time what sparked verbal confrontation, or the appearance of it, because it really wasn't done in that light, was that I said, are you a pacifist? And you said it was conditional. And of course, that's my position as well. So now I'm trying to pose this in a question. I would like to have a second go, because I know that when others are waiting to speak, there's a rush. These kind of things are not going to be done in rushing or how many minutes somebody spoke. It has to come to the solutions, right? So when we look at it, we know that the truth is modular. So you could come up with your own over there and I come up with mine. But if we boiled it down, that we have a leadership problem in the country, and as you said, in many occasions, some are intrinsic and some are extrinsic from outside, right? So we know that. I think everybody knows that. We may not know it in those highfalutin terms, but we just know that we have enemies within and outside. So I'm trying to find out from you, if we go and we made a law, and we made a law, the Electoral Act of 2022, and then we budgeted 400 billion naira, and we went to election, and it was clear Nigerians are savvy. They could pick their leaders. It's not rocket science. And then we picked leadership, and then some group of people turned it off. As the coalition is coming to fruition, they turn it off. Or they go and they take buses and go to our secondary schools and pack up our girls, and they're gone. They disappear. There's no investigation. So my question is, because I don't want that to go on forever. I don't want that to go on forever. As a matter of fact, I want the ones that are done punished, including turning off the beavers. So my question to you is that, what should a guy like me do? There are millions of Nigerians like me. We want peace, we want cohesiveness, we want unity, we want love. Even extending beyond what those who propose these things in Nigeria. I'm a Pan-Africanist, for example. This tribal stuff, like you said, doesn't mean anything. So what should we do without theoretical generation? Like I said, you wrote many books, many chapters and presentations on the same thing you're saying now. So what do we do? Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, my brother. What you called confrontation last time is not a confrontation, so to say, because it's important that we dialogue. Sometimes the tones are high. It's normal. And then we take them in our strides and then move on. Try to understand where the other is coming from. And that's what dialogue is all about. It doesn't mean that dialogues must always be smooth in a low tone. People have variations in their tonality, and then it comes into question and into play when people discuss issues and according to their passion and how passionate they are about their ideas. So I respect your views and I respect every other person. That's why I listen very well to people. What can we do? Yes. One of the major problems that we have is not that we don't have enough laws. We have a lot of laws in our statute books. When people say the problem with that, I wasn't the person that originated that. It was Chinua Achebe in his beautiful analysis that has never been impeached in The Trouble with Nigeria, which he wrote in 1983, that laid that clear, that the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely the failure of leadership. And then he went on to say, is because that no Nigerian leader has risen to the responsibility of personal example. And that's what it is. Check Nigerian history. Everybody wants to be there for himself, his family, and whatever. Tinubu told us it's his turn. Buhari didn't even know why he's coming to power, only because he was there first as a military man. He shot his way to power. And on the second one, people thought he was not a corrupt person. And then we have seen that it was all what the Germans would call shine. Shine means appearances without substance. And when I was fighting my late brother Pius Adesami, I wrote an article titled Accusation Pius Adesami. I told him, you are saying that I kept quiet. No, I didn't keep quiet. Buhari, you are saying Buhari should be elected because Buhari was incorruptible. Look at what happened during Shagari's time. Shagari was one of the most honest Nigerian politicians. He was not corruptible. But what happened under him was a beehive of corruption. Umaru Diko cornered the Presidential Task Force on Rice and the Ministry of Transportation and looted Nigeria blind. Okay? So it's not honesty, yes, important. Integrity, much more. And competence. And this has been lacking. Where I will disagree with Achabe a little bit is not only our leadership, it's how our colonial history has equally an impact on the way Nigeria has evolved till today. And it's going to be affecting our trajectory until Nigerians actually sit down to talk to themselves about what they want. Nigeria was granted independence. If somebody grants you something, it means that he has that thing and he's granting you. You're holding it on lease for him. People that fought for their independence are marching boldly into the future. We didn't fight like so many other countries did, like the Algerians did. Fought and threw off the French. So the British saw, now Britain wanted to grant Nigeria independence in 1956. And then nature did a number on us. Oil was discovered in 56 in Olobiri. These guys looked at the commercial quantities of oil that we were discovering and said, what? And we are leaving. And they said, no, we have to push it over to 1960. And that was when they took time to structure Nigeria the way they want it to be. So that it would be a new colony that will be directing rivers of Nigerian oil into their coffers. And that was when Shell BP became the shadow government of Nigeria till date. Go read WikiLeaks report. These are people writing when they believe that nobody is ever going to see them. And WikiLeaks threw them open. Shell BP has been Nigeria's shadow government. And that's why you cannot do anything to Alison Madweke, even after everything that happened in the oil ministry under her, because she was seconded by Shell to the Nigerian Ministry of to oil ministry. So when Buhari went to London and talked about, you cannot even bring her back to prosecutor. You cannot. Because we know that these are British agents. These are the kind of warrant chiefs that have governed. So when you ask, what can somebody like me do? I am, like you said my job is on the abstract and theoretical level. That is equally what is failing in Nigeria. Countries have people, think tanks, people that think for them, generate ideas that the country try to implement. How many think tanks do we have in Nigeria? So where people should think, actions without theories are bound to fail. Theories that are not practical are idiotic. In Germany, there are a lot of think tanks here, scattered everywhere, and people are thinking, generating fresh ideas that moves a country forward. What can we do? You can start financing something like a think tank, my brother. You have enough money now. And then political think tank, for example, get people like you, like mine, sit down, think, what do we want for Nigeria? You're a Pan-African. What do we want for the African continent? I belong to a lot of fora where we talk about the African continent, where we try to generate ideas and present before the political leaders. But most times the political leaders don't want you around them, because they know that what you're saying, if they are going to implement it, they will have to show themselves as men of integrity, which they don't have. There are a lot of things to be done. When INEC colluded to loot the last election. We know it was a collusion. So in a country where things work, INEC's chairman, immediately after the election, I wrote, why has the INEC chairman not committed seppuku? Seppuku is a Japanese term. If you do something evil as a Japanese official, you will see a Japanese man who will cut off his fingernail or commit suicide. If it is in the ancient Roman army, a general losing a battle falls on his sword. But in Nigeria, a general will lose a war and then will come and force you to crown him a chief. INEC chairman spent 400 billion naira in an election, which was a sham. And still, he is still pontificating over that office. He doesn't even have enough shame to resign his charge. A white man or a Chinese will have done that. So, and this is why people like you should never keep quiet. You should keep on raising your voice and stating it the way it is. Don't let anybody shut you up. INEC chairman is a corrupt man. He should leave that power. He should leave that place. Let us sanitize the place. You conducted an election with 400 billion, and then you are telling us on the day of the election that the election you spent 400 billion to conduct, that on the presidential level, there we have a glitch on the system, which you promised us severally is not going to happen. Yet it happened, and then you didn't take the honorable path to resign your office. And we let it happen. So if you are asking me about what you can do, you could start a campaign. INEC chairman should leave his office. These are certain things that you could do to sanitize the system from your own parts of the world. So raising our voices is important. It's not, don't feel that you don't have power. Those people that believe they have power have that power because of you, because of your silence and inaction. So there are things we can do. Such campaigns. Before you know what is, you know what it needs to change a society. Do you know how many people you need? You need only 1/3. 1/3 of the people in the society to change that. In anything you do. If you want to mobilize, if you want to change anything, 1/3 of the people that you is what actually you require. And then there will be that change. So these are the things where we can start. So my brother, if arguments are hot, don't take it as a personal issue. It's not personal. We are just trying to learn and then be better than we were yesterday.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. Let's go to Michael. Michael, you're next.
Hello, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah,
my brother, this is my first time of coming to your platform. It's a pleasure seeing you and then being live with you. I'm Dr. Ogbunwezeh. My salute. You know how they say, I throw away salute.
Salute. I don't catch up, my brother.
That's good. I've been listening to all your summation, and you have answered most of the question that I have in mind. My thing is that we here, even this probably go to Rudolph too. My question is, what can we do? Because we always give analysis and give the problem without giving solution. Because all of us here, even those who are in the background, I think we can come together as one, because most of us were now in diaspora, and then we've seen how the system works. So for us not to come together, I think we'll be able to have the energy, the manpower, and the capabilities of making changes. Because for me, as a Nigerian, and I've always wanted to be a country that is united, because I'm a Yoruba man, but I grew up in northern Nigeria. So I'm not advocating for any Nigerians to be separated on this thing. But what the thing to me is, like, I think we in diaspora, we have the weight and the ability to make that changes. Because I can see when anytime I go to Nigeria, the people don't see what we see from the outside. It looks like everybody is looking under the same mirror. But for us that we live in diaspora, we see what is behind the mirror. So the question to even Rudolph is, I mean, you have answered some of the question. What can we do? How can we come together, we in diaspora, and agitate or advocate and start pushing for these changes? Because most of this time, even when those leaders, especially our leaders, come to this part of the world, we don't go and ask them questions, or when we go, they don't allow us to ask the obvious question in front of them to give the answer. But to us over here, even though to all of us here, my thing is, how can we come together and create a solution rather than every day we're only telling our brother the problem. I want a solution. I've lived all my children, I'm married to a Caribbean, but I want to go back one day to say this is because I want my children to have a root. But I don't see it happening. So this is why I said, can we have a solution? And how can that solution come from us in diaspora? And how can we go forward rather than going back to get an answer to this question? Thank you, Doctor.
Well, thank you, my brother. I'm really impressed by your drive towards a solution. That's what we all require. That's what Nigeria. Not only Nelson Mandela said something before he died. He said that Nigeria is a disappointment to the African continent. And I always tell people, until Nigeria, which is an African giant, rises to its promise, nobody will respect Africans anywhere. And it's as simple as that. So it's in our interest and the interest of our kids that we fight to lay the minimum things we can do is to lay the foundation that future generations could build upon. Because Nigeria has lost our generation. Yes, that's why we are in the diaspora, because Nigeria lost us. Okay? Look at yourself and look at what you contribute to the economy in that little space where you are in. You cannot even imagine it. If you are contributing this in Nigeria, your home country, that country will have exploded into greatness. But like Archimedes said, give me a place to stand and I will move the earth. We don't have that fulcrum. Okay? A lot of things went terribly wrong. So when people are saying the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, our heroes past didn't, do any shit. Their labors were already in vain, because if their labors were not in vain, we could have had a stable foundation to build a country that functions and works. So what are the solutions? There are a lot of things we could do from our little quarters. Okay, like first of all, we should try to get ourselves in the diaspora into the political process in Nigeria. We don't have a right to vote in Nigeria, but we send over $20 billion a year to that country. Our remittances is greater than what over 10, 20 states produce in Nigeria as GDP every month. So if they could take our money, they should tolerate our votes as well. So these are the agitations we should start at least. Because once we come into the process, they will now realize that the little gimmicks that they used to do will now be more transparent. Okay? And then they will have to think twice before they tell us that there was a glitch, because they know that many of us are computer savvy, and then we know when a glitch occurs and when not. So this is a place to start, at least the political process, because if you're not interested in politics, you are lost. Politics is interested in you. It determines whether you live or die. It determines whether you eat tomorrow or you starve. It determines everything about you and the lives of your children. It determines whether your posterity will even survive. That's why politics is very important. So anybody who says that politics is a dirty game, forget it. You really need to get involved in the way you are governed. Because if you sell your voice, you have sold it. And those people, there's a very rich allegory in the Igbo language. Okoko, the fowl, the cock, was invited to a meeting. His brother said, come, let's go for it. He said, Kokoroko, I am very busy. You can go. Whatever you decide, I'm a part of it. And every other animal went to the meeting, and they decided that Okoko, the Kokoroko, will be the prime animal for sacrifice to the gods at every time and every occasion. And his fate was sealed. That is the reason today, if you go to a native, they'll tell you to get me a fowl, So if you sell your political voice, that's what it is. So we should get involved in the political process. It's urgent. It's a matter of life and death. Because these people, they could make, with a single signature, they could make us homeless. Can you imagine that Adolf Hitler signing a signature made every German Jew homeless and condemned to death? So these are the kind of things that we should place before our eyes. It's important. So it's a solution, and it will change a lot of things radically. It will make leaders more accountable to us, because they know if you're not accountable to Nigerians, you will come overseas to dump the money you stole, and we will meet you at the airport here. Okay? Because we have started getting active in politics. But we have been passive all this while, and they could do whatever they want, and they will come abroad and bribe a few of us who will stand as bodyguards to them, and they'll carry the bags of millions that they have stolen and get to the bank and dump them, and then they will give $50 to a few guys, and then they will rejoice and take pictures. I've taken a picture with a celebrity that has ruined you and ruined your country and made you a refugee in a foreign land. So it's a solution. That's one of the things. And there was a radical solution I proposed to my friends at the university while I was still at the University of Frankfurt. I told them that Nigeria's problem, Africa's problem, is what I call the Western Union syndrome. If every Nigerian in the diaspora decides, I am not going to send money for 1 year in Nigeria, you know what is going to happen? No, you don't even know. I will tell you what is going to happen. You see these leaders, all of them will carry their property on their heads and run away from Nigeria. You know why? Nigerians will go hungry, and all of them will troop out to the streets, and these guys will see fire. There will be a revolution. If you want to engineer a revolution in Nigeria, remove the foreign remittances. You know how many families depend on that? You know how many people go to school based on that? A university will increase the tuition fee to 400,000 naira, and Nigerians are still paying it. How do they get that money? So these are the issues you have to ask yourself. So if that stops, the remittances stop, there will be a revolution, because these guys have stolen more than the country can afford to look over. So these are the things that this is a radical solution, but it's equally a solution. So let Nigerians fight for themselves, because they're the ones putting on the shoes. But we support them to our palliatives, diaspora palliatives, makes the situation a little bit manageable. They keep on managing. If you ask a Nigerian in Igbo, they will say, Amachi or George, and then people will be moving. Do you understand? And then they will be calling you in the diaspora and terrorizing you. If you give him $50, he will ask you, only $50 you're giving me. He doesn't even know how much you have to work to make that money, because you're supporting that. So if Nigerians decide, if we go to our various meetings and decide, this year, Nigerians, you're on your own, unless you change your government and make them accountable to you, we're not sending anything anymore. They will sit up and they will change their governments for good. I'm telling you that it's a foolproof option that works. So these are the two solutions, one radical and one benign.
All right. Thank you so much, Franklyne. And thank you, Michael. Let's go to Dr. Ifeoma Chukwu. Welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself? All right.
Yeah, good evening. Guten Tag, Dr. Ogbunwezeh.
Guten Abend.
I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm so glad to see you. The last time I just saw you, I just watched you and I went to read up your articles. I was like, who is this brilliant man? And I was just researching and I learned a lot from you. So thank you very much. My questions have already been answered, but I still have one little question, or two, let's say two. One little question. One is, what are the 3 strategic suggestions you will give the youths in Nigeria? Because you already mentioned during this interview, one of the questions, you answered that the West usually use every possible tool to achieve being in charge of countries, even if it means using the media. Yeah. So in this situation now, it's almost like it's almost impossible for us to achieve total independence or taking charge of our country. So that's the reason I'm asking this question. What strategy, maybe at least 3 suggestions you can give the youths in Nigeria, not we as diasporans?
Whoa, my sister,
then,
you are okay. The second one.
Then the second question is or suggestion. You've mentioned a lot of books that I researched. So I was checking online for some of the books you mentioned that we could buy, and I found out that some of them are just very far-fetched. We can't get them across with are in diaspora. So I don't know if you know one or two of the authors, and you can suggest to them to publish their books in PDF files or in ebook format so that we can at least order online.
Okay. Give me a second. This is On People, Britain's Secret Human Rights Abuses. It's written by McCurtis. McCurtis has equally a web page. It's called declassified.com.org, I believe. Declassified. You can find him on Twitter. If you read this guy, he has written a lot of books. I have a lot of his books here. I'm not here to advertise my books because this is my home office and I'm surrounded by over 10,000 titles. So it's not what I'm here for, but I could draft a list of books that are quite interesting that will give you an uncommon perspective into international and global politics and what it actually means and the role of Africa and Nigeria. So they see Africa as a resource pool. There is no resource that you cannot find in the continent, and they are hungry for it. If you see what is happening in Rwanda and Congo, why is Rwanda and Congo fighting a war? It's a war over coltan. They are being financed by Western multinationals. And the Rwanda that is being put up as the paragon of the beacon of democracy in Africa is financing a war in Congo, taking Congolese coltan and exporting it to companies like Apple and so on. A Congolese group, which I know very well, are suing Apple for participating in the genocide that is going on in Congo at the moment. So there are, so nothing that you cannot find. So everybody, Africa has been a conqueror's playground throughout her history. The Romans Egypt was breadbasket for the Roman legion. The Egyptians would plant their maize, their grains. And why do you think that the Jews situated Joseph being in Egypt when the whole world was lacking grain? Because Egypt was the breadbasket of the ancient world. And that was why they were able to feed the workers that built the pyramids and the Sphinx and all the rest of them. So if you understand the role that Africa plays, there is nothing you cannot find in this continent. And everybody who wants to be a world power has to come to Africa to exploit our resources and exploit our people. Okay? So these are what it is, but I could draw out a list and then send to Rudolph. Maybe he will make it available to you guys at another contact. But the question you asked me about 3 strategies, ideally strategies, yes, but there's a question that is too big for just this contact. The Nigerian youth. What is the youth? As a lot of people classify themselves as youths in Nigeria. Even the former PDP chairman that was 68 years old called himself a youth. So Nigerians are very good at using that term. Young people. Youth is the era of achievement. If you don't achieve anything as a young person, it's not that you will not achieve anything as an old, but it's pretty difficult to, attain it going forward. Check out anybody who has ever made anything of himself. They did it as young people. Jesus Christ and his story. At the age of 33, he was already done and gone. Chinua Achebe wrote Things Fall Apart at the age of 28 years old. So this is when you are still fresh. You are no more a child, and you are coming into your own. And this is when you have all the energies that you can dedicate to whatever endeavor that is before you. So Nigerian youth, okay, what can I give them as an advice? I am not very good in advising people because I don't know a lot to give people advice. But what I see in our society, what has taken over, and this is what happens in poor societies, it happens in prison environments. Every prisoner, ask him what is his dream content. He will tell you freedom and sex. And that's why if you release a prisoner today, he will look for a woman the next day, because these are the things that were denied him in captivity. If you ask a poor man, what do you want to be? They will say, I want to be rich, because he has seen the ravages of poverty. And this is what is happening today. There's a psychology of poverty in Nigeria among the Nigerian youths today. So that's why everyone wants to make money, because our leadership has succeeded in devastating every aspect of our economy. That what they want is to make money. No matter how they make it, it doesn't matter. It's not what they want to do, what they want to be, but what they want to have. And if you read Bertrand Russell, the British philosopher, He talked about acquisitive tendency and creative tendencies. Poor societies love acquisitive tendencies. They don't like creative tendencies, without knowing that the creative tendency leads you to attain anything you can. Mark Zuckerberg gave us Facebook. Creativity gave him billions. He's a billionaire. Steve Jobs and Wozniak gave us Apple. Creativity. It made them billions. Apple is $1 trillion company. Check it out. It has always been that case everywhere. Creativity is what drives societies, what pushes people further and further. The Chinese have learned it, and the Chinese are mastering it, and they're conquering the whole world with it. The latest, one of the most beautiful cars in the market today is Chinese car, Yangwang 8 and Yangwang 9, a car that can swim. The Europeans are just watching it like this. China, at a point, sent most of our students to Europe. They came here armed with cameras, and they were taking pictures, and we were laughing at them. And they were going back and then copying and building those things. And then we said, oh, Chinese products are inferior. Today, nobody says that anymore. You know, when the United States stands up to say that you are my greatest enemy in the future, it means that you have arrived. China has arrived. Nigeria, over 250 million people. Tell me one thing that we produce. So to start asking our youth to change ways, to start thinking about what can you offer. John Kennedy asked Americans, don't ask what the country can offer you, ask what you can offer the country. So the youths should start asking them, what can I offer Nigeria? What can I offer my home state? Let's start from there. Not just how can I make money? And then money making Yahoo. And if they make that money, watch how they spend it. You know, my grandmother used to say, so something that you stole will always be wasted. It's as simple as that. So if we move a little, I'm not a moral apostle or a preacher, but if we move away from this need, this excessive and impulsive need to acquire money today, tomorrow, and then think about how can I create value for my society? That's the strategic vision. Which value can I create? Once you create value, Ralph Waldo Emerson said it, if you make a better mousetrap than your neighbor, and even if you live in the thickest of woods, that the whole world will take a beaten path to your door. No matter where you are, and then if you're making the best of what you're producing, the whole world will come to you. Nigerians travel to China to buy Chinese products. So the strategic vision for our young people should be, which value can I create? What can I do better than every other person, better than my peers? And then you start working on it, concentrate on it. And that's the value you can add to your society. It may lead you out of that poverty that you have. Like, you know, there are things that you don't get while looking for it directly. One is women and the other is money and happiness. If you fight for it directly, you don't get it. You have to go through the, you know. So if you look for money, go through creativity, you will get it. So that's but I don't need three. That's the only vision I want for the Nigerian young people. What can I offer? What value can I create? Because in this value lies how I define myself in this society, and it may end up liberating me from these economic shackles that poverty has imposed on me.
All right, Dr. Ifeoma-Chukwu, thank you so much. And Franklyne, thank you.
Ifeoma, I don't know if I answered your question, but I'm sorry. This is the way I feel about it.
Yeah, you did, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I like that. The baby agreed. All right, Obie, you're next.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, thank you for giving us your time again. I mean, we pay for this time, this valuable lecture that we are receiving. Well, I have a question and a disagreement with for you. And I'll tell you why I disagree. Then you can ask, now correct me if I'm wrong. The question is, you started by, you quoted one of my favorite realists out there, talking about John Joseph Mishama of the University of Chicago, who articulated that the international stage is an anarchy stage. It's not an hierarchical stage. In other words, dog eat dog. And you clearly put it that interests prevail. Politics is all about interest. So, in my summary of what your lecture today center around three things. You talk about the international community, their interests. You talk about our elite, the governing elite, the Nigerian elite, to which you also belong to that class by the virtue of the office you occupy and what you do for a living. Then you talk about the everyday, the ordinary people. You talk about that the international stage are just out there for their own interests, which I totally agree with you. You talk about how Shell is pretty much our shadow government and all that. And I also understand that from what you are saying that our current governing elite are totally in bed with this same Western capitalists as I regard them. But to the ordinary people, you tax them by saying we have to revolt. We have to do something. We are not really in those words, but that's what I'm taking from what you are saying, that we have to do something. We have to take over. We have to do this. I agree. But from my understanding, I also believe that people don't take power. People don't bring change. Only organized people do. Anywhere from time, from history, you have to be well organized enough to go after what you want. And I think that's what I would like to. So I'm asking you, what do we do knowing what the average Nigerian person is going through? How do we organize them? That's my question. My disagreement, an area of the international, the diaspora remittance. Your solution, one of your solutions, even though you agree that is a very harsh one, that which if we can make it deliberate action and say we are not going to sell money, that will send a this signal. And I think I disagree with, because if the way you describe our leader who are far away from whatever the average Nigeria is going through, they don't really care. If we die in our numbers, that's what they want. Because if we are not organized enough, we can't even revolt. And even if we revolt, the success is not going to be very short. So instead of saying we should stop giving them, which to me are classified as laziness, we are lazy, we don't actually want to do the work. Why can't we organize that money, or how do we collect a portion of that money and direct it to either the young people or the ordinary people in educating, organizing, and empowering them, instead of saying let's meet them and tell them you go die before you say you go. Let's say meet them halfway. Now know what you are going through, but instead of $100 that we are sending, $10 of it should go towards organizing them and maybe identity, because example is out there today as we speak. The Indian community, that's what they do. They don't have the voting right in India, but the resources, the way they connect the resources is very powerful and effective. They change election, they influence political leaders, they influence policies, as you actually said that there's a need for us to start sponsoring think tank, which I totally agree with you. So instead of taking that lazy and direct shot of not sending money, why don't we take the route and longer way, organize that money and direct it to put it, because I believe we have to be deliberate in our actions. Now we are tired of talking. I think you also agree with that. Action. But we have to be deliberate about it. So how do we get to that point to be deliberate in our talk and get to action? Maybe I don't overtalk, but thank you.
No. Every issue you raised, I agree with you. I agree sincerely with you. When you said the first point you raised, the organized people take power. Yeah, I am not. But where you misunderstood me was, I'm not Shawari or Moyele who is asking for revolution now. No, I see. I believe in anyway, societies evolve. Okay, everything in life, is a result of evolution. I believe in evolution of societies, evolution of politics, evolution of everything. I don't believe in a revolution now. If you read the history of the French Revolution, after reading that, I understood what did it achieve. It killed and destroyed the feudal system in France. It killed the majority. But after that, what happened to the generation that initiated that? It threw up somebody like Napoleon, and then the French Republic became a kind of a monarchy, an empire, and all whatnot. And then, but it initiated something though across Europe. It told European royal houses that if you don't make a change in the society, that you may end up losing your heads, like the French nobles and kings did theirs. So I am not a guy. I don't profess revolution now. When I made mention of the other non-benign option, that was when I was discussing that. As a come on, we stopped. No, but we can. You cannot ask me not to send money to my mom every month. I will, because it's not only an obligation. Is I'm doing it is a sign of my gratitude and love for the all that she has been giving me, all the platform to succeed. So I wouldn't equally urge somebody else to do that. Yeah, the world being politics being about interest. Yeah, Mia Shama is correct. Maybe I'm a part of the realist school. That's what it is. That's what you see. That's what the evidence shows. Okay, United States is not doing anything anywhere because they love those people. No, it's strategic interest. What are my interests here? That's what nations decide on when they are doing it, except in Nigeria, where we don't even know why we do what we do. Okay, so meeting young people halfway, yeah, I agree with you, is a way worth exploring. But I want to let you know that most of the development ideas that you are seeing across many Nigerian communities today are initiated by the people themselves. I know a lot of Nigerian medical missions from the diaspora that goes every year to their various states to attend to the people. Rural areas, since 1960, many areas that used to have hospitals don't have hospitals anymore. Many of the schools that Awolowo were built as a part of his free education program in the West, many of them are dilapidated today. Many of the industries, MIO para, built in the eastern region, are non-existent today. And Niger Sam, Niger Steel, where are they? Many hospitals are no more the general hospitals that we used to know. So you see people come from there and then say, okay, let's build something for our community. They do it in villages, though, in Southeast, as far as I know. Like the Indian diaspora that you mentioned. Yes, it's a very good study. We should understudy what they are doing in India. But you have to know that India has always been on the path to development since the late 60s. India was on a path that was critical. They knew that for us to survive, for us to succeed, since Pakistan was taken away from us and Bangladesh, we really need to establish ourselves as a force to be reckoned with. And then we can go on quietly, we will be left alone, and then we'll go on quietly developing ourselves. That's why they went for the nuclear weapon. Okay, so the whole world left them alone. And now, today, India had an educational system that prioritized technical education. And we are seeing the fruits today. Almost every major IT company is being presided over by an Indian, and they are sending IT specialists to the West today. So you have to know, India was a very large, it was, Britain couldn't even bring it down even after her massive exploitation of that continent. So, but they were deliberate, like you said, that was the word you used, about their development. We in the diaspora, we have climbed a little bit higher. If you climb the Iroko, you will see farther than the man who is on the ground level. So we should be more deliberate about the policies that we try to fashion and recommend to our government and about the things we do. Like you said, I agree totally with you. It's a very wonderful suggestion. We should meet them wherever they are and try to help them. I know a lot of people, individuals doing things, giving scholarship to their kids and kin in Nigeria to study, training them to various levels. This is a way they are contributing. They don't even want praises from anybody, but this is the way they are contributing towards the development of the nation. So these issues are praiseworthy. But like you said, we need to organize more. And to tell you that I believe in organization, I told you that what you require to change any society or anything, or any cause you're involved in, is 1/3 of the people, of the total population. Just get 1/3 of them. You will change the situation. So this is what we should aim for. 1/3 of us in the diaspora. How do we come together, irrespective of tribe, tongue, or wherever we come from? Sit down and think more about Nigeria. Think more about the kids we are bringing to the world in the Western societies. Because if Nigeria is developed today, they will proudly display their dual citizenship and tell people that I am from Nigeria. But today, if you say I am from Nigeria, a lot of people look at you askance, and then they, oh, okay. A white woman will clutch her back tightly. I'm thinking, oh, she's gonna, but we are more than that. We are great people. We have a lot in us. but this greatness needs to be actualized. So that's why I disagree with people that call Nigeria great. No, Nigeria has a lot of great people that could be actualized. And once we actualize that, the sky will not remain our limit. The sky will be just a stepping stone to the playgrounds that we will find ourselves in.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Paul.
Thank you, Dr. Franklin, for coming back again.
My pleasure.
And you make mention of the media. You make mention about the West more. I really think about one of the biggest departments in America is the CIA. And if any other country work like the CIA in America, we all know the implication is espionage, things like that. You probably go to jail for life. So the way they collate informations around the world and every other thing, and the way they tell their stories for their own interest and every other thing. So I'm looking forward to how can we build media like what Qatar did with Al Jazeera, where we can learn to tell our own story, and
Yes.
we can tell it so strongly, where we can do it so bold, where we can even get the Americans to tell our stories, where we can make strong statements instead of us to go talk in their own media, where we can go and talk in our own media, let them come and argue in our own media. I think that part we are really, really lacking it, and I look forward to that. That is one. Then two, there's something Francis Bacon said. He said, "Blessed is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed." It sounds so horrible with my Christian folks. My Christian folks, they hate it a lot. But why he said that, it got me so bad as an aviator when I was working with people from the West in Nigeria. I see them that they are so smart, so everything, but I didn't understand that they have all the materials to work with, which we don't have, because we virtually did everything we did in school in theory. So in real time, this thing becomes strange to us and every other thing. And our universities don't get no grant. And even when they get grant, this so-called dean, these so-called professors, they play with this money. They don't understand the importance of these things. Like I can't partner with any universities now in Nigeria that I'm doing a research work. I can't send my kids to go do their exchange course in Nigeria because they literally not learn anything there. They can partner with nothing. So it's really, really affecting us. And I see it from that angle. That's why it is easy when the West come to my part of the world. Before we understand that they are flexing us, we don't really know anything, because anything they are taking under the soil, anything they are taking above the soil, we don't even know the importance of this thing. Before we know, it's gone so far for us not to even understand how to fight back at it. What is your take with that?
Well, my brother, you are such a brilliant head. I don't even know. I just want to stand up and clap for you. All the 3 points you raised. I was in this program when I told Rudolph that whoever controls your narrative controls you. Whoever controls your history masters you. The West has been telling our story forever. And the first point in independence is for you to start telling your story yourself. That was what our young writers at Chebe Shoyinka and Co did in the 60s. But the CIA saw that these guys, if we allow them, they are going to change the whole narrative. And they started infiltrating these writers using their code, paying them to write, trying to control the narrative. Okay, you write and then you send to an editor. An editor tells you what to remove. That's what editors do. So if you have to read Frances Sanders. She wrote a book about how the CIA tried to influence African writers in the 60s. It's really interesting. You know, they saw tomorrow. And this is why, if you are a rebel, you will never get a Nobel Prize. People who wrote devastating books and works of nonfiction against colonialism and neo-imperialism never got anything like that. Because in the nonfiction category, I will always give my friend, the Guyanese guy who was killed, who wrote How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. You know, that book, if you know the amount of war that was fought to blacklist that book alone. And then you will see the first point of independence, once people want to They own their story. Al Jazeera was an enterprise in owning the Arab story. The Chinese have done it. CTGN, they are broadcasting. They are even employing Western journalists to tell their story, Chinese story from a Chinese perspective. If you don't tell your story, somebody else will sell your father's compound and then give you peanuts just for your troubles of being there when he arrived. So if we don't build, now watch it. If you want to know a country that the US is going to invade in 3 years, watch the action movies that Hollywood is churning out. Watch the country they are demonizing. Watch, it's either Afghanistan or Iraq or Iran. Just watch 2-3 movies, because these movies are financed by the Pentagon. They have linkages with Hollywood. Hollywood is what I call the propaganda arm of America's military-industrial complex. In Nollywood, what do we have in Nigeria? Which kind of stories do we tell? About Babalawo and the preacher, and it says in Jesus' name, and then all your problems are healed. And then you are thinking, where are we going? Bollywood in India has even graduated. They are having linkages with Hollywood. And then if you come to make a movie in India, Indian content takes precedence. But in Nigeria, you will see, or Sophia will go to London, get one washed out wine on your and then for Onyocha to be in the movie, and then we will feel that we have done something great. Vitiating our own story. We don't tell our story anymore. We allow others to hijack our story and make of it whatever they want. And this is where I applaud you. There must be a deliberate, like Ovie said, deliberate effort and conscious effort in reviving our story and telling it to the world. Let the world hear it. Things Fall Apart, one of the greatest books ever written, translated into so many languages. Kids in Germany tell me about Things Fall Apart. They know the name of Congo. Why haven't we made a movie that is world-class, translated in across so many languages, and pushed to the world? Let the world see that we had a society before the West came to call us savages. Bollywood is doing it. The Chinese are now doing it with their CGN. Every major country that has liberated itself must own and tell its own story, not only in her writers, but in using means of modern communication. Today, the internet. So what you see in there on TikTok is not even organized, but a lot of Nigerians are producing excellent content, trying to tell stories that are good. That's commendable. And these are the issues that people, if we have money, these are the kind of things where we could, in a think tank, fund and make it deliberate. Create a policy. This is where we are going. In 10, 20 years, we will have a media or media houses that will rival New York Times, Al Jazeera, pushing our own story, local stories, local content, without looking at anybody's face. Let's make it Pan-African. We will have competition. They will try to pull it down because it's in their interest that we are down. You know the we that I mean. So that is just the first. It's a very important part. So that's why CIA is infiltrating every media, because they want to know the stories you are telling. Because, like I said, David Hume made it clear. Power is opinion. If everybody believes that the Americans are powerful, they are powerful. It's our opinion. If you don't believe they are powerful, they will not be powerful. You know what happened to Rome? You know when Rome started going down? Rome was one of the greatest empires ever seen in history. But you know who defeated Rome? A ragtag bunch of Germanic tribes headed by Arminius in the Teutoburger forest here in Germany. Defeated the Roman 6th Legion, one of the most powerful and fearful militaries the world has ever seen. And from that point, Rome started going down. Because these people never heard about, they never believed that Rome is powerful. Rome was telling their stories and calling them barbarians. They never took themselves as barbarians. They said, if you come to the battlefield, we'll fight you. Why are you coming to our forest? You marched from the Italian peninsula and marched upwards to our forest that our fathers gave us. And then you want to kill us because you want to rule over us. It's not going to happen. Who will die here? And they defeated Rome. So if people never heard about your story, people never believe that you are powerful, you're never going to be powerful to them. And they're going to muster enough power to throw you out. The Taliban never believed that they are the US. They said, okay, you come. This is Afghanistan. We know the pathways to these mountains. We have been the graveyard of empires. Every empire that crossed the mountains of passes of Afghanistan collapsed here. The US is not going to be different. What happened? 2 years ago, Biden had to pull out his troops and they were running with their tails behind their back. We saw people falling off aircrafts and Taliban is falling. So if people don't believe that you are in power, you're not in power. That's why narratives are important. That's why Hollywood keeps on churning pictures and movies and promoting American strength. Even when America was defeated in Vietnam, Rambo made a movie that showed the American Rambo was beating the Vietnamese. Although the Vietnamese kicked them out of Saigon in 1975. So that's just one of it. So what was the second question before I got taken in? The second issue you raised was sorry, remind me again. I have treated the
I talk about research, then I just oppose it with flexing our resources. Because of our institutions are not so endowed to understand some of those things.
Thank you very much, my brother. And let me let you guys in on a secret. You talked about the CIA, the NSA, and all one. The major thing these guys do, most of this paperwork. And what is this paperwork? They sit down and analyze. That's why when NGOs, oh my God, my head has just opened. Putin stopped foreign journalists and foreign NGOs from coming into Russia. Do you know why? Putin was a KGB guy, and he knew how they have been using NGOs and media and journalists. They are the best spies. These NGOs will come to Africa, give us money to explore our values, our resources, our issues, and write reports and give to them. Why do you think they give you money? Because they love you and because they are humanitarians. And you write reports about everything about and send to them. These are the reports that are analyzed and studied, and they make their policies, and they know where the resources are hidden. Because most times, we are the ones that led. It was Africans that carried Mungo Park to the shores of the River Niger to discover it. Can you imagine that? So the Africans we are reaching out, our people that have been on the banks of the River Niger their whole lives. Mungo Park came and they said, we have a great man, carried him there. And Mungo Park went back and said, I discovered River Niger. It's our people. We write our reports for NGOs and feed Western machinery, analyzed by university think tanks, and then they will come for the resources that they see there. So when you think that our universities are not, things deteriorated with time. You see, even in the 90s, Germans were coming to the University of Ife on linkages. Why all of a sudden did that stop? It didn't only stop with our leadership. Check what IMF recommends to African countries once you take up austerity, once you take up structural adjustment of your loans. They give you loans and then allow you to fritter it away. At the end of the day, they will ask you to defund, first of all, education and social services. Why do they do that if they love you so much? Check what IMF does across board. You have to defund education. You have to defund social services. But they would not recommend that for any European nation. They recommended that to Greece. Greece told them to go to hell and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. So the forces arrayed against African development are multi-pronged. But Africans have to be smarter. That's where our brains are required. They are playing chess and we are playing checkers. We write reports about everything that we have because they give us a piece of peanuts as go and do a project in your area. You will come and tell them, yeah, we saw this kind of grass, and then they know where this kind of grass is growing. There is abundance of oil. Where this is, there is that, because they are studying all those. And then at the end of the day, we don't even know what we have. How can we use it? We are being forced to defund education. When you defund education, there's no room and money for research. So these things took time. It's in the 80s when we started taking IMF loans, and then when they started asking us to repay and we couldn't, and they started asking us for structural adjustment. And that was why students during Babangida era went on a SAP riot to protest, because education has been defunded. People that go to eat in their canteens for 50 kobo then, they didn't have any money anymore. So that's when things that started happening to us. So we have to be really smart when we are dealing with the international powers. Like I always say, we have to be smart about and deliberate about development. And it requires a lot of thinking. The Chinese sat down, studied the West, and in every aspect, and then went on ahead and said, okay, we'll keep communism. You guys should be afraid to come in, and then we'll be learning your market economics and then applying it to various aspects of our lives. And then China is today where it is. We can do that, but we need people like you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. I think we are going to take a break at one point, but let me ask you this question.
Pirates, and so when it comes to,
I'm sorry, I'm not sure how that happened. Well, Franklin, you mentioned Hollywood and the movies. I wanted to know, because 2 weeks ago, the movie that came out here in America, it was called The Civil War, about the Civil War in America. Are you saying that they already know that it's coming, and and they made a story of their own story about what will happen to them? Is that what you're saying? I'm just
no, not only that. No, check out Netflix. There was a movie about Iran, the movie about spies, and they were telling about Iranians being, so the name Iran has been thrown around all this while because the U.S. has always wanted to invade Iran. The Israeli lobby has been pushing for the past 20 years. I knew when Netanyahu came to Congress and told the American Senate that he will be glad if Iran was attacked by the United States. Not when, but how, after attacking Iraq. So if you see such names being thrown around, you see it in Hollywood before, and check it out. Studies have been done on that. You see the way they mention those countries in Hollywood, how they, and then they were slotting it in. It's called soft bombing public opinion. They soft bomb you. And then you will start, whenever you hear Iran in the newspaper again, I watched it in the movie. These guys are evil.
Yeah,
okay.
Let me, because I didn't want to go there when I was talking to you, but now that you went there, why do you think that they pulled back? Because we were almost there when Iran attacked Israel. Israel attacked the Iranian consulate. It was almost there. You thought that Israel will not blink, that Israel will have an opportunity to face Iran. Why do you think they pulled back?
No. Well, for a variety of reasons. First of all, the United States, Biden is up for a very tough re-election campaign. Secondly, the Israelis have been trying to nudge the Americans to do that dirty job for them for donkey years. And why they pulled back, the Iranians, Iran's retaliation was orchestrated with the American military high command, with the White House. They said, you can attack, but we don't want any damages. And they give, and then so we can placate our home audience. So the United States doesn't want to be involved in another war in the Middle East. Iran is not Iraq. Okay, Iran has some capable, and we have seen that in their support for Hezbollah. There are some capable armaments, and then Iran is aligned with the Russians. So, and great powers will not like to confront themselves this time, because once anything happens, China and Russia are going to be on the side of Iran, and the United States knows that. So they have other strategic considerations, and they are not ready to waste American lives to support Israel on that flank. No, they will prefer that Israel deals with. This is not the place for that. I would.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go on. We take Chim's question, and then we take a break, 5 minutes, and we'll come back. Chim, go ahead.
Good day, Dr. Ogbunwezeh. It's a pleasure to meet you a second time. I wasn't going to ask a question because I thought you had already done the main interview, and I thought it was going to be unfair. But I came in at the point when you were talking about. That's not my main question, but I just want you to clarify that. Talking about the remittances that people in diaspora make. And I understand you and I appreciate that perspective, but can you juxtapose what you're advocating in the context of, like you rightly said, you have your mom, you have your old parents, people who genuinely have given their best to the country, haven't necessarily been part of the decay, but they're just unfortunate to find themselves in that society, and you need to also, show them that respect. How do you, marry that versus withholding, just sending free money to? Because sometimes when you send it to them, they will also give it to other family members who perhaps do not germanely need to be given that money. That's not my main question. My main question is this: Last night we were having a conversation around some of the things you've been raising about how to move Nigeria forward in Africa. And then there was a conversation around having to rewrite our constitution. And some advocated that in a bid to do that, we would need to jettison English and write the constitution in a local language. Now, while I do appreciate that, but I had a misgivings considering our multi-language situation. However, I was of the opinion that English is not our problem. Our problem is, unfortunately, I couldn't put it forward to them properly yesterday, is we have a Thomas Sankara and a Blaise Compaoré who were trying to fix their country, had an agreement that France was a problem to them, but Blaise sold off. Today in Senegal, we have a Sonko who wanted to run for presidency. He met a brick wall, but he had an alliance with the guy, and he says, okay, you know what? You go do it. I'll pull from the back. And together they have done it, and this other person has repaid that relationship to say, you know what? It's a plan, and has brought him into the government. I've always been of the opinion that one of the biggest headaches Nigerians have is the good people in Nigeria are not who keep to agreements. The bad people keep to agreements. Yeah. So you find someone like the late Adejubu in Oyo State, who will bring area boys to rig an election, get federal fund to settle the boys who helped to rig the election. When the money comes, he will make sure that even the person who is not at the meeting gets his fair share of that booty. But you find, suppose good people backstabbing each other and not being able to work together. So in the light of trying to move Africa forward and what I just put together, I don't know, how can you help me? Do you think, am I making a point that it's not English that is a problem, but the fact that people are unwilling to work together?
My brother, excellent question. English has never been, when I come to, one thing Rudolph has done for me is to give me an essential arena where I meet a lot of intelligent Nigerians. Whenever I come to this, I go, even when I fight some people, I go home enriched, because the kind of questions that you guys throw out shows that I am not the only one thinking what I am thinking, that you guys see further than I ever can. And you can put it in better words than I ever can. I appreciate that you educate me as well, much more than you ever know. You are absolutely right. First of all, let me start from the last question. Language has never been our problem in Nigeria, because those who are stealing from Nigerians, they speak every language known to man. Okay, and like you said, the crooks in our system, they respect their agreements based on what I call a balance of terror, because I'm a bad guy and I know you're a bad guy. So this honor among thieves, if you don't honor it, I can do you some harm, and then so it's a balance of terror, and it works for them. But in a system where the guy believes that you cannot do anything to him, a lot of people are bound to sell off. What is happening in Senegal is an eye-opening occurrence, and should be an example for the whole continent. Young people. And that tells you that dinosaurs in power in Nigeria, people that should be running, people who are supposed to be in retirement are the ones governing us, and we are clapping for them. And you will see young people taking weapons to go and fight for people who should have been on their deathbeds. What's the life expectancy in Nigeria? It's not even up to 52 years old. Average life expectancy. But the people governing us, none of them. Buhari was 70 something. Tinubu, I don't know how old he is, because he never told us how old he is. Check it out. All of them. So the young people have been actually marginalized from power, bringing in fresh ideas like you guys are throwing out here. This is what Nigeria needs. You guys, not those people. But because we came from various cultures that honor old age, we believe that old age is competence. Hell no, it is not. Old age is where we could put them at home and say, stay on your rocker, we will feed you, we'll make sure that the system works and gives you your pension as and when due. But get off power, let the younger people do. But young people have equally disappointed us on so many occasions. So that's why most times you don't even know what to advocate for. The issues are, rewriting our constitution is not even the problem. The United Kingdom, where many of us are, don't have a written constitution. They have acts of parliament. Written constitution, they don't have any. Writing something down is not an index that you are going to obey what is written. People tear contracts apart. So the issue is we have to come together to talk. Nigerians have to elect their representatives themselves, get to a national platform and talk out what we want. Once we agree on what we want, everything will be easy. Constitution will be very easy. It's just putting into words what we want as a people. Do we want a confederation where each part will be developing and there will be healthy competition like it was in the early 60s? Awolowo was very busy granting free education and developing the West. It was massive. M.I. Opara, Akanu Ibiam, and the rest were very busy industrializing the East. It was massive. And people were moving. In the North, NPC we are trying the way they understood their own development to move the people out of the doldrums of poverty. So there were healthy rivalries. That's what obtains in a system. But we became a unitary government. Ironsi introduced it, but other people kept it after killing Ironsi for it. Kept it, and then because everybody comes to the center, then the man in the center, has seen much more power than he can ever dream of. And nobody has an interest in decentralizing power in Nigeria. And that's one of the major problems. So we have to decide whether we want to continue with our system or not. And then everything we do is just writing down our agreements. It should be a constitution that we, the people, give ourselves, not what the military organize their boys and sit down and write and give to us. I support changing our constitution, but we have to talk first. We have to know what we want, and before we know how to get there. So the other issue about not sending remittances, I was joking with my extreme solution. It's an extreme solution, which I know will never work. It was just offered as a joke. But I tell you, once Nigerians are pushed to the wall, they will know what to do with their leadership. But they have not been pushed to the wall yet, because Western Union remittances is cushioning the effects of the hardship. When you say that, when you send money to your mom, she gives every other person. Yeah, that's what they do. Mothers are that way, because every Nigerian at this time is suffering. Nigerians are suffering. You hear stories more than I do. They suffer. So the purchasing power is nothing anymore. Okay, so Nigerians are suffering, and that's why you see people helping each other out. It's human to do that, and I will never tell anybody not to do that. And when Nigerians ask you for money, no, they are asking from the position of pain. They are not asking because they just want to fritter your money away. They are poor. They are hungry. They are hopeless.
All right.
So is it that Nigerians have been pushed to the wall, or they have gone into the wall? Have they been pushed to the wall, or they have created a hole in the wall for themselves?
No, they have not been pushed hard enough. Okay. Because the day they realize they've been pushed hard enough, they are gonna. It's just like a ball. If you throw a ball hard enough, it will come back with a force that you are not reckoning with. So that day that Nigerians will push to the wall enough, they will come back with a force that will surprise these elites that have kept them where they are today.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we finish up with the questions, and then we will go to the feedback. So just a few minutes of break. Thank
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye lo kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, mmanwụ ga-adọ n'ịbịa zigo akwa nwa ilochi ya biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya
onye ọma zoro biko abụ mmanwụ zoro ndosari ịbịa wunye n'ego na mụ ga-adọ n'ịbịa zigo mmanwụ n'ịbịa zigo aba mmanwụ ilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-abazi ya mazi nwekọma odogwu na kwere ezu n'nka onye ọma n'ịga dịle mụ mazi n'ịbịa zigo Ibu with the melody. You got to know where you're from. Odogu natural noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga don't even see good no. Gato ni gazigo amama wilo chilo bikora muzoro ana bazi te onyama zoro de amama wazoro de sorry ibya muya no kwana mo ofube naru olaga no ni gazigo nazaboy Molaga doni biasugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapu zoro Anabazi Ayes Odogu kenero bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikechobo bele bege Hey you bro Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ zoro 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 zoro
Okay, I missed them pause.
Geduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye wuro zurike
Nein, ich freue mich riesig auf Rom. Okay.
Ja, ich mich auch.
Das ist gleich zurück, glaube ich. Ciao. Ich melde mich bitte.
Ciao.
Ciao, love you. Okay, ich melde mich. Wir sind gleich zurück.
Thank you for staying and hanging in with us. We are honored to have Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh joining us today, and he's been here for 2 hours and 50 minutes. So we have about 10 minutes left. So he will take questions from the people who are already in the studio, and then we round it up. So the next person is Ewesi Okabo. Mr. Okabo, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm in Seattle. Thanks for coming to hang out with us, Dr. Ogbunwezeh. I appreciate your presence and everything. My main question, suggestion is, what do you see as the collective purpose of life for the Nigerian people? Before I continue, I'm a psychologist by training. What is the collective purpose of life for the Nigerian people? Because if we can define our purpose of life, we probably will see what will be our incentive, our drive to do other things we do in life.
Oh, I muted you, Franklin. Let me unmute you. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir. This is a deeply philosophical question. I may not do a lot of justice to it, although I have a philosophy degree. What is the question you asked me is simply put, what are the purpose of countries? Countries are
collective purpose of life.
Yeah. So countries are imagined communities.
Exactly.
So to say, and then their purpose is each people should be able to articulate what their goals and their purposes for themselves are. And then, it's not what I cannot articulate for Nigerians what is their collective purposes. I cannot do that. It will be presuming a lot to have that power. But in my view, what are countries there for? A country is there to cater for the best interest of the majority of its people. So, and a country should not spare any resource or any effort in making sure that the best interest that this country can attain for the best interest and the welfare and betterment of our citizens, to provide it for them. That's what every country, that should be the raison d'etre of every country. Every community, even at the lowest level that we can imagine, should be there to cater for the best interest of the constituents of that community. So once, if we take it a little bit higher, the United Nations level, in 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was articulated, the right to life and other fundamental rights. A country should be able to not grant, because these are rights that people have because they are human individuals. The country should be able to promote, defend, and make sure that each of her citizens, or the majority of her citizens, have access to these rights to actualize themselves, both physically, intellectually, and spiritually, as the case may be. So that should be the raison d'etre of a country. And a country cannot provide that cannot provide that. The basics that the citizens require to actualize themselves has lost every reason to exist. The right, the essential platform to be free from danger, from fear. When we read Thomas Hobbes articulated his philosophy of government when he talked about the social contract. It was based on fear of violent death. In a country where violent death seems to be the order of the day, the government or whoever is in charge of that society has lost the raison d'etre of being in charge of that society. So the right to life is primary, and the right to be free is another thing. And then that people could actualize themselves and develop the potentials that nature and nature's God gave to them.
Well, your answer is 100% accurate, but is that what we are pursuing right now in Nigeria?
Well, my brother, Nigeria. Well, like I always tell people, Nigeria is a festival of missed opportunities. We could do better. We could do better. We are still at the lowest level of it. That's not what we are pursuing because we don't even know. We don't have a philosophy of development. We don't even know where we are heading to. And this is why I always advocate that Nigerians need to start thinking, what do we want as a people, as a society? We don't have it at the moment. That's the only answer I can give you. Because if it is there, all these talk shops that we have been involved in across the world will not be happening. We will be talking about how to export not only our natural, our culture. What is civilization? Civilization is culture at an export level. We have not exported our culture. We are not a civilization yet, until we are able to project our culture to other people. We have not been doing that. So,
well, why I'm asking this is because we have a purpose of life in Nigeria right now that we are following.
Okay.
There are three things: make money as much as you can, make it from anywhere you can, how you can, it doesn't matter. Build a house, build 2 houses, buy cars, and then oppress your people, your fellow Nigerians. And that's how we live today. And that's the purpose of life of every Nigerian. Now, if we want to change the Nigerian narrative, we need to re-educate the masses, just like Ovie said. If we don't organize, we cannot get anywhere. A typical this last week, or maybe this last week, Odumeje was still in London. Odumeje was in London trying to prophesy for people who live in the Western world.
I thought that was comedy, or am I mistaken?
No, they weren't expecting comedy because a lot of them were mad because they were expecting some miracles and things.
Okay.
If you live in Nigeria where 90% of the society believe in superstitions, how does creativity and creative ideas, get to be promoted to take over? Because in Nigeria, either you pray for your success or you go to the native doctor to make it happen.
Do you want me to come in here?
Yes,
I can. Thank you very much, sir. You raised salient issues. The purpose of life for every Nigerian. Well, maybe I'm a different Nigerian. My purpose is not just to make money anyhow I can and oppress my neighbor. Maybe I'm a different kind of. Maybe I should learn how to be a Nigerian. Actually,
yes.
Okay. You are absolutely right. And that's why when I was answering the medical doctor that just left, I told her that my strategic vision for Nigerian young people is to correct that acquisitive tendency that we have all imbibed, how to make money, we make it in the wrong way.
Yep.
Because if we create and add value to all our neighbors, our society, money will come. Money is just a byproduct of what the value we're able to add to the society. So, and that's the only way we're educating the masses. We have had education from day one, but our educational philosophy has veered off. You are talking about superstition.
Mm-hmm.
I was with a group of young Nigerians that came to Germany on scholarship, and they were telling me a story that broke my heart. That a professor of physics in one of their universities was telling them that I am teaching you these things about astronomy, not because I believe in it, because I believe only Jesus created all these things. So I'm just teaching you this because I was told to teach you this. Can you imagine such a thing in the 21st century? A professor of physics, and he is a professor in a Nigerian university and teaching people this attitude, not even an exploratory, a critical attitude to life, which is the hallmark of science. No, he's telling, don't believe what I'm teaching you, or just believe because they are telling me to tell you this, but what I believe is another thing. So, and that shows you who is assessing our teachers at the university levels. A few days ago, another teacher, which again is a problem that's almost all over the world. I have seen that with my eyes across a university lecturer was caught in Nigeria asking a married woman to bribe him with sex before she can pass a course. And the married woman said, okay. And then it was filmed, and then the university is now trying to. So you see that a professor of law at the university in Akwa Ibom State was caught terrorizing a young girl, and the case came to court. And then I heard that the man has been discharged and acquitted. And this is all over. Check out the lecture theaters and halls where our students learn in Nigeria. Check out their living conditions. Okay, University of Nigeria, Enugu campus, where I studied law. Some of the, while we were there, I was going from home to the university. My fellow students will beg me to come to my house to take a shower and go use the toilet, because the toilets there are not functioning and the school administration is not doing anything. It didn't start today. So the rot, like I said, it started when IMF told our leaders that they have to defund education, and our leaders foolishly followed that. Okay, so and then we have seen a rebound in superstition. Nigerians, we are religious people. Africans are religious people, but you have a point. You could have a feeling that in the 80s that things were pretty better, but today every problem has a spiritual solution in Nigeria, and that's no solution at all. And every solution has a spiritual problem in Nigeria. Can you imagine that in a country that wants to measure how height with other countries in the Committee of Nations? So if you have a problem today, they'll tell you, the pastor will come. Let me tell you guys a very personal story. January 2013, I went home to bury my father who died in America. I brought him home to Nigeria to bury him. And we were in the church. The Catholics, the priest was praying to receive the body in the church. And a young man came up to me. He has heard that his kids came back from Obodoyi, but from abroad. And then the young man came to me. The young man came to me and touched me and said, "Yeah, I heard that you are a doctor, that I would like to pray for you so that you will not have an accident on the way when you are going back." I had tears in my eyes. My father is being wheeled into the church and the guy wants to pray for me. And I looked at him, and my younger brother said to me, "What did he tell you?" I said, and immediately I said, "Okay, just wait. After you can pray, you can go do your prayers. I'm not against prayers, but you're not praying for me. For accidents, why do you call them accidents? Because they happen without anybody knowing it or willing it. That's why they're accident. So don't worry about that." Okay. And this young man kept following me out until I buried my father, until I asked him, "Do you want money?" "No, I don't need your money. I just want to pray for you, you know. I said, "Okay, here is somebody. Go. Go and pray in your house so that I could have my peace a little bit. You are praying for me. Do you ask me whether I believe in what you're going to say?" And you could see the impudence. He never even cared to know what I am or what I feel. All he believes blanketly that everybody, subscribes to the same thing. And this is the kind of presumption that actually cuts across everything we do in Nigeria. Watch the programs that our kids watch on Nigerian televisions. The churches are bought over the airwaves. And what are they churning out? Giving us people that are going to be challenging the Chinese tomorrow. And you will see a little kid, all he knows is about, "I will pray in Jesus' name." Not even how to 1 times 1. They don't know what that is. So we are producing religious people who are superlatively ignorant. And these are the people that we hope will compete with other cultures tomorrow. Don't let me open the book on the religious dimension of it. I've written a few articles about it. And one of my articles was Africa and the pestilence of imported gods. Go find it and read it for yourself. I said everything there and I dropped the pen. So I'm not going to talk about it again.
All right, thank you.
Doctor, heaven is the goal. Heaven is the goal. We are Nigeria going to heaven. Heaven is the goal.
Thank you.
We want to go to heaven.
Thank you, Mr. Okabo. I'll go to the flagship, but let me just say that when you mention you have to build 2 houses as one of the aspirations of Nigerians, I felt that you were wrong. It's not 2 houses. The standard is 3. So you have to have one in your village, one in your regional capital, which is in the case of people from the southeast, Enugu, or maybe the capital of your state, and then you have to have one in Abuja, or if that's or Lagos, So if you don't have 3 houses, you've not attained that peak. The flagship, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh, it's good to meet you a second time. I hope you're doing well. Rudolph, before I go to my question, let me say this. Whenever we get to decide on a date when we would have that conference here, Dr. Franklyne is my first pick for a speaker.
Okay. All right.
That event, please.
All right.
I'm curious about it. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, we'll make it happen.
All right, great. Dr. Franklyne, I had a bunch of questions that I wrote. And as you spoke, my list actually was growing. But for the sake of time, I'm going to narrow it down to two short questions. There is a looming danger ahead for Nigeria that will challenge its ability to sustain itself as a nation and the people. And this danger, in my opinion, is about 25, maybe 50 years from now at the most. And that danger sits on something you've talked about in the course of this dialogue today. And I think a few of the panelists have asked you questions around it, education. You would agree with me that the quality of education in Nigeria today is very malnourished. And quality education, and I use the word quality with caution, quality education in Nigeria right now is being offered to the highest bidder. And of course, we are following the news of the one-time governor who paid years ahead for his kids to get that kind of education. The Nigerian people at the moment are highly disenfranchised. Today, it is hunger. And you and I have been you've been speaking about it, and a lot of the panelists have been talking about it too. Food is a big problem. The ability to get food in Nigeria today is a huge problem. Lack of education, and good education, I mean, is the danger that's ahead for Nigeria and the people of Nigeria 25, maybe 50 years from now. And if we don't get a hold of it to make sure that our education is proper, relevant, and fit for the times that we're in, I'm sorry, we stand a chance to go back to what Nigeria used to be maybe about 3 or 4 score years ago. My question is this: what would be your best strategy if you're given the opportunity to revamp the Nigerian educational system? What approach would you apply to ensure that the average Nigerian child is properly and well educated and given all the tools they need to be able to compete with their peers anywhere on the globe? And secondly, I was looking up your book online on Amazon, and it says it's out of stock. So please, it's the book that talked about foreign companies in Nigeria and their effects on the Nigerian ecological system.
Yeah.
Please, if you have any copy lying anywhere, I will pay for it.
I will send you a copy, autographed.
Please,
Just
I
get
want to
rid
read it.
Get rid of your address. I will. My brother, thank you very much. I will.
It's very relevant to this very burning issue to me, which would be my second question. I'm sure you've heard about the Trans-Saharan gas pipeline that is being planned to kick off in 2030, which is 6 years from now. Rudolph asked you a question at the beginning of this dialogue about Macron's speech recently, where he was talking about Europe getting into a very, very bad shape a few years from now. And he asked you if they're afraid. The Trans-Saharan gas pipeline is designed to supply energy to Europe. And I've talked about this in a few shows. It's scheduled and designed to give energy and power to Europe. I'm not sure if it's the entire Europe or just Western Europe. And this source of energy, the resource is going to come out of Warri, which is in the southern part of Nigeria, for Kadus, to be precise. My question is this: should Nigerians be concerned about this plan, knowing that this resource is underneath their feet and it's not being used to benefit them, but rather will be channeled to Europe to do what it should have done for the Nigerian people when, I'm not sure what the price is as of today, gas is purchased at over 1,200 naira, I believe 1,200, and not even being used to generate power for them. Should the Nigerian people be concerned? And if yes, what do you recommend that they do?
My brother, first of all, when I meet, I like I said, Rudolph always gives me this platform to interact with brilliant Nigerians. We are many, and we can come together and rescue that country from the clutches of those guys that don't know what they are doing. Look at the brilliant questions you guys are throwing up. First of all, education. I will declare a state of emergency, and education will take the chunk of every budget. If I'm Nigeria's president, every budget for the next 10 years. Not the police, not the military, education. James Madison, the third president of the United States, said something. He said, knowledge must forever govern ignorance, and that those who wish to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. And we are joking. Do you think that the Westerners are stupid? They would, IMF and the Bretton Woods institutions will always recommend that we defund education when they are recommending structural adjustment.
Right.
And stupid African politicians will go and implement those, leaving Africans more ignorant than we were. Because the more ignorant we are, the easier it is to drive us, not even to govern us. We're not being governed, we're being driven.
Exactly.
So which strategies? And Tinubu came and told us, I'm introducing students' loan. For what? Education should be free at all levels. This is what is happening in Germany. Why are we learning this stupid American system? Education in Nigeria, we are a developing economy, should be free at all levels. If anybody tells me that we cannot finance it, I will tell him that let us close down the Senate and the National Assembly and the House of Reps. How much money do these guys take home every month that we cannot finance education? What are we talking about? Are we, we are just deceiving ourselves.
Right.
The governors that have 200 billion every month for security vote. Security for what? Do we have security anywhere? We cannot finance education. And that shows you the poverty of ideas dominating the decision-making bodies in Nigeria. Now, ask any, somebody said, if the first question you will ask any man coming from Europe or America or from the Bretton Woods institution to advise you on the policy is, can this policy you advise me to implement in Nigeria, can you implement it in your home country?
Right.
They won't. But they advise you to do. They will tell you, no. And our governors, our leaders will go and stupidly sign the dotted lines of policies that will never even profit us in the next 50 years. So my strategy is very simple. First of all, I will change the Nigerian educational curriculum. Our educational curriculum is still colonial.
Thank you.
Okay. So I will change that. Everybody must know that we have to have a dual system where vocational training. Somebody made mention of the fact that our people studying only theories. This is a colonial curriculum. Where the colonial masters came, they only wanted to produce half knowledgeable people that could man the industries that they want and translate for them on how to steal our resources. But now we have come into our own. We have to train our people. Those who are qualified, who want to learn trades, skills, could do that. Those who want to go to the university could do that. This is the dual system that Germany has used to conquer the world of technology today. So we should do away with the colonial curriculum we inherited from the colonial master. Secondly, education should be free at all levels. In Germany here, education is free to the university level. How much did I pay to do my PhD in Germany? Almost nothing. And if you pay that peanut, they give you, that peanut is for your train ticket for the whole semester, for the whole state where you are in. Tuition is free. This is what a serious country does. You train your manpower. And when they create and innovate, they will pay taxes into the system, and then the country moves and lifts everybody alongside. So it's a very dire situation in our educational sector. And anybody who is serious about governing Nigeria should have an educational policy. What's your philosophy of education? Where do you want to take Nigeria? What is Nigerian education designed to achieve? Ask anybody. The Minister of Education doesn't know what I'm telling you. The president has no idea. They don't know. They are just going to Abuja. At the end of every month, let us go and share money that comes from oil, without knowing that knowledge economy is the economy that is going to rule the world for the next 200 years. China has all taken it over. Europe is now trying to rediscover it. And they are spending billions on education and research. And what are we doing? So it's a state of emergency at all levels. Change the curriculum at all levels. We have to know where we are going and then declare education a free good that every Nigerian should enjoy from the cradle to the university level. And that's the only way to revamp Nigeria totally. On the second point, trans-Saharan pipeline. Nigerians should be worried? We should be very, very worried. How many Nigerians we are told about trans-Saharan pipeline? You just read it hidden in the second page of so many news papers. The journalists reporting, I don't even know the wider implications of it.
Right.
They're taking their resource. We cannot even produce electricity. But we are taking our resource. We are going to power Europe because the Americans told the Europeans that the gas you're getting from Russia will not be coming in anymore. So we are now going to Africa Africa is always there to rescue the situation. Why Africa? Mario Balotelli always has this, why always me? Always there's a vest whenever he scores a goal. Why always me? Why always Africa? So we are now being dumped down that we don't even ask questions about what is happening. So they go and decide in our name, and then we will leave the effects. Okay, gas to cook is not available to the ordinary Nigerian, but a pipeline is going to be built from Warri across the length and breadth of Nigeria through Niger, through Libya, the Sahara to Europe to deliver our gas to them. And they'll be buying it for pittances.
Right.
So these are the issues that Nigerians need to talk, and then we need more enlightened people asking more questions. Like I always say, our governments lie, so we really need to keep them on their toes. If we keep quiet, they are going to eat our patrimony on their tables on their plangent tables, and then we'll do nothing about it.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rudolph, one more point, please. Dr. Franklyne, with your permission, please. Can Rudolph share your contact with me?
Sure. Rudolph.
Okay. No problem.
Thank you. And thanks for the book again. I appreciate it.
Give Rudolph your address. You'll get a copy.
I'll do. Thank you.
Good.
All right. We go to Eagles Air. In the meantime, I'll just take care of something, and Chim will step in with for me. I'll be right back. So Franklyne. So Eagles Air, you are next. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning from here. Dr. Franklyne, thank you for the word of wisdom that you released upon us. I hope many people can hear me clearly. All right. Before I ask this question, there's one quote I want us to quote, because through this quote, then I ask the question. Then what is that quote? Say, I want you to look into this quote, then give the answer when I ask the question. The greatest disability is disability of the heart. The greatest disability is the disability of the heart. Now, I want to ask this question based on what Ovie was saying, that you need to catch Nigerian youth halfway. You need to catch them halfway. Now, look at what is happening in Nigeria, and look at the way Nigerians are keeping quiet over something that are getting wrong. Are we going to say that Nigerians, they are disabled at heart, that this kind of thing is happening to them? Because when you're disabled at heart, that means everything about you is disabled. For instance, if we see, I have a friend here that is disabled. He cannot use his leg clearly, but he has a clear business that he's doing, and the business is moving well. That is number one question I want to add. The greatest disability is the disability of heart. Is Nigerian disabled at heart that caused this thing that happened to them to keep on happening to them? The second question, You are talking about educational sector and what is happening in the educational sector. I want to know something because here in India, I have traveled about more than 5 states. Then I found out that each state in their educational sector, they use their local language to teach. They use their local language to teach in their class. Then they learn English as a borrowed course. But every class, they make use of local language to teach them. For instance, there is a place that the India government, federal government of India has a place of entrepreneurship training. Very massive place, like one state. But all these things are teach free of charge. I mean, when it comes to IT, when it comes to engineering, everything, they will teach you all these things. And it's free of charge. But when I went to that place, so when I discovered the place, I went to the man that is charge of the place. I told him that I want to be part of this skill accusation. I want to learn from it. He said to me that one problem they have, they cannot speak English. They will teach in all their teachers they used to teach in local language. Another thing that if I want a teacher that will teach in English, that we have to be up to 50 members so that we have many of them. But first of all, I have to get a written paper from Nigerian Embassy, High Commissioner. So I went to High Commissioner, and directly, luckily for me, I met the ambassador himself in his office. Then I discussed with him everything. Now,
sorry, is this a question because it's becoming a very
yes,
long
I'm bringing a question. I'm bringing a question towards this. I'm bringing a question towards this. So after they approve everything, I went to
go ahead.
Yeah, I went to that place. When I went to that place, they said that the ambassador, the representative, need to call them. But the problem that the ambassador itself refused to call them and they refused to handle everything. Is it the problem of Nigeria not to do the right thing they're supposed to do for the citizens to be trained because they are disabled in their heart? Or is it the Nigerian government are disabled in their heart? Or the citizens of Nigeria are disabled in their heart to do the right thing they're supposed to do? Thank you.
Well, sorry, my brother. To be honest with you, disability of the heart. Oh, I don't think it's the heart is the only problem. Nigeria is a creature of the British government, and then there are accidents of history, and then Nigeria evolved with time, and then a lot of things influence a country and the trajectory it takes. So it's not only about moral preaching or whether our hearts are disabled. I wouldn't think so. Nigeria has over 200 million people, and in each person's mind, each person has unique experiences that has defined or attended the course of his being and existence. So disability of the heart will be notoriously inadequate to explain why that this problem. But what we do is broad analysis. And this analysis is that Nigeria as a country has been governed by people who either, because of their ignorance of the larger implication or lack of vision of what it takes to govern a country, have not been able to take this country and then direct the citizens in ways that could lead each person to actualize his greatest potentials. That's the major problem. So leadership, everybody who has done the analysis will never, ever discount leadership. That's the major problem. It's not about what Nigerians want or their hearts want. Every Nigerian wants to have a country that functions. We like good things. You want, when you come to the airport, that when the airline says that the plane is flying at 7, it's flying at 7 and not at 10:30 at night. So it has nothing to do with that. It has something to do with efficiency and then reliability of the people who made promises to you. And then you adjust a system that if the airline doesn't supply the service, that you can sue them to court and then get justice and then get them to pay for the inconvenience. So it's not an issue of the heart. If you think about the heart, we can go to the church and the mosques and pray for the heart. But if you want to govern a modern country, modern times, you really have to do the work. And it's the work of the brains. Systems work because human beings designed them. Brains. It's not only brains. We cannot box our way into everything. Brains. So human beings have to start thinking, what can we do? How can we do it to make this country function better? And that's what other people have done. It's not rocket science. They have done it and succeeded. India, where you are calling from, has done it. And as you testified yourself, they have established a place of entrepreneurship that is very huge. How many entrepreneurial schools do we have in Nigeria, and how many of them are functioning? So it's not about, it's more than an issue of the heart. The hearts are important. They pump a lot of blood into our systems and then keep us alive. But our brains are required to build a new nation where every Nigerian could be proud to associate with. That's what it is. Not about our being, every Nigerian wants things that work. Like, that's why you are passionate about the ideas you're espousing. You want it to work. It's not our hearts. You can get us together, but if you give us credible leadership, you can preach to us from now till night, and everybody will go home and do the same thing. But if Nigerians know that the laws, if they pack wrongly, that their cars will be taken, they will not pack wrongly because the laws will have teeth. So we should have laws and implement them, not allowing people like Yaya Bello kidnap $760 million, $1,000, and then pay for her kids' school fees in advance, while the kids of the poor and ordinary Nigerian doesn't stand a chance. And Yaya Bello, he's been invited to come and begged to come. The EFC chairman said, I even called him to show him respect, to come to my office and show a crook respect. If it is a common man, they will have come and bundled him into the boot of the car. So, and Nigerians hear that. You know, government officials don't even watch their language. Nigeria is the only place where Nigeria is very easy to govern. They don't even watch their language. They don't even know what they say and the impact it creates in the audience that is hearing their message. So this is where it starts, my brother. It's not the heart. It's about using our heads to craft a functional society for ourselves and for our posterity.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chim, for stepping in. I think one thing I want to plead with people watching, I think you like this conversation we're having. So it will help us if you click on like of the show so that more people will see that. That's just the purpose. They don't pay us for you liking it, but it helps more people to see what you are enjoying. I think, please, if you can do that for us, that would be very good. Also, we've spent 3 hours, 30 minutes. I promised our guest that he will be out of here in 2 hours. I don't know whether he can take the question from people who are here, who are yet to.
Yes, I can. Okay. I can do that. And then I will have to go to bed from here because it's 2,200 hours here.
Okay. All right. So let me see. I think did you have the chance to ask any question? No, I don't think I had you today. Were you?
No, I haven't asked him a question.
All right. So just go straight to your question so that we can get to John Ava and Pastor, and that's it.
Hey, good to see you, Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. You've been elaborate enough, but I'm going to ask you a question I asked myself, because I see a society as an orchestra, and an orchestra would always play to its conductor. And all you've said here today is try to explain how that same society is a conflict of interest. And the one who becomes the conductor is the one with the most resources and the most power to drive that society. But this is what I ask myself most of the time. Someone else asked you here, he said, what is the purpose of an average Nigerian? Because that question, and you said it was very philosophical, but most Nigerians don't even have an answer to the question. They don't even know what it means. That their purpose is for prosperity, economic value, and freedom. And even if you put these answers in front of them, they cannot understand it. Now, this is what I ask myself. Would there be a time? Because all we're seeing is conflict of interest, and that is what politics is. We have the external interests, We have the knowledgeable interest. You've talked about think tank. The knowledgeable interest, whereby you think, okay, this is where society should go. Me being a Nigerian, and I'm knowledgeable, and I think this is how my society should go. And the Western powers think, no, this is our interest. This is what should prevail. And the leaders, who are the political players, have their own interest. Saying, hey, we've got to loot them dry. But is there a time? Is there a time where the one with the greatest resource, who actually is the conductor, his interests would align with that of the average Nigerian, who unfortunately does not know what his interest is, such that he leads them on that path of freedom, prosperity, and economic value without them knowing where he's driving them up to until he gets them to their destination, like the Maos of China. Would there be a time where those two interests would match?
All right.
Not any revolution.
Let's stop it here now. Thank you, Kolola. Franklyne.
Oh, well. Oh, thank you, my brother. You raised salient points, and they need to be addressed. When you mentioned Mo, my eyes lit up. My eyes lit up because Mo's agricultural revolution killed a lot of Chinese people, and it was like kind of in a genocidal frenzy. He wanted to move his society to where he feels the society should be. Many credit Mao with China's successes today because he took the shot that China continued and then is reaping today. But there were a lot of genocidal decisions along the way that killed a lot of people. And whenever it comes to genocide, I'm an opponent of that. Yeah, I see society as an orchestra, like you rightly said. Okay, every part has a different tune to play, but it harmonizes at the point. And that's why leadership, which is supposed to be the conductor of this orchestra, doesn't need to be the man with the highest power. He needs to be the man who has the best expertise to conduct. Because you can have all the power, but you don't even know shit about music. There will be staccato everywhere. The orchestra will not even, you will be somebody blowing the trombone. You will give him precedence over somebody playing the piano or the oboe, and then there will be, there will be disharmony. And that's what is happening across Africa. Not only in Nigeria. You will see round pegs in square holes. It doesn't fit. Not everybody can conduct at a social orchestra because you have money or because you have power. No. During John Kennedy's time, they have these, Abraham Lincoln even. Abraham Lincoln was a very smart president. You know what he did? He knows that militarily that he's not so very wonderful at the eve of the Civil War. And there was this guy, one of his greatest opponents, Edward Stanton. Stanton was criticizing Lincoln with a passion unparalleled. Lincoln has never seen such a thing. He was his greatest critic. And Lincoln thought to himself, this man has such a militant approach to his criticisms of me. If I make this man my defense secretary, he will be the kind of Rottweiler that I need to prosecute this war against the Confederate States. And he hired Edward Stanton. And Stanton was the architect of the success of beating the Confederates during the American Civil War. And on Lincoln's deathbed, Stanton presented one of the greatest funeral orations I've ever read in my life. He was his opponent on the point of hatred, but he called him that. There lays my friend. So a Nigerian will win an election against his staunchest opponent, and then he will try to put him in prison. And it happens all over Africa. Abacha put Obasanjo in prison. Obasanjo was criticizing him heavily. Remember, when Obasanjo was a general that fought on the trenches in the Civil War, Abacha was nothing. So we don't take criticisms lightly, and then we don't like it. But these are the ways to build societies. Anybody who criticizes is not your enemy. So a conductor must not be the person. You can hire people who could do the job better than you ever can. You can even take a back seat and watch the professional, the expert, do his thing. It's equally enjoyable when you see somebody who knows how to do something, do it to perfection. You can never hire a taxi driver to fly an aeroplane. Would you do that? It's only in politics that we hire the dumbest of us to rule over the majority, and then we sit down and complain and cry to our pillows when things start happening. So a society needs to know. I don't believe very much in Plato's republic where every king should be a philosopher, every philosopher should be a king. No. But there are ways that a society could make sure that her best comes up to lead the rest for the best interest of everybody. Africans should start learning that. Okay. The Igbos used to say, I know people that are more intelligent than I am, and I defer to them, and I listen to them, and I learn from them. And when people see me talk this way, they will say, oh, this guy is brilliant. They don't even know the number of people that I listen to, the number of people that I take up their ideas and think about them, the number of people that inform me and inspire me every other day. I stand on the shoulders of giants. A country that does not stand on the shoulders of giants is lost. That's why when an American president, remember Barack Obama, when Obama was in power, when he was delivering his, speeches, the whole world was marveling. But if you think that Obama is a great speech writer or whatever, listen to Kennedy. You see that Obama is standing on the shoulder of giants, and this is the way society should progress. A society that needs and wants progress should stand on the shoulders of giants. We should learn to defer to people who can do the job better than we can, and grant them the opportunity to do that for all our best interest. That does not mean we should hang up our brains. We should be there to watch how they are doing this job, and then make sure, criticize them when they need to be criticized, and then support them when they need our support. That's the way an orchestra can function and produce the kind of harmony that makes beautiful music for the ears and for the edification of all of us.
All right. Thank you, Ikolola. Let's go to John Abba.
Doctor, good afternoon from this, and thank you, fellow panelists. Doctor, good to see you again, man.
It's my pleasure, bro.
I was in church. I was tempted to be listening to you, even in the church, and nearly get in trouble because I don't want to miss any of your talk. You are very inspiring, and thank you for speaking boldly and clear to issues. What pastor do is to pray, but also waiting to take your tithe. I'm not going to be following you like the other guy following you in the church around. I'm kidding. My question goes this way. I don't know if you are aware that the UK is sending their asylum seekers to Rwanda. And what is your take on it?
My brother, my take is very simple. That's one of the most racist policies I've ever seen from a Western government. I've criticized it severally, and it's very stupid of the Rwandan government to accept to be the dumpster of the rejects of the British society. Britain created most of the refugee problems we have in the world today. So let the victims of empire come to the imperial gates to show them their scars. They don't want to see it. They want to ship them to Africa where every reject is dumped. They used to dump toxic wastes at cocoa in Nigeria in the Delta State in those days. So they are dumping those they don't want to accept in their society. But watch it. Watch the European migration policy. They want to give brilliant Africans green or blue cards to come and contribute their labor and their intelligence and live here. But they don't want those who are not skilled. During the times of slavery, it was the same. They never took the weak. They took our able-bodied men, our young people, our young maidens. It's just the same. Slavery has not ended. So, but for Kagame to insist on taking millions from, and then, it is the optics and of governance. What are you teaching Africans? that we could be taking for granted. After speaking all the lofty grammar, you will go back and then accept the reject. It's not a Rwandan issue, it's a British issue. The British should take care of it the way they cost it. They shouldn't ship it to Africa. So my take is very simple. I hate it with every drop of blood in me that they are treating Africans again like a toilet, a lavatory where they dump all their shit. That's my take.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, John Abba. Our last question is from Pastor Andrew.
Good evening, panelists, and good evening, Prof. Your Excellency. Allow me to use Your Excellency for you. You deserve it. I've been at the background listening. I wish one person is on the panel, but he's not here to listen to your wonderful talk. One thing I pick out is you say you come here, when you come here at times, you learn and you take things home. Why some people think they possess all the knowledge in the world and they cannot learn. They know what I'm referring to. Anyway, in terms of using our head, our leaders, how do we, is there anything you can advise on that we can do? Because as this stands, they are not using their head. I don't know whose head they are using or where they got their head from. What can we do to influence them for them to be able to use their head and do the right thing? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, my brother. But you just dressed me in borrowed robes when you called me Excellency. I've not gotten to that point. I'm just Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. You know that my name. Please, but thank you. I do appreciate it. Religion is supposed to produce saints, But when Lord Acton wrote his famous words that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolute, he was writing about the Vatican, about the popes and the bishops. So if power could corrupt a citadel of holy men, what about mere mortals? The issue is that power in every situation corrupts. Power needs a leash. Power is a dog that needs a leash on its neck. If you don't place that leash on its neck, it will always corrupt the holders. And what is the leash that power requires? Our eternal vigilance. The Americans said it. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. If you want freedom, you have to be eternally vigilant. So if we are not vigilant with what these people do with the power they have, they are going to misuse it. I used to have a professor at the University of Frankfurt, Professor Albrecht. He taught me Strafrecht, that is criminal law. He will always say, I will say it in German and then I will translate. He would always say, Wer Macht hat, macht Mist damit. The people who have power will always do shit with it if you don't control them. So, what can we do? Vigilance, speaking out, never keeping quiet when injustice is having a walkover. Because the injustice you condone today in your neighbor is waiting to swallow you next. That's what our people don't understand. If you think because an Hausa man is killed today, I want you guys to read up on what is called the imperial boomerang or the Foucault boomerang. Imperial boomerang, if you watch American police and American streets, the way the police are treating the American citizens right now is the way empire treated imperial subjects in their colonies. And it's always come back because they will learn how to treat people who they regard as nothing. And after refining that treatment, they will bring it home and they will treat their subjects the same way. It's the same in human affairs. So we should always speak out. When EFCC tells us that they are respecting a common thief because he was a governor, they should respect every other common thieves in our, if they want to respect thieves, because no thief should be greater than the other. I'm just being sarcastic now. So we should hold the holders of power to account. Always speak out. You are a pastor, use your pulpit. They will tell you that you are a pastor, just preach. Don't get involved in politics. You know why Jesus was killed? Jesus was killed not because he was preaching he was Son of God. He was killed because he went political. He went into the temple and drove away the money changers. That was the very first time in the Gospels that these people said, this man deserves to die. So, but our pastors, yeah, but our pastors
name is number one on my list. I'm going to remove Rudolph's name on my list and put you as number one to be praying for you for this statement you just made. Thank you for that statement.
Thank you, my brother. I do appreciate it. So our pastors will be asked to shut up and then preach. But they didn't know that the man they are following was killed because he got political. Because you cannot liberate the people without going political. That's what it is. So never stop preaching justice. If you preach justice, you will go to heaven. Whatever that heaven may be. Thank you, Rudolph. And thank you, guys, for this wonderful evening. I really, really enjoyed my stay with you.
It's been wonderful. Thank you so much. And already people are saying we should bring you back. So don't be surprised. A few months from now, we'll call you again. We appreciate you all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, bro.
We will take a break. And
good
then,
night, guys.
Yeah, we'll come back and then we will review what happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Eurocopo Studios in New York City, welcome to Wetin Concern Me, your favorite news and current affairs quiz show. I am your host, Dr. Jackery Damages. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
Your brother from America.
Yeah, so excited! Atiku, hurry up! I'm so excited!
Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise! How are you guys? Nice to see you. I'm live. With Help Me Waka, I came to your house from your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana.
Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka.
Help me waka.
Help Me Waka. The people who run errands for you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Nice to have you. I know there were so many people who were trying to come in and ask questions. Some people had the question that will change Nigeria. Unfortunately, I didn't get to that. I really appreciate you. Let me hear from people who didn't get a chance to interact with our guests today. Where are they? I thought there were many of them. Oh, okay. Good in mind. Were you able to? I'm not sure. Were you able to? No, I don't think so. Go ahead. Good in mind.
Sorry, there are two righteous men in here. I don't know which one we want to remove. Righteous man has to account. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't notice that. All right, two righteous men. Okay, we take out one.
One
must be unrighteous. We can't have two righteous.
One
must be unrighteous. Oh, golden man. Okay, golden man. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't really catch, a lot of stuff. I joined late, so I wouldn't have much to say concerning the topic. Yeah.
But what was the question you were going to ask if you had it?
Say that again.
The question, if you had a chance, what question would you have to ask them?
Well, you see, we're tired of talking about Nigeria because the more we talk about stuff in Nigeria, the more things don't get better. I was just watching, lots of videos about lawyers and, a lot of people trying to defend Yahaya Bello. That's just one of the malaise, because as we're fighting politicians, we realize that there are a lot of people who are not in government who have the mindsets to do even worse things than those that are there. So it's a challenge as a problem. So I don't know, because I think that, we've had discussions in Nigeria for a very long time, and I'm thinking this is actually time to do something, to start acting. We've talked enough, the right thinking Nigerians know what the problems are, and I keep on saying this. Nigeria needs what we call surgical operation, starting from, doing the basics. Yesterday we were talking about, traffic and people driving rickety cars on the roads, and some people were justifying that. If we can justify anything, but the fact is that things don't work in Nigeria. They've never worked as far as I'm concerned. And until we start to do, I don't know how that's going to happen. But when you look at Nigeria, if you've lived in a country where things work and you land at the airport in Nigeria, let's say you haven't visited Nigeria before, once you land at the airport, the first thing you see is that there's no government. No government. I don't care how people want to pretend about it. There's no government in Nigeria. There has never been one. A government that understands how things should work. And I don't believe that somebody who has never lived or worked in a place where things work will know how things work 100%. It's not going to happen. It's not possible. I do also understand that there are people who live in developed countries who have seen how things work. They still go back there and misbehave. But it's a collective action. We need a systematic, methodical ways of solving problems. First is recognizing there are huge problems in Nigeria. So, let me just wait till we get into another topic. There are a lot of other issues that I want to, talk about.
All right. Thank you so much for holding mind. Bumi, oh, okay. We can see her, so we'll get back to her when she comes back. Chim, what's your take? Let's start from you, a review of what happened.
Rudolph, I think Dr. Ogbunwezeh is not just erudite, but he's a very versatile speaker. And I don't want to sound patronizing, but I'm not sure I was disappointed by his views. He seems to understand political economy very well. I don't know if that's his strong forte, but everything he talks about, the books he recommends, always try to, enlighten you on how, politics and economy work together, and how vested interest of the superpowers tend to use those tools to accomplish their goals, which is also where we as a people and those who have led our nations have not done very well. We don't seem to understand what Nkrumah says that, I think it was Nkrumah that said that seek ye first the kingdom of politics, if I'm correct, and then the economy will follow. Or is it vice versa? I'm not sure how he put it. But the point is our people, we need to understand that personally, we owe it to our people first, which is constantly what we keep saying here. Our leaders should know that their primary role is to take care of their people, push their people's interests first. Incidentally, a few other nations are starting to get it in Africa. The supposed small ones, Burkina Faso, Niger, and co. I hope they stick to the course and deliver the dividends of good governance to their people. Unfortunately, we, supposedly the giant of Africa, we're doing everything that we should do not to deliver those things to our people. So, it was an insightful Sunday with him. He didn't disappoint. Hopefully, we'll bring him back. And he answered, for me personally, he answered some of the questions very well. And I was happy to hear when he reiterated the issue of the remittances, and he was honest enough to say it's not doable right now to do that kind of thing, that he was only just taking a jibe, and that, of course, there's no way anybody who has parents, genuine loved ones, I want to qualify that with genuine, because there are some loved ones that are not genuine, will stay here and you watch your loved ones home if you have the resources to send back home and you won't want to send it back home. It's painful because we know, I've seen arguments on the popular section where people are saying the remittances are pittance. That's fine. I wish there was a way to immune people back home that you want to send money to from benefiting from that money economically. Let's genuinely see if these remittances are pittance, doesn't add any value to back home. But in all, it was a fantastic time we had with him. Personally, for me, I can speak for myself.
All right. Thank you. Let's go back to Bumi. Bumi, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Can you all hear me, or am I echoing?
We can hear you. There's little echo, but we can hear you still.
Okay. So I listened to the guest, and I think it was very informative. I like the part that he mentioned that knowledge is key, because when you start knowing more, it creates a more informative mind to have a good conversation and good understanding to where Nigeria is and how to be better. So I really like the fact that he really mentioned about education. I wanted to ask him a question, but I was finding it very hard to form the question in a sentence, because it was very long. But I hope maybe next time when next he comes, I would take my time to really form that question so I could ask. But overall, I think it was a very I really like the guest, and I know I didn't really pay attention to every single thing, but the ones that I was present for was very informative. So I really liked it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ikolola.
Good evening again, everyone. It was wonderful listening to Dr. Franklyne. He seemed to know, he has a very vast knowledge of every area. I was starting to wonder what his discipline is, But it's just that my question was to relate to the external forces, which we would always want to lean on when it comes to the Nigerian situation. But we can't keep doing that. We can't keep doing that. I think our problem is with ourselves. And and the person that tried to get to that was Eagles with his quotation about the paralysis of the mind. Because in Tanzania, you won't believe it, Tanzania is shutting down 5 hydroelectric generators just to reduce the power generation because too much, and we call ourselves the giant of Africa, and we just can't even generate enough power to power one state, so something must be wrong with the Nigerian mindset. Something must be actually wrong with the Nigerian psychology, So yes, he touched on many things, but that is my take on it. And also, there is my thought about talking about issues seem to be shifting. This is what I got to this evening, because I always think, look, we talk about these things every day. I mean, what do we do? But talking about it puts it in everybody's face and makes everybody know that something is wrong. Because if you don't know that something is wrong, then you cannot do anything about it. So that my own view of talking about things shifted a bit. So yeah, it was a very good. He's a very good guest, a man who is vast in everything, and I've never heard of him anyway, but I'll get to see who he is more and learn about him. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Master Prince.
Yes, Dr. Rudolph. My own thing is just like golden mindset. I think most of us are becoming tired of complain and complain and complain and complain and complain. And why do I say so? You know, it's kind of like people complain, and then the next thing, some people will come, they will attribute it uh colonial masters or colonialism or whatever they call it. And my simple question to them is this: if I know that the next person to me has not been good to me, then why am I still sitting where the person is? Is either that I will devise a means of making it work for me, than depending on the fact that, oh, that person is pressing my neck. In general, I know I asked him a question about the Kagame and Tinubu, oh, and you could literally see the faces of the people on there. First, Tinubu went to Holland. It was not actually, he did not go to Saudis directly. He went to Holland. And while sitting with the prime minister, he told the prime minister, that's what I said. I said Holland. Netherlands, yeah, Holland. No, I did not say Poland. I said Holland. So while meeting with the prime minister, he sat right in front of the prime minister and told the prime minister that Naira is the best performing currency currently in the world. And I kind of think, who are those people that really advise this man? Don't they know that for the prime minister to even come out of that office, he must have gotten enough information about Nigeria and things that are going on? The same Naira that we are saying, or they are saying, is performing greatly, is the same Naira that was on Thursday 1,450 Naira to a dollar. On Thursday. And then the same week that the governor of central bank came out to try to defend the fact that world renowned financial institutions came up and opened up and said Nigeria is defending the naira with their reserve. So why am I saying all this? What I'm saying is I'm sick and tired of the lies of the leaders we have in or the people that pretend to be leaders in Nigeria. I'm just sick and tired of them.
All right, thank you, Mazi Prince. Let me just remind our viewers that on the 19th of May, we have Dele Ogun joining us to be an interesting conversation. He is the author of The Fatherless People. I think for those who might want to be part of that conversation, it will help, if you find the time to read the book. It's on Amazon, or get the audiobook and read. It's a very important book on understanding Nigeria as it is today. So that will be on 19th of May. He will be here with us. All right, let me go to who's next. I think Jonaba, you're next.
Okay, thank you again, Dr. Rudy, for having me again. Dr. Frank is always a very deep guy. I have understanding, and I love the way he put it. He quoted JFK. Don't ask what your country will do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. I think sometimes we overflow issue of how dysfunction our society is without speaking directly to the issues that has nothing to do with the government. Once they notice that the citizens are getting better, going about their businesses, it will be better for them. I have brothers and sisters who often ask me to put them in some government work. And I told them that, and I know their motives, and they told me too, oh, I want to be there. I can collect the money. I don't have to go to work every day. I can still run my business. And that's the reality of many Nigerians think. We don't think how to empower ourselves. And I told him, why can't you go and become a farmer? Right now, he's doing better. He doesn't have to worry about salary. He doesn't have to worry about anything because he's doing well as a farmer with animals, rice, all kind, big way. But that is how Nigeria, and in those days, they think to be a farmer is like a dirty job. It's a hard work. If we all can talk about the government on one side and take a fiscal responsibility for what we can do for ourselves and our moral compass, that if we want from the person leading, what do we do for ourselves in our own local way, in our own small cycle as a leader in any set, whether in the church, in the mosque, in the family, as a husband, as a wife, as you are raising your own children, what are we imparting them? Rather than to have this town square of debate of talking about what is not working without work on what is working, what is workable, what is the reality. Before you went to school, millions are out of job. They never even have job before you graduated. They have graduated 30 years ago, staying in their parent house. So it is time for us to do the little one. If we do not put so much into that, we can have a better chance on stand against them, because that time we are self-sufficient. We can speak to issue boldly. We are not going to speak from fear, hunger, and being pushed out anyhow. But the situation whereby you cannot even eat, you don't even have enough food to eat, you don't even have strength, you've been deprived of everything, and you have not done anything to improve your own life, then how do you even fight for yourself or fight for your children? So is everybody will become a farmer? Of course not. But everybody will have one thing or the other to do to keep themselves going. There are many people that have become millionaires today, even in America, that have been homeless before. And people that have worked and they have made their own destiny somehow. And people can learn the skill. So let us try to speak to issue whereby we take responsibility to empower ourselves. Yesterday, we were talking here about how police harasses people and how they go around and just harass people anyhow. People that they're supposed to be protecting lives and property become a terror in the community, looking for bribing, and the society allow it to happen. And why? We don't have, there are places in Nigeria that you cannot even go out and just invite police to that community without going through the normal process with the community leaders. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John Abba. Let me go to Eagles Air and then over here. Eagles Air, go ahead.
Thank you once again. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
All right. Please, thank you so much for the guests that it brought to the platform. He's a man of intellectual, and I appreciate every answer that he gave. Though there's one question that I asked him, he did not give me the answer, because I was asking him first of all that is it not better that we change our educational pattern of teaching to our local languages, so it will helpful in our society? Because I find out that most of the countries, if you go to their primary school, even from nursery to secondary school level, they use their own local language to teach them. And you find out when you use the local language to teach children, they will learn more. They will understand some certain things. They will understand some certain ethics than using English. That it will be helpful for make them to do what, to grow higher and understand what they are teaching. Even in physics, you teach them in local language. Chemistry, teach them in local language. It will help them enough than using their borrowed language called English. At the end of the day, there's some of them, they find it so difficult to understand what they are saying in the teaching. But I appreciate the answer you gave to me.
What answer did he give you?
He didn't say anything about it.
Okay, maybe he forgot.
Probably he forgot. Yeah. So, but in this
Eagle said, let me say something. That's the reason why sometimes when we say people should streamline their question, make it simple, people think we don't want them to talk too much, because by the time you speak for 5 minutes, I can't remember everything. I understand why someone might not remember all the things you said. So you could have said, what is wrong with teaching our students in their local languages? You won't forget it. But when you put it on, I was, living when you were asking your question, it was long, and at the end, I didn't even get it. But, that's another reason why we say that, so that the people you are trying to get them to respond to you will be able to remember all the things you said. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So next thing that we talk about is concerning, I got asked a question that when you're disabled, the greatest disability is the disability of the mind. So when I ask you a question, because I'm troubled what is happening in Nigeria, you can stand up truly to fight for the betterment of Nigerians. We find out that there's somebody that nearest to you that's suffering the same thing with you. We stand against you. So I began to wonder, does it mean that we are disabled in the mind that make us to begin to behave like, or is it the government that make us to be disabled in the mind? But they try to make me to understand that the problem that we have, that our brain is something that where we have serious problem, that our brain is no longer functioning the way it's supposed to function. In other words, some of Nigerian citizens, their brain is disabled. They're no longer to think further. They don't think further. They don't think how to create something that will help them in future. They don't think how to develop Nigeria. For instance, if you watch what is happening in the Nigerian government, how can a whole president of Nigeria we go to a Netherlands and begin to say something that does not exist, and something that everybody knows is a lie? If you look at it, you find out whether his mind, whether he's disabled in their mind, or is there anything that is working differently in him. Look at what is happening in Nigeria government. Most of them, elites, they travel abroad. They see better things, they see good things. But when they return back to Nigeria, they refuse to do the same thing they see outside that place for it to work out for us. So sometimes I'm bothered to know if we are disabled in the mind or are we disabled in our brain that make us not to think further at the way other people think. Talk of China. Look at what China is doing today. China, before the people began to hear about China, they have a closed economy. They close their economy. Nothing comes in, nothing goes out. And they develop everybody they have in a country. Today, China is a heavy threat to America. So if you watch China, China is well able in their mind and their brains, where Nigerians are disabled in their mind and in their brain. That's why they don't think of what they can do to make sure the country move forward. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I know it's easy, always easy to throw in China. People forget that China had civilization that is over 1,000 years. So when you think about China, you can't compare China to Nigeria. It's very,
We can't hear you well, Rudy.
you can hear me, well, it's okay. All right, so China, it's easy to compare China to Nigeria and say these things, but China actually had a civilization that lasted for 1,000 years. So it's like if you have a strong foundation, I can build faster because I have a strong foundation. If you don't have a strong foundation or no foundation at all, you can't compete with me if we have the same resources. But it's important to mention that they did it, but it's also important to remember that they have a foundation we don't have. All right, let's see. Where do we go? Wale, you're next. Oh,
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Rudolph.
Wale, we are ready now, so I'll let him go.
Okay. If you want to go, you can go ahead. I'll go after you.
No, you are wearing red and Bumi is tying red. That's Konkosia. Konkoso, let's go.
All right.
I give you that privileges. Go first.
You're not going to allow us to join Konkosia, forget it.
On our politics.
Anyway, on our politics, I mean. I respect Dr. Frank. Franklyne is quite intelligent all across anyway, and he answers all the questions brilliantly. And I think we should do more of these, bring guests. Well, thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for doing this. It's more educative. Even things I don't know, I listen to the man for that 3 hours, and he has never missed one word, despite the fact that everybody asks questions individually. He still answered it brilliantly, which is great. But then I keep asking myself question that when we have brilliant people like these, and he said it though, that as long as we keep putting the wrong pegs in the round peg in the square hole, we're going to continue to get it wrong. People like these are the people that they need in government to give advice, to steer them into the right direction. You can put the dumbest person in politics, but when you have people who are expert, who can guide you, who can do things, not putting Adelabu in power. It doesn't even. Anyway, that is that. But the way I'm looking at every single one of us here is we have our own quotas to contribute. It could be within our family, it could be within our society. We need to be that good example that we want others to be. I cannot be saying this and doing opposite elsewhere. If you happen to see me elsewhere and say, oh, this is this Wale that is telling us to do good, whereas he's really doing bad, because in every human, either we like it or not, there is a tendency for us to do evil. Even this country, they will tell you this is 70 miles an hour. They're not saying you shouldn't buy your Ferrari and do 150. That is fine. We'll get your ticket. By the time they land your ticket first time, 2, 3 times, and they put points on your license, you will learn. But do we do that in Nigeria? No. The policeman, when I get to Nigeria now, is my uncle that is in the Senate that will give me the whatever they call it, entourage, to come and escort me from the airport down to our house. Then I'll feel like a big man. Whereas what am I doing here? So we never been honest with ourselves at some point. We always want to find a way to show a big manship when we get to that country. Things that we cannot do here. What stage are we going to be honest with ourselves? This is my uncle that stole money. I asked him sometimes ago that if my uncle trained me to school to Harvard, then I become a judge, and he's part of those corrupt leaders, will I send him to prison, or if I have to cut off his head? And he gave a brilliant answer that said, well, it depends on what you want to do. It's either you get emotional and think he's your uncle, or you do the right thing and send a message to others. So those are the kind of things that we need to imbibe in us. Human being, either we like it or not, we are default, we are corrupt. Everybody just waiting for their own opportunity. If you say you are the right person, you wait until your wife wants to become a first lady. And that's where you know that you think it's a joke in the Bible that Samson, as powerful as he is, Delilah had to pull him down. Solomon, as brilliant as he is. So there are always something that will make people want to fall into everything that we all condemn. It takes a strong person. Even when you have power, the power will likely corrupt you, because you will think that, what else can I not do? So for those who are religious, who go to church or go to mosque, stand firm. Preach what you're supposed to preach. Because if Jesus comes tonight, all the money you have in the bank account, I mean, take for example, when you sleep, do you even know what is going on? No. So somebody who stole 80 billion, he wants to pay for his child's school fees for the next 30 years. Does he even know what is going to happen? So this mental problem, I think, I rest my case. But let's do the right thing if we want the right society. Let's start by being the good example for ourselves, within our community, where we live, the people we associate with.
All right.
He who wants to come to equity must come with a clean hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Rudolph, if I could just say something to Wale. Wale, it doesn't take a strong person to do the things you're asking. It just takes a disciplined person. Strength cannot get you to do the right thing.
Definitely, I agree with you. And that's what I said to myself. I would rather do the right thing than, be seen to be a strong person. I discipline myself and I said, look, if you like, you can take me with 30 billion.
All right. Thank you, Wale. Ovie.
Thank you. Three things. Let me make it short. One, at first, when the man they talk, I mean, of course, not the first time. I was like, this man is plagiarizing. He's plagiarizing me pretty much verbally, point to point. And I remember two things. Oh, okay. I think I have privilege to have access to some of the people that I listen to, which is Professor John Meshama and Professor Noam Chomsky. Two different distinct people that they are so rich in their ways in terms of international politics and geopolitics that once you can able to follow those people, you will understand a lot what our doctor was saying. Then at the same time, I also understand that these are what I talk about pretty much every day. And Rudolph is always on the background spying on me. So he pretty much must have linked my secrets to doctor. Anyway, as on the last high note, I think we misunderstand him when he was talking about the imperialists, the colonizers, the slave masters, the capitalists, however you categorize them. What he was saying, that I think he was very clear by saying that politics is about interest. Those guys are just pursuing their interest. It's all about survival for them. We are just unlucky that there are somebody. I think somebody asked that question, that at what point the poor people interest will meet the rich people interest. So what the guy is saying that those foreign interests, the colonizer, whatever, they are doing whatever they are doing for their own interest. Unfortunately, it's at your own detriment. And I think, again, that is why I asked him about our leaders, for him to actually understand this fact and break it down so well. That means people in his class who are ruling today also understand that. So in other words, we can only conclude that they are complicit. So they are working for those foreign imperialists. So it is now our own. And that's why I also asked him again regarding with the poor people. He keep referring that we should do something, that we are the only one that have the capacity to do something. So he categorized our problem very clear. He's not saying those people are responsible for our problem. How we respond to their interests is where we are. Our leader that we selected or choose to actually negotiate those people, because we don't have to negotiate because we don't produce anything. Even the oil we get, the refiners, the machine they use, now them get them. So they have in a way you can say they have the upper hand in negotiating. But at this point, what the man is trying to say is that these men where we get the rulers, they're gone. They are 100% with those people. Even when he actually cite an example of a shadow government, right? He's not saying, oh, it's how we respond. Again, when he referred to Indians, it was a deliberate response. The Indians would say, no, it's not going to continue like this. So every other country, actually, the elite sat them as a common. Where do we go from here? And I think that's why I started my question with the international stage is an anarchy stage when he used the John Meshama references, which I actually refer to that too, and I agree. Now, dog eat dog. Can you go there and say no to these people or say yes? It's on you. But so our elite are either scared because of the example they used before by killing those leaders that came before them, or whatever it is. But at this point, there's no point the rest of the people be depending on them and hoping that we can even negotiate. Those motherfuckers, excuse my Yoruba, they're not ready to even sit them and listen. We speak different languages from the way they do their utterances, which the doctor clearly stated out. So it's not that he's saying, oh, we are crying every day, those people are our problem. He's just letting us know that, oh, these people are here and this is why they are here. It's all about interest. What is your own interest? So that is where somebody asked the question about where would they go as a group of people, which the doctor actually clearly explained during responding to a Rudolph question. So I think we should actually try to understand where the guy is coming from rather than just conclude, say, oh, will they cry about imperialism? No, it's not about crying. It's just telling you that, oh, this thing is real. How you deal with it is now your prerogative. Just like we see with the Nigeria dealing with the French oligarchy in their country. So it is their prerogative. It's not our prerogative to do that. But unfortunately, we have leaders who don't kind of reason with us. So that's why I ask them. We ask so much, we demand so much from the ordinary people, to which he also acknowledged that the ordinary Nigerian has gone through a lot. In response to my brother from India's question, is it the death of the mind or the in response to that, I said, another Nigerian man is going through a lot. They bombard us with all kind of misinformation, miseducation. Everything is against us. But still, because we are so fortunate to escape that, we don't worry about what we eat, where to live, where to work. We just wake up and now we're not expecting those people to start thinking differently. The problem that you escape is still there. Now, how they go to job, how they go to survive. So that's why I asked them, aren't we doing ourselves the service without actually start making a deliberate attempt now? Convert this order our rhetoric to action. We have to be deliberate about our mission. Those people need us. We have to meet them halfway. However we see it fit. But again, a success can only come when we organize in group. And I think that's exactly what we were talking about yesterday on this platform when I was asking the girl from New York. We don't have a united front. A united front everywhere. I don't even in London. I can challenge those people in London. Ask them, do Nigerians in London, in every city, in every town, has a united front on exactly what they want to achieve on ground in Nigeria? I challenge anybody. So that is not there. So it's for you to ask, these people should do this, what should you expect of them? Just think, just relax, think well. Are they actually in the right frame of mind to do that? And that is where the idea of educating, informing, empowering has to go hand in hand. So that's one thing I say. But on the Rwanda issue, they say how you get to power matters a lot. We can use Rwanda as a beacon of democracy all we want. Deep down in our heart, we know whatever that happened there is wrong. So how that man get to power is just exactly what they are doing. Now they put them there, the people who are sending refugees. It sounds ridiculous, but those are the people that actually architect what Rwanda is today. We can share away from that, the role of Bill Clinton, the role of Gordon, all their roles. This is what they are doing. Somebody said in international politics, nothing happened just all of a sudden, spontaneously. A lie. It's work in the making.
So for them to actually do everything they do to make sure they have Rwanda the way it is because of what we are seeing today. He can, and of course, he's seeking re-election. You want to continue to be a president, either you step aside or you accept this. It's an agreement right from day one. So there are so many things that if we actually, these people are not just doing whatever they will make an attempt. If you accept it, fine. So again, the foreign guys are not our problem. They are just looking for survival. They have a way of life to protect. You might not like that way of life, but it's dear to them, just like your own is dear to you. How far can you protect your, can you survive? Can you protect your interests? So at the same time, if you listen to the background argument of the Biafran, deep down, it's about the survival. They are deep down answering, they are asking themselves, what will be of us in the next 100 years? Are we still going to be here as a people? And that's exactly whatever you talk about the Fulanis are doing. If you don't have the spirit of conquer, you will be conquered. Period. That's reality. That's exactly what Professor John Meshama is all about. Reality. They are realistic. I have to tell you what is there. This is what we want, and we are coming to get it. It's not up to you. Period. Survival. So we should see from that angle. Nobody say it's not a complaint. It's not a complaint. Nobody, everybody understand that. That is how the war really works. We are so carried away about God, which is everything where they happen. Now God, now they do. And no, now we human beings, they detect everything that we are going through. So that's right. What that guy is saying. That this is real. It's here. Okay. Deal with it, however you want. So okay, upon us now. How do we want to negotiate with this Western influence? Since we don't have what it takes, we don't want to listen to Nigeria say we could get nuclear weapon. When India decide to go nuclear way, what do? They leave them alone. I didn't say this. The doctor said it. Nigeria didn't even say this. By the time anybody for Africa, any country, get a ounce of nuclear weapon, this motherfucker will change.
Okay, thank you.
Real. Thank you.
Yeah, because I know you can do a show on your reaction to this show, to today's show. Okay, I want a righteous man, but he's Ikola, hold on, we'll get to you. I know you are there. We'll get to you. I can't jump all this to come to you. Righteous man, go ahead.
Yeah, very interesting conversation. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, very interesting conversation. And Ovie is a man of wisdom. I most sincerely appreciate him. I see him as a very sincere person, you know. He made a statement that is very difficult for, unless you are bold and you like being truthful. A statement he made, many of us in this platform will never, ascribe to that statement. When he said, that is what the Biafrans are fighting for. What will be there in the next 100 years? This is the battle for survival. And when people agitate, there is something that is propelling them. There is something that is, fueling the agitation. When they look and see that the world have left the black man behind, even my friend that just came back from the US was telling me that even the African blacks that are in the US are being discriminated by the slave Americans that are blacks. They discriminate them, that they see them as inferior human beings. I mean, black discriminating against blacks. I mean, in a nation we call a free country. So the Dr. Franklyne spoke intelligently, brilliantly, answered questions, but there were some things I wanted to ask, but I wouldn't want anybody to hold me responsible that I was taking other people's time. Number one, the China and the Indians he made reference of. These two nations held to their traditional beliefs. The influence of Christianity in China and India is very minute. Now, India is 1.4 billion people. The number of Christians in India is less than 300 million. China is 1.3 billion. The number of Christians in China is less than 250 million. They held to their traditional religious belief. And that is the reason why they could do exploit as they are doing today. When you come back to Africa, maybe to Nigeria, the two foreign religions got hold of Nigerians. The Arabs came with Islam and conquered the North African up to the Yoruba land. The British and the Portuguese, the Italians, the Germans, the Spanish, they came to the East, conquered the East, and enthroned Christianity. And these two religions now in Nigeria are battling for superiority. That's one of the fundamental problems we are facing here. The Muslims believe it is their right to rule. The Christians believe it is their right to rule. In fact, before we talk of tribe, let us trash the issue of religion. It has eaten deep in Nigeria to the sense that Nigerians have lost their sense of humanity. If you are not considered a Muslim or a Christian, then you get nothing, out of what is being shared. So, I am asking Dr. Rudolph, which way forward in the Nigerian context? Africa have lost, and if we are depending on Nigeria to resurrect Africa with what we have on ground today, with what is obtainable in Nigeria today, I don't think that Africa will ever stand. I want to also make references to the two things he mentioned. Number one, I have mentioned it in this platform, and people nearly ate me off that day. When I said the day the Nigerians in diaspora stop remitting money to Nigerians back home here, you will see that Nigerians will rise up and challenge the authority that have enslaved them. But as long as the student is coming from abroad to cushion the effect of mismanagement, there is no way Nigeria will change. That was why in yesterday's platform I was asking you a question. You put in your page what Aisha quoted, and I asked you what was the reason of pinning that thing down, that statement. It goes back to what Dr. Franklyne is saying today. As long as we are receiving gifts from abroad, these people know that we can't buy it. We can't do anything. I am telling you today, I bought a liter of fuel in Lagos State. I am in the city of Lagos. I bought a liter of fuel today from filling station. I bought it at 1,450 naira. Black market is going for 2,200 naira. And I'm just telling you. So there is nothing that anybody can do to change what is on ground. We are toothless bulldog. That is not Nigerians. When you talk to them, they will tell you the prophecy that is given in the church concerning their better tomorrow. So religion is holding Nigerians captive, and the division of tribalism, the division of I am of this tribe, I am of the other tribe, is of the east, is of the north, is of the west. It's also a barrier that will make Nigeria not workable. So I always ask this question. Since these factors are there and there is no way we can eliminate them, what is the way forward? What can we do next? Thank you.
All right, righteous man, thank you so much. First of all, I want to correct you. Said that Christians in India, they were, I think you said 200 and something million. They are only 20.
No, I said over 300 something million. In China, is 200 and something million.
No, they're only 26 million in India. And in China, they're only 44 million.
How many?
44 million in China, and India, 26 million.
Okay.
And not a lot, So
okay.
That's to the size of the country. And then you've mentioned this issue about why did I put up Aisha quotes. So I have people who work for me. They watch these videos and they cut out videos, and when they send it to me, I share them. So the instruction they have is anything that is unique, anything that is idea that is new, that we engage people in conversations. So it has nothing to do with what I like or what I. So that's the process. But thank you so much. Let's go to, I'm not sure, Show and Selka, who came first. Ikalola, what is going on? Okay, let's go to Ikalola. What's going on? We can't wait for his turn.
Leave show out of this until you learn how to pray.
I
Until you learn how
wanted
to pray for Nigerians.
I wanted to ask Kovi for 2 questions.
No, we don't want that. No, please. No.
Prof.
No, not now. Not now. What do you want to gain from that?
No. I don't want to gain. I don't want to gain. I don't want to argue with him. I want actually an explanation.
Okay.
Because he seems to understand.
When he was speaking, the only good thing he said that in a lighter, I was almost about to. When he said in a lighter mode, I said, okay.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to get a clarification from him, from the guest we had.
No. Don't ask him. Wait. I thought it was something else. Mr. Cap, you're next.
I enjoyed the doctor's conversation. However, I have the same sense that some people were coming with, that it was taken towards the blaming of the West or something like that, which Ovie touched a little bit. And Ovie actually just says some other things, that make sense if we actually want to look at what Nigerian problem is. The Eagles said, what is wrong with the brains of Nigerians? And that's exactly a very good question. The problem of Nigeria is not Nigerian leaders. Nigerian leaders are not our problem, because we've been having leaders from the 60s. They come and go, they do the same thing and they go, and we're there. The problem with Nigeria is the Nigerian people. Why do I say this? In 1964, they had something they called Freedom Summer Project in the United States during the Civil Rights Movement. If you volunteer to go to the South to go and enroll African Americans to vote, when you know that all the way from 1877 to 1960, the Jim Crow in the South prevented the Black people from voting. After the Emancipation Proclamation was given by Abraham Lincoln on January 1st, 1863. But during the Freedom Summer Project, when they started fighting for their civil rights, if you volunteer to go to the South, Mississippi, specifically, it wasn't Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Meridian, Mississippi. I've been to all those sites where they did all those organizing. I've been to the what do you call it, Meridian Hotel, the Moraine Hotel in Memphis, where Martin Luther King was shot. I've been to the church where they killed the 4 children in Birmingham, and then I've been to the Freedom Center, the Civil Rights Center in Atlanta as well. If you volunteer to go from the North New York, white people, Jewish people, Black people were volunteering to go to the South to go and register Black people to vote. They will sit you down and tell you, look, it was mostly students anyway. They will sit you down and let you know that what you're doing involves that you could die. That's the death is involved. There's danger in what you're doing. You may not come back alive. And guess what? People were still volunteering to drive from New York, Washington, D.C., including some 3 young girls from Iowa in the Midwest to go for that Freedom Summer Project. Why? Because of their mindset. They have a different mindset and different attitude about things. Now, let me answer Ovie's question. Ovie said, if you go to London, are you going to have an organizing body for Nigerians? The answer is you don't have any organizing body for Nigerians anywhere in the world. Nigerians don't come together, and they want to blame the people that live in third world country in Nigeria. We live in the diaspora. We are blaming the people who don't go to drink coffee with white folks or smoke Igbo with white folks in Seattle, Washington. Those are the people we blame with. We live in the United States, Canada, or London, but there is nothing we are learning from where we live. We're not learning anything from the environment where we function. Listen, I stopped going to Igbo Union meeting. If you go to Igbo Union, they probably have, anytime you go to Igbo Union, they will have like about one body. Before you know it, they start fighting and slice the whole thing and dice it into 5 or 6 sections. What do we come here to do? To just listen how bad Nigeria is? To tell ourselves how bad things are in Nigeria? Is that what we're here for? Why are we not organizing ourselves to start with when I don't have the answer, I don't have the solution? But with all of you, if we come together, we can brainstorm to come with a solution. That's why I mentioned the Freedom Summer Project of 1964. The Black Americans have no weapon. They have no power. They use soft power to bring down the most powerful country to their knees and decide the civil rights law. And what do you call it? You know, your friend, what's your friend's name over here? LBJ signed the civil rights law in 1964. After signing that civil rights law, you know the word the white man say. And don't forget that man has been a racist guy for all his life. He was from Texas, LBJ. Well, after signing that thing, he said, and we shall overcome. The same slogan the civil rights people were using. Today, Donald Trump is being tried in the trial was already finished in New York by New York State Attorney General, Letitia James, which is a black woman. In Atlanta, the district attorney that will try for fraudulent practice of the past election is Funny Willis. It's a black woman. If you go to the Supreme Court, Ketanji Jackson, the last appointed Supreme Court judge by Joe Biden, she is the most qualified human being to be in the Supreme Court. Not even Roberts is was qualified as that person. Go and Google her name and Google her, her resume. It's because of the efforts of their struggle. And that's why most of us who enjoy America, we don't even know that somebody died for us to be here. We don't even appreciate the effort of these people. So my point is this. Let's go back to the drawing board, because any Nigeria we are looking for never existed. It's got to be an imaginary Nigeria, which is like Singapore or like South Korea. For you to create something, you have to articulate it. You have to imagine it. You have to sit down. You have to talk about it. And you have to start educating your people on what you want to create. Don't forget that a lot of them will not believe what you're telling them, that it's going to work. No, they're going to say, what are you talking about? That's how people evolve in societies. It's through ideas. But one of our biggest problems is that the people who are governing us, the people who are being governed, are like the people they are governing. It's the same consciousness that tie all of us together. A typical, if you go to Atlanta, ask Nigerians to come together, or maybe if you get 50 people who show up because you want to talk about Nigerian issue, you must be doing great. But announce a party and tell everybody there are beginners to drink, and there'll be jollof rice and mai. And then the best DJ will be there. You not contain the hall. And when you tell people, let's talk about what's going on, they say, waiting they do this one. Don't be, because you don't be in America for a long time, you are not turning like Oyibo people. The Nigerians are the Nigerian problems. Stop looking at. Listen, you know Maya Angelou, the poet Maya Angelou over here. You know the lady. Maya Angelou said, if somebody shows you who they are for the very first time, believe them. Our leaders already tell us they are not fucking interested in what we're doing. Excuse my Latin. They're not interested in anything. They just want to steal money, share it, build multiple houses, buy multiple cars, and then die quietly one day. They don't even care if somebody spend their money when they die or not. If that's what they want to do, this is who they are. Just respect them in their own person. Nothing me and you say gonna make them change their mind. They think we're losers. That's what they call us, losers, motherfuckers. So they don't care. We are just here. Thank God for for Rudolph for putting this thing together so that we can actually start brainstorming, because that's what we're doing right now. We're now started to come together to start. When it started, I was frustrated. That's why I don't show up all the time, because I'm like, why am I going to come and talk about how bad Nigeria is? Because the people who live there don't know that it's bad already. Or what am I going to tell? What are you guys going to tell me? That anybody that's been in Nigeria for many years by this time will understand that Nigeria is a place that has been bad even from the time they were born. Let's go back to Nigeria in the 60s. What was happening? It was a residual of what was put in place by the British. A residual of what they put in place. So many of you who live in Lagos in those days, there was running water. When the British were there, in the places where they have light, they never took light. And there was land telephone in some areas. Since they left, do you know what we call civilization in Nigeria? When we dig a borehole, it's a civilization. And don't forget that the Romans have been using aqueduct in all the way in what? Something BC. And in 2024, our civilization is digging a borehole. Come on, guys. And all of us, we live in a civilized society. What are we learning? My question is not about people in Nigeria, all the leaders. I don't pay attention to them because we know who they are. What are we learning? We that live in the Western world, what are we learning and what are we doing? And I can tell you one of the problems, to my mind, I might be wrong. When you are intelligent in the Western world, maybe after your academia, you are expected to go into a startup. You are expected to start a business. When you are educated, what we call educated in the United States or in UK or in Canada, the expectation from the society is for you to go into a business. The black guy who was the black Republican who wanted to run for the presidency in 2016, he made a name for reorganizing Godfather Pizza, become a multi-million-dollar company. Pizza. People make money by having a fruit stand, billions of dollars, millions of dollars. Then what do? We gravitate to go and work for paycheck. You get a PhD, that one is not enough. You get a second PhD on top of it. You're looking for a job here and there and all that kind of stuff. How can we get anything accomplished? If this thing we are doing was with the Pakistanis, one person will write a check for $100,000, say bring everybody together among the Pakistani, because between Pakistani and Indians are the ones that own all the gas stations in the United States and then the motels. What are we doing? Nigerians are the most educated people in the United States, and then they just get a job. How can you leave your job to go do anything else? How can you leave your job to go do anything? You don't have the time. How can you sacrifice your children and everybody will? Your children and everybody will suffer. So you don't have that time to spare. You have to go to a job, and then if you go, you have to run back to work and everything. Your wife gonna go out, everything like this, because because we've ignored how the world works. Guys, let me take my leave because somebody is calling me back to back, and I'll come back again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you. It's wonderful. I wanted to say a lot of things, but
Can I respond?
no.
No.
Ove, you have to be fair on those of us that have not spoken. You have to be fair.
Okay, sir. I have been defeated. You win.
Sure, go ahead. Sure, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you mentioned me. Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening, gentlemen and lady. Also, greetings to the guys in the greetings to the chat gang and to the viewers. Or let me take that back. Let me greet you the way my friend would greet us and say, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what? Depending on your geographical location. Electricity, I hear. It was nice listening to Dr. Franklyne once again. He's someone who's been here a few times, and I enjoyed listening to him. I didn't join to ask him any questions because the question I had for him was already answered. So I thought, let me just listen. You know, it's one of those people you can listen to for hours. Even if you don't agree completely with everything he says, you know, he's a man of knowledge, he's a man of wisdom. He reads a lot, and it makes people like myself who don't particularly read much, you know, is an inspiration for me to read. And I've ordered one of the books. He talked about the CIA's greatest hit or something like that. You know, I ordered that on Amazon UK. I checked that it's only £9, under £10 in the UK. In the US, is about $14. You know, I intend to buy one for one of our US viewers and one for one of our UK viewers. I don't know what they will do to get it, but it's up to you, Rudolph, whoever gets it. So I'll buy one for someone in the US and buy one for someone in the UK. That's the greatest, the CIA's greatest.
I give my US one to Bumi. Send it to Bumi.
Bumi lives in Austria now. What are you talking?
That's why I said send it to her. Send it to her. That's why I said send it to her. My own.
Who that you book? Who that you say that you get the US one? Also,
sure. What book is this?
The CIA's greatest hits. Okay. That was called. I ordered the book. Let me check what I ordered it just now. It's the one I sent to the group chat. You see it there anyway. Sorry.
Sure, before you continue, Righteous Man, there was a comment for you. I forgot. Someone wanted to give you.
Yes, it's from Tope. Tope wants to send you credits.
Okay.
Or buy data for you, Righteous Man.
So, Righteous Man, if you can, I don't know, go to the comment, not the comment section. You may go to the chat, a private chat, and put your information for the person.
Na German network, na German phone, Righteous Man, there's in the routing number. I think they Lagos, they route it, so I don't know.
All right, continue, sure.
Yeah, sorry. Someone just asked me for the title of the book, so I've just typed it in the comment section. The CIA's greatest hits, or plural hits. Yeah, that's the book. So I ordered that one, and the other book is the one by the guest you're bringing on the 19th. The lawyer, writer, Dele Ogun.
Fatherless people.
Who wrote The Fatherless People? I think that's what the book is called. I would implore people to watch his interview on Channels. He did it about a month ago. So if you search for Dele Ogun on Channels YouTube page, after this one, watch this one finish before you go to Channels. So he did an interview, it's about 30 minutes, where he talked about one of his books called A Ship Called Jesus. A slave ship called Jesus. You know, the title alone will get people reading and interested in all of that. That was the second ship that came to Africa to take people as slaves, really, when the Queen of England got involved in slavery and thought, oh, wow, so we can send alcohol and get people and all of that. So I was thinking of buying that book as well to give to people, but when I saw the price, you see, humble me. On Amazon UK, it doesn't have paperback, it's hardcover. So in the UK, it's £25. In the US, it's $45. I don't know what you people did to offend him, but it's $45 in the US, 25 in the UK. But you can get the Audible on Amazon. So for me, I've bought the Audible. It's only £7.99 as opposed to 25. So I'll listen to it for $7.99, and in the US it's $25.99. I don't know him, but I'm advertising his book, especially because it's coming. So it'd be nice for people to have listened to it. And he narrated the book himself. The man sounds fantastic. He's well read, speaks well, eloquent. So you would enjoy listening to him if you can do the Audible. $25 in the US.
He's the elder brother of former Minister of Finance. That's Adeosun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the elder brother.
Yeah, it sounds like it sounds like somebody who is well read, privileged, and all of that. So 13 hours listen. I intend to listen to the book. So I just thought I would mention those things to say, people should try and read those books, listen to it if you can listen to it. With regards to our guests, I quite enjoyed them. Like I said, I was just hoping that forefathers would appear when they said, security is not the solution. Go and invest in education. I was hoping forefathers would just come and say, you are wrong, you are wrong, you are wrong. But forefathers, I think he restrained himself, or maybe he was on Nigeria.
Why are you like this? Show? I thought you were a good person.
But he also supported Nigeria when he used it as an example that when India
so I was wondering where's forefathers. Maybe it was on Niger Watch, because I know they had a very fantastic guest, the LP candidate for Edo State election. So maybe forefather, probably because that's local to him. I'm just guessing. I don't know if he was there or not. But aside that, I enjoyed the show completely. Tomorrow is Monday, so I'll be taking my leave. Humble me, I have to go to work and do my urgent 2K hustle. So I'll be listening in the background. But thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for the sort of guests you bring. All different, sort of people. That's one of the reasons why I come to this platform, and I've chosen this as my home when it comes to YouTube family. I go everywhere also. I would go there, even Ovie, just for you to know that I support your channel. You have to share the number of the people. Don't let me. I won't mention the gender, but the people that came to greet you at Dr. Cornel West when you tackled the man finish. So I was listening. When you tackled the man finish, they came. They started hugging you. Wow, the best question that was ever asked. Oh wow. So you have to share the number with the brethren on this platform. Chop alone, die alone. No. I'll take my leave.
What happened in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happened in other politics? You stay there.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, sure. Thank you so much. Who is next? I think a caller now, but don't ask of your question. Just say your own take on it.
Okay. I unfortunately I don't. I wanted. Please let me ask him the question. He might explain it better than I understand. I want to understand more because, like I've always said on this platform, we learn.
Okay. You know what? Ask him the question, then he will wait until Femi and Agitations. Once it's
all right.
answer.
I can write it down. So then I can, But I'll first make a correction before I ask you a question, Ovi. What brought Kigami to power wasn't necessarily the British. It was more of Museveni when they were busy plundering Eastern Congo in the days of Mobutu Sese Seko. So I think his main motive of this Rwandan asylum seekers is just to get his government some money. How he hopes to do that, I don't know. But this is my question to you, which you can answer after when Mr. Rudolph gives you the chance. You see, I asked him a question. I asked Dr. Franklyne a question. Does he ever think there will come a time, if we assume that, and which it should be, that average Nigerians' benefit should be economic value, prosperity, and freedom. If we assume that, would there ever come a time whereby the imperialists or the colonialists' interest, because politics is just a game of interest, would there ever come a time where their interests would align to the point that the common interest of a Nigerian, which is economic value, prosperity, and freedom, becomes their own interest? And I'll explain it like this to you. After the Second World War, say the Congregation of Nations realized, look, you cannot keep, because Germany was being kept down, to pay reparations for their actions in the First World War. But they come to an understanding that, look, you cannot keep doing that. Otherwise, you go to another Third World War. So you have to help Germany develop such that Europe has some sort of equality. But let's not go into all that. So at that point, the interests of other European nations came together to say, look, we must all grow. Otherwise, there will be wars going on. So that was my question to him. Although I don't know how he answered it, but maybe you understood it better and I didn't have the time to explain it like this. So maybe you understood it better. So when Dr. Damages gives you the time, please say what you understand about it. So, it could broaden everybody's view of things. And with that, I say good evening to everyone. I'll listen behind, and thank you, Dr. Rudolph, like you always do, to make things happen. Good night, everybody.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Femi, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I would like to do my take from the educational angle, first of all. I would say I hardly have anything that I agree with the doctor on. Now, with respect to education in Nigeria, he definitely he did speak the minds of a lot of people, because it's something that's very dear to my heart, especially in the light of what I personally and a group of Nigerians here in Texas, we've been trying to cook. Now, we tried an experiment with a couple of people we were trying to bring into the IT fold. And part of what the doctor said, which rings true, is the fact that for some reason, as much as you do have Nigerians living abroad, there's something we bring over to wherever we go to that seems to not want to go away, which is the fact that we just seem to like shortcuts. As much as we want to blame the government, rightfully so, we realized that a lot of the people that were coming our way, who were actually trying to help without making them pay for boot camps that were being organized, were more interested. I'm pretty sure a couple of people have heard of this thing called Dagbo. They were more interested. Dagbo basically essentially means proxy, people working for you by proxy. A lot of Nigerians do that right now. We discovered that they're not ready to actually learn the skills that we're actually trying to give basically for free. So one of my friends that's one of the arrowheads of this thing now told he just got, because he's a very selfless guy, he just got tired of, he just looked at me one day, he said, Femi, why are we like this? And this thing cuts across religion and it does not matter, because we can be such hypocrites. We'll blame the government, but what we do, which again speaks to what doctor mentioned, what we do, after all, even the leaders don't jump from the sky or fly from the sky. So I took that to heart, seriously, because I just feel there's something just not right with our mentality, irrespective. Now, the question I actually now asked him as well, which has to do with the Israel and the Israeli-Gaza situation. I intentionally asked that question because people would ask, because I see people there, and I don't even care personally, because there's no reason why you should be scared of speaking your opinion. I mean, respecting other people's opinions as well. But I know we Nigerians are emotional, just like every other human beings. But sometimes we don't we don't allow for critical thinking. Probably again because it's tied to our educational system, whereby so long as whatever you're hearing is not what you like, automatically that person is speaking rubbish, even if the person has their own facts. I mean, because you're entitled to your own facts, right? Now, when and I know it was going to open a Pandora box of another discussion, which is why I kind of understand why you mentioned that would make for a bigger discussion. And again, the reason why I asked is because as much as we might like to fool ourselves that how does it affect Nigeria, we forget, doctor, and you have a way of putting this kind of scenarios, painting this kind of scenarios whereby you try to make us compare it analogically with what goes on in our local environment. What lessons can we learn? And a lot of times I see situations where, because of our own individual sentiments, people would like to try to make it look as if no, because certain nuances may necessarily be different in terms of what's going on there, for example, or other parts of the world. And again, I use it as an example because there might be certain differences. They're like, oh, the two are not the same. Let's not talk like that. And of course, you always know that people, we human beings, we seem to always come from the standpoint of biases. I have my biases as well, and I always allow myself. I have a very open mind. I train myself to have an open mind. I still trying to get better at that. I allow for the fact that whilst I do have biases, there are things that I have had to unlearn that I thought were facts. Because in the world we live today, again, I insist that a lot of us, a lot of the rest of the world, are pawns in this international chess game, and the power of the media is so strong that I am just glad that what you see playing out among college students, because you can fool everybody all the time, like they like to say. But a lot of these kids in school, and that's why I'm glad that not only did I go to school in Nigeria like a lot of us, I also went to college here. You are allowed critical thinking. This is part of what I was discussing with my wife the other time. I'm having to educate her about how you have to open your mind to understand that sometimes, as a matter of fact, after all, TV programs, after all, there's a reason why it's called programming. I'll just rest my case there. I just like the fact that he has an open mind and he does not let into too much of his emotions. That doesn't mean he doesn't have his own biases. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. Jagan.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to pass, actually. I've just come in. I've not been listening for long at all. But I would like to thank the old gentleman who came on for his submissions. I've forgotten his name. Can you mention his name for me?
Mr. Kapo.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
He spoke very well. I really applaud his submission, and I agree with much of what he was saying. But if I could pass, you come back to me where necessary. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We will actually.
He just gave me his time.
No,
the one where you want.
Yeah, we are coming to you.
What's you better?
Relax. So I wanted to say that what he said very, very important. I think he captured what most of us are going through outside the country in diaspora, and I hope he will come back another time and I will reach out to him. I will also talk to the flagship. I think we should do this now. Part of the thing that happened today is, what, let Ovia speak and Bumi, then I'll round up and hand it over to Chim.
All right. Bumi, do you want to go first?
Ovia, go first. Answer your question, then Bumi.
Okay. What will be the question again? So
I also have something to say before you leave, though.
What happened to me now?
Wale,
already ended you.
Wale, now they are so rock. Now they power. Sure, and it's real.
Emi local.
Yes, I think he started by talking about Rwanda. What I was saying is that how you take their power is very important. You just have to go back. How Kagame take come? Yes, let's forget about everything that happened. Who is cheerleader from the Western world? It's not still the people where they run IAF and World Bank, whatever, all these neo-colonialists, them being Clinton, then Gordon Brown, and the rest of them. Those are where the guy. Nobody then see they make case for the refugees to come to Rwanda. They're not the same people. While I was that Innovate program at Harvard, one of the guests was on and on how he was trying to, make case for Kagame for running for election again. If Kagame no run again, whatever that is happening, the war that is happening in Congo no go stop, the whatever is stop. But matter of fact, there are 5 women in line to take over for him. He was on and on. And then Rwanda stood up and said, sir, with all due respect, the idea that one man If he not dead there, then there will not be peace. What happens if he dies? So there's so many. We just have to go back to the beginning of everything, how what plays and what happened. Then you understand why the idea of let's bring refugees to Rwanda in the first place. So, but the question centered around the interests of the powerful and the poor. No, I mean it's very practical. What do you have in common with Dangote? Let's face it. Let me just put it in that simple terms. So both your interests can never rhyme. Anytime we want interest cross our path, look at very well, it's because it favor him the most. If you carry 1,000 naira, go the strike deal with somebody who's a billionaire, how do you think you come out as the winner? So that's exactly what is also can relate to what is happening about us. So their interests can never be aligned. No, it's not possible. You use Germany as an example. At the talk and here saying American right supervised German constitution, people were going crazy. Just go back and see, even up to today, America are still running Germany. They never free. If you do, that's all I mean. Go and find out what happened when Donald Trump said all the European countries, including Germany, should stop. So you not even approach Huawei for 5G. When they go, America go bust up the Nord Stream pipeline in order for them to stop access to Russian gas. What is their response? As we speak today, because of that, Germany has lost their power to the next technology. What makes Germany is the combustion engine. That is in the past. So, and again, Rudolph asked our guests the question about regarding the cry that Emmanuel Macron cried about 3 days ago. Why do you think that happened? America don't really care. America is all about their interest, just exactly as our guests put it. And in the words of Eric Kissinger, it is bad enough for you to be an American enemy, but it is fatal to be an American's ally. They don't care. They are not supposed to care. Once they see something that they can get access to do everything, it now depends on you. So now bring out to the Nigerian home. There is no way these our leaders just sit down and assess our leaders. What do we have in common with these people? How do we want to sit down and negotiate? We basically go be in our favor. So it's not possible. So just like Bola Tinubu said it in London, power is not served as our liquor. You have to take it. We have to organize and prepare and go take whatever we want. Nobody's going to give it to you. You know, they happen anywhere in the world. So the idea that, our interests will ever align, that group is not going to happen. Now let me and you, our interest that how do we survive? How we take job? Waiting then they think is how do we expand our empire, our wealth? So how do you relate to that? How they will take build houses everywhere? That's according to Rudolph. The standard are 3 houses. You they think of how you could take up 3 square mil. Is it different? Just like our commander, they let us for church say, when you see poor man, they pray for church, they shout. We're big man, they go say, maybe you are disturbing me. You're probably like 500,000. Take, go. Stop disturbing me. So anytime you see them, exactly what is happening. You are disturbing your nuisance. This much you take. There's a bigger goal ahead. And because they have so much resources abound, they can play the long game. They'll just not be food be your problem. You go chop now, they'll just keep giving you while they buy time. So, and again, just look at the criminals where would they protect for us for Nigeria. If an average poor man thief, now don't food, you go thief phone, you go thief some stupid shit and we'll go kill that person if we far away. But what if then they thief? Yeah, Bello stop 80 billion. What do you think you want to use 80 billion to? Not to buy phone, not to carry a girlfriend, and not to build that? No. There's a need for him to continue controlling power or being in power. That's what they steal to achieve. Me and you got to steal to survive. Then they steal to make sure their empire grows. That's why if we go back to our first show on this platform in January, I tell Rudolph, I said this administration that comes in, only few will get richer, wealth will triple among the few. But the ultimate goal is to subject the Nigerian people to what? To the mercy of the government. So our interests can never align. They can only lie to you. Even the production to consumption message that they are preaching, when you start implementing into the goal, it is not in your favor. It's never going to be in your favor. There's no way. So that's my take on that. Another thing we talk about in Nigeria again, Nigerian man. I think the one thing I understand with us is that when I mean with us, we we are always in the space discussing issue. It's because we talk to ourselves so much that it's beginning to be very hard for us to actually relate with the real problem. That's why we are expecting everybody to think like us. Us we get this privilege are very minute if you want to put the Nigerian number into context. So we are yes, I understand as if we get 1/4 of the population, you're good to go. But the fact that we should also we just talk to ourselves. And I've also come to the conclusion that why would they always argue or talk about a problem is just like me as an athlete. Any day when I wake up and I don't feel any pain, I will be very uncomfortable. Just as any professional athlete. It's not normal because every blessed day you push your body to the limit. So your body, as they adjust, pain supposed day, uncomfortable, supposed to uncomfortable. So the day that you wake up and you are good, you go there suspicious. So that's exactly how we see our problem. They bombard us every day with what we provoke us in our various medias, right? Yeah, see 80 billion. So what do you want more we do? Of course, they want to provoke us. So any day when we go wake up, there's no problem. We just have to make sure we talk about one. So it's not deliberate on our own side, but it is deliberate from the power that be, because now they implement them slowly, but everywhere you go. And again, the religions that we are practicing is called capitalism. Why I said that? Christian religion promises a work hard, be diligent, be whatever you go heaven, right? the Americans' economy, they tell you, man, you get everything here. So everybody, all of us won't get everything. Graduate, go to school, start buying. Get work, get money, start buying. First. And that is why we in diaspora can never come together. We always compete. Nami get the best Range Rover. Nami don't go this place. Nami. And it's embedded in our education system. Carry first. No make sure anybody copy from you. Don't do this. But in real life, you can't make it alone. Even Barrow, nobody wants single person to be producer. You have to work in communism. And that is exactly why our guest was saying that the Chinese took whatever they can take from the Western ideology and leave the rest, right? The Chinese said, no, this individualism of America, me first, now me do this, now me make this, now me do this, now me do this. It's not going to work for us. We have to work collectively. That's why they get one party. And that's the reality. That's who we are as a people. But we allow the spirit of capitalism, which is always a first.
Sorry, Ronald.
So anywhere we find ourselves.
Ovie, I'm sorry to cut you. I don't mean to cut you, Ovie.
Olumide, no, Olumide, we are trying to get him to round up. Don't do that. Don't get him to.
No. I just want to throw a challenge to one of your guests on the platform where they write in the comment section. Alexander Gomez, you made a very profound statement in the comment. You said that you absolutely guarantee that Nigeria will be great. Can you please come on here and tell us how you can absolutely guarantee that Nigeria will be great? That's very profound.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Sophia, are you done?
No. So individual success can only take us far. You can only see the best Nigerian, the richest Nigerian in London, in America, in Canada. But that can only get you far. But collectively, nothing will stop us. That's where we are missing it.
All right.
So the idea is that when I say one person, nothing make them alone. I'm not saying nothing make them alone, but what about only you are the richest man in your village? What does that even make sense? But that's what we inspire to be, even in our churches, even in our family, in our home. Make sure you come out on top. Be the best in your class. Be the best among your peers.
Okay, thank you. Right. You guys don't know, Via can be on camera and talk for 4 hours. So we have to contain him before.
And I learned from you, Dr. Rudolph.
So I wanted to touch on the education part, or I think it was Mr. Righteous Man that mentioned what is it with the Nigerian mind? I think we're we're meant to be this way or something like that. And I feel like sometimes we tend to overlook our history in terms of like the creation of Nigeria. Until we go back to how things were, then we'll understand why some certain behaviors are present right now. You talk about how, like, I think Mr. Femi talked about how they're trying to do an IT program, but like some people are trying to find shortcuts. But you need to understand that's existing because to make it in Nigeria, you have to find shortcuts. You have parents telling their kids that, okay, you should only be a lawyer or doctor, not because you're amazingly good at it, but that's the only guarantee way to become successful. So it might not technically be shortcut because you still go to school, but it's a guarantee shortcut to be successful. There's always that never trying hard to create something. And I was able to observe it when I was talking to a couple of Nigerians. I was talking to a friend, and I think I was talking to Ovia, and he was like telling me that, do you know any collective minds here that you could have conversation about Nigeria and all that? So I was talking to a friend, I was like, okay, let's try and talk about like the Nigerian and everything. So I asked her that, do you plan on doing anything to the Nigerian situation? And she told me that no, that all she wants to do right now is to get her life settled in this country and just live her life here, which is very interesting. And then I spoke to another man, and he basically told me that all he wants to do is make as much money as he can in this country and go back to Nigeria and just build his home. I was like, okay. Then I was talking to another person, and I was asking her some key background on like, okay, what do you know about the creation of Nigeria? She had absolutely no idea that we were even colonized. So I'm like, and then I asked her, do you even know where Niger is? Neighboring countries. Do you know what Japan is? She had no idea. Like, she knew they existed, but there's just some basic history she know about the creation of all this land, nation, but they just don't know. And I think there's just something that's been ingrained in the foundation that understanding your history is not a key foundation to success. It's just how much money can I make and how can I be successful for my family, and that's all that matters. And you can see that show in like when you talk about, oh, there are not groups of Nigerians all around, like for example in the UK or in America, and trying to create this kind of movement. And that's because there was never that ingrained in us. And I can also observe it here, whereby we talk about, oh, solving Nigeria, but we don't talk about the creation. Like, we can never find a solution to Nigeria if you don't talk about the creation of Nigeria. What is Nigeria? We talk about what's the Nigerian purpose? What was the purpose entirely to create Nigeria itself? We need to go down to foundation, history.
Thank you, my
who were
sister.
we?
You've evolved a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's like, who are we? And I, because so many people talk about, okay, we need to get security in Nigeria, we need to get education, but you cannot create a solution when you don't know what was there before. You need to understand how people think so you can create things from then on. And I think that's what's lacking all the time. And that's why I was so happy that Mr. Franklin touched on education, because if I should reflect back to when I was younger and the way I thought, I was thinking based on the information I had. Now that I'm older and now I'm able to research more, my cognitive thinking has improved. I'm not just thinking based on, okay, what I want to be in the future. I'm talking about what I want to contribute to my society. And that's lacking in the Nigerian foundation. It's hard for me to be patriotic about Nigeria when I don't even know what Nigeria stands for. And that's the problem you're having. You talk about how so many people are not very, like you talk about always fighting in Nigeria. You talk about the bigotry, but why shouldn't they be bigots? Because what's keeping them together? That's the key things that we need to talk about first. Because if you don't talk about those, the solution is just talks, no game. I don't know if I'm making sense in that area, but that's just where I wanted to come about when it comes to like education is so key. It's so sad that I like listening to Mr. CM because he does talk about some certain history about Nigeria. Whether you want to say he's facts or not, what he's saying is true or not true, but he does talk about some foundation about Nigeria. And that creates a better mind for me to understand, okay, where are we going as a people? I was talking to my therapist and I was talking about Biafra. And she was like, oh, does Biafra mean, because she was like, oh, Biafra means people who are like poor kids with pot bellies. And I was like, what do you mean? That's not what Biafra means. But I could understand why she thought that way. Because probably back then during the Civil War, when they were talking about the fight going on in Nigeria, they were like, oh, these are the Biafran people. And they showed them the starving people. So now almost everyone has this image of Biafra means starving kids with pot bellies and just lacking nutrition and everything. And you could understand that's like the foundation of like the Nigerian history. If me as a person was not taught that, how can I know what I'm fighting and what we should not fight for? So I'm just more into that, like, we can never find this foundation for Nigeria if we don't go back to history. Why was Nigeria created? Nigeria was literally a business. It was a company. So you need to understand, okay, is this company profiting the people inside? Or should we make a new company with new rules and regulations and agreements and everything? But if we don't do that, we're not going to be able to talk about bad leaders and all that, because you cannot stop bad leaders when you're not talking about how do those bad leaders even come into creation. You talk about Tinubu. How does Tinubu exist in the Nigerian system? You need to know that to stop future him. That's all I have.
Thank you, Bumi. Thank you so much for that perspective. Let me run through a few things before I leave. And the first thing is I want to thank everybody who joined us today, especially Mr. Kabu. I appreciate your input. I will take off from your contribution to say that few things happened today. So Dr. Franklyne gave us some new ideas. One of them was to have a diaspora think tank. And that connects to something that the flagship has been talking about for us to meet. Now, I think we are all endangered species. I mean, all of us here, like Dr. Okabu said, Mr. Okabu said, that most of our people outside the country, they don't care about issues at home. They are tired, they are bored, they are jaded. They want to just have a party after going through the stress of this country or whatever country they live in. You don't blame them. But for us who are thinking this way, I think we need to take up this challenge to go more, do more, go beyond what we're doing here. Not that what we're doing here is not important, it's important, but go beyond that. And Mr. Flagship has been talking about us coming to Atlanta to meet. And today he talked about inviting Franklyne to be the first speaker. So I think we should, I will tell him, that we should facilitate that. Anybody who wants to come will come during this summer, one day, agree on a particular day, and people will go meet each other and build up that kind of connection to go beyond just coming here and talking about it. So I think, and that's another taste of people. We talk a lot, but when it comes to commitment, it's difficult for most people. But whoever we meet, and we've done it before in a different platform, whoever we want to come, we go and meet and maybe take it from there and do something out of it. So I think I will back that up. I will talk to Flagship, and next time I will tell him to probably set up a place where people who are interested will register and say they're interested, and then we'll see how it goes. I wanted to say that David Hunde is coming back on the show. I have to book him. He has a new book out talking about books, Breaking Point. And I think it's important to get him and listen to him. He also put out a tweet, I think I read somewhere, talking about some of the things we are talking about here today. Why is it that we don't have a Nigerian ideal, and how it's connected to what Franklyne talked about, which was also that we didn't fight for independence the way other people fought for it. And during that fight, that's where the character of the new nation will be out. We can build a character for the new nation. So he will be here sometime this coming month. And but we talk about his book, Breaking Point. So if you are interested, you can get that book. Then the other thing I wanted to talk about. Okay, when Franklyne was talking about, I think he was saying that there are a few things that you pursue, you don't get when you pursue them directly. So he said, for instance, wealth. You have to solve a problem and create something, then you make wealth, you make money. He also said that women is another thing that you don't get when you pursue that directly. But he did not tell us how you can go the other way too. And I was thinking that Ovie is interested in that. Ovie could have asked a question. Because sometimes we come here and we talk about Nigeria, but our personal issue. Anyway, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much for coming on this show today, everybody. I appreciate all of you. Jim, thank you so much. Forefathers, thank you so much. I didn't even hear forefathers at all. He didn't speak.
Yeah, could I say something about the doctor that came in? Because I took time to go and watch most of his session.
Okay.
And I wasn't there when he was live. Yeah, I think most of the stuff he said, half of the time I thought he was sounding like me actually, because we shared a lot of opinions, similar opinions. The area that I felt that I had a difference of opinion was about confederation in Nigeria, and the area of the knowledge in terms of let me just check that the history. I think he was saying something about history, and he said something about pouring all the money into education. And this is, for me, it scares me, how Nigerians can drift very quickly. And I think Bumi was saying something just now too. It's like everything we want to do is to gather to talk and talk. It's like we talk to arrange to talk. It's like, when do you actually want to actually talk to have action? That is the weird thing. They were like, we need to talk, come together and talk. We know each other. We've been here for thousands of years. We already know each other. Go and mess with Nigerians overseas. You see how Nigerians band together to attack anybody that comes at us. But somehow we want to talk to talk. When I talk about security, I'm addressing Bumi just now because I heard what she said. It's not because I don't understand history. It's exactly because I understand history. At least enough of it to know that if you want to do anything, That idea that you think you want to have a clear head to have, you will never have it. That is why they disrupted it. I think the doctor just said in this show that the CIA encourages people to write things that are going to warp our history. You will not have a clear head. That is, if you don't have security, forget it. Everything else you talk is not going to work. And every other people know that. Even the Taliban in their caves, they know that. But somehow we want to talk, to arrange to talk. We need to really shift our mindset from there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And finally, I just want to say that next week I won't be here. And on Saturday next week, Forefathers will start the show. It's going to get prime time. Forefathers, send me your picture. But he will end it at a certain point, and someone will take over from him. So Forefathers, you decide how long you want to go, but someone will take over from you, so that you don't do 8 to 8, which is not good for you. All right, and so that's it. Any other thing I'm missing? I don't think. But I want to thank everybody that joined. Chim, thank you so much. Chim will take over after 1 hour. Forefathers will take over. Bumi, thank you so much. Ovie, thank you. And then Righteous Man, thank you. Mr. Katwood, thank you so much. Maska, thank you. Lumide, thank you. And Shegun, thank you. For those on the comment section, I really enjoyed their comments today, and I appreciate you. Those that supported us by super chats, Alexander Gomez, Kulata, Tope, let me see, Oscar Blackburn, how you make it, YouTube user, how you make it, Alexander Gomez, One Nigeria. Thank you guys. We see you in 2 weeks. All the best. I may join on Saturday. I may join from where I am. It depends on how things are done, but I don't want to commit to that. But thank you guys. I'll see you.
All right, so guys, can you hear me?
Loud and
Hello,
clear.
can you hear me? Okay.
No, we don't want to hear. We don't want to hear you.
Oh, no worry. So I think there were 2 topics that we left off from. I'm not sure which one we want to start with. Personally, he has this return of Odumeje. I don't know if it's something we want to talk about. And then there is the issue of the Nigerian president's visit to Netherlands. And there are a couple of things that have come out of that. One of them being the fact that I'm not sure how many of us know his plane failed to leave Schiphol. He had to fly a commercial flight from the Netherlands to Saudi Arabia for another meeting. So it depends on where anybody wants to take that off from. One of the key issues that people have complained about is his comments about Nigeria being a renewed investors' paradise. So, Forefathers, do you want to kickstart that? What's your take on those 2 issues?
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch that. I didn't know you were going to call me first. Sorry, repeat that again.
Okay, let me just repeat it. So, Tinubu went to Netherlands. Of course, you know that. And he had a meeting with the leadership of Netherlands, both the King of Netherlands and the Prime Minister. And then before leaving for Saudi Arabia, he made a comment that people have, on social media, people have argued over, that Nigeria is a renewed investor's paradise. What is your take on that? And then the other thing is, there were 2 presidential planes, and both of them got grounded due to technical issues, I guess. He now had to take a commercial flight to Saudi Arabia. Those are the points.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for at least repeating it. Yeah, man, that man, I don't know, man. He seems to, I think he's ill. Education doesn't always mean wisdom. I think that's something we have to be careful about. And some of the things he's doing, it doesn't even make sense. The only way it makes sense is if he actually truly believes what he's saying and how stupid he comes across, if that is true. If he really thinks these people don't know Nigeria existed, that by going there, they just discovered Nigeria, They know everything. Our people are the one telling them everything they want to know. Was it not yesterday somebody just informed me that there were some northern governors that went to Washington to go and discuss our security situation? They know everything. So you are hopping from one capital to another, disgracing us. Now our airline, our aircraft broke down somewhere. When you should be taking care of your country, you are there wandering around thinking that they are going to come and save you. They won't come. The only thing they will come and do is extract wealth, which is what they are doing right now. They are extracting wealth from the Nigerian economy. Was it not somebody that informed me yesterday that MTN said that reported that they suffered a loss because of the fluctuating currency? Who do you think is paying for that loss? We are paying for it, and we are collecting all the money. Because when your currency depreciates, what do you think is happening? Their currency appreciates. They can do whatever they like, especially if they even can tell the trajectory of your currency. They pour money into your economy and extract the wealth out, and they leave the mess for your people to suffer. These dynamics is something that people don't notice enough. What he is doing is I call it the ultimate round tripping, but not for our people, but for his own so-called partners. That they love that word, partners. I don't know what kind of partner we have with other people that always leaves us with the poor end. America has partnership with Japan. But Japan is not like Hungary. America has partnership with South Korea. South Korea is doing okay. Same thing with Taiwan, even Israel. But for us, these our Mumu people will still go there and act like babies. They really do act like babies in front of them. And this is why I wonder when Nigerians talk about them like they are some kind of powerful people. They are not that powerful, because if you see the way they behave, it tells you. These people, they talk big when they are in presence of fellow Africans and bring us down with them. But when they go to where Oyibo people are, they start becoming babies. We saw a video of our NSA head begging Oyibo people. We saw a video of Goodluck Jonathan saying that the Oyibo people should come and fix the continent. That, you see, when he says that, I understood what he was trying to say. He wasn't necessarily saying they should come and fix us, but the choosing of the term betrays his mindset. A grown man talking to another woman's husband, saying they should come and help him fix his own place. That is not how you talk about your own people. You can say you can work with them. You can say you can partner with them to benefit both sides, but not tell them to come and fix your country, fix Africa, and fix this in Nigeria. They are not going to fix Nigeria for you. You have to offer something back. That is, I think that's what the professor even says as much. You have to put yourself in a position where you are worthy of their respect. Nobody will respect you if you are not strong. Why? When they can take whatever they want, why would they give you anything? It's when you can offer them something, that's when they are going to give you something. The plane that this thing stopped functioning is just an example of the decay. If they were serious about themselves, Nigeria will have one of the best airline servicing industry in West Africa, maybe even in Africa. But these people are not serious, and I'm glad that they are looking to start working together. The idea with flagship and all the rest of it, because sooner or later, the people overseas have to start shaping themselves just the way Nadeko shaped themselves to take over the Nigerian state. If these people are not going to behave, then you have to shape yourself to go and take over the nonsense that is going on there. Because if we don't do that, we don't have a choice even. If you really hope that Nigeria should survive, you don't have a choice. You have to do what it takes. And one thing I will add before I stop, it's not every idea you will like that people will come up with. It's not every opinion or this in trajectory they are going to be traveling you will like, as long as the generality of the conclusions that are reached still gets us to a prosperous nation that will be industrialized and developed. You should contribute to it. And you see, if we all go into partnership and meetings about these things, you have to learn to exercise that discipline. If your idea doesn't flow through, you still contribute to it. Some of the best people I know in this world are people that disagree strongly with the decisions of a meeting, but they still contribute to it. I respect that a lot, because what that says is that they understand the greater good. That's how I'll leave it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, forefathers. You raised a lot of pertinent points, and one thing, especially that aircraft for me, as much as I'm not a Tinubu supporter, but I mean, it got me concerned to say he flew 2 jets, presidential jets that were not. I know. Vehicles, things break down. Somebody, but I mean, I've never heard any president's jet travel like the American president, and then he gets to his destination and can't take him to the next place because there's a problem with it. But that's like you rightly said, as with everything in our country right now, nobody's paying attention to some of those little details. So I will move to Bumi. Bumi, the subject matter we're discussing. What's your take on those issues?
About the plane being grounded, it's just very sad that, like, it's just sad. But going to Tinubu talking about Nigeria and basically saying that Nigeria is in, well, how did you say it? Refurnish. What did he say exactly? What was the phrase he used?
Sorry, are you referring to me or to who?
No, to you. Like, what exactly did Tinubu say for the phrase?
Oh, okay, yeah. He said that Nigeria is now an investor's paradise. So he was encouraging the Netherlands, the Dutch government and Dutch businessmen and industrialists, I guess, to take advantage of the fact that Nigeria is now a renewed paradise for people to come and invest.
Yes. So it's just I just don't know what direction he's planning for Nigeria. I would have thought that if he really wanted to fix Nigeria, the way most countries tend to start with is domestic improvement. Just making sure that we have some foundations set in place. I don't have any problem with him talking to the Netherlands or whoever is interested that, hey, come invest in our country, because you see that happens in China, it happens in, I think, Taiwan, Vietnam. You have all these foreign companies. If they find it profitable to produce or do whatever in their country, they do that. But right now, with the way Nigeria is structured, the first thing that we need is some standard domestically, and just some infrastructures should be put in place first. So him going outside, getting investors to come in, does not solve our problem, because when we talk about corruption, how does that help Nigerians if we have foreign investors but we're still facing corruption? Like, it just means that the foreign investors are just going to profit as much as possible. If we don't have a labor force that actually does its job to make sure that labor and agreements between companies, businesses, and the people are actually both beneficiary to both parties, then understand that they're just going to come in and exploit whatever they can exploit. So I really want him to be more to put in place more protectionist policies first. When it comes to, and I know a lot of people talk so badly about subsidy. Subsidy is not a bad thing. It's just how you implement it. And it doesn't always have to be subsidy. You can talk about quotas. You can talk about the other protectionist policies. The reason where America is where it is today, because at some point they said, okay, if we're going to be the big guys, there are some certain key things that we should take care of for ourselves. We all know China produces almost everything, but there are so many things that each of these countries produce for themselves, and they don't worry about getting it from other people. If it's oil that we're talking about, when it comes to refineries, we should not be going outside to get oil, we should make sure that oil is not a conversation when we talk about things that we import. When we're talking about, let's say, cars, we use a lot of foreign cars, for example. Now you don't always have to produce your own cars and make sure you're using it, but there's some certain key things that you need to make sure that you make it yourself. Because understand that if, for example, I was talking to my brother and I was like, if World War III was to happen, Nigeria will be badly affected, because how do we survive when we import almost everything we consume? Because war would lead to the limitation of all this importation of things. When you talk about things coming from China going through the Suez, the seaport from Egypt, or going down all the way to South Africa, if all these things are stopped, how do we survive? So I was telling him that, look, World War III might not affect us physically, whereby we'll be bombed. But if it happens, almost half of the things that we consume will not exist. So if you think people are shouting about hunger, it's going to double. These are the things that I really would hope that he pays attention to, and make sure that, look, when all these big guys are fighting each other, there are certain things that will never compete with them. So as much as he's going there to tell them, come, create foundations, have some basic things, hospitals. Like, it's like we don't have good hospitals in every state in Nigeria to the standard, but you're asking for foreign companies to come. Those are the things that just doesn't make any sense. And I'm writing me, so I don't want.
Don't you? But Bumi, sorry to cut in. I mean, first of all, somebody says that his inauguration of a Nigerian Dutch business will boost the economy. Some will argue that what he's simply saying is he's creating the right environment for the investors to come. So are you suggesting he hasn't created the right environment? Because his people are saying he's creating the right environment.
Not. How? Okay, my question, if you might elaborate, how is getting a Dutch business right now a good environment for the Nigerian people? This is not me opposing the fact that, I'm not saying that we don't need, we should ban every foreign company from coming to Nigeria. I'm talking about foundation. We need to have basic standard. We're talking about, it's like, if you don't have a good system, someone can come in and exploit the system. You talk about businesses leaving Nigeria. Why are they leaving Nigeria in the first place? Those are the questions you ask yourself. Because you cannot be going out telling someone to come, but then there are millions of people leaving. It's just very stupid.
All right. Thanks, Bumi. Thanks for those submissions.
Those are the things
you still have more to say?
No, but one thing I'll just say is, when Mr. Oti, I think the Anambra governor, started doing some things good in Anambra, you don't need to tell me twice that, okay, if there's somewhere I need to go as a business creative, like a business-minded person, that's the place to go. I don't know this man, but once you start putting certain things in place, they will come. I'm very architectural based. I like architecture. If I know that Anambra has gotten his foundation set, whereby security is to the standard, some certain things are in place. Me as a person, I would take my 2 legs and go to Anambra. So you don't need to force me. People come. You don't see the Chinese government begging people to come to China. That's why China doesn't want to try and how do you say it, to the dollar. One Chinese yuan to the dollar is not that big. And they're doing intentionally because it makes people come because the value is less. Those are the things that I want Tinubu to face. Domestic changes lead to those Dutch people to come by themselves.
All right, thanks, Bumi. I think you raise a valid point, and lots of people seem to agree with you that yes, you need to. By the way, that was the Abia State governor you meant to say, not Anambra. Ovie, it's over to you. What's your take on the situation? The president says Nigeria is ready for investors, and I mean, is it wrong of him to blow his horn and tell investors to come, or what's your take?
I mean, that's it's the chief marketing officer of the country now. What do you expect? That's what I expect him to say. After all, he's also bragging with the policy that is predicated that statement on that remove the subsidy, stabilize the naira and all that. So, I mean, he's doing what he's expected of him as a chief marketing officer of a country. Say your country, doesn't matter, whatever, but put your best argument front. But I think that is just on the surface. What really took him to the Netherlands is to meet with, if we remember, I think last week or so before he left, his past, I don't know, I won't call it a policy, but he inaugurated what he calls a credit scheme or whatever that he will be giving loan to people and all that. That is a program from the World IMF. That's their program. That was actually go back all the way to 2012 when Ethiopian government actually adopted that and it was celebrated and all that. So now, how did the Dutch people or the involved in this? The princess of the Dutch, that's Princess Maxima, is actually had a partnership with the United Nations regarding that program called financial inclusivity. So the goal is to get over 2 billion people who don't have access to accounts, to have bank accounts and all that to do all over the third world nation. I mean, if you put one or two together, you understand why that is. So when Bola Tinubu do that, it's just going back to say, yes, whatever that you guys did is done. Thank you and whatever. So whatever the business that is thrown out there is just on the surface. So that's the real deal. And if you remember, they went there straight towards the WEF, that's World Economic Forum. All the same, those are the front officers of the neo-colonial liberalism that is there. So that's exactly what that trip is about. About the presidential jet, I don't know. Yes, I'm just hearing for the first place, but it doesn't make sense to me that two jets will be grounded at the same time. That's something is not right there. Is either they are covering up something or they are avoiding something. If that actually happened, there's just something other than that. Because if it just happened, made two presidential jets just granted at the same time in the same place, the same venue, the same trip. Nobody said no. So something is not right. As our guest earlier said, government always lie. So I'm taking that from that prism that there's more to it. To respond, yes, Bumi was talking about how we would survive in case third war happened. It's already happening. It's just that not be the way we know. It's already happening. A couple of weeks ago, Nigeria and a few other countries lost access to internet. Why do you think that happened? See them for their cable for inside water has been blown. What happened? You think that is natural? That is the job of Houthis, right? You use a very clear example, Bumi, where you cited the Sunni the Suez Canal example. Suez Canal and the Panama Canal, those are the biggest routes in terms of the maritime. What is going that you see the Americans, when they say there's a deglobalization going, that's exactly what they mean. Do you have what it takes to actually run the maritime sector as it is? Because what actually joined the world global village, globalization together is the maritime. I believe for you to just step out of your house and you buy chocolate is from Switzerland, you buy filler is from Lagos. It is because there's a safety within the maritime world. And the people who are in charge of making that safety enjoyable to every one of us is the American Navy, one of the biggest in the world. The closest to them is the Japanese maritime. So the US are 1 million ahead of everyone. They are the one that guarantee the safety of your crude oil going from Niger Delta to any part of the world. Going from they are the one in charge. But today they are not saying, you know what, since the Chinese are catch up, we are going to stay focused. And that's all the chaos is going on. So to answer your question, we no matter. So we can't even fight back. But we're already feeling it, and it's going to get worse. That is why the French president was crying, right? That if they don't do something, they are going to turn to third world country too. Can we? That's the question. When we the Nigerian states carry the maritime power, give a Governor Tompolo, right? So can we actually secure our tank if we sell oil to Ghana? Can we protect it without other mafia from other countries we coming to hijack it from this on the sea, because we don't have the American navies again or the other? So that's where we are today in the world. So we are already feeling we no go feel we don't even have what it takes to even want to retaliate, even if Nigeria attack us, and it's going to happen, right? Why I said it's going to happen, the proxy war that the Americans are fighting in Ukraine and China, exactly what is going to happen. Down the road, the America they have no choice than to engage in new imperialists who are coming to Nigeria, and we are neighbors. So if the Russian people equip Nigeria soldiers, say make them come for our year, what do? The Americans then get the company, so they will use our soldiers. So we should be praying it will happen, and that's exactly what I was trying to say when I was using that Rwanda as an example. That how you get power is very important. What is happening in Haiti? It's the same policy. And what is Haiti today? So that is the future of Rwanda. Then again, to answer my brother, I think he's Okafor. I know they see the name clearly. My brother, my
But
big
sorry,
uncle with cap.
Ovie, sorry, I've heard you twice now say the Rwandan president, but the Rwandan president is on air, rejecting a lot of things from the West. For instance, I remember one BBC interview he had where he was asking them who designs the rules on certain perspectives about leadership that they put up. So are you suggesting that all those things he's doing is grandstanding? Because
Exactly the words.
he's also against leaders, flying to say Russia Africa Summit, US Africa Summit. He says he will not attend those things, and I don't remember him attending most of the most recent ones. So why are you suggesting that he's a stooge?
If you remember a couple of weeks ago when Israel attacked Iran, their embassy in Damascus, and destroyed. When Iranian war respond, what did? They send a signal first to the international community that this is what they are going to do. This is where they are going to aim. Why did they do that? To appease the home crowd. Say, yes, we retaliated. So what do you think Kagame is doing? Yeah, he's appeasing us Africa. I say, oh, when he make those things that you refer to, so when those things is there, what were we saying? Get my way to talk for Africa. But that's just on the surface. But behind the scene, what is going on? Right? So he can say that all he wants until he stops the refugees coming and say, okay, yes. But he can't. There's so much at stake on him that he's already in charge, so he can't. So about the gathering of the 1960s in America that you alluded to, responding to me, my big uncle with Papa's cap. That don't underscore the role of the church in the 60s in that during the American Civil War revolution. Church was their technology. Church was their weapon. That is their refuge. If you want food, go church. Now church help them organize. If they won't go war, churches get gone. They wait for you. Let's go. Church play a lot of role in organizing those people that were sending from the list to go and do voting and all that. So that is very crucial, and that's where we need to go back to with our own churches. Yes, they are not doing well, but the fact that every Sunday they gather millions, we should take advantage of that and make it useful for ourselves. Thank you.
Thanks. Masker, can you hear us? You're welcome to the show. It's good to see you. I hope your internet is working very well today.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Kim. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chim, and good evening, everybody. As far as the president going, telling the country, I think we should commend him for being up and about. I think it's a good thing. If he sits, we say he sits, but I think it's a good thing to go out and sell the country. And I think for the planes, if you ask me, I don't see a big deal. I can't remember when we bought these planes. I'm sure they are very old planes. And the challenge is, look, we are not even Well, let me put it this way. What do we expect? We don't manufacture planes. We don't have, we're actually a poor country, no matter how we deceive ourselves. If you're driving an, what do you call it now, a Tokumbo car, you should not be surprised that if your father is driving a Tokumbo car, don't be surprised that he came back on Okada, that the car broke down somewhere. I don't know what we're talking about. But that's my take on the two issues. It's a good thing he's going around selling the country. I think it's actually a good thing that he's up and about, and that the planes are stuck somewhere. I'm not surprised, and I don't think it's really a big deal.
But Masker, so somebody here, if I can find that post, just give me a second. Someone said, if you want to preach to someone, actually, let me highlight it if we can see it. Yeah, it says, if you want to preach to someone, you would look clean and well dressed. If not, the person you are going to preach will call you a madman. We need to fix our country, and then investors will come. That nobody's saying we shouldn't.
Investors, no,
So
these are
what is he selling the right product?
Eh?
What he's selling, but is he selling the right a well packaged product? I mean, I'm not against him, but I'm just saying.
See, look, I think a lot of our people also do not have a good understanding of how the world works. Those people he's not going to people who want to be Nigerian. He's not selling Nigerian citizenship. That's not what he's going about to sell. He's selling Nigeria as an investment opportunity. When you invest, you mean you buy at some point, you sell at some point and make a profit. Is that not investment? Who is going to tell me now that there is not enough resources in Nigeria for you to come and invest, whether it's even just the people? Nigeria is an investment heaven. Take it or leave it. It's just that we don't see it that way. But trust me, Nigeria is an investment heaven. And I think you don't need to package Nigeria. These people, I think it's Ovie that said it or somebody. These people know how much resources we have. We don't even know how much resources we have. They know better. The only thing that you are doing as a president, you are telling them, okay, look, when you come, we're going to put our act together in terms of what do you call this thing now? Property law, in terms of contracts and stuff like that. That's what the man is simply going to be saying. But they know how good Nigeria is. So he's not selling citizenship. So he's not saying come and be a citizen of Nigeria. So the person will tell you, oh, no, Nigeria is not a good country. Far from it. He said it's an investment opportunity.
Okay. Thanks very much, Maska, for that. So, Mr. Opapu, did I pronounce that correctly?
No, you mix it up. It's Okapu.
Okay, can you please pronounce it Okapu?
Yeah.
So, you saw the last highlight I made. Let me highlight that again.
No, I
There's
heard
a reason why I'm highlighting.
I heard you clearly. I heard you.
No, there's something I highlighted. Did you see this?
Yes, I saw that.
Okay, so is he selling the country or selling the country?
It doesn't matter to me either way. I don't care because I already know that the people there don't give a damn. So why are we wasting our time? What do you expect to come out of it?
The people where?
The people in the leadership don't care. That what do you know? Honestly speaking, how many of us were 10 of us or 8 of us here? Tell me, anybody here, raise your hand if you think any good thing can come out of it in the next 5 years or 10 years. No matter how much they try. Because don't forget, we already said it. Your intention.
There's an outlier here. There's an outlier here, sir.
The master lives in Nigeria. Okay, I respect that. Listen. Listen. We already know how the dance will end. We know how the show will end. It's almost like when you go to film. I was in film school in Hollywood at some point, in my younger days. I majored my undergraduate is in communication. So when you are writing a script, your biggest challenge is the beginning and the end, and then you plot in the middle. This script is already written. We know how this movie is going to end. Why? Because we know their intentions. That's why to me, talking about how bad Nigeria is it's actually a test of how intelligent or how stupid we are. Because why are you just hitting the dead horse? Is it for the horse to wake up from the grave or what? And these people they don't take any advice from us. They don't care about what we think. Now, what Musk has said, I agree 110% is that Nigeria is an investment haven. And that Nigeria is an investment haven is for all of us who are living outside to start thinking about it for ourselves, not for the motherfuckers. I don't care about what the motherfuckers want to do. It's for us to start thinking about it. And besides, people always mention China without asking, how did China started all this thing, China growth and everything we're talking about. Please go and watch a video. I've forgotten the guy. I've forgotten that the investment banker that put a video. No, it was a researcher put a video on YouTube on China, the rise of China. China started with everything that made China when China started was foreign money, foreign investment. Manufacturers were leaving America and Canada, where you live, Chim, to locate to China for cheap. Now they're moving to Vietnam. So when we talk about a Western world, or colonial masters and everything, Singapore is Singapore because of what they get from the West. South Korea is South Korea because of what they get from the China you're talking about is China because of what they get from the West. So the name of the game is exactly what Ovie mentioned, and that Ovie actually stressed it better than Dr. Ogbunwezeh, because it's how you play the game. It's not whether the game is going to be played. It's going to be a tough, rough game. How you set to play, it's actually what makes they're not going anywhere, and you need them. Don't forget that you need them. You need the West. So it's not a they're
sorry, Mr. Okaku.
Yes.
So it's Okaku.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Just on a lighter note, I'm happy you're a script writer, but I thought in every script there is supposed to be a twist.
Of course, there's always you see, the twist is the flexion point that makes it, because when you put a protagonist, you give him an antagonist, right? Like you, a man, you want to achieve something in life. I'm going to put obstacle in your face, not for you to. So the essence of the thing is for you to overcome the obstacle and come on the other side. But
I noticed that you see, this is you said something about we need them, we do all this,
yeah.
But what you don't indicate is what those people did to get to where they got to. Not because they just went and shook hands with the West, because the West was loving them. The West was calling them China. They were threatening to nuke China. Lee Kuan Yew, they were calling him a dictator. They pulled all their businesses out the moment he got into office. The man did some things first before they became friends with him.
What did he do?
He established policies that benefited his own country first, secured his country. It's the same thing that China did first. They were calling all of them devils, and they hated them during the time when they were doing all these things. And after they did it, guess what? They went there to do business with them. And that is something you want to educate our people about.
No, listen, that's not actually how it happened. Don't forget that most of the investment in all these countries, whether you're talking about China or you're talking about Singapore, they were all private investment by companies. It wasn't a governmental investment, right? These were individual.
But you are still going after you are still talking post what the Lee Kuan Yew government did first. And the same thing you did with China. They laid a foundation that the investors came into work under.
No. Because
in history now.
Listen, I have 2 or 3 books on those issues. The history is there. You see, the thing is that when Dan Champagne came to China from exile, and then by that time your friend Chamamo already died.
Mm-hmm.
So when he came back, he decided that he wants to do things differently. And he first of all started in Guangzhou because Guangzhou is the other side of Hong Kong. So they put a place, a scrap metal for ships by Guangzhou, and he saw how the thing was going. He started opening up the mainland China for business. However, the thing is, when they were opening it up, they were allowing their people to learn the skills at the same time. They never allowed, they never just allowed the investors to come and do everything like the China is doing in Nigeria. The China want to do anything in Nigeria, they put everybody that come, they import their own workers. In China,
Please
they don't
always
allow.
remember to tell people the history before that man came in. Somebody put the foundation that he came and built upon.
What foundation? What foundation did
the nation that cannot be influenced by external factors? You heard what the professor said earlier on too. He said they influence our history, they influence even our writers to change history. So that is what Mao Zedong laid down, and that same thing
No, I don't think,
laid down.
Listen, 40-something million people died under Mao Zedong. Do you know that? Do you know that Mao Zedong actually starved? He starved some people. After we just, me and you, we talked about it some 2 weeks ago.
So because of that, you ignore that part of the history.
Hold on. After we talked about it, I went and watched those
Mr. Chim, I think you should call the forefathers to order so that the discussion
no,
can
hold on.
Because as it is now, it's only him and
I intentionally allowed them because of the value of what they were bringing. That's why I said, okay, let's just allow them.
I went again and watch about it. And do you go and watch? I want everybody here now because this thing will still come up later. Go and watch a documentary on the history. There are several of them on there.
Can you post? Sorry, sir. Can you post on the private chat? There's a private chat.
I don't have it. I don't have it ready because I didn't know this was going to come up.
Because I have the videos. I will search it and
there are so many
later on.
There's about, you can watch about 3 or 4 documentaries on the rise of China, and then what happened with Chairman Mao. I want everybody to watch the history of Chairman Mao, how he ran China before Deng Xiaoping came into power.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Do you still have more to say before we move to the next person?
No, let me take my time off and then I join you guys later. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Masker, sorry, I wanted, because I was enjoying the intellectual banter, so I wanted to allow them.
Don't mind Masker, is bad belly boy. He's bad belly. Don't mind him.
But you too, forefather, you they give Wahala too much. Forefather,
they give Wahala too much. Now let you know everything.
It's not about knowing everything, it's about the truth.
What they are saying actually important.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
We'll come back to
What
that.
they are
I'm
saying is
personally
important.
I want him to see if he can share those links. I'll try and see if I can get it myself.
Team, no vessel. I think what they are talking about is very important. It's like you talking about the history of Nigeria from 1960 without talking about the arrivals of the colonizer. So what Nigeria is saying is that before this success, there is something that took place. Yes, the man acknowledged that, just that he is not in favor of that kind of sacrifice to achieve what we. Nigeria say, it no matter, something got to be done for us to get to where we want. But the man is saying it matters how you get to where we are. So I think that's where the conversation is. Just give now.
I think it's a difference of perspective for both of them.
Yes,
but we'll come back to that.
And where you start your story from, yes, that's what happened.
Yeah,
I like the fact that you allow them to just go at it.
No. Of course, when I see a good, there's a say like Dr. Damages will say, do not waste a good conflict. So that was a good conflict as far as I was concerned, and I wanted them to go at it. Where is Blackstone? He has vanished. Okay, Blackstone, please go ahead.
Thank you, Shim. So we were talking about the Nigerian president traveling to the Netherlands and they're trying to woo in investors. One thing I have to say that no investor will put their money in an economy that is not stable, in a country that have no infrastructures. So when we talk about lasting investors, investment that impact the economy, right? that bring development. No investor is coming to come and put in the infrastructure on the ground for you. Then before they put in their money. I would say that there are investors in Nigeria. Where do they invest? They invest on Nigeria treasury bills. They bring their billions. They invest on it 3 months. They cash out. They leave Nigeria. Right? Because treasury bills are about 17 to 18% interest rate. So that's what they are doing. So for me, I would rather for him to go traveling everywhere, trying to influence the investors coming. Why don't we sit down and try to know how we can be able to improve on our infrastructures? I was surprised that when the Minister of Power said that before the end of 2024, we had 2 megawatts to Nigeria electricity, 2 megawatts in 6 months, or I don't know, right? So nobody's going to come and invest. So I'm coming to come and build a factory. And what actually made
Did you mean 2 or 2,000? Is that what you're saying? Did you mean to say 2,000 megawatts?
2 megawatts from 4 megawatts to 6 megawatts. That's what they said they're going to improve on this year. Go and listen to Rise News. It is there. So for me, that's like buying a gen. Right? So I don't know how you are trying now to influence investors whereby you don't have the actual things that engineer or that oil your economy. We all know that. That's why what I will say is that why can't we improve on our electricity? Everything under the sun today work on electricity. I cannot come and build a power plant to run my factory for me and expect me to enjoy it or sell my goods cheaply. So if you have to improve on my economy, the first is to make sure that we have a stable electricity. Road network, good road network, means of transportation, moving goods from one level to another level. So let us concentrate on those things. The investors you are talking to, they know more about Nigeria than what you are going to tell them. They have people who analyze the performance, who analyze your economy for you. They have advisors. Don't just wake up and say, I'm going to this country and go and invest. No. They take time to analyze your country, to analyze your performance, even to analyze the people, the atmosphere, the government rules, the government laws, our court system. How do they handle litigations, commercial law? How do they handle it? So these are the things that you have to put into consideration before we are going to tell somebody, come and put your money. How much are they bringing? People are going to bring millions of dollars. They were expecting that to come and put in, whereby it's not even sure if that millions of dollars will come back. And this investment are not something maybe they was their personal money. These are people maybe investment they will take from the bank or from their company shares and everything. So they know these things. So for me, I would advise him, sit down at home, brainstorm what you should do. If you're going to bring investors, give them some incentive. You can bring investors, okay, if you invest on this area, we have maybe about 20 years, 30 years. Bring your money, invest in this area, you do it, and then you claim your money. So you price it and you collect your stars. I don't need to, what you have to do is to pay tax. Employ Nigerians. It could be a 30 years agreement. India did it. Other countries are doing it like that. They will bring their money into the country. So there are many things they can do in order for them to bring in investors. Not just come and invest. What are the incentives? So that's about part of it anyway. Talking about the Nigerian the president jet that just gave up. Thank God that he gave up. I forgot the years that maybe there was a crash, you know. Thank God they found it, they discovered it, and they allowed it to fly, you know. So and it is very funny anyway that how they are servicing those planes, you know. So and it will be a different story anyway. Maybe if probably they have flown with it, or I don't know what problem they had. Maybe now for call a Paul and the aviator mommy come explain to us. So that's what happened, you know. What was the technical fault? Maybe maybe could be a landing fee. It could be anything. So nobody knows. Could be money. Maybe they didn't pay for their landing fee, for their parking fee. Maybe they granted it. So there are many things. Anyway, all the same, we thank God that.
Thank you, Blackstone, for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, AY, good to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah.
No,
Good evening, everyone.
Mr.
Blackstone.
Finish, now go come.
Man.
Appear again. No worry.
Greetings.
I sent show to you. I give show something to give you. I don't know whether show send that to you.
Me?
So when you go ask show, he go tell you what I send you. So, but anyway, you know the topics we're talking about. What's your take on these two aircrafts that followed the president, and two of them technically grounded, and then of course the issue of the investment talk that the president had? Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, let me quickly correct something, right? So, Blackstone, what the Minister of Power is driving towards is this try to increase the megawatt from 4,000 to 6,000 megawatt. So it's tried to do this through hydro and solar power. So it's kind of working on solar power.
Why am I wrong? Instead go to 6 megawatt. I going to do it on the problem.
Not 6,000 megawatt. 6,000, not 6. So
yeah, 6,000. Yes, sorry, we already have 4,000 already. Last time you go to add 20. So 6,000. So that's sorry for the misunderstanding. So 20,000 to add to it.
Yeah. Okay. That aside, right? So the issue of Nigeria, to me, it looks like a joke to me, even till now, you know. I think last week or last 2 weeks, right? I remember having discussion with Fofather about the Naira appreciation. I was just laughing. I was telling Fofather, I'm like, yo, this is not sustainable. We are joking. Fofather said, no, give me some time. I said it's not sustainable. Today, as we speak, Naira is back to 1,400 already. It's going back to 2,000. Because why I'm saying that is we are actually deceiving ourselves. We have government, we are deceiving ourselves. The reason why President Tinubu is a comedian, I can tell you for free. The reason he's talking about that investment, right? Actually, I know Maersk Shipping Line, they are investing $600 million into seaport infrastructure. I think there is one other company that tried to throw in some money, but this is not enough. The way they behave, the Nigerian government behave over years, they are like a baby you throw biscuit. Everybody is jumping up. Oh, now we have Yo, this is not enough. This is nothing. For a country like Nigeria, you get $600 million investment, you are jumping up. You should be talking of billions. Maybe by the time you bring $100 billion, I'll be like, let's celebrate.
But assuming let's be fair. Assuming they are using it well, that's the start. Because
you see, okay. Here is where I'm driving towards, right? You have a government without plan here. Obviously, I can debate this with anybody. From my understanding, from what I know, there is no plan. I am actually yearning to wait till that day where we see a president that will fold his sleeves, that is really ready for the country to work. Like, he want to get the job done. You are not seeing that hunger. The urgency of this situation is so urgent that you will not even understand it. We are joking. Bro, it's just like how the Minister of Power is saying, oh, we're working towards 2,000 megawatt. What is 2,000 megawatt? For Nigeria to be an industrial nation, you need no less than 25,000 megawatt of electricity. It's not joke. A lot of investment definitely going to go into it. I don't have anything against President Tinubu, but like somebody rightly said, right? Charity begins at home. If I were the president, the first year, my focus is going to be a clear plan of where we're going, what I want to achieve. I will focus on security. I will focus on infrastructure. Identify what are you going to do. You want to build new refineries, invest in electricity, invest in agriculture.
Communication.
Those are all infrastructure. Yeah, but I heard of coastal line, Lagos, Calabar coastal line. Today I was reading one, Sokoto, Badari coastal line. Good, but we need more. We are backward. There is a lot. I can tell you some roads in Nigeria for the past 15 years, they are not motorable. People are struggling. Roads that you're supposed to drive 1 hour, you spend 5 hours on this road. You see, I want to see a government that is ready to work. Not this we are playing. The ministers are playing. I want to see a government that listen. KPI, you are not meeting up with my KPI. You are gone. In 1 year, I don't care who you are. I was surprised when they gave Jimovia, the head of the student loan, whatever. I'm like, so Jimovia was
Education board.
Yes, Jimovia was there, ready to take an appointment. Why did you not give Jimovia minister? Why did you not give Jimovia ministerial portfolio? Why are you putting Jimovia into? Jimovia is brilliant. These are the kind you can need this kind of people. Give him a ministerial portfolio. You, all your party members, it's only by party. You gave them portfolio where they are not qualified. If Jimovia is ready to take up a position in government, Jimovia is supposed to be a minister. Here is one thing we need to know about ministerial positions. Ministers are mini presidents. They are mini presidents that decisions are going to be on their decks to take for the country. They are looking at the future. They are looking at... Presidents don't even have that time. Most of these presidents, they only have probably few meetings with ministers here and there. They don't sit down with, they don't have, but when you have people that are capable, that are independent, that have the experience, that have the skills, they will get the job done. They will come with you with advice. Mr. President, this is the direction I think we should go. This is what I'll be doing. A lot of these guys, they are just there looting money. They don't think about the country. They're talking of Mr. Yaya Bello that is paying children on bond school fees. Some of them, they will start paying grandchildren school fees. It's a mess. So it is painful, but I really want to see a Nigeria that is going in the right direction, that we start working so that, you know, I mean, if not for us, we are out. A lot of Nigerians are suffering, but our children on board, Nigerians on board, we can't leave this country in a total mess. I hand over the country to them, and they will pass through all this pain again all over. Even now, to travel out of the country is more difficult than ever. Look at Canada that everybody used to travel to. Go and see the difficulties now to even move to Canada. Because it will get to a point, these people will not have anywhere to go. We have to fix our country and make this country livable for Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, AY.
AY. Sorry, AY, you said that it's a drama. AY is making money from his comedy now. Which one you did?
This one, I don't know if he's a comedian. Anyway.
He said that it's a comedy. I said AY is making money from his comedy now.
Thank you, Jim.
I'm sure you know what we're talking about, so I don't need to bring you up to speed.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to get 30 minutes because AY is on the platform today. Because when those of us that come to the platform I see it different from the people that just comment on the comment section. Or if I see you on the platform, I see what you write on comment section, I will always want to address it when I have opportunity of speaking with you on the platform. Anyway, yesterday, you actually said I am tribalistic. You've heard me here speak exactly what you said today. If I say it, because I am from the Southeast, it could look to be tribalistic. So if you see me defend my people when they are doing the wrong thing and accuse other people when they are doing the wrong thing, you can accuse me of that. I am not. I try not to be. So if you hear me from that point, I am only speaking to the leader, no matter the part of the country the leader comes from. I am speaking to his attitude. I'm not speaking to his area or his region. I just want you to get that in case you're listening to me from the other side of my from the other side I explained earlier. Thank you. So what forefathers said, I was thinking that both of them were discussing with Okapo. I was thinking that both of them were saying the same thing, only that forefather went years to the foundation to where he was talking, because forefather said that the Chinese laid foundation before going out and not going out before laying foundation. And this is exactly what whoever that is condemning this movement. When I saw our president in Netherlands, two things came to my mind. The first thing that came to my mind is, are these guys, is there someone in the room listening to campaign speeches of Peter Obi, that when they listen to one, they say, let's go and just rehearse this one and see if it will work? Because I know during the campaign, Peter Obi emphasized production in Netherlands, and because all what they were discussing when they were there was agricultural production. That was the first thing that came to my mind. The second thing that came to my mind was one of my uncles. While he was in civil service, he said, I would definitely buy a car. So he did everything he couldn't buy a car. Then when he retired, he was paid his retirement benefit. So he went and used the money and bought a car without an engine and towed it and brought it in front of his house and just put it there and say, I have a car. So could it mean that these guys are just like, oh, we went to Netherlands, let's keep these guys busy, but nothing we actually, why do I say this? What Bumi said and what every other person have said here, do we really need to go out? Do we really need to go out to call investors? Look at almost everybody here. You all are intellectuals, researchers. Your brains are kept in the universities in the Western world. Because whatever you research and write in those belongs to those universities. They lay claims to your brains. But will you all apply to go overseas to study? They didn't come to call you because they had their policies, they had their principles, they made it favorable, and people are becomes a honey. Bees are flying in, and they are
Augustine.
Yes. Yes.
Why do we do this to ourselves? Are you telling me I sit in Nigeria, I see foreign universities advertise on YouTube, even on billboards here in Nigeria? Why are we so pretentious? It's not true. Even the best universities outside, they still advertise and ask people to come.
So did you see the point I'm coming from? That advertisement they made.
No, I'm not even responding only to you. I'm just responding because the argument is that no, let's just build it. People will come. That is not business talk. No matter how good you are, you finish doing what you're doing, you still need to advertise. I just felt. So I'm sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, I beg. Sorry.
Yes,
I'll just move.
No, I am not negating the fact. So what I'm telling you, what are the principles at home? Bumi said something today. Millions of companies or hundreds of companies are leaving Nigeria. You've not addressed that. You can't address having international students in Nigeria when you've not addressed strike. If you address the strike system, now you can now tell people, look at what we have done. So I'm not saying that inviting people is wrong. So this is the point. What I'm saying is the fundamental.
Let me just add something to support you. You notice the countries he's going to. The countries he's going to are basically the ones that drew the borders of Africa and Nigeria, that already know Nigeria. He's not going, he's also not going to the fastest builders in the world, which is China, and the ones that are the most generous to people that work with them, Russia. He's not going to them. He's going to people that already know us. And Maska, you seem to, yes, I understand what he's doing is good to sell, but is he actually going to advertise for us or sell us again? The pattern I see from him is the problem. Maybe you are right. He's going to sell us, but not the sell us you think.
And you see, like what the language you said, the people that know us. So no matter what you sell, just like these investors that are advertising, you still have the prime choice. So because these people know us, what you are selling to them is, are you really sure that the content is concrete? So that's the question. Back home, you, Maska, will you confidently use your resources to start a company in Nigeria, knowing fully well that the
Yes, and I think you should before other people do it. We run down our country too much.
Oh no, so these are two different things. When you have a dialogue of expose, is different than when you are a dialogue of recommendation. I'm wearing a native wear. I'm coming from American feast, and I dress in Nigeria. So I am also a proud Nigerian. So what we are doing here is how do we do? So do we still condoling these things in the name of saying Nigeria is good?
Okay, Augustine, my answer to you is that there are two different things. Criticizing our government to do more or to do better or to do what they need to do is one thing. Saying that Nigeria is not a good place to invest is another thing, government or no government. This is what I believe. And I'm sorry.
You're the only one that have said it. You're the only one that have said
about it.
I don't think any of us have said Nigeria is not a good place.
You're the only one that have said that now, Maska. Because I have not said that. What I'm saying is, if we do what we're supposed to
round up so that we can pass on that.
So look at the second thought of what Ovie said, that this is the second thing the president went to Netherlands to talk about the credit system. If it is what he went to the Netherlands to go, what is the value of our money? The kind of money we waste in advertisement. Just I am advertising a nursery school and I go to BBC to advertise a nursery school. It's a waste of resources. Look at the humongous amount that have been spent over this trip. Thank you.
Could I chime in here?
Okay, sorry, Pascal. Pascal.
Sorry, hold on, KJ. KJ, before you go, Pansat, sorry, don't be offended, please. KJ has been here to be difficult to jump in and come straight to you. So if you could just wait,
I don't have a good
I'll get to you.
here, but come to me as soon as you can. So
okay, okay, KJ, before I come to you, Maska, there's a question for you from Bumi. You don't have to answer immediately. I can give you time to think about it. Excuse me. She says, can I ask Maska about Nestle in Nigeria? So I guess the point she's trying to make is this, that companies are leaving. The president, like Austin rightly said, hasn't addressed the institutions, the business institutions that are leaving, and he's going to woo new investors to come in. So you don't have to answer immediately. We'll come back to you. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, I will just start from there. I've listened to almost all the debates, and it beats me when we as Nigerians gather to lie to ourselves. Let's start. Let me just reverse a little bit to what Augustine said, and the question which Bumi asked, which is right. You have not been able to control the companies leaving out to find out the reason why they are leaving your shores. Then you leave the animal that you have in your kitchen. You refuse to make soup with it. The monkey that is jumping in the forest on top of the tree is the one you are hoping to use to cook your soup. Is that not madness? We have companies leaving. You did not call the executive of those companies to say, why are you guys leaving? What can we do better? How can we assist you? No. Then you left and you go to Netherlands to go and tell them to leave the companies, to leave electricity, to leave tap running water, to leave good roads, to leave environments that help you to create your business and that gives you the opportunity to prosper, and come to your, lack of a better word, dark continent and invest their own money, not your money. If you are the people sitting here, will you do it? Those of us sitting here, if it is you that you are called to come and invest your money there, will you do it? A money that you are not sure that if you bring into the system, when you want to leave, they will even give it to you all. Come on, let's see. We must be brutal if we want to go forward. It's not these things are not. Look, one of my biggest pain is that it is in our lifetime. Every day that counts, your life is being shortened. Today will never come back. We started this thing before Nigeria became 64. Today we are 64. And the next 64 years, all of us sitting here will be almost 100 or more than 100. Some of us will be more than 100. What are we saying? Is it a game? This guy is globe. Okay, what has come out of the place he has gone to?
Are you afraid to
I
say
think he
some
went
of
to
us will
Pakistan.
die?
Eh? He went to
Are you afraid
Pakistan.
to
He
say
went
that
to
some of
India.
us have died?
Okay. Have any of those globetrotting brought any investment so far? Even the money they use for Estaco to go, all his team, has it brought anyone? We have to tell ourselves the truth. Now, we have 220 million people. A country that is interested in the development of its people, we first of all invest on these people that are there. Because if there's commerce and the people have enough money to be able to feed themselves and do their normal activity, the people, you don't have to invite anybody. The people will come looking for you. The companies are leaving because the Nigerian people no longer have the ability to even purchase from those companies. You are not addressing that. Why do we always want to start our own this thing from outside? The Igbos have a proverb that you start your beauty from inside the house before you go outside. But our own, we go globetrot and then come back with nothing to show for it. A country that is serious, okay? How much are you going to look for? This one you're going to look for. If you combine the Yahya Bello's own and some of these other miscreants, the one they've taken and put together, it's not up to the money you're going to look for outside. Can't we be factual and truthful to ourselves? So if we are serious, if the government is serious, for which I have never seen anyone, we will have been able to deal with the institutions that can bring justice to the people. So people can see, look, if I bring my money in, tomorrow nobody's going to change the law. Nobody's going to refuse to, when the court gives a judgment, they're not going to deny me the judgment. You are going to fix the police. You're going to fix the light. You're going to fix the road. So these things are not there, and you say you are going to shop for investors? Come on, guys. Let's tell ourselves the truth. You see, and the other guy I wanted to address has gone. That's why I came in the first time I left, because he left. You see, this is a talk shop. It's not we're not here, it's not a symposium on how to, no. So let people not come here and tell us we're always gathering here to talk. No. You don't go to CNN and tell David Anderson or whoever is called, what's his name? The other guy that calls himself Fox. Why is he holding a talk this thing? He's always talking. He's going to be talking. I've been talking since I was a small boy. He's going to keep talking even till my own son becomes a big man. So let's not mix it. If you want to form a group that can have an interaction and come up with something, you can decide to choose some of us and send. Don't come here and tell us that we have been talking, and then you finish talking and go. You're not going to give us 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how to go about it. This is how Nigeria will develop. You will not say it, but you come here. You will even come with the knowledge that you know everything. We sitting here, we don't know anything. Only you who know. It's not right. If you don't want to talk, don't come and talk. But don't come here and tell. It's a talking shop. It's a talking shop.
Sorry, who are you referring to, KJ?
There was one earlier guy. I don't remember his name, and it's not on this platform. I don't want to call his name. I'm just making that so I be. We are in a talking shop. It is a talking program. It's a talking program. So let us not come here and begin to condemn people. People that don't have idea. You have been in Europe or in the US since time immemorial. You have not provided solution. Don't come with those of who volunteer to be here and spend our time to talk, come and tell us we don't know what we're talking about. If you know, call us backstage.
Are you referring to Okpaku?
I'm not referring to anybody. I've just made a general statement. Okay?
You're a troublesome
It's
person.
a talking shop. It's a talk shop. All right? It's not a strategy session for developing Nigeria. If you want that, set it up. Our all can meet outside of this environment. But here, in our talk, we did here. Talk, not talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, KJ.
I heard him saying that he's a script writer. The guy wants to write script for you guys on how to fix things.
Olumide, wait. When I hand over to forefathers, two of you, forefathers has your energy. I don't have your energy, please. So, righteous man, please, the floor is yours. What do you have to say? And I think forefather, at this point, I'm going to be handing over to you. You can take over from here, please, if you don't mind.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, righteous man.
Are you scared of Olumide?
I wonder.
Chin.
Sorry.
Chin, Canada is changing you, and I hope it's changing you for good. AY, it's been a long time.
My God.
I even chatted up to greet you, but you didn't respond.
I just replied to you and I said that who you call and I will do that.
Hey, why no? Hey, why don't?
I was
so what
actually
the way you
outside
give
the
Tinubu
country.
tonight? You know, like
Hey, why not
that.
reply anything? Not reply anybody in the fear.
Leave me like don't buy Blackstone. Blackstone I was she.
That KJ, you are very real, and I love you, especially your background of having God. You know, when you said you were covering Club 700, I think, is it Club 700? And you defended the genuine miracles, because some of us, the Western world has changed us to the extent that we are trying to become stupid to deny the existence of God. You know,
righteous man, hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to cut in. How does this 700 club have to do with Tinubu's investment?
No, Chin, let me remind you what he said in this program earlier, that the Westerners have come with their religion and we have destroyed our traditional religion. He forgotten.
And that's a contradiction.
My brother Blackstone, I will defend whatever statement I have made or I will make. You see, I'm referring to KJ because our people said, you understand? When a man speaks, you will know a man has spoken. When a youth speaks, you will know that this one is still coming up. He has not tested the fire of life. You know,
oh, man, that's just mad. These days, not be so again though. Some youth speak better than old men. So with that story, that was what our elder used to deceive us.
Back to the issue. You see, human beings cannot solve their problem. Whether it's Americans, whether Africans, Caribbeans, Asians, there is no way human being will be able to solve our problem. And that is where divinity comes in. If you go to the scriptures, to the book of Matthew 24, reading from verse 1 down to verse 13, you will see a prophecy of Christ. It seems as if that prophecy is what is fulfilling in our own time. But we've not been very careful to see what is happening globally. The problem is not only in Nigeria. I'm telling you, America is not finding it okay, because if you look at today's poll by CNN about the November election, Trump is leading Biden with 6 points ahead because the economy is failing, the border, no security, foreigners are coming, doing all kinds of things. And you go to Europe, it's just like that. You go to Caribbean, look at what is happening in Haiti and the rest of it, Brazil. There is trouble everywhere. which means that humanity can never sort himself out. The Bible says in the book of Isaiah, I can't be very specific about the scripture. It says that they will tell you peace, peace. Suddenly, destruction will come. Can we also look at the things that are happening, whether it is fulfilling a prophecy of this kind that we're in? Before we begin to blame Tinubu, before we begin to blame Jonathan, do you know whether they are in line to fulfill a prophetic agenda that we have not looked into?
Okay, righteous man, don't complain about the price of petrol anymore.
Hold on. I am coming. Olumide, just hold your peace. Anyone that forgets God can never benefit anything from God. So while we live, while we breathe, somebody is in charge of our breath. And so it is not wrong for me to mention anything about God. If you are anti-God, I am not. And I'm not ashamed of saying it, that I believe in God and I believe in the supremacy of God. And because God has worked in my life, if not, I would have been dead
Is
today.
it the same God we serve here in Canada or the one in Nigeria?
I don't know the God you serve, but the God I serve who created me, he has worked in my life. And I'm proud to say I serve a living God. And I'm proud to say it anytime,
Praise
any
be the Lord. Hallelujah. Somebody.
Olumide, easy.
So,
back to the
back to what,
topic.
yeah, back to the
Don't
topic.
hide. You don't hide this thing down. Olumide, don't hide.
The topic we're discussing, you can't take away what the scripture have prophesied. After the war, after the Nigerian Biafran war, the civil war, many of you did not witness it. Many of you had it as a story.
How did we get here?
Hold on now, I'm coming, please. Those of us who witnessed a bit of it, there I was pretty young, who witnessed a bit of it and who saw things that happened, even witnessed dead people littered on the streets and everywhere. We will have a story to tell you more than you who goes to school, and the history another person have written is what you read, and you come to the platform here, you begin to speak authoritatively as if those histories you read, you were part of those who write it or you witnessed it.
Righteous man, did you witness Biafra war?
Me?
Yes.
I say I was a kid. I was little.
wondering,
How old were you? How old were you?
7, righteous man.
Now,
how old were you?
Now.
No, how old were you when during Biafra war?
If I tell you my age that time, you can know my age now.
I don't think you were up to 3 years. That's why I'm actually surprised.
Ah, you sure? And then are you born now?
That's what we wanted to know. Because the way you talk,
question is
you talking like I'm high with
the question is, I think he can speak about it without necessarily.
Don't worry, let's just continue. I don't want people to know your age. We will discuss that secret.
Why you are talking to a grandfather?
That
you
would be a secret.
Grandfather. You are talking to a grandfather. A grandfather. That's the person you are talking to.
I don't not one. You are Blackstone.
Forefathers.
Now you are Tinubu to be
that statement.
It is as you because you're looking young.
Tinubu, Blackstone, Tinubu,
easy. Let's try to keep it organized because people are waiting. Sorry, righteous man. Masker said something. Sorry, what was that, Masker? Take what back?
I say you should take back that he was being didactic on us. That as if he was an elder during the Civil War. You were a baby during the Civil War. Just like some of
you have no clue.
It was just 2 years
That,
at that time. That
that
was
is
2
why I
years.
was surprised, though. That's why I was shocked,
He was
actually.
trying to claim an elder. He said you take it back.
You are running
I
with
don't
that
even
pants
think
that you
Righteous
are
Man
coming
was
here to
born
You
do
then.
was
as
here
if
like he was snatched.
He wasn't even
Yeah,
born.
it's like I'm a grandfather to at least more grandfathers. So I think that's a fair point. Please, righteous man, go ahead.
Masker, you told me you were coming to Lagos. We are going to meet at Ikoyi. You would have seen me, and then I will give you some papers. When you go through it, you will know
Okay,
my
I'm
age.
coming on Thursday. Don't worry, I'm coming on Thursday, righteous man. I'm coming on Thursday. I'm coming on Thursday. We will meet. I will look for you.
Okay, just call, call. You have my number now.
Thursday,
Just
I'll
call
be
me.
in Lagos.
Okay. So back to the issue we're discussing.
No, I don't have your number, but I would. Where's the Blackstone? Do you have the Blackstone number? The Blackstone has my number.
Oh, yes, I will send you your number.
Blackstone will give you my number. We'll give you my number.
Okay, we exchange the numbers.
Okay, I will. It's okay.
So back to the issue we're discussing. From time immemorial, humanity have never been able to sort his problem out. It has been a difficult thing. Why don't we think that there is something beyond human being understanding that is about to take place? The Bible has given us prophecies. The Quran, those who believe in Islam, they have also Quranic prophecies. The Hindus, they have prophecies regarding the existence of humanity, the present world, and the world to come. And we are being carried away. Will animals fulfill these prophecies? These prophecies will be fulfilled by human beings.
See, Masker, sorry, not Masker, righteous man, hold on, sorry. Since today is Sunday, I don't know. The panelists, personally, I'm more biased to listening to, pursuing this line of thought. And because it's Sunday, it's supposed to be Bible lessons or something that we used to do before, more of a philosophical session. But they were talking about Tinubu marketing Nigeria and our airlines that broke down. So this topic, if you want us to talk about it after now, we could do that. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Should he go with the Tinubu side or carry on in this?
I think it's starting to wax philosophical, which we don't really need. It's like preaching to us. We don't need the preaching. So we believe
righteous man, we'll do that after this Tinubu, this thing.
Look, my statement is heading towards the topic we are discussing.
Yeah, because you're bringing up a lot of questions that need answering.
Preaching. We don't want to listen to preaching.
Hold on. Olumide.
I'm a Christian, but don't preach to me.
Olumide, what's wrong with you? Mind your business. See,
oh my God,
righteous man, try to bring it back to the main thing. Then we'll come back to this.
If you not suffer their head where they're going to preach to you. Now, that mentality be that one.
Okay, righteous man, try to bring it back to topic now, so that other people, Olumide, so that other people can speak. Try to bring it back to topic. Then we'll come back to this later about these events that are occurring. All this stuff you have been talking about. We can come back to it later. But so that other people can speak. Go ahead, righteous man. You're muted.
If you look at this country today, you will discover that most of the people who are into politics or into leadership in this country must have had contact with the Western world. Either they schooled in abroad or they lived there and returned back to Nigeria to pilot the affairs of this country, having experienced all the good things and life in the Western world. Now, when they come back here to take up leadership position, what happened? You begin to wonder. And that is why sometimes ago, I asked a question in this platform. Is it that Nigeria is under a curse? Because the people leading us have tested the Western world civilization either one way or the other. They've lived there, some went there to school and returned back. Yet, it looks as if we're in an animal kingdom where the king of the jungle determines who lives and who dies. So the problem we are facing should be beyond we trying to theoretically exhibit our academic intelligence. It's not helping us. It's something that will require practical, attention. What can we do to sort this thing out? I am in Nigeria.
But what do you think about Tinubu going to market
Maska is in Nigeria. The rest of you are in abroad, if I'm not mistaken. Now, you guys should ask us what is going on here. Now that Trump is leading Biden, all of you are keeping quiet. You are not talking about it. You are facing Nigeria. Every day you wake up, it's Nigeria.
Actually, righteous man.
But you are not talking anything about the topic at all, the righteous man. You've been going on for almost 5 minutes. Nothing about the topic at all.
Biden is leading up. You are not up to date.
Leave it alone. Biden is not leading anywhere.
What is your name? Leave that thing alone. You don't know this thing. Leave it.
Look at the CNN pool. The CNN pool today, Sunday, check it. I was watching it live.
But righteous man, let me ask you a question.
They are not listening. Okay, righteous man has seated this time.
Righteous man,
one mic at a time. Righteous man, you refuse to conclude. You refuse to even address the topic. Okay, righteous man, you got 30 seconds. You got 30 seconds to address the topic because you've been talking for 5 minutes. You've not even touched the topic at all.
Can I take my turn?
Hold on, Olumide.
They were interjecting me. They were interjecting me. They never allowed me, giving me the space to talk.
But we gave you time to talk. You never came to the topic. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 minutes now, please.
2 aircraft.
2 minutes.
You are now interjecting. The 2 presidential aircraft that
I think righteous man is having a meltdown.
Carry on. Or that guy is not going to let you finish. Please carry on. When you finish, I'll bring him back.
Okay. So the 2 aircraft, presidential jets that developed forth in Netherlands. Well, it is only God that can tell us exactly what is wrong. That is just my submission because I've never heard of it that 2 presidential jets at the same time that left the shore of Nigeria, all of a sudden 2 of them developed forth. Thank God, just like Blackstone said, that all is well. We didn't hear an ugly news, and we bless God for that. Now, as regard to foreign investors to come into Nigeria, well, we need infrastructures to be in place, which I believe the policies of the APC government have never added to the economy of Nigeria. I have to be partisan this time because my business was booming when PDP was in charge of Nigerian economy and the policies. Today, as APC took over since 2015, businesses are collapsing, companies are leaving Nigeria, and as I'm talking to you now, it's worse than ever before. So he going abroad to go and canvass for investors to come and invest. He should first put Nigeria in order. His house, he should put it in order. We don't have electricity. We don't have a good banking industry. We don't have a good recruitment agencies. If you see what the Chinese people are using Nigerians to do here, you will know that this country, there is no future for it. What Chinese people are doing, how they are using Nigerians as if we are slaves to them. I mean, Chinese people, Lebanese, corrupt people. They enslave Nigerians in our own country. We can't even talk when the Chinese are talking. So, and these are, they are happening because of the bad policies of the government. What are you going to invest in Nigeria that when you turn around, you see it that is working well? What? 3 days ago,
We bought diesel 1,600 naira per liter, and it cost that man 320,000. In 3 days' time, it was gone. He has to buy another one. Within a week, he has spent more than 500,000 naira in buying diesel to power just some certain places for him to have a good living. Is that okay?
Thank you.
And you are telling me that he has gone there to market Nigeria. When the home is marketing is dirty, it has not been well swept. So those advising him are not advising him well. Are you talking about if you are trying to renew your passport in Nigeria? Do you know the hell people are going through? They told us that through online you can renew your passport. Come and try it unless you break.
Can I take my turn?
Is it your turn or Femi? Okay, you are next, Olumide. Olumide, please go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Femi. Aburo Oshio. So, righteous man, first let me address you. See,
go to the point.
When you try to use religion to twist things, it baffles me. You understand? You said people, the politicians who most of who came back from abroad who messed up, they came back, they messed up Nigeria. Fine. But you must know that those who came back and messed up Nigeria, we've always shouted that some of these people had corrupt tendencies. Most of them were convicts. But your system, for one reason or the other, decided to still allow them to come and participate in your politics.
So why do you worry about that? Are you not in America where the president is facing trial?
And then number two, you have enough imams and pastors in Nigeria to change your spiritual situation. So that spiritual problem, let them deal with it. You have more than enough imams and pastors there. Okay? We don't want to come and listen to that here. And then Master is gone.
Olumide, listen. It is a global issue. It's not only Nigerian issue.
We need this thing to progress. We need it to get to Femi, and I speak the truth. Then we can now relax a bit.
That the president was we need to see. I don't, Master. See, well, let me. I don't know how to address you, but so you're saying that criticism of the government is we shouldn't do that. So if you criticize the government, you are an enemy of the government. And we claim to be practicing democracy. When you practice democracy, not everybody is APC, not everybody is PDP. Some of us don't belong to any party. We are independent leaning. What we want is a better society, regardless of who you are, where you come from. And when we criticize, it's because we want the country to be better. That is how places like US, UK, Canada, or civilized climes get better. They listen to those who criticize them. They don't see them as a threat, and they make change better. So I don't know you. So this guy is doing something wrong, and we are saying it to him as a fellow countryman, and you think we are doing something bad. I mean, come on, you got to rethink things, Master. Come on, rethink things. You understand? You know, we were discussing yesterday. We were having a kind of a civil discussion yesterday about rebuilding the foundation of the country, because this is where this thing has gone wrong. If the foundation of the country was properly done, people like Tinubu in the first instance should not even be contesting. Talk less of even being or being should not be contesting. Talk less of being sworn in as president. You understand? We are saying that we want this country, we want to sit down and form a document that all of us are happy with, without the influence of the British or of any of the colonialists. So that
Olumide, do you know that is impossible?
Why is it impossible? Tell me that.
Because the moment you walk out of that conference, there will be another separatist group that wants to separate from that document you just created.
No. See, we can see. Even if for the sake of argument that nobody decides to separate or go their ways, which they have a right to because of the way we were put together. Can't you just afford them that right and obey, and respect their wanting to be on their own because of the way? See how many years we lost. 60 years of development.
Yeah, but the point
That
I'm
we
trying to
lost
make is
because
that
because
the point I'm trying
somebody
to make, Olumide, is
who
that
didn't care about
nothing
you
would have
but cared
changed.
only about your resources.
See,
You
Olumide, the
understand?
point I'm trying to make is that nothing would have changed in reality, even if you just finish having the conversation, the same
That
status
is
quo
not
remains.
true. We don't
What would
know.
have
No,
changed?
that's just a conjecture by you and your likes who are afraid of the change that
No, I'm
the
not
people
afraid.
will.
I don't mind it. It's just that we have bigger fishes to fry. If you
No,
keep talking about,
there's no. The
you
bigger
keep
fish
talking
we
about,
have to fry right
Oh,
now.
let me ask you a question.
The biggest
Let me
fish
ask
we
you a
have to
question.
fry right now is ourselves.
Let me
yeah,
ask
we
you a
know that.
question.
You talk about solid
Let me ask
foundation
you a
all the
question.
time. Yet you
Let me
know
ask you a
nations that
question.
don't even have a constitution, and
Let
yet you keep
me
talking about
ask you
solid
a
foundation.
simple question.
I don't see
Mm.
that nation decides. The nation without a constitution decides to run themselves that way. They run themselves by some kind of law, by some kind of policy. But we are saying the way we are constituted, different ethnicity, different nations, as Master alluded to yesterday,
The
under
same
one
thing for
country,
the
under
UK.
one
I
banner.
sit in a nation. This is what they call a nation state. There are many nations inside this nation, and
And we are saying
yet
that it
they
is
don't have
not
a
properly
constitution.
constituted.
You people should
It's
talk
a
about the
shido.
topic
Don't
now.
you
You have
tell him
gone
it's
back.
a
You
shido.
people have gone back to yesterday's issue.
He likes to. I'm surprised he didn't bring about election. Okay, go ahead. He's going to
Blackstone,
go to
what's your
election next,
question? Talk your
but which
question.
is
Ask
fine.
your question.
He's entitled to it.
No, I have no
Blackstone.
more question. I have no more question again.
Olumide, let me ask.
The
Blackstone,
Blackstone
I
has
don't know why
withdrawn
you are
his question.
intolerant.
No, I
You are
don't know my
intolerant
question.
to
Wait, let
listening
me
to
ask
other people.
forefather. Let me ask forefather. Does the prime minister, the minister in in Scotland, come and take permission from the what's his name, the prime minister in the British prime minister, before any development is carried out in that part of Scotland? Does it happen that way? So
Some of them,
when you
yeah.
compare
No,
these
some
things,
of
you are
them you have
comparing
to.
orange and apple. You don't go
If Scotland was doing anything to do with like seaports and stuff like that, yeah, they have to come to the center.
and they take permission
Just
before they do
yes,
that.
you have to. Yeah, of course.
Come on, man. That's not
Definitely.
true.
I can let me pull up the list of what the Scottish people control. You will see, you have to go to the center. Otherwise, Scotland could go and build a seaport for Russia.
Okay, forefathers.
The UK will never accept
Okay,
that.
forefather, for the sake of argument, the constitution is perfect. I'm coming. I'm coming. For the sake of argument.
Go and be a dad,
For the sake
Olumide.
of argument. For the sake of argument.
Olumide. Go and be a dad.
For the sake of argument, let us say the constitution is perfect.
Can you take this man
Let's say
out?
the
Let
constitution
him
is
be a
perfect. Everything is
responsible father.
okay. The only way.
Olumide,
The
they
only way.
vote for you to go and be a dad, not to talk about constitution.
Wait. The only way. Blackstone. The only way.
What can I say?
The only way that shithole would develop, you understand, is if you allow the people listen, Blackstone. The only way Edo State would develop, Edo State looks like a shithole, one of the shittest hole in the world. The only way it would develop, you understand? The only way it would develop is allow the people elect their leader in a free and fair minimum requirement for democracy. Look at, for instance, the election they did in Oyo State yesterday. They did the election in Oyo State yesterday. 33 local government. PDP won all the 33 local government. Who is fooling who? You understand?
Okay.
Who is fooling who? How do they want to develop? The only people that stood against it, that fought them was AAC. You understand? Showore's party, AAC. But when the chairman of the AAC in Oyo State that was trying to monitor the election to make it free and fair, they arrested him. The police arrested him. And Maska is saying, take camera, record everything, form a center, have your own results. You know, I was just watching him when he was saying it yesterday.
I didn't say that. Why are you like this?
Listen. I'm telling you how shitty your country is. Listen.
That be your country.
So just listen. I'm sorry, I'm not in Nigeria. I don't carry the Nigerian passport anymore. Okay, and I'm sure
you
you
leave
sit
this
down for
platform.
Germany. You sit down for Germany. Then
Why are you not talking for Nigeria?
Your
Why are you not
Edo
talking
State
for
is a
Nigeria?
shitty state. You understand? Shitty
I know
state.
now. I know what's my business.
Just
Yeah,
listen.
it's a shitty shit. So you are
So
Nigeria. You are talking for Nigeria. Why are you
imagine,
talking for
and we
Nigeria?
know what game this guy is played in Oyo State. PDP, PPC decided the president is also supposed to make sure that the election is free and fair. They look the other way because PDP, because these PDP guys gave Tinubu the presidential,
It's okay.
allowed him to release it,
Olumide,
and
your
they look the
time
other
is
way.
almost
And
up.
the 3 local
Use 30
governments, the
seconds.
guy won. They won everything. PDP swept everything. How do you want change? Because they want to control the resources. And local government is the unit of governance, where development is supposed to touch the lives of the people. How can it touch the life of the people? I'm
Thank
still
you.
waiting for Otio.
Olumide,
is doing well.
thank
They say he's
you.
doing well. I'm waiting for him to come and conduct his own local government in Abia.
Olumide, thank you.
And let's see how.
I just want to briefly show this to look at this question here. This is from the Scottish Parliament. And they said, what can the Scottish Parliament decide? These are the areas. The only area our current states don't have in Nigeria is, if I'm not mistaken, policing. I think justice tends to be within the states too, but policing is the area they don't fully control. So the rest is the same. So this is what I'm trying to share so that people see that not everything is devolved. And in Nigeria, the governors actually have immunity. The Scottish First Minister doesn't have that. If they screw up, they are going to be in trouble. As a matter of fact, they are investigating some of them now too. So I just thought I should share that. And this country doesn't have a constitution, by the way.
Forefathers, I don't know why you are comparing parliamentary system with a federal system. I don't know what is the comparison.
It's going to be similar. The reason why I'm sharing it is similar in American states too. Because
American states.
Whether you do parliamentary, whether you do federal,
stop interrupting before I go and put you backstage.
You're not in Nigeria. Don't talk for Nigeria. You're not in Nigeria. Don't talk for Nigeria. Go backstage.
So about
let Yoruba leave Nigeria now. We are.
Your state now, not as Yoruba people.
The Blackstone, focus on the point you're making.
No, what I'm trying was that a parliamentary system, right? Let me assume almost all European countries are under parliamentary system. You understand me, right? They know how to do their thing. Capitalism is.
But I mentioned America, and you are addressing America too.
No, America, yes, of course. America is true federalism. Why? Because let's also go back and see how America came together. How those states, some of them were aboard, they have an agreement and then so on and so forth before they become a part of America. You understand me? So they know that the federal doesn't have too much power over the state, right? So that is why it is like that. But Nigeria, who went to study, or I don't know if they even went to study itself, they just went and took it from America, then they come and be doing what is wrong, not following the actual thing that they are going to copy. You know, when you copy and paste, sometimes some of the things may not even copy everything correctly. That is what is wrong with Nigeria. It was timing. You know, so okay, for example, in Germany now, the federal make they have one parliament. You understand me? One house of parliament and everything. When they make a law for the whole nation, right? The state cannot decide how to implement that law for themselves. The state might implement it differently, but it's still a federal law. So at least that is something at least Nigeria can also take, right? If they make a law, the state cannot decide how to implement it that will benefit them more, because they could be more strict on it.
Yeah, but that is what is happening in Nigeria now. That's what I'm trying to highlight, that people think Nigeria doesn't have a sense of federalism, but that is what is mostly there. The only area that is even missing right now, you can say resource control and police. That's the only thing missing. The rest is already there.
Yeah, that resource control is a major factor, because that is where sometimes we bring in a tribe, region, and everything. You understand me? That's where the whole Nigeria problem started from. The oil money, results, and everything. So let them come together and see how they can manage their resources. And every state have natural resources. Why can't the federal government actually make it flexible
and say, okay, for so natural resources, the federal government will take control. But that one, the state can manage it. But there should be a balance.
I agree with you.
I thought Femi or Speak the Truth was the next, though.
Yeah, Femi is next. Solidly next, actually. Femi, please go ahead. If you want to talk about Tinubu promoting Nigeria, according to Masca, going to sell Nigeria, it could mean two things. It could mean literally selling us or literally advertising, the good things that Nigeria has to offer to the world. And then we heard that two aircrafts were not functional, the federal government aircrafts, so they had to use private or some other kind of service to transport our president. I think Ovie touched on something that may be possible, because how can two aircraft break down?
To sell Nigeria.
I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. Because it means it can be two things, isn't it? It could be that he was going to sell Nigeria literally, or sell Nigeria to advertise Nigeria.
They study planes actually.
Femi, please, thank you for joining us. Welcome, and for your patience too. Thank you for that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to start from that patient's perspective. I think it is not my place to be a moral judge, but I just feel sometimes I think sometimes we need to look into the mirror when we criticize people at the top or other people as well. The reason I say so is not because I'm the best person in the world.
Thank you for that statement.
Sometimes when it doesn't make up for good viewing, I've been guilty of this in a little way before. So I'm not here as a moral compass. I just feel to highlight that. Also, if we like to talk about unfairness, we also practice it here. It's just my opinion. Anyway, already I've almost forgotten what I was going to talk about, because it gets to that point where, I'm going to take things and try to be as just straightforward as possible. First of all, I think earlier when we had the guests, there was an allusion to the fact that I don't know who mentioned it, but I just wanted to put something straight, because I still have it in my memory. That Air Force One, for example, has never had mechanical issues before. It's a big lie. I still remember very vividly when Obama was, I don't know if it was when he was trying to help Hillary campaign, or if it was during his campaign for the second time, when it was in Philadelphia. And there was a problem with one of the flaps of Air Force One. Keep in mind, they always have a disguised Air Force One and another Air Force One flying alongside the refueling. If anybody has ever watched documentaries on how, but anyways, so I just wanted to correct that impact, and so that we don't always think that everything in the West, after all of us that live in the West, by the time you came to the West, you now realize, I know it's not as if everything is perfect like that. It's not that serious.
I think I heard that there are two of them that had a fault. That is the one that is concerning. How can two different aircraft have issues?
Yeah. So I was privileged to see one of the aircrafts land at the Air Force Base section of the Nigerian Murtala Mohammed Airport during Obasanjo's, I don't know if it was his first or second term. And the reason why I don't even know why I'm bringing this into place. I think as far back as then, there'd been this talk about reducing the fleet, because one of the problems is even how much is spent on. I think in total, if I'm not wrong, it's about 10. That's including the choppers, the helicopters as well. One of which was the one that crash landed during, if you recall, what happened to Oshibado. Then, thankfully, he survived it. Now, first of all, I still wonder why, on one hand, we preach, and it's not just one government; it's been government through the decades or the years. We preach about saving money, but we continue to keep a total of 10 aircrafts that we keep spending on. All you keep hearing is how they're trying to sell off the aircraft. It happened during Buhari's time as well. If you recall, it happened, but up till now, I know recently Tinubu was talking about selling one of them, but that because it's not the age of the aircraft that really matters as much. I learned that a long time ago. It's how much you're able to carry out the necessary services
The
as a
maintenance,
and when due, especially the A, the B, and then the not the most important one, which is a C check.
The maintenance.
And as much in as much as it's probably even it's interesting that it's actually two aircrafts at the same time. Sometimes things happen as much as it looks so coincidental that it's two aircrafts, and I don't want to believe that they'll risk their lives at least at the level, because we know how much our leaders care more about themselves than they care about us. They care about their lives more than they care about us. So I don't want to believe that they would even take that risk of not. But that's that for that. The other thing I wanted to talk about was this issue of the seeking foreign investments. Whilst I'll concede that a lot of things have gone wrong through the years, through the decades. Sometimes we even again I have the ability to be open to new ideas, and I don't want to even be right. I don't always want to be right, or I like to go back and meditate over things I hear, and that's why I give due credence to Uncle Opaku, I think, because I learned a lot. I'm not even, whether I agree or disagree with some of what they said, I learned a lot from him, you know. And one of the things he mentioned, which kind of like rings true to my own mindset, is the fact that even the 60s that we celebrate, there was already corruption then. I don't even think the British, we waited for the British to leave before the corruption started reared its heads. And a lot of our politics, a lot of what is happening now is nothing new. A lot of the ballot snatching, or it is not. It happened during the Awolowo's time, the Azikwe's time. So it's not like it is new. So that's why over time, I've tended to want to not want to be seen to be pretending as if all of these things are new things. And again, with respect to that investment thing, I'm a bit like neither here or there, in the sense that when Uncle Okpaku was talking about how China came to be the Mao thing, and he and what's it called, the host forefathers were having the back and forth, because sometimes there's recency bias. There's also the bias of how far back do you want to go, which usually comes up as well when we talk about things like one of my favorite topics now, the Israeli-Gaza situation. How far back do you want to go? My thing is, there's something about national security that also has to go into be kept into consideration, which is where I kind of align with forefathers, because I kind of feel that there's no way. I don't know if it was Abacha or Babangida, one of the former president, that said something along the lines of, no, there is nobody that can. I don't have the exact words. Like, no country in the world will come and develop your country for you. It is we Nigerians ourselves, because for the foreigners will not love you more than you love yourself. And one of the things that comes to mind along these lines is something I remember reading a while ago about even what the Chinese, for example, are doing in the likes of Congo DR. Most of us know fully well that country would easily be the richest country in the world in terms of resources. There's virtually no mineral, forests, water resources you want to talk about that's not in Congo DR. However, the West have done their own part and probably still continue to do their own parts. When China
started their inroads subtly. And you know, China operates at the level of, they don't make noise. Those people know it is Western countries that, you know, it's Western people that like to make noise. Those people are quiet. They're industrial but very quiet. They make their inroads and they're very efficient and effective and fast, and they do whatever they don't have time for drama unless you go and start trying to like delve into their affairs. When they made their inroads into Congo and into Africa generally, you will notice that the West started, especially the likes of America and UK, started trying to see how they could counter it. But when China came with their own plan of action, they came in the form of the fact that they were willing to build, to do the constructions and whatever efficiently, effectively, and they're actually doing it, whether we like it or not. However, it also comes with a cost, because nothing is going to come for free. Because I remember having this discussion with some of my friends a couple of years ago, where I was like, whilst I understand the reasons why a lot of countries are tending towards the east, which it's typically referred to as the BRICS now, I also have my fears, because whatever the West, whatever unfinished business they still have with Africa, perhaps the Chinese or the Russians will take over from there, because again, it's all about resources. Whether we like to, Africa is rich. Is that's where most of a lot of the world's resources is. And again, I repeat, I still believe that whether the West or the East, we are all pawns. Especially African countries, and even to a large extent South American countries as well, who are also suffering the same. You see the likes of Venezuela and Argentina right now, for example, what they're going through. We're all pawns in the international chess game. What, just like a doctor said earlier when he was the guest, what do we have to offer? What do we bring to the table? You know, and of course, people also talk about the fact that we always come here and talk and talk and talk. But people, the same people that say we talk and talk also come to talk now. So we're all doing the same thing.
I think. Sorry. Let me just add. You see, that question you asked, what do we bring to the table, is a very, very critical one, because it's not about East-West even. If Nigeria had strong control over West Africa, that is a big stuff we bring to the table. Because I remember, the reason why that echoed in my mind is because I remember when they always talk about why the UK is leaving the EU, and they always said that America doesn't want that because America would not have the UK as their voice in the EU anymore, which gives the UK a lot of influence. So now they will have to be going to the French or the Germans, and which is exactly what is happening now, because the UK doesn't have any say in the EU anymore. The other day, even the French president was complaining that why is the Germans buying weapons from non-EU nations when they should be buying from them? You see, so because the Germans are working closely with America, and that question is very important. What do we have to offer? Nigeria so far doesn't control anything in West Africa.
Forefathers, what you also seem to realize again is the fact that instead of Nigeria working on how to form a cohesive, free and equitable society, one ethnic group want to conquer the rest of us. You understand?
So, now we're talking about ethnic groups now.
Wondering why Nigeria is not.
He's gone back to ethnic group.
West Africa is falling apart. No. You have to say it all open here.
What ethnic group is dominating? Stop going on.
Can I round up and leave? Because I'm not.
Please go ahead.
I'm not as strong as all of you that run and grab it and run away with it. Maybe AY is stronger than me.
So the club. Come on.
No, I'm not. I don't have power. My elder brother Jonaba is here. Jonaba, my elder brother is here. And so let me just round off. So the reason why I say what do we bring to the table is that I just personally do not think that any country in the world, any of those Western or Eastern powers, it's okay. It's okay to go and bring investment, but look, remember that was it a professor from the East that had that idea of that car that he actually built? Did he get any support as far back as then? And the other Nigerian professor from ULILAG of blessed memory as well now,
it's things like that that actually see the truth. The truth. We don't. I don't think we're being truthful to ourselves. I just feel that at the end of the day, we have to look inwards and actually start from within ourselves. After all, we're so divided that even the conversations always go south most times. So our greatest problem is ourselves. Let's start with ourselves. Let's not think that anybody is going to come and develop any Africa. UAE is there now. I mean, we're 5 years older than them, or even how many years older than them. They're doing great works. It's not like they all the things. It's love of country that matters. Love of country.
Man, the technological advancement going on in the UAE is going. I think in the next 10 years, UAE is going to be one of the most advanced areas in the world. The kind of stuff going on there, people are not paying attention enough. I think I speak the truth. You heard. Did you hear what we're talking about regarding the president going to sell Nigeria in the Middle East, and then 2 presidential jets developed faults that resulted in the president having to hire private jets. That seems to be a bit unusual. But what do you think about both of the topics?
Nothing. I'm just here to listen today because it's all over the place. Like you talk about this topic and this person talks about this, and I'm just listening until there's some I can chime in on.
Oh, don't worry. When they mention Palestine,
oh yeah,
then you join Picture the Groove.
Oh,
I think it's Odi next. Odi, welcome. Yeah, what do you think about the discussion? I think we can start thinking about going to where Righteous Man was going to before. We can start opening up the topic a little bit so that we can talk about other things too. Please go ahead, Odi.
Well, hello, fellow panelists. It's nice to see you guys. Well, I'm not going to go where Righteous Man went, 0. I think religion is our problem. I don't think we should give more oxygen to religion. Of course, the whole world, religion has been a problem for mankind, but people have found a way to shelf it. In the United States, you have some sort of separation between church and state, and that way the state can develop. But, going back to the topic that you guys were really talking about, about the presidential jet breaking down, it's mechanical stuff. It can happen to anyone, I don't think, I do believe that they should, the president doesn't want to die in a plane crash or whatever. So I'm sure they're doing their utmost best. And, give it to, we've not had any mishap from, any except maybe 1992 when we had a bunch of majors who died in an air crash. There was so many speculation, but so I wouldn't even worry about that so much. But going back to whether
I think there was an air crash sometime just last year or last 2 years in Nigeria. I think the Air Force or something. There was an
that one, I think people believed it was brought down, right? I don't know. I don't want to. My main issue really is about the Nigerian states. Whether Tinubu is selling
and I
or
think it killed some people on the ground also.
Yeah, selling the country or selling the country. So I'll tell you something, and I think the last speaker kind of mentioned it a little bit. It has to be love of country. These guys need to love a country. People have made different opinion whether you need to have free election. I think I heard Olumide talk about that, free and fair election, or the UAE that forefathers was talking about. It's no election, right? For say about the top office, but these guys are patriotic. They love their country. First of all, our politicians do not love our country. That is why,
love our money.
that's why you will elect a president and he's trying to put $15 billion to build Lagos to Calabar coastal sea road that is not needed. You know, we have ways that we can move goods and services in Nigeria. The roads are bad. Fix them. It would take, if you put $1 billion supervised to fix the roads in Nigeria, we'll fly. You know, there will be connection. Bini Auchi Road is completely a mess. If you go to the east, you can't even go anywhere, right? So, but that's not, so fix the existing roads. And someone mentioned Geopolitics. Yeah. I'm tired of these bankers, I think Abia State got lucky and had one of them. I think you should go and really delve into the activities of Wigwe and the Miefele. Miefele was in the bank, right? These guys, fleeced the country. They were the conduit for money laundering for this, the idea that Geopolitics, if you look at, how do banks make money in Nigeria? You wonder, what is going on with this country? Someone, yesterday, no Nigerian bank has equity, like capitalization of $1 billion. None.
Yeah.
I can tell you some of those bank MDs, some of those owners, somebody like Wigwe may have worth up to $1 billion. But his whole bank does not own $1 billion, which he owns a percentage of it. How are they making this money? And I don't even want to hear Geopolitics. I don't want to hear about all these guys. The main problem, that, someone also mentioned about, you have to first, nobody can love Nigeria more than the 10 of us here. You're looking for FDIs, foreign direct investment. The diaspora is there. There's something forefather mentioned about, or the last speaker, about what do we bring to the table. I'll tell you, one of the speakers was trying to bring in how China developed. China developed after the Second World War. That's when it started flying. Why? America invested in China, in Chairman Mao, so much for them to be a buffer between the United States and USSR. That's why. Because USSR was a baby of China was a baby of USSR from socialism and communism. They had to break that. And America had to invest in that country. Why? This UAE, Saudi Arabia, people invested in them. Look, for the United States and most of the European, there is nothing challenging them in Africa. There's nobody for them to buffer against. They're just fleecing Africa. Nobody has stood up to say, okay, I'm going to be the great power. Chase me down. South Africa was going to do it, right? Because of their problems with racism, they had to shut them. South Africa was already, I think they were a nuclear power almost, or they think they were, even up to today, I think they sell arms to Europe. So South Africa went on a different scale, but South Africa had to be shut down because of their activities, but there is none. Nigeria was going to rise around the time Gayije was leaving. I think I mentioned it before here. Then Buhari stepped in with the ECO. Nigeria should be at least, we should be controlling West Africa. If we want to start with, we should, look, Tinubu should not be selling Nigeria to Dutch people. He should come to this platform and tell us why, or, when I mean this platform, is just tell the diasporans why we need to bring our money home. Nigerian budget last year, do you know what the Nigerian budget last year was? Anybody?
I think it was around 26 billion originally.
It was $34 billion for this year, this year, 2024. Okay. $34 billion. Diaspora sent over $20 billion every year, about 20 billion. We send more than half of it, almost 2/3 of the budget. We are ready. There are so many folks who want to go back home here. They have billions of dollars that they have packed. And you know how many diasporans we have in the UK, in Holland, well, in Europe, all over Asia, in the United States. Many of these guys, what they want is for you to provide them what you're promising the Dutch people. You know, we want rule of law. People want education, health. So people can go with all of you very talented folks who want to take back something to go and develop. The guy that developed the beachfront in Lagos, those guys, you know, so if after seeing what they're doing to that guy, they're trying to build a coastal road that they are giving to the Chaguris just without any proper documentation, and they are going to send that guy to oblivion. Instead of maybe this guy is saying, no, you can start this road just after my complex. That's the old plan.
Yeah, Odi, just hold on. Let me share something because this is a bit confusing so that the viewers can see this. Look at these numbers here. Is this accurate? 28.9 trillion versus $32 billion. Is that up to based on the exchange rate at the time of this? This in just December. The exchange rate was in almost $1,000.
You know, it's the official exchange rate, right?
It's the official exchange. We have to go with
number they are using. They don't use the
okay. The current official one is how much?
They kind of peg it to a certain amount. It's
do
not.
We know that number?
No, I'm not sure, but I don't think it's definitely not up to $1,000 at all.
Well, see, that's even part of the problem. Yeah. You see, this is a big indictment.
This is the
I'm not
one.
sure. So this thing, the official one changes every week.
It changes like
what kind of
way this thing changes.
How do you sell a country and where you can say
900, I guess, right now?
This is still the official one.
No, that is black market.
No,
what you are looking at is black market.
They don't have that massive dual exchange rate difference anymore. It was before
You're not gonna see official. They have. That is the problem.
The official one. The official one.
You don't have the official one now.
The official one is 810 naira.
There is still an official market rate.
Okay, let me go to CBN now.
The official one
let me
810.
So that is part of the scam. There is still
let me land my thoughts. Let me
please let Ode finish. It seems he has repeated. He's speaking very nice today. I want to hear him out.
No, this has been my thoughts.
Go
I thought you repented. That's Maska has gone back to his old ways. We have to make him repent again. But
what has Maska done now?
I know. I'm just trying to bring him into the conversation. Forget about it. So look, there are two. You know, in recent times, you know, there are two economies that exploded right in our face: India and China. And these are the people. The way our population is going, we got to look at what those guys are doing. Maybe Indonesia and all that. What did India do? India, after the Second World War, they were poor for a long time before they started developing policies. But they brought their diaspora back, and they made the right policies. You know, when I talk about simple, you know, if you look at what India did with Tata, and you look at Tata, we have Nord and Innocent, you know, a similar company. I'm just using this is just a microcosm of the economy and what we're talking about. In India, to make Tata establish, what they did is, if you're going to bring a Mercedes E-Class, whatever, and it's $200,000, you're free to bring it, but the tariff is $200,000. So you buy your E-Class, you bring it to India, you pay the government $200,000. So most people had to use Tata, and Tata grew. Tata now has bought, I think, Range Rover and some of all these European companies.
How many companies does Tata have in India?
I don't know, but I'm saying they have expanded so much that they are buying European companies now.
Not only cars.
That's what I'm saying.
No Tata, no Indian.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is that you can build. Hold on. You know, we are
They
losing
have Tata
Nestle.
Steel, Tata Motors,
But
Tata
actually,
everything.
also the car was also cheap for the people. It was so cheap.
But that's
That's why
how
they
it
put up.
started. No. So Tata was supported by the Indian government with policies.
Yes,
It's not like you didn't let
that's
Tata
true.
can just grow and make cheap cars if there's no support. That's why
Yeah.
what the government did. There was a time they brought, Dangote and all these guys.
Sorry, let me say why it was
Bring
cheap.
them together. Hold
Let me
on. You
finish why.
brought them together.
Wait,
But
let
what
me
kind of
finish.
support?
now.
Let me finish. Just give me 30 seconds. I'll wrap up my thoughts. You go ahead. You brought them together. What kind of support? What's the outlay? Make them real blue chip companies. Empower these guys. Go to Innocent, go to Nord and say, what do you guys need? Well, one of the things they're going to need is for you to ban foreign importation of every vehicle, starting from the government. Government cannot be importing vehicles. Then people know you're serious. And then you can start supporting these companies. Help them to make the cars in a cheaper way. Then you, instead of looking for Mercedes-Benz, then Innocent will become Mercedes-Benz in the next 20 years. That's the idea. Don't look for foreign. Nigerians are very intelligent people. So these guys are chasing, from where I come, they say somebody that his house is burning does not chase rats. You can't be chasing rats. They are chasing rats. I leave it here.
Wow,
Okay,
Tata, this Tata you brought
wait,
up is quite
what about to
interesting
say about
actually.
Tata? Why the car was cheap?
Let
Tata
me share.
has, well,
Okay.
Papa, wait. Tata has a steel plant company. Tata has a steel plant company, which they used to produce almost all the materials.
That's what I wanted to share. They have a lot actually. Let me share this. Look at this company. And this company definitely the Indian government supported them to the hilt. Look at what they own. Tata Consultancy Services, Tata Motors. These are car manufacturers here.
They have a lot
they
of
manufacture
stuff.
cars.
A
Tata
lot.
Power Generation.
Yeah, they're into
For
power
electricity. Tatan, I don't even know what this one is. Maybe it's some kind of a luxury fashion. Tata Steel manufacturing. As a matter of fact, I think they own they may have bought the steel manufacturing company in the UK already because they were involved in negotiation once. Air India, Tata is there.
They started
Indian Hotel.
India Air Force. Tata started
Yeah.
India Air Force.
They are even doing consulting. Like it's a lot
of course,
it's more than
Can
what
you
you
imagine
see
if
here.
Dangote was doing all this? We will not hear the end of it. India is a country of 1 point something billion, and one company is doing all this. We will not hear the end of it. And this is one of the things we have to be keeping abreast of as
Thank
a
you,
people.
forefathers. It's good you make that point.
Yeah, that we need these super institutions because they are the tentacles that the nation used to expand its influence. Because they can go somewhere else and buy their company. Like Tata bought this thing, Tetley tea bags we drink in the UK. I didn't know Tata owns it. They acquired it. They acquired the cars. If you look at the acquisitions, crazy.
There is this
Also,
other.
they acquired Volvo. Volvo belongs to them. I think
Just keep
also
buying everything.
I think a Range Rover also belongs to them now. I think Range Rover also belongs to them, or Land Rover.
And this is another strategy that our Nigerian government could be doing with our industries. Go and acquire these companies because, like, can you imagine if we acquire? Look at how much they spent acquiring the commercial vehicles. Why can't we just acquire one dying vehicle manufacturing company in the West and just start manufacturing in Nigeria?
Like this is it. Tata has been in existence. Nigeria has a problem with continuation. Tata has been in existence for more than 60 years. Go and read it. You understand me?
Just look at the list of acquisitions.
Because Nigeria we don't have continuation. I'm even like thinking if Dangote dies tomorrow, in 5 years or 6 years or 7 years time, what's going to happen to what will be the fate of Dangote groups? Just think of it. It's a Nigerian problem, no continuation.
Let me check Dangote acquisitions. Who knows? Maybe Dangote has acquired some key companies that we are completely ignorant of. Dangote Group, isn't it?
Dangote acquired Pojona in Kaduna.
Okay.
He
Pojo in
acquired some
Kaduna.
companies though. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see whether they have section for acquisitions. Oh, they don't have a lot of sessions for acquisitions. Firms, they do have, Dancer Foods. Where's the cement? Sugar. I don't see the cement here. Then why is this list here if there's no cement? Because he does cement now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So
Nigerian
Nigerian businesses.
cement now in Nigeria.
Dangote cement is the biggest of all now. They are almost in
Dangote is number
African
one in
countries.
cement production.
Okay, yeah, that's the products here. Those are the products that they listed: sugar, salt, oil. He doesn't control that much. And to me, we should start creating these gigantic, because clearly they can function. Look at 6 years to build a refinery. You know, they can function.
Father says it's infrastructure. Things are difficult. Do you know the cost Dangote uses in building the power plant? He uses running his refinery. He has a super power plant.
But did you notice the price on the acquisitions that Tata made? It's not very expensive. Millions. Many of them are in the millions. Why is our Nigerian government not acquiring these things and bringing them to Nigeria for manufacturing?
Is Tata and is Tata and is this the Indian government?
That Indian government. Don't mistake.
Tata is a private. It's a private company.
Oh, Tata is Indian government. Why do you always mistake it? No, it's not Indian government. It is. See, okay, look at right now as we speak.
It is a private company.
Hold on now. Let me tell you to let you know how closely these people are linked. Elon Musk, as we speak right now, is in China negotiating electric vehicle deals with the Chinese, not in the American government. Elon Musk. These things are all linked. The idea that these super companies are not linked to the government is not true. If you look at the Nigerian constitution, Nigerian government can put Dangote if they want Dangote.
No, just the company. If you have a company in Nigeria, are you going to depend on Nigerian government to lead business?
Yes.
Do you know Bayo Ogunwezeh forefathers?
No, I don't.
This is the guy that bought Gatwick Airport.
Oh yes, I had we own Gatwick Airport. I can hear you. So he owned Gatwick Airport. Yeah, that's good.
We are not a small country. The issue is we need to even realize that, and the problems that we think we have, they are not deal breakers. They are not problems that can stop us as a people from moving. I just don't like this idea that we just somewhere we keep whining and whining. The opportunity for Nigeria as a country and Nigerians as a people is immense.
See,
even our government.
I don't think it's about whining. It's about us doing more.
Masker, let's put these things in proper perspective. The truth is, what you are saying is true. The opportunity in Nigeria are immense. But here is it: we don't have the environment for investors to come in. Nigeria is not conducive. When you look at it in terms of a lot of things, first, security. Second, government policies. Third, electricity is not there. These are all issues. But when you can't just, like what they were saying. Hold on.
You hold on. This thing you are mentioning, Indians have come and invested billions in this country. Complaining about. They have a steel company.
We're talking of diaspora, right? Diaspora. We're talking about diaspora. Okay, let me say this. We're talking of diaspora remittance that is up to over $20 billion. If you put Nigeria, you will get the right things done. In less than a year, that money will double. We have Nigeria that have the money to go back home and invest this money. Everybody is scared. Nigeria will double that.
What happened? I wasn't even looking in that direction. I think it dropped off. It's there. It's going to come back. It will come back.
I agree with what AY is saying, forefathers. I do agree that, see, when the other guy before OD was talking about love of country, see, I'm going to tell you, I don't like pretense. I hate people who are hypocritical in what they say and what they do. You understand? So when you say something, you have to break it down and be specific and itemize it. See, love of country. What do you know how many people love of country has taken back to that shadow and have lost their lives? They've lost their investment, they've lost their money. You understand? They've lost
people did not die for Canada.
Blackstone. I couldn't want to so just keep quiet. So you understand? So when you say love of country, the world, see, the world moves by data. In this part of the world, we move by data. When somebody says, oh, she data la journey, now data we want chop. The world moves by data. No wonder it is in the state that it is in right now. You understand? When you cannot conduct a free and fair election and you rig an election, you are going to look for investment. Who's going to trust you with money? Who's going to trust you with your investment?
Why do you keep talking about rigged election when you don't even know whether it's rigged?
About it, forefathers, because
you don't know whether it's rigged. You don't even provide proof.
Love of country. Will love of country make you do something that is
Olumide, can you prove that the election was rigged?
Can I prove that? Where's your result? Where's the Beaver's result?
You see, now he's asking us.
Did you see the result?
You can't prove something. You're just saying it. Do you know how irresponsible that is?
I can prove it that he rigged it. We didn't see the result. Don't come and change and come and revise history.
You can prove that our politicians are corrupt. You can prove that a lot of our politicians are corrupt, but you cannot prove that one.
Before the judge?
We don't have proper evidence.
Present the results before the judge. We are telling you why your country
what
is
do you mean INEC provided the evidence before the judge? Can you just
buy this, buy that? You don't have electricity to do.
You are now talking all over the place.
Eh?
Right. The problem I have with you is that the problem I have with you is that if you presented evidence now, everybody will be clapping for you.
Talk truth.
Sorry. Stop like that.
Come here and talk truth. You will never change your country by preaching about the bush and lying and playing to the gallery. Prevaricating.
Let's just start accusing each other of stuff. Let's just start accusing each other of whatever we like.
You come here, security.
Olumide, I do agree with him that when you don't have rule of law and you're rigging election, it's a problem. But like I pointed out, even in countries, the man has been talking. So even countries that don't have elections, still successful. UAE, case point. Saudi Arabia.
I agree with you in the sense that.
Hold on, I'm supporting. I want to support your point actually. No, I want to support your. Hold on. I want to support your point.
You said you are not Nigeria. You don't have passport. Why are you worried about?
No,
I don't know why secrets about Nigeria.
Hold on.
I will continue to come here until we move out of that shit.
Forefathers, you said that there are no proof. BBC actually did a detailed, investigation into Rivers State election and proved that it was rigged. The problem is the moment, and then this is, where I depart from you, forefather. The moment, or in fact, the moment we start as people telling ourselves the truth, that this is black, this is white. When we look at the last election and people are saying, bring me proof. What do you guys mean? So, forefather, let me ask you, do you believe that the last election was not rigged?
The Supreme Court said it was not rigged.
No, I didn't ask you. I asked forefather. When I want to ask you, because we've had discussions here. Look, we have to start telling ourselves the truth. If people say, oh, then what are we talking about? If we don't agree, in simple things that the last election was rigged, all of us should just depart from this and just go and do something else, really.
Poor father, can somebody else talk, please?
Everybody, good night.
Poor fathers. I think he's frozen
I
already.
think it's frozen.
Father is
Yeah, go
sleeping.
ahead now, talk now. No,
So
No,
everybody,
he's
good
sleeping.
night. Everybody, go house.
We can
No,
see
I'm
you
not
sleeping.
sleeping. I'm just checking. I'm just checking information. Sorry, Jonaba, go ahead.
You see, the biggest problem we are talking about all the time here is that I think if you bring a young person to watch our adult discussion, even our children, it's amazing the way they will rate us. Because sometimes most of our thing is based on speculation, is based on bias, is based on sentiment. It has no proof whatsoever. When they say something has no proof or you believe that something happened and it's not real, as far as you do not have a proof, you just have to respect it until you can work it out to the level of you can say, I have a proof. I'm not APC, I'm not PDP, I'm not LP. Election is not our biggest problem.
That's your opinion, Mr. Man. That's your opinion.
You see, can you take this guy down? I don't know even why.
Keep quiet, my
And
friend.
why you are not
I don't even
allowing
Take him out.
understand.
Take him out.
How
somebody?
did we get this Olamide? Olamide, how do we get this guy here? I don't even understand how many people come here like Olamide.
So sometimes
Oh,
he does
Father,
say
I hope
urgent
that
things.
is only
I don't know
you take
why he
out.
cannot respect. He
Did
have
Oni
no
not just agree
temperament.
with him?
He has no temperament. Let his children watch him and that they walk around him to be that their father behaved this way. And we're going to go and be blaming Nigerian people. And we stay in the Western world. To whom much is given, much is expected. None of us here is perfect in anything we do. But there are common elementary things we cannot do as an adult. Come on. Are we coming here to waste our time? I thought we come here to share ideas and everybody has to be respected even while you disagree with them. The notion that you think that your own opinion is over the other person, and that is the biggest mistake. Truth is not in one place. We have to outgrow all of those things. There, like Ode was saying, not that I agree with him in all those election issues, but there are countries that doesn't run election. They still have the people that still run them, and they still provide the need of their citizens, and they still have a road, and they still have electricity. Our road is a dead trap. Our airplane is a life support. Our hospital is a mortuary. People go through this pain. People are victims.
Sorry, Jonaba, I beg.
Jonathan, which hospital is a mortuary?
The one that I see in my own place is if you go there, you don't come back alive.
Where? Benue.
Whatever. That man talking righteous man. What get out of here?
I just to support what you're saying, I just read in the news this afternoon that the MRI machine at University Hospital has not worked for 6 years and people are dying. So that's just to tell you how bad and terrible things are.
Our universities are not even the common elementary school here are better than many universities in Nigeria. We have other things.
Show me the proof.
Go to
the evidence.
Go to University of Suka. Whether they have a plane, I was there about.
Bring the evidence now.
I was there. I can show you the picture. I was there.
Right? Bring it now.
Okay, so your link that I was okay. You are trying to go to politics or tell you something. Don't go there with me.
You were just talking about evidence. Bring the evidence.
I told you I was there, right? I was there. It's a live evidence, right?
How do we trust you now? We can't trust your word.
Were you there in the situation?
Not evidence. See?
I was there, right? It's enough evidence that I was there and I have a witness. So if you go to court right now, they'll say, "Are you there?" This person has a witness. This witness can testify, right? So let us not go and be tearing ourselves.
No wonder Nigeria is a shito.
You are irrelevant. People like even bring him here. Let me talk to him because
bring him. Just mute him. You know.
Keep on muting himself.
It's a distraction. We tell about our country
and how we are a distraction and we do not see it that way. When you think you have this trick of playing this game, end of the day, you leave it as a lifestyle that is not going to bring anything. I can be fond of you sometimes, but your opinion of anybody that go out, your impatience in certain things, well, you are still a young man. At least maybe life experience will bring you to humility when you get to an age like us. So I don't blame you. Most of the things I'm doing, I hope time will heal you up. So the thing is that we all love the country. I don't think even the leader, they don't say they don't love. They love the best way they could. Unfortunately, as we continue to have this dialogue here and trying to push them, we are 60-something years in the making as a country. The major challenge that even if we are to go somewhere tomorrow, we should even have a decent road that people can transport themselves from one place to another. If you are to go from Otukpo, the one that I can talk about from Otukpo to Makodi, if you're going to be there for a couple of hours, but you just be bumping inside this pothole.
John Abba, there is a good road from Otukpo to Makodi. It's just that you won't pass through a lady.
Yeah. So you want to come and tell me that the place I went to this John Abba because you wear this cap like you come from
just because you are from Benue State, that doesn't mean you that you are in America. You want to tell me that
I
was Nigeria.
I was there 3 weeks ago. I was there 3 weeks ago.
I went there not too long ago.
No, I was there 3 weeks ago.
No, but honestly, are you saying honestly
there is a road? There is a good road from Makodi through Lafia to Makodi, not from Otukpo to Makodi. So, okay. So what you gonna
that road takes you to Otukpo.
If you are, what is the difference between living Otukpo to Makodi and there's a difference between living Abuja to Makodi? You pass through Lafia. When I'm talking about from Otukpo, when you are coming from Enugu side, you pass through a branch, you pass through Otukpo town, then you are going to Makodi. That's the road I'm talking about. So I know Nigeria more than what you think, even though you think you live there. I come there often as you never even go to some part of Nigeria.
Okay. All I'm telling you, John, but I agree with you that the road from Otukpo, if you are passing through Alede, is very bad. There is where we had to get out of the car and enter more like a hole. Not exactly. No, not exactly. I'm just saying also that there's an alternate road that is better. And it will
why should I leave Makodi? Why should I leave Otukpo? Then I'll go and pass through Abuja to go to Makodi. What? That's the only alternative road. Why should I go through that when I can supposed to go 1 hour from Otukpo to Makodi? Why?
You guys are drawing the map of that region of Nigeria in our heads now. We are trying to guess where the Otukpo road has to go to Makodi and the one that has to go.
We are talking and these are the major roads we have that are supposed to transport goods and human beings. And if we continue to be talking about a petty election, our election means a big thing. But then, what about the humanity in us? What if we get a dictatorship? I think things will even work better. Because what we are having right now is a shambles.
Can I say something?
Okay, I think Golden Mind wants to add something. Just give John Abba 30 seconds to round up.
No, let him go ahead.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Well, we've talked about this for some time, and like I said earlier, for the past 2 days, we have always talked in Nigeria. We have always discussed. At the end of the day, nothing changes, right? I want to believe that the reason why democracy was started in Greece many years ago was that was the only way to have what we call representative government. In other parts of the world, they make sure they elect people who are competent to represent them, but reverse is the case in Nigeria, where we elect or select the worst of us to go and represent us. So, so the burning question should be: is democracy the best for an African country like Nigeria? because if you look at it, I do not think that we have gained anything from democracy. We have not. Now, Nigeria and
What
by
are the
extension,
options to democracy?
excuse me.
What are the other options that we should be considering?
No, that's why I'm just putting that question out. Is it the best for us? Because we
No,
cannot
I'm
conduct.
also just putting a question so that we can have
Exactly.
the two
That's
discussions at
something
the
we
same
need
time.
to ponder and think about. But let me just finish. Maybe by the time I'm done, then maybe we need to think about something. If there's no alternative, then we think about how to perfect this democracy. But can we actually perfect the democracy in
Okay.
Nigeria? The answer is no, the way things are. Because that place is polluted with all manner of people. About 90% of those people who contest for offices, who are in political parties, are bad, whether we like it or not. The only other alternative is for people to get involved in politics, but of course, people are not interested. And as long as we continue not to be interested in politics, those people, those bad people, will continue to lead us and will complain from now till eternity. They don't care, just like somebody said. They don't care about changing anything in Nigeria. They want the status quo to be maintained. So now, you see, we have had independence since 1960. And like I said, nothing has changed. There has not been any problem we had since 1960 that has been solved. None. If you have solved any problem in Nigeria since 1960, you tell me. Is it how to conduct elections? And just to go back to what somebody said about election being rigged,
Mobile
they have
phone. Mobile phone.
everybody has mobile phone. Every country has
Nah.
mobile phone. So
You
that's
know,
not
Masca is in
that's
a good mood today.
yeah.
Nigeria will actually
So,
goalpost. You
so,
said
so,
if there
so
is a
let me
problem we
just
have
land.
solved.
Now let me finish. Let me finish. That's not a problem. We didn't have that problem in 1960, did we? Mobile phone problem. It
No,
was
we
something
do.
that
You said
technology
it.
that
No,
came and we flowed with it.
communications was a problem in 1960.
Communication was better in
What the,
1960.
in 1990, communication was a problem. To be honest, that was a solution. That
Okay,
was a problem solved.
so think about it. We've had elections. Somebody talked about
Let's
the first republic. We had election problem, rigging, the same problem we're still having now. Electricity problem actually started after 1960 because there was relatively steady power supply in 1960. Now the health problem has gotten worse. I was watching a documentary on YouTube how everything that was happening in England was happening in Nigeria in the 40s and 50s. Things were good, right? Then talk about the inflation. We have been battling inflation. People tell you that there has been an improvement. No, there has not. Because if you think of 1999 when Obasanjo came in, the exchange rate, how much was it compared to what we have maybe 5 years ago? It has always been going up. Inflation has always been going up steadily. So I don't think that we are ever going to make headway in Nigeria. Somebody was talking about the private sector. Let me tell you what happens in Nigeria. The private sector in Nigeria is not the same as the private sector in other countries. What the private sectors do is to sit down, they collude, and try to think of how to cheat the people. That's all they do. Somebody was talking about, the prices are determined. That's the basic knowledge. The prices are determined by the forces of demand and supply. Is that what happens in Nigeria? People just sit down and fix the prices. That's what happens, right? So now, if you have a government that spends 8 years without actually solving a single problem and they leave, and this has been a cycle, has continued to happen over and over. This is how many years now? 1999 till now. How many years is that? We have wasted these years without achieving anything. We have made no progress. So my thing is this. We have got to stop talking and really think of radical actions. Because like I said, simple things we can't do in Nigeria, right? Electricity. Why is it difficult for us to have steady electricity in Nigeria? Why? Can somebody explain to me why? For 20, 30 years that
Yes,
we
I
are
can explain to you
finding it very
because of
difficult
corruption.
to solve electricity problem. Why? There's no excuse. Just
Because of
because we have
corruption.
leaders who are not creative, leaders who are not innovative, very corrupt and irresponsible leaders, and of course the followership. And I tell people all the time, you cannot have an irresponsible, corrupt leaders without having a very irresponsible, highly irresponsible followership. It's impossible. There's no way you go to a small group and you have that group being led by somebody who is irresponsible when those who are following are responsible. It doesn't happen. Like I said yesterday, every Nigerian, most Nigerians are waiting for an opportunity to get to that position to also do the same thing. And we should stop making excuses for failure in Nigeria. You don't need anybody to tell you. When you land at the airport, you just see that there's no government. Anything that is working in Nigeria,
because this thing, all this thing you are saying, everybody, I think I know it. We've not made progress.
So that's what I'm saying. But you're making excuses. You are trying to make excuses for roads. If roads are bad, why are they bad? Why are they not fixed? They should be fixed, right? They should be fixed.
Who is making the excuse?
You see, I was doing an analysis now. University College Hospital in Ibadan used to be a premier university in Nigeria. The college hospital used to be a premier one. In fact, foreigners used to come to that university in the 50s and 60s. Now, since 2019, the MRI stopped working. And I was checking the price of MRI. It was they say it's from $700,000 to $1 million. And I was thinking, okay, Yahaya Bello spent $800,000 for children's school fees. That's a state governor. And we cannot afford to get an MRI for a premier university. It is sad. So my thing is that we need to really think of, like I suggested yesterday, think about, list all these problems. What are the action plans we need to take to make the government do their work? We can't do their work for them. All this philanthropy we're talking about is not going to work. We need to start putting pressure, whichever way we think is the most effective. We have representatives or whoever that are representing us. Nobody's talking about them. We have local government chairman. Nobody cares. They're stealing money. Nobody cares. We have state assembly. We don't care. They are brothers. They are uncles. We come here. We complain. Don't they have brothers? I know a lot of them who have brothers. We don't talk to them. We come here every day and complain. Right? They should do their work. They are elected to do the work.
Thank you.
Whatever it is now, action is what I want. List all these problems. Look at education. What's the problem with our education? Like I was saying yesterday, in most of our universities now, they are still carrying files. Universities, they're carrying files. When you come there, you spend 2 hours, 5 hours. They start looking for your files. These are simple things that can be done with technology. Why are they not doing it?
I miss you already. Some of the file I miss.
Thank you. Can I hold on? Olumide, hold on. I wanted to ask Masca. Because I think Masca is a little bit frustrated the way we discuss Nigeria. So, Masca, what kind of language would you like to? What kind of way would you like us to talk to Nigeria? Give us a kind of example, so that we can have an idea of where you're coming from.
Okay, fantastic. You see, for me, I would expect almost everybody on this panel. The only reason why we are sitting here is because we know that the country is not working. So to come and for me, I can spend like a whole week to tell you loads and lots of the problems in Nigeria. I'm sitting here in Nigeria, and I can tell you to join this panel, I have to start thinking which internet to use, which gadget to use, because I'm probably going to be light will go off. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't want us to come here, sit down, and be regurgitating the problems that we all know. Roads are bad, we know. Government hospitals are not working. The same Buhari said that in 1983 that our government hospitals have turned into, I can't remember the words he used. The schools are not working. I can't take my child to a public school. I can't even drive. I'm in Kano now. I can't drive from Kano to Abuja. I have to fly. The flight ticket in itself is almost like 130,000 naira. I tried to get somebody to even buy it for me because I'm a bit busy. They don't even accept if it's priced in dollar. Nigerian cards are not even accepted outside the country anymore. So I would list problems, but I'm saying that educated people like us should save ourselves the trouble of regurgitating the problems. Yes, if we are going to talk about the problem, let's do root cause analysis. So why are there bad roads? So why is our government failing? Or alternatively, what can we do in our little ways? I can listen to that. Or what would be the grand plan, like Black Beauty started yesterday? Is what kind of grand plan? So these are the kind of language I would want us to talk about. And sometimes also, I think we talk bad on the country so much so that in a way you kind of feel it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. People say nothing good will happen. Somebody say, no, let me just land. Sorry, please, gentlemen. Let me just land, Goldmine. I will, in 1 minute, I will stop. It's not that I like talking too much. Somebody said that he knows the script, he knows the start, he knows the end. So I asked myself, okay, then why are we all here? But the truth also is that even we know that scripts are meant to have twists. The good novel is the one that will end in a way that you don't expect it. So let's be a bit more positive. This country is not a junkyard. That is not true. It's a failed state, I agree. But even failed states are meant to be repaired. Nigeria is not the worst. The people in Haiti are hopeful. Why are we talking like that all the time? We are just going to be conscious, because if that is true, then we shouldn't even be here.
But Masca, from hearing you talk right now, some other person will hear the way you are talking and say you are bad mouthing Nigeria too, because you said failed state. I won't use Nigeria as a failed state. I won't use those terms. So you can see that maybe what you are hearing.
No, see, at many levels. No, hold on. No. That it's a failed state. I'm not giving up on a failed state. I will do what I have to do to make this state become a good state.
Yeah, sure.
That's
let me ask something.
But it's the reality. I'm even saying that even if it's a failed state.
I think something. Sorry, Golden Mind. I think I just want to see, Masca. What I wanted to highlight to you is that when I heard you talk, I could come back and accuse you of what you are accusing others of doing. The point I'm trying to highlight is that maybe you should be more tolerant of what they are saying, because they are basically kind of trying to, is their way of expressing their frustration. You see what I mean? And sometimes when that way of expressing frustration comes across as if it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, I can see the frustration on your end. The one I tend not to like is the one that start advocating destructive policies, like let's break up the country and all that stuff. That there's a difference there. You see what I mean? And so that's what I'm just trying to clarify.
Okay, forefathers. I don't want the country to break up. But Masca. Wait, listen, Master.
Forefather, so he must agree he was lying before. So he must agree you are a liar.
I'm saying that for the sake of argument now. I'm saying that I want to see your point of view, just as I'm asking and appealing that you see my point of view. So everything, my point of view that I have stated in annoyance. So do you see my point of view? Even though I know John Abba would never see it, even though they are killing his people like rats, he would never see it. So,
I see your point of view. Honestly, I see your point of view. I totally agree with you, because you are a positive-minded person. I listen to
what
you all
is
the time.
Positive about somebody calling another people? What is positive about somebody calling another people a rat?
It's all about perception.
Masca. What is positive with this young boy talking? This young boy, he needs to go and take his own medication. He's calling another man and you're telling me it's positive.
You as an elder. No, when you listen to somebody, you are not going to disaggregate the words. What you need to do as an elder, you aggregate everything and work with the man's conclusion. Olumide's conclusion is consistent. His conclusion
to calling my people rat. To calling my people rat.
If this thing is going to work.
Well, we go.
Okay.
You are falling all over the place now. See, but Mask, I may be surprised that you agree with Olumide, because Olumide comes here and says all kinds of horrible things about Nigeria, and you are saying I completely
Yeah.
agree with
No, no,
you.
no. I
Yeah,
don't
but I
agree
didn't
with you.
I didn't call your people rats. So I said they are being
I
eyed
see
like
where
rats.
he's coming from. I don't agree that. I've said it yesterday, forefathers. I see where Olumide is coming, but yesterday I tried to make him understand that he is thinking that he is being nationalistic. But there's a difference between country, nationalism, tribalism, and state. For instance, democracy. Goldmine was talking about democracy. I understand deeply that there's a difference between democracy and state. What do you call this place? UAE is a
Yeah,
state and is functioning very well, which has nothing to do
yeah,
with democracy.
yeah.
Yeah.
When you talk of
Let-
nationalism, we spoke yesterday to support their peace, whether you're a Hausa man or a Yoruba man, that is nationalism.
Yeah.
To think that only your tribe, whether it's Igbo, whether it's Yoruba, whether it's Hausa, that's all you think about, and you don't care about any other person, that's not nationalism, that's tribalism. Limide
Yeah.
is not coming from a Yoruba tribe. He's saying that, look, if this conglomeration is not going to work, and I think it will not work because, in my opinion, the foundation is not correct. Either we correct the foundation, and if we are not going to correct the foundation, let this house be split apart. Because if we leave it like that, it's too heavy on this institution, on this foundation.
Masca is a
I can always
Biafran
sleep with
now.
that.
Leave him now. Leave him. You see, 1 minute he said they are
No,
talking down to the country. He's now talking about the
yeah,
foundations too.
why?
And and
For a fact, Masca is a
No,
Biafran.
no, no. Odi, people can always evolve, and that's why we are here
I
See,
to
what I can
agree.
tell
hear
you,
opinions.
what I can tell you, OD, what I can tell you, if you want to know who I am an African. I don't even believe in Nigeria. That's the truth.
An
I believe I'm
African.
an African, I'm a black man.
Welcome to our club.
And I've said
That's why
it,
I've been trying to.
I've,
I've been trying
I've
to
said it
all this
yesterday.
while.
You
I've
are
been
not here.
trying to mold you,
I said it.
Masca. I've been trying to mold you into the Pan African, club, and all
You
of
say you
us
are also a
soon
Pan
hold on,
will
Africanist.
form our own
hold
party,
on.
Pan African
I
party.
think I need to share something because of what Maska said.
No, it's
Because
not.
Masca,
there are
I don't
see,
believe in
Pan-Africanism.
party. What I believe in
can I
is
just share
not party.
something?
Is
Maska,
political consciousness. It doesn't matter the party if you are politically conscious.
Maska, and everyone, because this issue keep coming back over and over again about foundation of our country, and we had a long discussion yesterday with Kenny regarding this. What I find is that there is a layer of our statehood that we don't often take into account, and because of this I'm going to share this video and share some other information so we see the dynamics of nations are different. And if you don't understand the dynamics of nations, it's like sometimes knocking your head against the wall and you're not going to get any result. So let me just share this.
But while you are sharing forefathers, I also want to correct an impression. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
I'm not saying that, okay, I don't succumb to the argument of foundation because my philosophy is that sometimes you cannot change the past and there's no point going into your past. What is important is to appraise properly where you are and decide from now onward what can you do to reach your destination.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, let me just show this. Is tied to how Singapore became an independent nation.
A moment of anguish. I mean, for me, it is a moment of
We
anguish.
should call you forefather Lim Kuan Yew.
Is something being said?
You see, the whole of my adult life, I had believed in Malaysian merger and the unity of these two territories. You know, as a people connected by geography, economics, and ties of kinship, would you mind if we stop for a while?
Now look at the nation that went to be created. See, look at the dynamics that is going on. That is so different from our country. This is a very important factor that most people don't take into account. Because from what he was saying that Malaysia was basically the one looking to kick them out. And look at the state of Malaysia. Malaysia is surrounded by water and everything. So they don't technically need Singapore to send Singapore away. But then you look at Nigeria. Now you go to Nigeria. There is a whole chunk of Nigeria, almost this whole area, that don't have access to the sea. And you want to go and tell them that they should go on their own. And look at all these areas are poor. All these areas are poor. And generally, the people around this area share similar culture as the people in this area. Hold on. Let me finish my point. You have your own stay. You have your own stay. Don't worry.
Okay.
You will have a full this thing. So these areas, they don't look at Niger. Niger is not doing so well in terms of GDP per capita or whether they are prospering on all the rest of it. Niamey, Burkina Faso, Mali, they are all not doing well. But Senegal is slightly different. It's got access to the sea. And now in Nigeria, you have northerners that don't have access to the sea. And you're telling them that they should just break up the country. There is a reason why the forces here would not like that. Even if they found natural resources there, they will not like that. It's so inconveniencing for them. Yeah. Ethiopia is looking to fight its way into the sea right now because they too are landlocked. So if you don't understand the dynamics and you keep saying break up Nigeria, you have this to contend with. Because people in the south here don't have any problem with that. If you want to break up Nigeria, they don't have anything to lose. But a lot of people have something to lose up here. And they're not going to let that happen. If you can contend with that, I think Masca is going to clarify for us what he thinks about that.
No, I just want to point out because
let me say something, Masca. Masca, hold on, please. If you can go ahead and summarize this. But here's my issue. Okay, Masca is from the north, and he's kind of the guy saying, this is not. If this foundation is broken and it's not going to work, look, most people in the south, especially southeast where I come from, believe this, right? I think people in the southeast in the east they've fought a war to be not part of this franchise. Here's the issue. If that's the first issue is if we break Nigeria into pieces, we're even going to remain more poor. That's number one, and someone needs to let all these entities know that if we break this from the southeast, people are very highly educated, there's oil, there's so many things, but it gets the people whose voice are loudest in the east, in the southeast. They're the most uneducated folks. They're the people who want violence. At a point, their voices were so loud, you couldn't even go home. In the north, the loudest people are people who reject Western education. In the West, the loudest folks are people who can write anything on any piece of paper. Imagine if those guys take over all these regions, we just become small, Niger. Look, the only way we survive is look, even the countries in Europe understand that they have to band it together. They have to get together, put their resources together to become stronger countries, to become stronger economies. France cannot even survive alone. If France is big with all their economy, even Germany doesn't really need anybody technically. But without their NATO ally, the United States, Russia will look at taking a piece of it. What I'm saying is this. Look, I hate many things that Nigeria is doing. I don't believe in the current leadership. I don't think that they are going to take us anywhere. My problem with people like Forefather, Mask, and that's my frustration, and even what's the other guy's name that just left, is when they say, oh, show us the proof that the last election was rigged. You're talking from both sides of your mouth. What are you trying to say?
I never
No,
mentioned proof.
your own is different. Sorry, I'll come to you. You said break the country.
Why are
That's
you
why I brought you.
finding me with people who are
Sorry about that. Okay.
No, I'm the one that asked for proof. Sorry.
Prof, see, we know the truth. Because when we utter these statements, people in government will say, even people abroad are saying, show me the proof. We know they rigged the election. What we need to call them out on that. People said proof. I told you, BBC did a detailed investigation. I don't like BBC. I don't like the UK government. I don't like anything about those guys. But those guys did a detailed word for word, polling booth by polling booth, how the election results were rewritten. We saw that. And people
I agree with you on that one. No, I agree with you on that one.
The program is saying, show me the proof. We saw how they turned 15,000 to 15 by using Tipex to clean the 3 zeros. And for fathers,
you are mistaking what I'm saying. You are mistaking what I'm saying.
You said, show me the proof that the election was rigged.
What I said was, what I said was, show me the proof the election was rigged to change the result, the outcome. Because even if that election was given to P2B, flipped it all around, it still wouldn't turn the result around. That's the point I'm making.
How do you know?
How do you know that?
Because the numbers
the only investigation that was done by BBC only in Rivers State.
How do you know they? No. How do you know they stopped polling in Rivers State? They probably.
I don't even know.
Olumide, hold on now. Olumide, hold on. We have to deal with one thing at a time. BBC, how do you know they stopped in only the Rivers State? Maybe they investigated other states. It's only Rivers State they actually found evidence. You see what I mean? And because Rivers State is obvious, even I said it. There's no way Tinubu will win Rivers State. Even I know that, but somehow he still won Rivers State. It doesn't make sense.
See, once the meddling started, you can't say the election is already tainted. The election was rigged. You know what you're saying, was it rigged enough that that they already rigged one state, and you could see it. Stop saying that.
No, but the other states are not complaining. That's my point.
Stop saying you're towing the line of the government that we are trying to get rid of. What if we want to change? Then let's change. Let's start saying the correct things. Let's say, look, we all can make this better. Look, I am an eternal believer that things will get better. I don't know when it will get better. Nigeria, the whole black race is waiting for Nigeria. Everybody is waiting for Nigeria. You see this Niger that Russia and they kicked America out. Those people can't stand on their own. They can only be puppets. Niger can't do anything on their. Liberia, are you joking? Liberia is like one local government in Lagos. They can't stand on their own. The only way those guys will come together. Look, people in Angola are waiting for Nigeria. Kenya, they're waiting for Nigeria.
It's true.
We need to start getting our shit together. And we can't get our shit together by saying that the last election, show me the proof that it was rigged. Come on, guys. We know what is true and what is false.
Fake news is fake news. You
And
know,
you know what,
if
Audi, you know what? See, the very crucial issue these people are missing. Majority of these people who are supporting this irresponsibility and this evil back in that country are missing is the fact that no matter how much an Oyibo man will come and steal your resources or knock your heads against each other, when they go back home, they will do it right. But to ourselves, we are treating ourselves like we don't matter to each other. You understand? We can't hold a free and fair election that we all agree that we say is the very basic foundation of democracy. To choose our leaders, to choose and you have denied the people that want to use these resources to do right for the people. You have denied them that opportunity, and we have and you
How
and
do
you
you
have
know
allowed
the election is not the outcome that the
you
people
have
actually
allowed crooks
voted
to take
for?
over. They make
You
the
can't just be
policies
making assertions
that
without
govern the
proof.
country, and you expect things to change. Keep
See,
talking every weekend.
forefather, you're
okay,
still
now,
saying
now
the same thing. You
let
can't
me
be
ask
making
you.
assertions.
No, because
Okay,
the
forefather, prove to us
outcome of
that
the
the
election.
election was free and fair.
Now,
Forefather, let me change it. What
okay,
is
now
it to
no,
master?
you've asked
Let's do
me.
it to
Now I will
you.
do the opposite.
Give us proof that the election was free and fair.
Okay, now I'll give you reasoning. You gave me your reasoning, but it's limited to one state. That is not all over the entire Nigerian states. Now I'm going to give you reasoning based on just election dynamics. If you have two parties that tend to get almost 50% of the vote, and then one side becomes the government. While they were in government, they got stronger in the sense that they took they took other governorships into their party. At least 2 to 3 governors from the other party joined them while they were in government. They ruled for 8 years. Then it comes to an election. The other party that used to get about 50% split into 4 places. They split into 4 places. Then one of them, and even one of the major ones that remained with the name of the party, decided to split into 2 more, whereby you have 2 sides, that one side that calls themselves the G5 and the other side just remain intact. So if you look at it, it's up to 5 different places that they split into. Now you go for an election against the other party that's fully united, completely united, and that party still struggles to get up to 40% of the vote. While the 5 split parts got over 60% of the vote. The reason why they lost is because they were split.
No. I think I do disagree. I mean,
Okay.
listen. Let me tell you something. You know, Nigerians are really not dumb. If you have a credible election, right, people are going to talk less. Now, let me tell you where the credibility issue came in. We were told that the results were going to be on IREV as soon as elections were ended. That somebody turned the IREV on. That's why the whole thing got messed up. Whether they were splitting into 50, that's irrelevant, right? We want credible elections. Now, you talked about Rivers. I mean, if you look, I went on IREV, just like so many people, and looked at what was on IREV. It was unbelievable, right? Now, if the IREV was showing the results real time as they promised, I can tell you that people are not going to have a lot to complain about, right? If you looked at the results from the far north, oh my goodness, you could tell that something fishy was going on up there. So all these things, just led people to believe, whether rightly or wrongly. But of course, I'm very sure that Rivers and a couple of other states were brazenly rigged. I mean, that's not in question. Okay, so what Nigerians want is a credible election that people go vote. Up till now, people who harass people, who attack people, are yet to be prosecuted. Why?
Okay,
sorry,
You keep saying it was rigged, but you don't have any proof. You know Labour Party officials were at the polls. Where are the proof that they
No,
have?
we're not talking about parties now. I don't care about parties at this point. What I'm saying is that INEC, the reason why millions of youths came out to vote was because INEC promised that the election was going to be free and fair, that the elections were going to be, results were going to be published real time. So they trusted them, they believed them, they trooped out. And that failed big time.
On this,
there's no reason for that to have failed.
Golden Mine. on this statement you make, this is where I want us that we feel we are a bit enlightened should begin to dictate the narrative. Because sincerely speaking, I cannot sit in all consciousness and expect that somebody will promise me that the election will be free and fair. And I will expect, if I'm truly a Nigerian at my age, I will not expect a free and fair election ordinarily.
Yeah, but we live in a country where they promise free election and they give us free election, free and fair elections. Why should we do otherwise?
You are in the US.
Why should our standards be? Why should our standards be low? Why?
Well, okay, I will explain to you that. I will explain to you. I will explain to you because standards, they don't come automatically. People have to work for standards. If you have children, it's a good example. Just leave the children, let them do anything, and because your neighbor's standard is high, and you'll be shocked the standard of your children. For that, this is my point. For any standard we want to see, we should be the vanguard of our people. For us to sit and join every other person and believe that the standards will automatically be high is fallacious. Rather than this argument, rather than us sitting down and arguing about the last election as vanguards of our people, let's ask ourselves, what went wrong? What can we do to ensure that the standard as far as elections are concerned going forward will be higher than what it was? It may not be as American standard, because it's also fallacious to think that once the standard is going to be high, it will be at an American level. No, it will move inch by inch. When I use inch by inch,
hold on, Olumide, let him finish.
No, I get what you're saying.
Hold on. I need to say something to a Black Beauty because it appears I may need to repeat this. When you're on the panel, you are free to interject at any time.
Yeah, I don't have anything. I mean, I was just going to share a story with you guys, but I like what Maska's saying because I agree with him. Even in my job, we have to set standards. There's a whole standards piece. I work in fintech. We have to set standards for each department. Standards have to be set. They don't just come out of nowhere, and you can't just pull standards from another country. It doesn't apply to you. So I happen to agree with him. So I just let him go.
Let me ask you a question.
Sorry. Is the me? I will take it further. I will take it. Yeah.
I want to ask
my conclusion is that I joined this. I joined this panel simply because I believe this country has a lot of people that are committed to seeing it to a good place. And I believe that it cannot be done individually, not even the regions. Individually, these regions cannot take this country anywhere. We have to work collectively. I may not like the things that a lot of people say on this platform, but I make it a point of duty to swallow it. I feel very insulted sometimes, even with the forefathers ask me. The fact that forefather will ask me northern issues, I find it very insulting. But it's only logical if I am going to help to take it and respond in a civilized manner. So that collectively,
why do you find it insulting? I don't know.
No, but Maska, if you don't come, there will be no one to speak from a northern perspective. It will be this panel will be biased.
Yes, so.
We need you on this panel.
Yeah, so
I mean, I would even say that
I want to understand. Hold on now. I want to ask why Maska feels a little bit offended when I ask him about northern stuff. I really want to understand.
The answer is very simple. You sometimes, even you may not know it, but you are prejudiced. You think that the North is a backward place.
Yes.
Black Beauty here can tell you that the North, yes, is retrogressing at an alarming rate. But even when I was a kid, this North that I know was a highly civilized and developed place. So a lot of when I was in Lagos, let's say in 2000, let's say 1998.
It's so crazy.
1998. when I drive, I reach Lokoja. I feel a sight of relief because the insecurity is drastically reduced. But today things have turned upside down. But anytime you ask me whether youth in the north understand technology. Ask me that question.
Did I ask you that? I don't remember ever asking you
No,
that.
Master,
Supposing
Why
I
would I do
you are
that?
in some forest, in some
Masker, how dare you? I would never ask. Why would I ask such a question, Masker? That is an
exactly.
impeachment of my good reputation. You have to take
You are
that back.
lying.
I never
You are
said
lying
such.
indeed.
Why would I say that?
Masca, I'm enjoying
Lying.
this.
You asked me
I'm
that
I never
totally
question.
said
enjoying
that.
You
Why
this.
would
asked
I?
me.
Hey,
And
hold
I
on,
answered
guys.
your question.
Hold on, guys.
And explain to you that
Decorum.
the northern youth also understand technology.
Master,
That was
Master.
yesterday, and it was
Let me
implied.
quickly say this.
So, but I'm saying, like, I find it insulting, okay? But I understand also where you're coming from, because maybe you've not been in the north. Maybe you've listened to people like, well, I don't want to call names because I know he's there listening.
People like
he's looking
me?
for an opportunity to join me in some
What
bigotry. I will
context
not
would I ever say whether the
People,
northern
they,
people
okay.
understand technology?
3 times.
Even Odi, for instance,
But what context?
even Odi that is
please,
sitting
can you
here,
guys give me
Odi
1
has
minute?
sat
Master,
with so much
nobody's
Okay.
talking
clarity.
today. Oh.
Yeah,
Master,
no,
you change.
Masker is in the mood today.
Okay,
He's in the
can you
mood
Go
guys
today.
give me
ahead,
1
AY.
minute,
Go
please?
ahead. You know, for you, I will.
You see,
In fact, for you, I
Master,
can
to
leave
be
the
fair,
platform first. When you
Master,
finish,
to
I
be
come
to be Master, to be fair to forefather does not look down on any region, man. He tried to stay on issues. I know people personally, like I've seen people having arguments here about the north. I'm like, you've never been to the north. You're talking garbage. Because it actually get me crazy sometimes. Like, what are you talking about? Me, I have moved around Nigeria. I know I can speak
but
on
AY,
Nigeria.
did you listen to me carefully? AY, did you hear what I said? I said
No.
even forefathers. When you said even,
No,
what does that mean?
no, forefather.
That the man is
no.
there.
Yeah, it's just you
But
see,
as
it's
long
just like
as he
it's
is
just like
still prejudice.
I was having discussion with my African American friend yesterday. It's just like how white people would believe that Africa there is no good house in Africa. Like it's ignorance. It's ignorance. Same also in Nigeria. Within Nigeria, somebody will believe, oh, the Northerners, no, they don't go to school, they don't have. Like, are you crazy? Like, I have said this on this platform. I can prove it today. Some of the smartest Nigeria I've seen, they are from the north. I swear to my. Some of the in America here, in North America.
A lot of my friends in Nigeria are bankers.
So the thing is, it get me crazy. I don't know where people get all this useless information. Like I'm like it's argument that it's actually
But see,
very shameful.
so that we will
How
not
we don't
derail
know
it.
our
The
people.
point I'm making is that I come on this platform, I take insult, but it's okay by me because the whole idea is so that we can move the country forward, not to come here and sit down and be insulting the country and be bringing it down all the time. That's all.
To be honest, in fact, the only reason I was supposed to stop coming to this platform was this tribal thing, because sometimes it just get me crazy. Why can't you have proper discussion and learn about each other and try to understand each other? Like, learn about what you don't know. Ask questions, bro.
Yeah, yesterday, Augustine said I couldn't speak on Niger issues because I'm an African American born here.
Don't listen to. I told you the other time they will try to bully you by all means.
I said, well, to hell with all of you.
If anybody is telling you, just give them middle finger.
We live very nice. It's okay. I'll be the bougie Nigerian and go look down on all you. No problem. If that's what you would like me to do, because that's unfortunate. You know, I feel like on this platform, there's a lot of ego on the platform, and there are a lot of people that have agendas on the platform.
You see,
it was like it can be a show of like anger on the platform, and it's like, okay, you're angry, but you're also sitting comfortably in the United States of America. I don't understand you. What are you talking about?
How do you even believe your tribe is better than any tribe? How do you believe you are better than anybody? Can you just discuss issue and go sleep?
But
Me,
look,
so
I think Golden Man had been trying to say something for a while. Let's give him some chance.
Well, my thing is, if this is an issue, ethnicity, I just joined, then that has to be addressed with whoever the convener, because if I have a platform, people cannot be discussing tribal ethnic issues, there, all this superiority, bigotry, it shouldn't arise. We'll try to stay on issues, on the facts of the case. Now, talking about anytime we mention a region, because I work with data, I support that with our data. For instance, it would be okay for me to say data says that we have the highest number of out of school children are in the north. That's data supported, right? That wouldn't be being tribal. That's data, right? Now, there was a time I made a comment saying Nigerians were the most educated in United States. Someone challenged me. Where did I get that from? It was supposed to be a common knowledge, but I had to support it. Tell them this is where the data is coming from, right? So when we stick to issues, then because I think that when we go tribal, the quality of the discourse or the, engagement gets lowered. I don't like that, right? All the superiority about the race, And one other thing I need to talk about is the reason why we complain about Nigeria is because we are frustrated. There are a lot of Nigerians who live outside Nigeria who don't like being there. They want to come back to Nigeria. But who wants to come to Nigeria where you're not sure of security, there's a health problem, educational problem, all the problems, simple things. And when I say before we think about big things, we need to think about the small things. Now we have MDAs who are in charge of running Nigeria. You go to every ministry, department, agency, what do you see? Litany of incompetent people. How do you develop a country where you have incompetent people everywhere? I will give you an example with offices. Enter a typical Nigerian office. The laziness, the lousiness, the way they talk to you. How do you even achieve anything?
You started badmouthing Nigeria again. Masca is not going to like this.
Well, I will. No. The reason why I'm saying this is that's a problem. The first step. Hold on. The first step.
America,
Let me finish.
I live this in every day.
Hold on. The first step in solving the problem is, first of all, recognizing there's a problem. Then the next step is, okay, how do we deal with the problem? We have done that. No. Well, how do we deal with the problem of having incompetent people? Because it doesn't matter the beautiful policies you have. Things are not going to work. So how do we deal with the problem of having incompetent people being appointed, being elected in Nigeria? That's our main problem. It doesn't matter the policies you introduce. They're going to frustrate it. It's not going to work. So that's the solution. How do we solve that problem?
But golden mind, sorry to interrupt, the problem is you can't move forward when you don't accept, facts, or things that have happened, right? What you're saying is should be where we should be driving this discussion. How do we move forward? We've got an election coming in the next 3 years. Most of us Nigerians know who's going to win that election.
Who is going to win?
If you have, I think everybody.
I don't know.
I know. I'll tell you. Who? Because if Mahmoud is still the INEC chairman in 2027, Tinubu will be president. If you don't believe that, then
I don't want to vote. You are out of it.
No, I'm not. I'm not. But look, the problem is that if we as Nigerians, if anybody has a different opinion,
with you, I hope.
And look, most of us know how the reason we're in this current mess and why the worst people were chosen in the cabinet now is because of a plan towards 2027. Most of those guys were chosen because the plan is to win the next election.
Well,
if you have Mahmoud, go ahead. Yeah.
If West Africa catches the Pan-African, if Nigeria catches the Pan-African West Africa wave, there may not be an election. That's a positive in a way.
No, but here's the problem. Nigeria, all the countries that surround Nigeria are like
Nigeria will have states, right? They are like local governments. They have no power. They're powerless. The problem is that we had a president who came in and completely alienated the other guys that we had. Niger and all these guys have broken out of West Africa. We're in trouble. It's poor leadership. It goes back to what Goldie Mind was saying. Because when you have someone who was trying to buy legitimacy and try to attack a country that we need as our, kind of kid brother to bring along with us, because we need all of us. Look, when most people look at Nigeria, they know that it's almost impossible to win Tinubu in 2027. Who's going to vote?
How do you know
Mahmoud?
that? See, let me say this. In
Or they
politics, a
speculate
week can be a very long time. And sometimes he
No,
can win
I
an
said
election.
I did put caveats. I didn't say. I said if Mahmoud, if nothing changes
Even
in
if
INEC,
Mahmoud is there, even if Satan rises from hell and decides to take over INEC,
well, the
still
problem is that
politics will still
forefathers,
remain
if you
politics.
don't see these things, then there's a problem. Really, if you
I
can't
see it.
see that INEC, the way it's set up, unless the House of Rep and Senate
I
will
think they are
change.
misunderstanding the way I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it from the point of view that yes, they want to win, but the forces that are going to be looking to displace them might be more significant than people give it credit for. If I was Tinubu, somebody tells me that, don't worry, you've already won it, I'll tell them you are enemy of progress. Because if you know politics, you are not going to see it coming. What if all the other parties decide to come together? What if some other new force shows up in politics? You can't tell. Or like the Black Beauty said, something else goes and sweeps it aside. You can't always tell.
If the top party come together, they can see the APC. But
I'll tell you, I know there's a recent
biggest party in
election that
Nigeria.
happened in Ondo State. In Ondo State. Primaries. Yeah. Aketi died, right? Aketi he wanted to impeach. This is Nigerian politics. And if you don't see this, then there's a problem. Aketi died. Before he died, he wanted to impeach his deputy.
It's Aketi boys that wanted to impeach the people. At that point, Aketi does not even know what he's doing.
No, Aketi didn't want him.
No,
Aketi
boys.
What I'm telling you something that I know.
Capacitated. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me just shut up. Then go ahead.
At that point, Aketi does not even know what. If you know Ondo politics, that Aketi was dead long ago before he died.
He was in a coma.
Come on, man. He was in coma. It was his boys that wanted to impeach the deputy governor. A commissioner in Ondo State, I know him very well.
They've been trying to impeach Aketi. Aketi had been trying to. This started almost a year before. Aketi was not in coma for a year. Aketi was shown in television in Ibadan about 3 months before he died. What are you talking about? We saw him on TV. Didn't you see him? What are you talking about? If he was in coma, people go into coma before they die. So when you say he was in coma, doesn't change anything. I'm not sure I know this thing very well, so don't even.
It's okay. And let's try to change the topic a bit. We're talking about Tesla, Elon Musk going to China. I wanted to share something because I just discovered something that I didn't know is even real. I found that very, very surprising. I didn't know that was like possible even. Let me share this.
Tesla is in China now. They try to break it to India market, not China. India, not China.
Lee praised Tesla's success in China as a model of Sino-US economic cooperation, emphasizing the importance of equal and mutually beneficial cooperation. He hopes for more collaboration between the US and China in line with the strategic guidance of the two countries' leaders. China will continue to open its vast market to foreign businesses and improve market access and service guarantees. We'll keep expanding market access, strengthening service guarantees, providing a better business environment and more comprehensive support for foreign businesses, allowing companies from all countries to invest in China with peace of mind. Musk said Tesla's Shanghai Gigafactory is Tesla's best performing factory, thanks to the diligence and wisdom of the Chinese team. Tesla is willing to deepen cooperation with China for more win-win outcomes.
Okay, look at that then. Watch this.
Obvious to me.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
that's not it. So you see what happens here.
Reporter David Waddell, who's in the newsroom. So, David, why is Mr. Musk in China?
Well, Mr. Musk's challenge is, amongst other things, that he's trying to sell more units of his Tesla company's full self-driving software. That's the software that allows its cars to operate autonomously with a driver behind the wheel but not operating it. And that software is in use in North America, in the US, in Canada. It's also been requested by Chinese drivers, Chinese customers, but it's not available in those markets yet. So Mr. Musk, here he is in Beijing a little earlier, meeting Chinese officials. He wants to navigate that challenge of getting the self-driving software operating there. But to do that, he needs access to Tesla data, which is currently held in Shanghai and is unable to leave Chinese borders because of Chinese regulations.
I didn't know Tesla can't take its own data out of China. Did you hear that? Tesla, its own
No,
data
but
that is in China, it cannot take it out.
basic data law.
I didn't
Number
know
one
that.
is security reasons.
So if you have your own company in China, you can't export the data out.
Oh,
That
you
is
think, for example, Apple will just come and grab data in China and take away? No, it's only in Africa where you guys don't know. They don't know what they're doing. Even they will use Gmail for federal government
even money they
email.
want.
The problem, yeah.
I see. Even I would not know if you go they say they go and tell me now, go and be the leader of Nigeria. I wouldn't know that I was supposed to stop information from flowing out.
Very important.
But these guys did. Man, there's a lot for us to learn, man.
Brilliant.
Even currency, you can't just take out currency just because you make it in a country.
What do you mean?
They have
So
to
I can
regulate.
go with my Chinese money somewhere else, or you say?
No, I'm saying
money.
like
Even
say
in America, of
a
course.
foreign company
Just
making money in your country, you have to regulate how much of that profit they take out of the country.
Yeah,
that's part of it. Even in a lot of Arab countries, that's what they do. No country play around.
That seems harsh though. Your own company, you can't transfer information out. That's crazy.
It's not harsh, bro. Bro, let me tell you something. In some countries, right? Before you can go and invest in that country, a citizen of that country must own 50% of that share. Period.
That's true.
They're not gonna let you come and play around with their life.
Wow, Nigerians, we sure do have a lot to learn. We have a lot. I didn't see that one
No,
coming.
the
I
laws
was
are
shocked.
there. This same law that is in China is the same law here in Nigeria. As far as that.
What are you talking about? The Nigerian security, not that governors of Nigeria went to America to discuss our security policies.
No, I think he's talking about the business part where you have to have an owner that is right. That's what you're talking about, Masco. Like you have to have a 50% ownership from someone that's born in. I know this because when I try to register my business, they won't let me with my. So I got married.
Let me give you a typical example. Let's say the information MTN has. MTN is a South African company.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
I know. I thought Moscow.
I just wanted to make just one quick point. See what you guys are talking about, like the 50% of the national of the country has to have a first right of refusal, right? It leads me to what I wanted to say about a golden mine. I'm not going to go in that. I'm going to support what he was saying. That if he's saying fact, it's not prejudice, it's not bigotry. In Nigeria, if we remember, there's one tape of Ahmadu Bello that Nigerians always pull out to say he was a bigot. Okay, and that was because he said, of course I understand the part where I think he overextended, but he said, if there's a job in northern Nigeria, he will offer it first to the northern Nigerian, just because of the competition that was going on between the three regions back then. So there's every country does this and it promotes competition. But of course, with Ahmad Bello, we know he messed up when he said he would rather give it to a foreigner second than give it to another Nigerian. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. I think, Maska, you were making a point about MTN. What was that?
No, I'm just saying that the law is not a unique law. Almost every country try to have a data protection law. Even Nigeria, we have it. The question is whether do we have the capacity to implement it. To start with, for you to implement that kind of law, you need to have the cloud storage infrastructure to start with, which obviously
But
in Nigeria
our
we
election was in Amazon AWS.
Unique law to China.
Amazon
But
Web
if one
Services.
thing to have a law, it's another thing to implement it.
Yeah, but what that implies is that the laws are not there in terms of, because remember there's a slight difference between the 51% percent versus not moving your data from one country to another. Nigeria doesn't prevent them from taking their data out from Nigeria at all. Anything that they have on
Not because
Nigeria,
the law is not there, but because we lack the infrastructure to what's the word now when you want to implement a law, when you want to make enforcement.
Enforce.
The law is there.
I would like
we
to see
lack
that.
the
I'm
infrastructure.
not sure we have it too. I'm not sure we have it, but I would like to find out whether we do. Because if we do,
No, I am telling you what I know. It's not something that
They're going to
I
need
will check.
that if they plan on doing this tech hub they keep talking about. If they plan on doing this whole, bring everybody back with their laptops, technology hub and Legos, they're gonna need that kind of stuff to protect intellectual property that's developed in Africa. They're gonna need that. So come on now.
Such that whether we have such laws, because I know that there was a debate about our data sovereignty, that Nigeria is like basically non-existent because all our data is in basically American data centers, because AWS, I don't know about our banking, and that's something we have to see whether we actually control it on the continent. But most of all the other stuff is in their data centers. If our election is in AWS, I can assure you that government emails and all those things is in their servers too. So what kind of laws are you going to put to prevent them from moving their information to their servers when the information is already on their servers? We are already submitting it to them. We are on WhatsApp everywhere. Pardon?
Is that the act that you post in the back? Is that what it's called?
Let me see.
Okay.
Okay. Is that for Nigeria? That looks like for Nigeria. The Act establishes the legal framework for the regulation of personal data in Nigeria and replaces the Nigerian Data Protection Regulations of 2019 and the NDPR Implementation Framework 2019 issued under the National Information Technology Agency. So yeah, I would like to examine that a bit more, because it is very interesting to know whether we keep our data in Nigeria. If that is the case, it means that that's a very good thing actually if our governments are already doing it. Because the last thing you need is they cut you off internet and all your data is with them. And that is not nice, because Russia experienced it recently when they decided that we don't want NATO to come to our next door, and they cut them off SWIFT. They can't even pay money, transfer money anymore, and they cut them off everything they can cut them off from. If Russia didn't have its own internet infrastructure, they will be gone.
Those were part of the sanction now. Those were part of the sanction.
I wonder what Kenya does, right?
Kenya?
Yeah. That's like a data hub in Africa. That's a place.
Kenya is worse than Nigeria. Kenya is far more compromised than Nigeria, if you ask me.
The technology people.
Why do you say that?
I say that because
why do you say that,
I say that because a lot of foreigners control their major industries, and they have a gigantic British base there. And compared to Nigeria, they seem far more compromised than Nigeria.
because it's not controlled by them. It's controlled
Yeah.
mostly by Indians.
Yeah,
I mean,
they even have towns that are made for, I think, Italians, Indians, and stuff like that in
NASA,
their
that's
country.
where I'm thinking about going. It's supposed to be nice over there.
See, all this while you guys are talking, I'm just smiling here. You know why I'm smiling? Let me give you a typical example. Do you know who built the AU headquarters with all
China.
the gadgets in it? Okay. So you need to go deep and research on that. I know how useless, let me not say how useless Africa can be, but
They were
anyway.
spying. They were spying on us. Now I think we are aware of that. They were spying on us. What did you expect? What did you expect? But I see. In the end, amongst all African nations, this is why many of them look up to Nigeria. We are here about mounting Nigeria, that Nigeria doesn't do a lot of things,
They look
including
up on
the data
Nigeria,
part.
to be honest.
But
Even
compared
South
to
Africa.
us, they are worse.
Even South Africa.
Mm.
Nigeria hold all the banks in Nigeria. They hold a lot of stuff in Nigeria. If you go to even South Africa, blank, yeah, even South Africa, like Nigeria, I mean, I don't think we should compare ourselves to any African country. We are supposed to be leaders. But now, what I was expecting is Nigeria, we have visa program for all the black nations in the world.
Oh, no,
if
they
you
don't
are
have
black, we giving you, if you have this, you can even give 1,000 citizenship to each black nation in the world. If you want to come to Nigeria, Nigeria is home to black. So Nigeria should not be comparing. We can't compare ourselves with this mushroom country across this state. We are above that. We don't know our capacity. To
I
be
don't be
honest.
talking like
By
this.
today,
No.
today, hold on.
No,
we are even
AY.
supposed. Nigeria should,
No,
should
AY.
be the first member
You
of
can't call other African countries. No, serious.
only
On a
black
very
nation.
serious note, this is what we do. This is how. That's what we do, AY, and it's not very smart of the black man.
What are you saying?
If we are going to come together, already I know that there is problem between Nigeria and other African countries. They don't like us like that because true, we are arrogant people. Okay, and I can assure you that it's not only Nigerians.
It's very true, and it's very hard to come into Nigeria.
So
like,
let's be careful.
No. Maska, you actually misunderstood me here. Hold on. No, I'm not trying to demean all African country. What I'm trying to say here is, I see Nigeria supposed to be the leaders of African nation. Like they are supposed to be there, showing everybody the way. Let's go. I'm not saying they are useless. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Nigeria is supposed to
but you
lead
use
the
the word
way.
mushroom countries.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I'm not that. I'm a Pan-Africanist. But
use your word
I'm
as
a
an
real
elder brother.
No,
use
at
the word
all.
for your younger ones.
See, that word doesn't mean I'm looking down on them, but I've seen Nigeria. Why am I saying Nigeria is supposed to be giving citizenship to all these African nations? You think if I hear that we say give them citizenship? Me, the way I think, I would really love Nigeria to be home to black, not Africa, black, any black person. Nigeria should be home to them. But we fail in that
the last potential president that took the African Americans into account was Moshood Abiola, and he was, what happened to him. And I personally, my own conspiracy theory is that 20-30% chance that that's possibly why he died, because he was looking to support the reparation movement. Imagine a major nation like Nigeria. A major nation like Nigeria supporting the reparation movement in America. That's extremely dangerous. That is billions of dollars worth of money, and that could do him in big time.
They don't like the capital flights. That's the problem. They don't want to see the money that we work for.
Yeah.
No, Maska, I love my black people anywhere. If you see me, a black, my friends from Africa America, we discussing, man. Like, if you see our relationship, man, I tell them, go back home. Let's go back home. I don't say Nigeria.
There's a lot of them already. There's a lot.
I don't tell them Nigeria. I will say, hey, if you want everything, you want say, let's go back home.
to get in there.
That's what I tell them every day.
Black Beauty though.
But do you
There
know
is a
one good
section
thing,
of the. So
Do you know
sorry.
that any black man
Sorry.
in
Oh,
Nigeria
please.
is totally
Actually,
at home?
this is the story I
When
have.
you are an African and you are in Nigeria, Nigerians don't discriminate
No,
against
they
you. We
don't.
take
No,
people
they
at
don't
hand.
discriminate. But
Yeah,
you have to
that
really
is
work
Yeah.
that is another strength of Nigeria. Nigeria will not discriminate. I tell them, Nigeria. I say even if you go to any village in Nigeria, as long as you are black, Nigeria will not
Yeah,
discriminate.
they're
You
cool.
just have to
They're
compete to
trying to get
live.
in.
No,
Even if
Nigeria,
you're white, if
don't
Nigerians,
really discriminate,
Africans,
to
if
be honest.
Africans know that you are a foreigner, you are different. It don't matter if you're black, white, Chinese, they welcome you. And
I feel
that
like
is
the Black Americans get more love than the white people in Nigeria. They do. I do feel that way.
I don't know. I just
Yes,
know if you
certainly.
foreign,
What I've experienced.
Africans love you. You know, Africans are
like
very welcoming people.
Yeah, but the point you just made just now is also
No,
true. See, let me add this because I wanted to add it before. I was speaking to some African Americans, and some section of African Americans have a kind of, I don't know what the term is that is used, divested towards the white population, where one of them, like a man, African American man, was like kind of talking about white women, like, oh, they are prettier than our women, and they call Africans living in huts and stuff like that. I was like, but this thing that you are doing, saying that your women are not good, how is that helping in any way? And they don't like it. And if you say that, they will like, how dare you? You come from Africa, you live in the hut and stuff like that. So that's the point I'm trying to make. To I speak the truth, and a black bitch, you recognize it. You see how they are laughing. You see how they are laughing. They recognize it. What I'm
Find it
talking about.
funny because those are the people that don't have a passport. We don't business with
Exactly like the coons, like Uncle
Yeah,
Tom. No black man is really gonna look at a white woman and say, "Oh, she looks better than."
Oh yes, I'm telling you, this guy was saying it to me. That he was
No,
literally
there are
saying to
some
me
people that will do
online.
that though.
He was like, "Oh, they like white women. White women are better looking than
But
African
there are
women are
also
not good looking. They look
Nigerians
like men and stuff like that."
I
also
don't know,
Nigerians
man.
in Nigeria
I
marrying old white
had
ladies to go Jaffa. There's people
You know what I
marrying
mean?
old ass white
I had
ladies.
discussion
Yeah.
with my African American friend recently. I was telling him last week. I said, "Listen, over the years, I don't know what it is. They try to divide Africa and African America.
Yeah,
They try to make them think like, oh, you better than them. They are these. You better." I said, the only way out, not this one we're talking about Nigeria, is for us to, there should be that synergy, come together. We are one, not team. Me, I don't look at them. We are one. Period.
It's a money thing. They don't want they don't want the capital flight. But
Yeah.
what I've noticed too is like it seems to be a problem with Nigeria, but they are all in when it comes to Ghana because all the African Americans are over there now. Like Ghana just opened up the door, and then the American government followed all the black people to Ghana, and I'm just like, maybe it's better that I came to Nigeria, so I don't have to be trailed by the government.
Because Nigerians just need to teach history. A lot of Nigerians do not know history, and when they leave Nigeria, they need to learn to assimilate.
Yeah,
If they try to assimilate with the people on the ground, there will not be a lot
No,
of the
it's not going to happen. That will be a pipe dream. A Nigerian, unfortunately for us, one of our biggest weakness is that we are too inward. We do not look at any other person. It's a strength, it's a weakness. We are not good at assimilating. Anywhere we go, we are independent.
It's changing now.
No,
I don't think so. I
It's
disagree
getting
with
better.
We are
It's
not
getting
very
better, but I'd say
disagree with
20,
you.
30 years ago, it was bad because you
Yeah,
see,
but now they're
stay
everywhere.
away from them, and you know what I mean? Don't go close to them. That's why you hear
Yeah,
sometimes from
it's
this
changing.
panel, like, oh, they said stay away from them, but you gotta come
Yeah,
together, both sides.
Not because I'm Nigeria. Nigeria are very accommodating, right? Even when you see Nigeria, we can come as very loud and very arrogant. We are very accommodating, and the simple truth is, all the Africa countries, they love them. Even when you see them speak hate, they love Nigeria. I'm telling you, Both the
It's very
men and the
interesting
women.
because Nigeria,
They love
like
Nigeria.
25 years ago, Nigeria has had a far more negative reputation, maybe even 40 years ago, more negative reputation than positive. But in
they
the
love
last 10
Nigeria.
years or so, in the last 10, maybe 15 years or so,
That's
Nigeria
because
has almost half and half, bad
that's
and
because
good
of
reputation.
culture. I would say music and art has changed the perception
Yes.
of Nigeria.
Even from the music,
education.
They love our education. They love our boldness. They love our drive. Like they love Nigeria.
And
They
for
might
some
have a
reason,
lot of negative things.
African women like Nigerian men too. You know,
Only women.
that's another
Black
debate
beauty,
that
is
drives
that
Africans
true? Black
crazy.
beauty, is
That
that
is
true?
true. I was watching some show, and the lady, if
It
you have
drives Africans crazy.
Yeah.
when they hear that their women like our men, they don't like that at all.
Yeah, quite accommodating. But sometimes they can come very hard. Like you think they are men tough. Nigeria are very accommodating, to be honest.
Can you people tell me this? I
It
have
is
this
logical. A
information
woman
now.
naturally loves gold and a very popular person.
Sorry. I'm just correct. I'm sorry, guys. You know why we're talking about that? I went to find
See Black
information.
Beauty now is planning to move back home to Nigeria, man. Who you think he's gonna stay in America forever?
So, does anybody see here where they said anything about not transferring our data overseas? I think it's only personal data you see where they talked a little bit about it. There's nothing stopping foreign companies from taking your data overseas.
Yeah, all
I
I
don't see
see
anything
was
here.
personal data and
Yeah, it's only personal data.
restrict.
There's nothing there. And not even preventing it, they're just saying you have to exercise certain caution to send it overseas.
why is it only personal data?
Yeah, because they don't think that any high technology will be in Nigeria now.
No, forefathers look at part
It's
C.
from the government website. What do you want me to do now?
Forefathers look at part 8.
No, I'm saying that the time
cross-border.
to look at this policy is too short for you to reach a conclusion.
Okay. Let me put it back. Sorry.
Look at part 8, cross-border
Part A.
transfer. Or
Let me
part
see.
8,
Let me see.
8.
Which one?
Down.
Cross-border transfers of personal data, basis for cross-border transfer of personal data and adequacy of protection.
Is it here?
Personal data.
Yeah. 8. V111. VIII.
What is VII? I don't know what VII mean. What does that mean? I can't see VII.
That's part 8. Go to, it's under part 8, section 41.
Wow. Okay. Let me see. Can I search for it? What does it say? I don't know what you mean.
The link I sent you the link.
You need to go forefathers. Go and read this fully. Then you can make pronouncements on it.
You gotta go do this research.
This is in another document. Okay, let me pull this document up. Yeah. This one is from plans. This one is not in this is Nigerian side too, but I guess it's as good as any. But this is based on image scan.
The document even before you read an updated document.
Yeah. I think 2023, from what it indicates, 2023 relatively recent. Do you have the page number?
Keep going down. You're on part 2 now. Go all the way to part 8.
Okay.
So look for part 8. VIII.
6.
Part 8.
I'm at the bottom.
You passed it.
No, you passed it.
Like page
41. I think it's page 41.
Yeah, it's section 41.
Okay.
It says 41.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is 41.
Passed it just now, I think.
Is this it?
Okay, so scroll slowly. Scroll down. What part does that say? That 46. Go up. No, you got to go up. You're going down. Up. So what part does that say now?
6.2, and it doesn't. These are the number. This is what I normally used to number it, because that is the way they numbered it.
Like
based on
12 or something. It's up. It's
up.
41.
Okay.
It's page 41 and 42.
41.
Okay.
People have said 41 twice, so I will go for 41. Okay, that's
Okay, there
41
it is.
here.
And
Data
go up. So
up
let's see.
again.
Yeah, that's it. Cross-border
Cross-border
transfer
transfer.
of personal.
Okay. A data controller or data processor shall not transfer or permit personal data to be transferred from Nigeria to another country unless the recipient of the personal data is subject to a law binding corporate rules, contractual clauses, code of conduct, or certification mechanism that affords an adequate level of protection with respect to the personal data in accordance with this act, or one of the conditions set out in section 43 of this act applies. Okay, this is data controller or data processor shall record the basis for transfer. Okay, there's no limitation. The commission may make regulations requiring data controllers and data processors to notify each of the measures in place under section. You see, when they are including sections, you could completely misinterpret the entire thing because those sections could have something that would throw you off completely.
That
That's
whole
one thing
thing
I know.
what that whole thing
Yeah.
sounds like to me is like you can't move personal data unless we have a corporate agreement that says we need you to take the data. Like that doesn't protect anything.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's what this one is like. It's like the Chinese government. You're like, yeah, you invented it, but you're not allowed to take the data out. That is gangster, if you ask me. That is gangster. I didn't know they do that.
Wild Nigeria, just let everybody come
But
and
you see,
develop.
forefathers, do you know this man is there trying to take the data out, and I assure you, he will take that data out.
Mm. Oh no, he could break it out. Probably, Musk does have the resources, but not legally. So if that data shows up outside, the Chinese government can sue them. You see the trick. This is the name of the game. If
But
because when they sue them, then he will lose a lot of money.
Access it though, right? They're accessing the data, right, to be able to run their
Yeah.
program. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to have those programs that are happening in the States with the self-driving cars and stuff. You can access the data, but you can't take it out. Is what they're saying.
I think so.
Yeah, otherwise you couldn't operate those programs that he's operating here for the self-driving vehicles and stuff.
But how do you access it but not take it? They can just record it when they transfer it over.
That's
And
probably
because if you can access something, you could take
there's
it
a digital
technically.
footprint when you do things like that. You can see that someone has been copying data.
Yeah, that is
You
you see, this on another level now we are talking about the level of security that is required.
That's important because Nigeria is supposed to be having some tech hub or something. So if
We
that's
are
going to
supposed
happen,
to. They had a meeting recently with AI experts all over the world from Nigeria. That's Nigerian AI experts. They had a meeting with I think that minister is quite good of this government.
No, TJ is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
TJ.
So they are trying to come up with ways to innovate. I really wish I was there and to hear what they discussed because I don't know what their conclusions were. I speak to you. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to. Sorry, I just wanted to throw in that we're probably looking at the wrong act. We probably should be looking at the Copyright Protection Act. If we're trying to, you get what I'm saying? If we're trying to figure out what China's doing to Elon Musk, so it might be the copyright.
Yeah, because this one is more like data protection, isn't it? And copyright protection is
Personal data,
and maybe just based on contract. But the way they put it in that news is that's the law by the Chinese government. Like you can't take data out. That's some brutal stuff. Come in, do business, enjoy yourself, sell everything, but it's not leaving this country. You're not going to leave this country with it.
I wanted to say something to you, forefathers, about earlier. Dr. Franklyne, he mentioned 30 years timeline. I caught that. He said it would take Nigeria about 30 years to.
He said that.
And I was like, okay, now we're talking about a real timeline.
See, for me, when people use 30 years timeline, I don't look at that. I look at a specific area that says whatever we plan, even 100 years time, nobody's going to stop us.
Right.
How do we get to that point of no return?
People need to start when I talked about this 100-year plan yesterday, when I'm reading this a tropical dependency, one of the things that Lugard's wife said is that there was a gentleman, Mansa, I guess he's from Mauritania, one of the Taurids, and he had a document that they were using to develop kind of like the spread of Islam throughout, the Arab region, now the Arab region, and also Spain. And the document was something that his great-grandfather had begun. Then the grandfather, then his father. Now he was the fourth owner of that document. That's what it takes. It takes one person, their family safeguarding that document. So that's something that
It's a very smart thing that they do, because you see, our people didn't know how to see over time. Because if you can imagine somebody that can see over time, they can trade with you where they are just making tiny profit, but they know in time it's going to accumulate. They're going to be way bigger than you. And that is the way, in a way, they did business with you politically and everything. They always knew they were going to get an advantage, and our people didn't pick up on it on time.
We're very short-sighted people. Very short-sighted people.
Is it trustworthy? Is it that we just didn't value ourselves enough? Maybe we just unlucky. We didn't form big nations when they arrived, like really big nations like China was or India was.
We didn't have record-keeping styles that would have allowed us to maintain that level of like IP on a continual basis. But now, where Africans are at now, we can have a 100-year plan, and it can be safeguarded by a set of individuals and their, their projects. We can have that now. So that's what I was speaking to. If it's something
if you make me a Nigerian leader and you say tell me what you're gonna do with your plan.
No, but
I will say
a Nigerian leader, because the man who was developing that plan, he wasn't a leader. He was amongst the community. He was I forget what his job was, but he had an ordinary job, and his family had they were the people that were establishing Muslim dominance in North Africa, and they were like.
I agree with you. Like Karl Marx was not part of government, but he wrote the documentation. So my point is about implementation. Like if I was the one in charge, what I would do was that my priority will be security, because I know that if I lay that one down, the plan is going to succeed, and I will move like. I won't care really. People are going to probably hate me. What do I care? It doesn't matter. They will thank me later. That's the way I would look at it. They will thank me later.
Better to be feared than to be loved.
I will go like 4 years. Whatever I need to do to put the nation in a place where they cannot take us back again, I will do it. Then if I step out, then at least the person that is going to be there, they may hate me, but the power that has been laid down for them will enable them to be free to do whatever they want to do.
But
and the thing about is that leaders have to adhere to that plan. That plan is actually the governing document of your nation and of what you're looking to do. And each leader that's brought in, because right now what's happening in Africa is leaders are adhering to a plan. It's a European plan. There is a plan. It's just not our plan.
So that was actually what I was going to say. It wasn't like we did not have.
I have one question for you.
It was more that we were playing by the European rules.
There's a plan.
So it wasn't like we did not have like the business insight. We conducted business across the Arabias. We conducted business across seas.
Yeah.
We had to play by the European rules. Now, if you have to judge a fish by its ability to climb, you're going to say it's stupid, right? So this is what was happening to us. So, and secondly, we did have people. We had record keeping. It might not have been written in English language, but we had ways to keep our own records. Oral records we kept. We had the writings, hieroglyphics, right? And then we had Arabic writings. But then colonialism, prior to that, slavery happened. And a lot of people that kept these records, because we had people that were specially taught these records. So they memorized them, so that was our ways of keeping these records. But then when they destroyed our societies, of course, we lost a lot of these things. And then, but when they talk today, they're gonna say we never wrote records, we never had a way of record keeping, but we did have our own ways and methods of carrying out these things.
We did. If say part of the our leaders, we had the capacity. I think somebody was mentioning today about education. They needed to educate our people. Our people was, I don't know why our people are one of the most educated people in Africa, and even in America. We are proven that we are quite capable. We are educated. It's just that we refuse to sever the ties. I wouldn't say sever the ties. It's a very subtle problem where it's like graduating from a one is doing apprenticeship, and you graduated from the person that has been training you all this while, but you refuse to become your own master.
Exactly.
That is the problem. Our elites refuse to become their own master, and that is it's a very subtle thing, because they will tell you they love their people, they will profess it and everything, which probably they do, but they also want to remain friends and close relationship with the
You're
people
reading
that
it
don't necessarily
upside down,
represent them.
forefathers. Me, the way you are constantly talking about security, what I will continue to talk about is the fact that do not ever assume that we as a people or as a country, we are just sitting on our own and every other person or every other country is minding its business. I've read enough to know and be convinced that we are being orchestrated as a people. Whereas among us come to leadership positions, and they are the type that you are looking for, those who will win themselves of these former colonial masters. These colonial masters smartly take them out of the equation. They leave us with only the
You
ones
mean
that are
colonizers?
okay to pander to their wish and caprices, to their whims and caprices. This is the reality. Even I have given several examples of, you can see leaders that are independent leaders. They will take them out. When Murtala made the statement that Africa come of age, we will not take orders from any other person, how long did it take? He disappeared from the scene.
No, I agree with you. No, you are not understanding me. Even if they took out the ones that don't like them, they have the ones that like them. Those ones that like them, they are also Africans. They could decide that, you know what, I like you. You guys used to be I used to train under you guys. It's time for me now to strike out and do some things for my people. Because
And then you will be taken out.
Can I read something?
Oh, I see.
From the book. I want to read something from the
He will
book.
be taken out because the only reason why he will remain a leader is as long as he panders. Go and Democratic Republic of Congo. Look at it. It's a classic.
Let me read this. Maska, you
That's
remember
interesting.
this from the book.
Beauty.
Maska, I'm going to read this piece from the Arab Civilization in Spain chapter. I want to read this piece about Ibn Said. I'm not going to read the whole thing. There's a lot. But basically, this is what I was talking about. Ibn Said himself is described by his successors as the truthful historian. He was the descendant of a line of distinguished men and tells us that the story of Andalusia, which is Spain, that's what they call that. That's Spain. If you've ever read Cien Años de Soledad, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, that's what they called Spain, which he carried down to the year 1247, had taken no less than 125 years to write and 6 authors to complete it. He was conceived and carried to a certain stage by his great-grandfather. It was taken further by his grandfather, and his 2 great uncles worked upon it. Then came my father Musa, who certainly was the most learned and experienced of all my ancestors in these matters. Finally, Ibn said to himself, completed the work. It is said that a better history of Andalusia was never written. Contemporary with the earlier part of this composition was the geography of El Idrisi, who wrote the year of 1153. And this is basically the establishment of Arab dominance in Spain that took 100, his own family wrote it. They wrote all of that. 125 years. That's what we need. We need a family to safeguard our Nigerian 100-year plan.
No, 100 years plan. The Chinese didn't have that. If they had 100 years plan, they would be in trouble right now.
The Chinese did have a 100-year plan.
No. I mean, yeah, 100 years plan to get somewhere. Yeah, that's fine. But 100 years, see, I keep saying the plan we need first is to get out of the control
You know, they can
of
see
other people. Because if you start, I can
the
even plan
mirror,
for a
the
thousand
window.
years, but you have to get out of the control of these people. Otherwise, sooner or later, whatever plan you lay for 200 years ago, when you have not planned to
Forefather,
survive from now to
You
then,
go
you
what?
have
Forefather,
to know how to get from here to
Forefather,
there.
You what?
I heard you guys discussing this yesterday. You can
Yeah,
have
but
100 years
it's
plan
black
in phases.
behind it. They can
In
see.
phases.
So
Exactly.
people
Phase
don't.
one, you do what
Mm,
is more important. You have phase two. You have like in phases.
you're right.
Yeah.
And it's safeguarded by one or two families, and that no one is privy to that except for the people that are writing it and the think tanks and the minds
You know,
behind it.
you are right. As I was saying it, I
Tinubu
was
can
thinking
have that.
about what this thing AY just said, because sometimes, because that plan could is also include some of the things I'm talking about. Because sometimes when people say 100 years plan, it's like, let's spread it out. Let's take 100 years to get our security right and all that. So that's what I hear sometimes.
You're adding
So
upon the document. You're creating
yeah.
something as you go along, like he was documenting the history of Spain and the Arabs taking over Spain. It was a documentation that happened with his grandfathers, his uncles, and then he completed it. It was completed in 125 years. In that time,
It wasn't the Arabs that took over. It was the Moors.
I like the reading that you
So
did. I
the
don't know.
most are the Arabs now. Speak
No,
the
the
truth.
Moors were not necessarily
Yeah, he
Arabs.
said speak the truth.
The
hold on.
Moors,
No, the most are the
the
Arabs.
Moors they weren't Arabs.
Before
They
we start
were
another argument about
no,
the
no. But
boss,
let me just explain. It's like it's
I
very
speak the truth.
short.
Sorry, let me just say something.
Moors.
I Black Beauty
All
first,
right,
then you
man.
can go on. See,
All
Black
right.
Beauty, I like the way you read that stuff. Maybe we can be doing some maybe 30-minute, 1 hour sessions of reading from some of all these
Like
books.
you go
Because
and read your book, for father. Go and read your book.
on my
oh my God, man, I can't be asked. You can be
on
reading it for us now.
my channel, I'm gonna be
No.
dissecting the book. I
You
already
don't want
did.
her to read it for us. What is it? Not everybody can read now. You don't know what I can read.
Well, Martha's reading the book too, so he's gonna come and
Okay,
we'll have.
Master, you can
Yeah.
do that. You can do
We're
that. You
reading the
can,
book
yeah,
too.
because I would like to hear
But
what's
what
in the
happened
book.
to all the Southern people? No Southern people want to read the book.
When they come in, I think they will probably volunteer. Master, you can come in with the book if you've got it, and
No,
then
no. What
especially
I think
this section.
Black Beauty can do for us. I am. What page are you now, Black Beauty?
I'm on these. I'm not far. I'm on page 41. I'm still in Arab
Okay. All right.
civilization. How to come up to the second.
I'm
Okay.
at, I think,
You
about
know what?
page
Forefather,
260.
So
You?
the
you need to
Moors,
tell Black Beauty.
Yes, 260.
Black Beauty.
That's because the North, you guys not doing much. You go to work and then you go home and you read the book all day.
Maybe you're supposed
I'm an
to.
avid reader. I can spend a whole day, do nothing but read.
Master
And
is
I do it for,
a bookwormer.
I have so much
yes.
What you're supposed to tell
so
Black Beauty, right? Tell Black Beauty to finish it and summarize it for us. We
Well,
all listen.
I'm doing something on my channel. I'm gonna do chapter by chapter.
Do you
Breakdown.
have channel?
Oh,
Yeah.
please send me your channel. I will love to come and listen to what you say. I can see you've read it. It looks like you've read Ibn Battusta.
Yes, I did get to that part. I got to the even
Wow.
part. I
Beauty,
got
put
to
your channel there. Say your channel on the private.
Let me
because
see. I
let
think
me just see.
I saw it the other day. I just was, in this is not my channel. I didn't want to start
Black Beauty, don't
promoting our
allow big
channel.
blood to come to your
I,
channel,
I,
okay? Don't
I did
allow big blood
subscribe to
to
our
block
channel
all of
already.
them.
There's a lot of me just talking shit on there. You can put it up.
So the
Yeah.
Moors were not entirely Arabs. The Moors were actually
They were Mauritanians. They were from.
well, it was no, they spread all the way from the Senegambia all the way to Mauritania and encompassed northern Africa. So they were mostly Berbers. There was
They have a
Asians
chapter in
amongst
here for
them.
that, but I
There
don't
was
think Vasco got up to it. It's on page 296. It's called the Moorish Conquest. So I guess
yeah.
we're gonna talk about how they ran
So
into them.
so they were made up of people all the way from the Senegambia. There were Fulanis that were even among the Moors. There's the group, the Almoravids, the Almohads. More basically meant a black Muslim. This was their understanding of what a Moor meant in Europe. So that was why they
That's
called them
exactly
Moor.
what it was.
Yeah,
And you
so
know
they
what
were.
Okay.
they
So
have?
It's fine. You know, me, I would not debate knowledge.
Masca believes that the Moors are Arabs. Can you give
no,
us
they
your
weren't.
reasoning?
They weren't entirely
No,
Arabs.
no,
They
no,
were
no, no. Look,
mostly
I
Berbers.
believe that. Look, my perspective is that the Berbers and the Arabs, at some point, if you go say to Mauritania today, or you go to even let's say Sudan, for instance, a Sudanese, you look at him as an Arab. So, but
No, you will
anyway,
look at
it's
if you're
not.
African, you will look at the Sudanese as an Arab. Okay, so the Arabs, the Berbers, and the Tuaregs are actually three different, completely different
They're
groups.
different people. But even in this
Yes,
book, it
just
says
like the
that.
Fulani. Yes, but you look at a Tuareg, you look at a Berber, and you look at a Fulani. They are not
They're
the same,
different people.
diverse.
And there's another group there
But
again.
they
I've
all
forgotten what they are
mixed over
called.
with the
There are so
Arab.
many groups in that area. Yeah.
So
Let me see.
I would agree with you. I speak the truth because it's not something that number one, it's not a big deal for me whether the Muslims are Arabs or not. So I totally agree with you, and it's not something I know too much about. All I know in my head, look, it was the Arabs that were in Spain, and these Arabs that were in Spain, at least I know enough to
They
know
were
that some of
African.
them actually came from Africa. Initially, they were Arabs in Spain, but then some African Berbers actually came in and conquered. Well,
No, they
the
were
Arabs
actually
wanted support.
Moroccans.
They
They were
wanted support of the
Moroccans.
Berbers, but at some point it was the Berbers that. So it's okay.
The
I agree
Berbers
with
of
you that they are
Morocco,
not
the Berbers
exactly.
of Morocco, then
Yeah.
stretching to
Because that's the
Tunisia,
strategy.
then stretching to parts of Tunisia, Algeria, went crossed the Gibraltar and went into Andalusia. On
Yes.
different expeditions they did, they had the Almohads from the Senegambia. That was why you had the dispute between the Almohad dynasty and the Almoravids. So if you read about that, that is a very, very, very important part of that history. You read about the Almohads, you read about the Almoravids, and then you really understand. But they were mostly Africans. They had some smattering of Asian Muslims, in fact, that also went into Andalusia with them.
But you know why that is? Because that was the strategy they did. They would take a certain percentage. What is it? 30,000 men. They would take some of them into their army, and those were people that were from those different backgrounds, and then they would slaughter everybody else. But
The Haratin, isn't it? They are the main ones that they use for those. The Haratins. They are still serving as some kind of slaves in Mauritania at this time too. It was one of the saddest sights to watch one Haratin lady that was
but is
released
that
from
the one
slavery.
Nigeria strategy also? Like take everybody that's with us, 30,000, and then slaughter everybody else? I'm just asking.
See, for me, one of the saddest sights was a lady that was released from slavery and said she didn't know how to be free. And I don't understand how Senegal can be next door to a country that is holding black people as slaves and not doing something about it, and that those black people make up more. They have actually more people in that country in terms of majority. The minority are the Arabs controlling it. But that said, though, the Sahara is made up of various groups, and the Arabs, came into the north, and in terms of populating the going to the this in the South Spanish this in basically Europe, the population of black and Arab mix. I don't know the ratio what it was, and we talk about it all the time, but it's a bit confusing because they will say the Moors are black, the Moors are
Isn't the
Arab.
Arab actually, when they call it Arab civilization, isn't the Arab just the mixing of the Berbers and the Tuaregs that created that, and the Africans? By mixing all of those people, that's how you got the Arab, correct? That's how
That's how you got the Berber. So you mix the Berber, you mix the Tuareg and Arab and the indigenous Africans, which were made up of like the Phoenicians and people like that. That is how you got the North African.
So if I ask you, everyone here, what does it take to determine somebody's race? Do we know?
DNA structure.
Yeah, DNA structure.
But it turns out that it's not. I was
it is.
I
As
was
black
thrown
people
off
will
completely
lie
that
about it.
DNA is not enough.
My DNA structure.
Anyway, gentlemen, I came back to say good night. I actually left, but I felt it was very disrespectful, so I came back to say good night. It's actually nice talking to you guys.
I really appreciate that. Thank you for coming back.
Masca.
And maybe someday you come and read for us too, 30 minutes at a time, select.
No way.
Why you being all mean about it?
Actually, Masca supposed to be a guest. Rudolph,
yeah.
He made guest in one of the
Yes, that would be good. He doesn't want to give anything. Yeah, we ask him to read,
No, I give a lot. If I come here to take a lot. I agree with you. I come to take a lot of insult.
Insult. We all take it every week now, don't we? But
that's how you build a country. You build a country by taking a lot, and I'm sure we're on the right course. And I'm happy that at least we are making progress. I believe we are making progress, even on the platform. Every day you are a better person.
That's true.
True. Thank you.
Thanks to the platform. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night.
Have a wonderful week ahead of you guys.
And have an enriched week.
Masca, hold on, let me ask
you now you want to start now, local.
Masca, forget about local. Just go, man.
Masca, let me ask you a question. Hold on before you go.
Forget about local, Masca.
He's going to drag you
I'm
now.
listening to him.
Okay. I just want to ask a question. In a nutshell, your kind of mindset, like open to whatever you are open to, right? Whether it's ethnicity, religion, thoughts, how you process your thoughts, how you maybe suggest things in life. How many of your kind in northern region do you think?
See, that's the insult again. That's it again.
I'm just asking.
He's going to drag him again. He's already saying we are insulting them. Now you want to do it more.
I'm not saying, shut up. I'm not saying you are the brilliant among your people. You might be the dullest.
Is the ignorance we'll be talking about local P actually bringing up, right?
So, okay, you are asking me for a number of people who...
Say that again? Oh, okay.
You weren't here for that.
No, I'm listening. I can hear you. If you think my network will go down, like I'll return it.
Thank God.
Okay, so local. What you are insinuating is that in your belief, in your mindset, you think the people in the north are not like me.
Okay, now let's be like this, right?
That's the ignorance we were talking about earlier.
No, hold on, just relax.
Loco is one of the people that hold those.
Shut up now, Uma, talk now.
I've actually listened to him talk.
Shut. No, you whether Olumide do better now. No matter the pain for talk. If that's if you shut up, no matter the pain now.
I'll call Olumide for you.
I'm listening now, Loco.
Masca, what I'm saying is this, right? I've seen, right, series of people from the north. I've dealt with many, and many are far brilliant than you. Many that I've seen.
Correct.
They are not. Many, trust me. But they are mostly from middle Jos, mainly from Jos, and maybe Kano, Kaduna. Many engineers that I've seen. You understand? But if we get to some arguments and we just mistakenly go into religion, they change.
Wow.
They just change. It's like, you understand? Okay, now I tend to tell them like, okay, you can insult me and my religion, this and that. I'm still laughing. There's nothing there. Why can't you just like, I say something, you hear it and you just throw it away and it means nothing to you? Why would something just trigger? What is that thing inside you that if I say something against your religion will just trigger you to something else, to become a vampire or something else? Then they started laughing to like, it's not that they cannot just be liberal about it, they can, but sometimes it's just a spontaneous thing that they just do sometimes. But so I'm trying to drag them out from that spontaneous, state that they can be if I make sure of anything concerning religion. You stand to like, look, we are laughing right now. We are drinking, we are talking, gisting, brainstorming, and we don't see ourselves as different people. We are the same. But once we just talk about it, like, no, that's religion. Something just trigger like that. Why is it like that? So I try to drag them out. And
you are confusing me now, Loco P.
Okay.
Confucianist.
See, my
you are-
understanding is that, in your opinion, the Northerners were very sensitive when it comes to religion.
Yeah, majorly one. Then secondly, maybe because of terms of relationship with other people, like when you travel, because there's some people when you travel, you like to be like part of the people you see yourself to be. You want to eat their food, you want to feel like them, you want just want to learn their language, just to feel like them, like accept me as one of your own. Yeah. Why there's some people they travel to your place, they just want to be, they still want to be themselves. Why in your place, something like that? You understand? So
Don't compete this one on personal discussion.
shut up.
Let's
That's what they
move
say.
on,
I'm asking him a question, not you.
No, it's okay. You got to be
personal
comfortable. You got to be comfortable with the difficult questions that he doesn't understand. So let him ask.
Something is wrong with your ear. So as I was saying, Masca, truth, like I said, right? Because it pains me to some extent, or somehow, if somebody
look,
from the
why
north,
why will you shave now?
Why? We'll take you out to.
Fuck. So
okay, I'm sorry.
Masca, sorry. What I'm saying, like if somebody from the north comes to the south, because like I said, I'm a civil engineer. I've traveled most Nigerian states. If they come to the south, I think the openness that they receive them to, like they're looking for maybe this word aboki, which is supposed to be my friend. Most of them take it to be an insult. If I say aboki, they say no.
It is an insult.
Sorry?
So don't even. It's ignorance. You can't call me aboki. You can call me aboki on this platform, because I've come to this platform with the mindset that the people here are honestly ignorant. What I mean by honestly ignorant is that, look, it's not that they want to insult you, because they feel it's not a problem, so they will say it.
What is the
so
meaning of
I'm
aboki?
going to take it.
What do you mean by aboki? What is the meaning of aboki?
It's not the meaning.
It's not the meaning. It's the condensation that.
Now listen, right? Aboki is like, okay, you're addressing people to like, hey, aboki come, aboki come. But it got to some extent. I'll tell you how this thing started.
Okay, no, Loco, wait, so that we can save other people's time. Okay, the idea that you would say aboki and refer to a group of people is insulting. No, yes.
Okay. No, listen.
It's like a nigger.
Listen.
This exactly when you do aboki is exactly like nigger.
Let him answer the question.
Let's do it like this, right? Let's do it like this. Nigger is not it's not like a definition for a thing or something positive. You understand? Aboki is my friend.
Aboki is not. What's the positive thing about aboki?
Nigga, I was actually
hold on.
Insulting as well.
The problem with the word aboki is. I just shut up now. But it doesn't be like
I know the meaning of aboki. If I tell Masca, for example, say aboki na, he will understand. I'm not disrespecting him.
Friend, hold on.
No, you need to listen to
shut
him.
Up. Just
what
speak,
is
right? Let me speak now. I don't want to conversation. Masca, the truth is this, right? I think what has spread most times in the north, not maybe not, or even most outside guys, they now believe that people call them aboki to mean dundee, to mean something degrading.
What I do?
But that is what you use it for in the south.
No,
forget that thing.
Problem.
Camel, the storm, not deceive us here. It's reality.
See your problem. If you don't know, what they use it for. If it is you, take it to be you. Not just generalize.
No,
I've known the meaning.
I learn. I can speak a bit of Hausa now.
But I later discovered that these people are getting angry. Initially, it was not much of angry.
Loco. If you come to the United States, right?
But when I later find out, do you know what they now told me? Like, no, they later discovered that, all this why they be calling them aboki. It was it's just degrading them. That's why they started flaring about it.
Loco, you are dragging the matter too long. This is aboki is an insult. If I am in the US, for instance, I can call, I speak the truth, hey, my nigga, he will not take offense. But
If
You
I'm
as a
president,
white person,
what you call
you
me,
can't
nigga?
say nigga. It's taboo.
No,
Yoruba
no,
man cannot
see,
should not say
no.
aboki.
It's different. It's totally different. It's different.
Who are you to
Now,
Father, this
decide? Look,
discussion
you
is
ask
not
me a
end
question, I
though.
answer you now.
I'll
You're
tell you why it's
arguing.
different. No, I'll
He's
tell you
not
why it's
ready to
different.
learn. That's the problem.
You
You
shut
gotta
up now.
Yes.
You know, see, look. In your language, you know the meaning of abuki, right? In your language, it has a meaning in your language, and it doesn't
Yes.
mean any other thing in any other language apart from your language. It doesn't mean any other thing in
You
your
know,
language.
look, when you ask this question, I told you it's not about the meaning of the word. It's the
No,
condescending manner.
I'm going
There's
somewhere.
nothing bad in the word nigger. There's
You see,
nothing bad
I
in that
told you
word.
Loco was
It's
going to
the
drag him.
condescending
Eh?
nature.
He was on his way out.
Exactly
Let me
what
tell you
Loco
why
is
nigga is
dragging
different.
him now.
Masker, Let me
Father
tell you why
knows his
nigga is different.
He will
capability.
drag you all over the floor.
See,
He
let me tell you
rubs
why
you
nigga is
everywhere.
different.
By the time you are done
Nigga,
today.
you understand?
I'm just respecting his beer. Let that respect go. I will put him in his place.
See, Masker, listen, look. Nigga is different. I'll tell you why, right? Because something happened. Do you understand? Something happened. The word I think nigga is just what I think is Negro stuff, which also means black. You understand? But something happened. That nigga is mad disrespectful.
No,
Hold
even
on
an
now. No, hold on
African
now.
can't
See,
walk up
look,
to an African American and
See,
be like, my nigga,
see,
no.
if you look for the etymology of nigga,
What is going on
it will
here?
tell you where nigga word came from. But
Father, you need
because
to put on
something
your
happened, Master, listen,
Okay, I
something
think okay.
happened.
Let me just do some Loco. Let me just do a brief
you gotta bring in
clarification.
your military. You got
And
switch
Loco, hold on now. Let's
other
just do some
brothers,
clarification. Loco, let's do some clarification.
switch to military
See,
Master,
mode for
let me
father.
bring the
oh
issue
my
down.
God,
You can't shut me down.
Loco,
Stop.
hold on now. Hold on.
I'm the
I'm
one
not
who
trying
brought
to
the
shut
issue.
you down,
You
Loco.
can't
I'm
shut me
trying
down.
to help you explain what you are trying to say.
Oh,
What
fuck
Loco
you.
is trying to say is that, like, the areas I was in, that I grew up in, PH. When they say Aboki, while we were growing up, we didn't know it as an insult. We use it to identify Northerners. Like when you say go to Aboki shop to go and buy something
Exactly.
from the
Doesn't mean
shop.
go to a
No,
Mugu shop.
hold on.
Speak now.
Let me finish.
Hey, wait, shut up. Let me get out.
See,
Yes.
let,
Please,
let, let, it still doesn't mean it's not an insult from the point of view of a Northerner, because the origin of the term, at least what it's associated with, is an insult. It's like when Nigerians refer to people, African Americans as Akata. In PH, we used to refer to them as people from America, not an insult.
That
But
one is a
they
slang. That
recognize
one
it
is
as
a
an insult
slang.
from the
It's a
point of view.
slang.
No, but
no,
Akata is
It's a
more
slang.
offensive to us than nigga. Akata is
yeah.
more offensive than nigga.
You see that? But when in Nigeria, it was like using it to say somebody that comes from abroad,
Yeah.
and it's often a positive thing. When somebody comes, you know how
No.
Africans like people from abroad.
That
It's
what?
often a positive thing. So, but when I heard it,
What
when
is
he
Who
it?
are
revealed it
you? Are
online,
you trying to deceive me or are you trying to deceive Loco?
no,
See,
I'm
look,
trying to
oh,
explain it
fuck,
that there
man.
are a little bit of
No, he's trying to
complexities in these
explain.
things. That's why people use it without, like
Or
you
in
said,
what? Okay, so
ignorantly.
this
Yes,
thing, this
yes.
why
When people put it
both
and
you and Loco,
this together,
both you and Loco.
a
Loco, you're not
slang
On
is a
what
helping.
slang.
basis are you having? Wait, the people that are using that word in an insulting manner are fellow Nigerians. They are not people abroad. And it is people like me they are using to insult.
Yeah.
On what ground are you arguing with me from UK? On what basis?
No. What I'm
When
saying
I'm
is that
no, forget what you are saying.
Masker, if me in the UK now, if I call you Aboki, you will not be offended. But when I enter, if I
No,
enter
I will be
any city in
offended. You
Nigeria,
know why? Because it is inherited ignorance.
okay, when will I call you Aboki for you to accept it?
No, at no point unless we become very close friends, and you have to use that finishing line abokina.
Okay,
Yeah,
Abokina is
finishing
my
line.
friend.
Exactly.
Shut
Abokina.
up, shut up. Abokina is my friend.
Yes, but if you say aboki, you are referring to a class, a substandard set of people in your eyes.
Okay, now,
It's just because I don't add
Just
mine.
take this advice and end this discussion.
Who
It's
this
not
idiot
necessary.
now?
We are wasting our
Jesus
time.
Christ, man, fuck it.
Father,
I'll
this guy
pay. I'll
Can
pay
we
you back.
can we just let
I'll
him?
pay you back.
I think
I'll
he's
pay you back
trying
with this
to. I
nonsense
think he's
conversation.
trying to meet minds with.
Yeah, he's just trying to
Sid.
understand.
Exactly. See, Ewa,
He's
I'll
trying
pay
to
you back with
understand.
this
So,
nonsense conversation.
Master,
I'll pay you back.
Okay, all right. So, Loco. Do you know that in the Lagos, somebody can call a Hassama Malu?
What? Say?
Okay, now you are
That
doing what?
definitely. That one is
I
an
didn't hear you.
insult.
Say that again.
Clearly an insult.
I didn't hear you. Repeat yourself, please. I didn't hear you.
No, forefather, repeat for him.
Somebody
fuck,
can call an
man.
Hausa man Malu.
Sorry?
That's what he said. He said in Lagos, somebody can call an Hausa man Malu.
Okay, it's permitted to call and it's accepted.
No, it's permitted. It's an insult.
And just for the record, Loco, I spent almost all my life in Lagos.
Uh-huh.
And I can tell you for fact, somebody like me, the way I had lived, nobody in Lagos dare ever for one day call me Aboki.
Yeah.
Because he knows for all intentions and purpose, I will never, for any minute in his eyes, he knows I will never be an Aboki, no matter what he thinks Aboki is. I am not, for any region, by any stretch of imagination, an Aboki.
Okay, except you say Abokina.
Yeah, if you say Abokina, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Nobody is going to take offense. Abokina ya kaki. You know, nobody will take offense.
Okay.
Why will I take offense?
Then
Like you say, my nigga.
No, hold on. Listen to me. First, if it's like, okay, so if a white man call, I speak the truth, my nigga, it's not going to be offended.
I'm going to get knocked out.
Abi? So if a white
I
man
will
calls
get
my
offended.
nigga,
He's going to get knocked out. A white
What?
man cannot call me nigger.
No. My nigga.
He can't call me my nigga. He can't even say.
Exactly.
He better end at my. That's it.
Exactly. So the my doesn't change whatever it is. So you are
Okay,
saying
now
because
you
of
are
the
going
my.
into an argument. You are not, I thought you are asking for education, but you are looking for argument. The two are different.
I told you.
What I'm trying to tell you, Masker, the reason I brought
No, I don't need, don't tell me anything, Loco. Why would you tell me what? I'm not interested in anything to be told. I've had that's why I said I'm going to sleep, because I've had enough for the day. Why do you want to put more?
I told you now. I warned you he was going to drag you, and he's dragged you for how many minutes now?
Why I ask you the question is just to ask you the liberalness
Poor Masker.
most many people
is going to drag you.
I'm just asking for the liberalness. Like if everybody from the south, regardless of where they come from, southeast, southwest, like all of them seem to like have one kind of sense of friendship, liberalness, openness, accepted, like regardless of anything, and be like, when it comes to like the other upper side, it's like a selected few, maybe places like you, people have engineers that I've worked with, you understand? But
Master, please don't leave. I want to say something.
It's not general across the board freely.
His mask are following what you are saying.
It takes you to become
mask looks a little bit lost.
Or you get in acquaintance with many northern people to know, oh, this guy is a friendly guy. This guy is liberal guy.
Loco, he's not following what you are saying.
Things like that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so Loco, let me say something, right?
Loco, your time is up.
With regards to like, wait, let me just say something. So there's something, and please don't interrupt, because I want Masker to hear this. There's something called a term of endearment, okay, and there's something called being derogatory. So you don't know him good enough to say my abokina. You can't say that. And you can't, a white man, no matter how much a white man know me, he's not calling a black beauty my nigga. He's not calling me my nigga, okay? But now, going back to black people, so going back to what you was just saying about why do they get mad and why do they cause riots, and they get triggered when you mention the Islamic religion and things like that. Well, let me ask you this: when was the last time you heard? As we all know, Saudi Arabia, Mecca, Medina, Riyadh are the bastions. Well, Mecca, Saudi Arabia is the bastion of the Islamic faith. All right. So when was the last time you heard the Saudis, who should be the if you want to say most Muslim, if that's a word, right? Muslim of Muslims, Saudi Arabia. When was the last time you heard a riot based on something, for example, a cartoon of the Prophet or someone burning the Quran or peeing on the Quran? When was the last time or ever have you heard a riot or people being killed in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, and all those kind of things? No, the countries I mentioned, as opposed to like Pakistan.
Mentioning countries that are practically 99% Muslims. What is that?
That's what I'm saying. So that's the point. Did you listen? Hey, why did you get what I was saying?
I get your point now because of majority.
So this is why it's always good. I always say it's imperative to listen. Just don't hear me. Just listen. So if the Saudis, the Arabians, do not get offended because you're asking Masker a question saying, well, in the north of Nigeria, this is what the Muslims do. So basically just parroting what people say, like Muslims are violent. But you really want to know. I think he wants to know. So I'm saying if the Saudis are not getting mad, the Bahrainis are not getting mad, the Omanis, the Kuwaitis, all the people in the Emiratis, they're not getting mad. But the Pakistani, for example, will get mad. And the Northern Nigerian will get mad. Without going into it, you already have your answer. So that is why, you have your answer. That's why.
I think if you look at the nations you mentioned, they are the ones where Islam completely dominates everything, and they also are generally very rich. And but if you look at other nations where they don't fully control, they tend to have that visceral reaction, and that is the quality of the other countries you mentioned, like
so that's Pakistan. What we're saying. The same thing. We're basically.
But then what? Because you asked the question, but then what was the point behind the question?
My point is, he said they get ticked off like this, and I'm saying maybe it's more of a cultural thing than a religious thing.
I think it's not a cultural thing.
It's not. Okay, so let's even step back a little bit. Have you ever heard the word Paki?
Yes.
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's like an N word for Pakistani people.
Pakistan.
Exactly.
Or Chico. Nigeria also use Chico.
That's for Chinese.
Yeah.
No.
If you say this guy is a Paki, it's insulting. You can't say because yes, Paki is short. You can't tell him that Paki is short for Pakistani.
Okay, now listen, right?
So
okay,
no, you listen, loco. No, you listen.
In Paki, it has never been a problem before until somebody started it again to say, oh, they're using it as them getting words, and they started becoming violent. I can speak for the UK.
Yeah, because I have a
Okay.
friend
I can speak for the UK.
and he goes.
All right. So what are you saying? What exactly are you saying?
Sorry?
Isn't that the
what
nature
are you
of
saying
all
then?
words?
That's what I said. Like I said, look, right? When I was growing up.
Are you suggesting that because before people didn't take offense, and when they realize it's insulting, they should still not take offense?
No, the people that were saying it wasn't saying it as offensive. Don't you get?
You have a problem, loco. I will leave you with your problem.
You need to address the point now.
I cannot solve it for you.
But loco, this is Maska. He did say that the people that were using it at first didn't mean it as an insult. That it changed meaning.
The people that were saying it.
Okay, no, loco, I'm not going to join issues with you because the problem now, I see forefathers, you are sucking forefathers into that pool of confusion. Forefathers. Yes. So the point is
to this guy.
You see, the issue is a very simple issue, forefathers. Look at it this way, okay? When you start meeting people, let's say on this platform, and I can give a good example. Who would I give as a good example? There's this guy that comes to preach about love. What's his name?
Yes.
What is it?
You meet here the first time, you're gonna come and meet here with a blank mind. You meet here the second time, you're gonna begin to form opinion. After a month, you will have formed an opinion that when this man is speaking, this is where he's going to with his love story. It is the nature of human mind. You talk to me today, it's blank. Tomorrow I form a picture. So I'm telling you, Oko, you are right. Initially, when somebody is insulting you, it is not normal for you, the one, to understand that it's insulting you.
No,
But
okay,
after
what if
a
the
while,
person's intent
can
not
you
to
just
insult?
wait now, Loco? Let me, after a while, you would come to that realization that the person is insulting you. And
If
I
the
can
person is
tell you,
insulting
when
you,
a house,
No, just let him finish, Loco.
you are not
I
listening.
know
if
this.
the
And
person
I
is
see you
Loco,
need
I
insulting
know
to
the
hear
point you are
what
making,
I
Loco.
speak
Let
the
him
truth is
finish.
saying.
I
The
know the point you
starting
are making,
point is
Loco.
don't hear me. Listen to me. Don't hear me. Listen to me. Open your mind.
Yeah.
Assimilate what I'm saying. You're only hearing me. You're just responding off the air.
I said I'm
I'm
not
saying that yes,
condemning
you're
anyone.
right. The initial beginning of the word may not be insultive. Or even if initially it was insultive, it is true that the people who are being insulted on day one, they may not know that they are being insulted. But the day they get to understand that this is an insult, do not feel offended that they take offense after being insulted. The issue is the people who are insulting them. And to cap it up, let me tell you the fundamental problem with the
No.
country.
That's wrong.
The people, no, you can grumble as much as you want, but that's the truth. Take it or leave it. Okay, go sleep on
Hey,
it.
virus is here.
You just alluded to the fact that
Wait,
if I call you Aboki on
Listen,
this platform,
listen,
you
loco.
will not be
Yo,
angry.
be
Why?
careful.
Why will
No,
I not be angry if you insult me? You
No.
dare
You
not,
said if I
you
you said
loco.
if I call you
You loco
Aboki
cannot,
on this
I'm
platform,
putting it to you, you cannot at any point call me Aboki, you know it. You will not have that lever to look me, Masker, and call
and
me
I said,
Aboki. You know
if
you
you
cannot
really
do it.
see,
why?
okay,
If you
okay,
really
hold on. I think this is getting out of control. See, Masca, I
the
think
look
you,
Offer,
wait,
take control.
Loco can't just hold on.
calm
You're
down.
not managing it
no,
very
let
well.
me
You're
finish.
not managing
Loco,
it
what do
very well,
you
Loco.
smoke? What do
Masker,
you
He
some time
smoke?
was
ago, just
something. He did.
Loco, stop now. I'm gonna put you backstage. Loco, stop it. Ah, you are not managing it very well. You've had almost 30 minutes to
you hear what he
drag
said, I want to
Masca
clear my
all over
throat.
the place. You'll be dragging him left and right, and he's still refusing.
Cover
He's
that
getting
stop.
angrier.
Now just
You
allow
said just
Masca
now,
to go rest.
Leave it
Masca has been
now.
here
Don't
since
say anything,
morning.
Loco.
hold
Just
on.
hold
You
on.
said just
Loco, hold
Rest.
on. Hold
10
on,
minutes
Loco.
ago. You
Hold
said
He
on.
10 minutes
refuses
ago.
so.
You said
Hold on.
if
Loco,
they call you
hold on.
Two
Hold
Niger,
on, Loco.
two Niger,
hold
Just
on,
hold
I
on.
want to see what
two
he
Answer.
said.
Niger.
Hold on to another one is here now.
I'm
Hold
saying
on.
what he said.
That's
I'm
what I
Okay, I'm
quoting
going
what
to put
Master
people
is saying.
backstage now.
believe.
I'm going to put people backstage. Enough. See, this is getting out of control.
Yeah.
I think the point Loco was making is a relatively simple one, and is modeling the own tail up and getting Masca even more upset, because clearly, even I now, based on Masca's response, I have a totally slightly different tilt on what Aboki means. I never thought Aboki was such a nasty name to call people from the north, because it wasn't nasty. At least the way we were not raised to think or see it as nasty. Maybe where you originated from, or the contact they had with the north, it was negative. But you see, that's a weird thing. It's like being raised by racists. You use the N word to refer to black people, not knowing that black people don't like it. So
So,
you see, that's how it is.
sorry,
Let
forefathers.
Offer finish.
I've got a very fairly good
Oh,
grip
oh,
on this,
hold on.
on
Don't
this
worry,
issue.
you get your chance. You get your chance. So it's like being raised by a racist person, not knowing that the words that they are using to raise you is negative. Like in Port Harcourt, when we use those terms, we didn't see that negative. And the Aboki people themselves didn't exactly alert us that, how dare you, little man, calling me this?
He's calling them Aboki people now. That's what.
Because they,
See, look,
because it's like
look.
they too accepted it somehow. Sorry, hold on. It's like they too accepted it somehow, because maybe if they were like getting upset if somebody called them Aboki, then I would have known that they don't like it. You see what I mean? But maybe it was because of the oppressive, the dominant culture that they just said, let's leave them, let them call us whatever they like.
Let
You see
me
what I
ask you.
mean?
Let me ask everybody a quick question. Hold on. Let me ask. What Masca is saying. I'm gonna ask everybody a quick question. We from the south, the people, the northern I would call Aboki, and those northerner on the street, the shoemaker, all these people.
Thank you.
If you see if you see a northerner walking NFPC or walking is an MD of a bar, you will not call him a Boki.
Yes, you won't.
So that's
Is
the
the
point.
point. Master is trying to explain that there is an issue right there.
This nonsense we try again. Never try next time. Don't ever try
Why
next
not?
time.
You are refusing to stop.
Don't ever try. Listen, Moni, don't ever try.
Why do we want to be
Why not? Why not?
No, so
You're not following rules.
No, that's the point I was trying to make.
I'm even going
You are
too
not
far,
following
right?
rules.
AY.
Hold on. It's just like as Masca is coming onto this platform, there is nobody on this platform will look at man and say, "Oh, Aboki," because you're talking to an educated, brilliant person.
Yes.
That is the point Masca is trying to make, and that is
So,
what it is.
No, I completely agree with AY on this. I can't call Masca Aboki. Look, I grew up with Northerners. I can't.
We know what we are doing.
No. Nobody is calling Masca Aboki. I think we're mixing up two things. You know,
All right, can I be hard? Can I be hard on this?
Let me just finish. Let me finish my point.
Oh my God, this guy is here.
And to be fair, Odi, I think Pastor came in first.
But he has no. He should turn on his video now.
Put your video on, Pastor. Then put your video on so we see you.
No video, no talk, man.
To Niger, mute him so I could speak, please.
Yeah, put your video on now.
Oh, your video.
You're asking me to mute people. Your video is you are in darkness.
No, I'm driving and I wanted to make a
point. Okay. When you stop, you let us know.
Yeah, take him out of the show. So here's my point. You see, I can't call Masca Aboki. You know, the Aboki is reserved for like security men, people who were like, cattle rearers. When you see senior kind of northerners who are Muslim, you call them Alaji. You don't call them Aboki. You can't call someone who's educated.
MD, you call her
like let's say you have a lawyer and you call him Aboki. You won't do that. So I get.
Okay, so let me ask you, Odi. So the same analogy, which is fine. So what is the word for an educated Yoruba man, and what is the word for the Yoruba man that is doing a patch on the road?
But this is not apples and oranges. Sorry, this is apples and oranges. You're trying to.
Okay. Hausa man is an apple, while Yoruba man is an orange.
They have Agberu now. They have Agberu in Yoruba side.
Hausa man is different from a Yoruba man. It's not. It's different. These are different entities.
How are we different? How are we different? How are you different from me?
No, I'm not saying no. You're taking this the wrong way. No, I'm actually saying that. Look, the Northerners have a derogatory, connotation on words for people from the southeast.
I'm asking you for the leave southeast now. Let's start with Yoruba.
I don't, I don't know. I didn't grow up in the West, so I don't. Maybe if anybody who grew up in the West will know.
Okay, AY, tell me, is there a different word for an educated Yoruba man that the Hausa man refers to, and the word that he used for an uneducated Yoruba? No. So let's understand, when we are doing something wrong and somebody is telling you, please, this thing you are doing, I don't like it. Let's, as a culture, as a people, begin to respect that. Look, I know on this platform, nobody will have the confidence, the liver, to call me Aboki on a good day.
Nobody will
but I am telling you that an average Hausa man does not like to be referred to as Aboki. How complicated is this for people to now accept and say, okay, we'll pass the message?
I think most people get it.
I think I've got it now. That's for sure, because I didn't know about how strongly it was held in the north. Thank goodness when I went to the north, I didn't go and call anybody that name. So
let me put the cap of the whole thing. You see, what the people from the southern part of this country don't understand is that as a people, we are trained not to react on the first instance. You can even call me Aboki, I will just keep quiet because it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal.
Let's do the opposite.
Wait, forefathers, wait, let me land on this thing. So our culture is the culture of silence. which is not a very good thing, I must agree, because we take things, and when we get bottled up, we react violently. An average Hausa man, you call him Aboki, he will smile at you, he will laugh, let it fly. Because in his mind, okay, forgive him, for he does not know what he's doing. That is the training we are given. You cannot go to a house and start talking about, oh, we don't like this, we don't like that. You are meant to at least be diplomatic. We are trained to be diplomatic, to be quiet, not to be too forward. So this is part of the problem. When somebody from the south calls you Aboki, you don't respond, he thinks it's okay. But it's not okay. I am telling you guys now, it's not okay, even if the people are quiet. It's not okay. They are quiet because of the cultural training.
Hold on now. I just wanted to ask a certain question.
You will not be angry. You agree.
Hold on. I want to ask the opposite. Say, Masker. Okay, good. We know about the Aboki one. Hold on now. I will let you because I want to ask him a question.
No, then what about me? Ask.
See,
don't have the right to ask questions.
I'll put you backstage now. You are not following the because you can't just see Masker. You have to learn to follow rules. Let me yes, because I'm talking to him. You are not the moderator.
You don't have the title of moderator. You will hand over to you.
You spent 30 minutes dragging him left and right, and he didn't get you anywhere.
Asking a question.
See, Masker, I heard what you said about the derogative term that you don't like. So, how about the one from the north? Do they have names that they call people in the south that you are aware of that you know Southerners don't like?
Oh no! Now, see, now
Masker,
that's not.
No, it's okay. Let's deal with the difficult. No, we can deal with the difficult issues. We can have that difficult discussion. I can tell you for free, when you say Inyamili, an average Igbo man does not like it. He doesn't like it. And I can put it for you for free that yes, when a Hausa man says Inyamili, it is not completely innocent. There's a connotation.
That one is even different because there was a word
Let
that
him
happened.
speak
It's different. It's different.
It's not, even if it's different, the result is the same. Somebody is not happy about it. Come on. I don't know what is wrong. Why you are behaving like this today, local?
Minutes ago, just this platform,
Jesus
you
Christ.
agreed just now that if they call you a book on this platform, you will not be angry. 20 minutes ago, you agreed here.
He said if they like, if you are their free, you are his friend.
Local P is the one.
You agreed.
No. My forefathers, let me explain to Loco. Like I said, and I repeat, I come to this platform, I take a lot of insults, things that ordinary on a good day I will not take. I'm going to take an Aboki, I will not be angry on Aboki. Wait, now, Loco, please, people, what is this? Papa, you should listen. Then you're wasting people's time if you can't listen.
Put him on the backstage, man.
And you're not blaming now because
It's just a nice conversation, and you ruined the energy with that. Good night, Master.
You ask a question, people are responding to you. You are not even listening to the answer.
Local, just let him answer.
Okay, please go ahead and answer.
No, I've answered Loco. I've actually stopped talking to Loco because he doesn't like the answer he received. I'm just trying to respond to forefathers that I take a lot of insult when I come to this place, but it's okay for me because I feel that is the response. That's my load to carry. If I'm going to carry other people along, if we are going to come to a place together, I have to take some of the initial insult. I can't just come here and say people should talk to me the way they should be friendly with me. Sorry, Black Beauty, what were you saying?
I'm saying that's not true, though. People should be respectful of you here.
We should be respectful of each other.
I do disagree with you, Masker. Asking a tough question is not disrespect, but if only he let him answer. Just let him answer. The man, you ask him a question under normal circumstances.
No, I would also explain to Black Beauty. It's not that people are naturally disrespectful. This I call it innocent ignorance. Because people don't know that Aboki is insulting.
No, but
forefather will ask me.
Masker, we understand the deal about Aboki, and people, I understand that when you call someone Aboki, it's is kind of a lower person. So it's derogatory. It's not nice, you know. But what you're saying that you come to this platform to get insults,
Yeah,
I completely disagree with that.
Yeah, that's
Okay, no, that's not what I'm
The
saying.
problem,
No,
hold on
you
now,
see,
let me
it's
finish.
English.
Let me finish
Okay,
now. It's the same thing you're accusing
go
Look
ahead,
of.
go ahead.
The problem is when people bring out data and say infant mortality is more in the north. You always say, oh, you're saying the north is backward, or maternal mortality is more in the north. These are facts. You know, there's no insult about this. We're talking about facts and data. And then how do we improve on these things? And then you say, oh no, this I'm taking insults. How is that an insult when the poverty rate is highest in the north? Illiteracy rate is highest in the north. And people say, oh no, you know, you're trying to insult the north. The north, most people will agree, is trying to catch up. When we do you know, the federal exams for the, you know, the schools, the secondary schools, people have to score like maybe 5 in the north, and people in the south will score
See, this is
300.
why he feels. This is why he feels insulted. Okay.
Okay, hold on,
So
hold on.
It is fact.
Don't
but
don't
not
do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. See, this I don't see. We don't have a lot of time. Because we don't have a lot of time, I'm going to be a little bit more obstructive. The way we are talking about this is like what he said now. If there is some kind of weighting system that they put in the north, whereby if somebody in the north gets a slightly lower score than that of the southern person is equated the same. That is possible because they do that in the UK here. If I'm not mistaken, they even do it in America, where they use it to have a kind of affirmative action for people. So it's not. You shouldn't be surprised by that. That is
but
normal
it depends. You
between
know,
nations.
there's a way to present.
Oh, where is Master?
There's a way to present a situation.
I think he's probably gotten tired of.
Yeah, there's a way to present a situation to someone, and then you genuinely want to know. Like I think Local Peace started off at, and there's a way to start something, and this is no disrespect to you, and start taking the conversation somewhere, and then they start saying, "Oh wait, now you're throwing tax at me." You know what I mean? So this is why he starts to feel offended, because we went from Loco trying to understand something. Now we went to, oh well, the North calls the Igbos this, and now we're now going to, well, there's a grading system. Of course, he's going to start feeling offended.
See,
No. He started feeling offended before, well before that.
Hold on, let me speak. Let me speak. I speak to now. Let me ask something. Right? Look, it's easy. If the different contexts you're trying to call orange, mango, whatever it is, they are different. You understand? Using the word Iyamiri, this you can't. That one is different because a war happened. You understand? Using the word nigger is different because a slavery happened. But in the word Aboki, tell me what happened that the word Aboki came out. What happened?
But it doesn't
People
matter.
started.
But this is how people feel about it.
Look, it's common sense. People don't think. People like people don't think.
You don't
They think
need.
because
You don't need
they have the power to
Wait, what is
omit or
wrong
remove
with
people. They think
people? How hard
the
could
word
it
I'm saying
be if
is
someone
correct.
says they don't like
These
something?
things are
Just
different.
respect it.
Situations brought out something.
The result is the same. What does it
Situation
matter
brought
how
out
it came
something.
across? Say, no.
You understand?
Hold on, people, hold on. Let me
Don't
ask
tell me
Loco
people to
now,
hold on. I like
because you
people
keep
to talk,
saying,
man. You have the
hold
gentleman
on. I
people
will
here.
ask you because I don't have time for your nonsense. I really don't have time for your nonsense today. If you don't have, if you don't ready to talk to people
Don't ask me any
constructively,
questions.
then stay there. This is a very, very ridiculous situation. And next time I'm going to be watching out for Loco. If you come with this attitude, then don't bother coming here at all, because you are not allowing people to even ask you question. He's not allowing people to clarify anything, and he just wants to say what he wants to say and stick it at Masca's face like that. Like, oh, because it's different. What does it matter? Because they use it for war. The point is that it's offensive. And the person is telling that it's offensive, and you are refusing to even pay attention to that, say it's different. How is it different?
He's talking about, it's like taking a knife. You cut me, you cut forefather. You are telling boss to feed differently.
It's a little bit
ask a
ridiculous. I don't
question.
know.
Somebody is telling you.
So I agree with forefathers, and I speak the truth. I hear you, but the problem, I understand, like, oh, the way you presented, but the only way we can go forward is when we bring facts and lay them on the table, and then how do we make progress? Because the truth is, you can't, say that How are you not even allowed to bring data?
It
And then
is
people feel
very
bad about data.
You are allowed to bring data, and I'm getting to the point where I'm not going to tolerate garbage anymore, because some people just want to make stupid arguments that don't make sense. You're allowed to use data, and
How can you not use data?
whoever is
And
offended by
people
it,
say, "Oh, you said
hold
that."
on now,
Look,
hold on. Whoever is offended by it should go and make their peace with that. Because if something is happening, your from the only issue I will have with you, Odi, if you make that an issue, say, oh, because they wait, they not, they do some waiting in the YX system, so that's some kind of injustice. It's not. It's done to balance the nation. That is the reason why it's being done. The people, the leaders that decided it, they are not stupid. There's a reason why they do them. And when I asked this thing, Mask, about the negative term that they use for Southerners, the reason why I'm asking it, because I want him to also understand that people in the South feel bad about it. And he too should be talking to his people, not to be using those type of terms. Just like me now that I know about Aboki, will be doing the same. Because I didn't know that Aboki is a bad word like that until now.
There's my problem.
Please let me correct one important point here. You see, when people come here, they tell you, oh, people from the north, when they score 5, they get to the university. When this was called listing. In Nigeria, when we used to write JAM, it is not only some of the northern states that were educational-led developed state. They were states from the southeast. Ebonyi was educational-led developed state. Not only Ebonyi. If I can do that research, I'll give you the number. Some states in the south, they were educational-led developed state as well. When people
don't even go there. Don't even go there. Don't even go there.
No, it's true.
Don't even go there.
It's true. That is the fact.
I understand this trying to appease and appeal. Look, before we go forward, all you have to do is you have to bring, when we bring data, it's called affirmative action. I know a Black Beauty understand. Hold on. Affirmative action, I'm not saying is bad.
I understand it. I just have
Nobody is saying that this is a bad. I'm not saying it, but I'm saying that when I say that these are facts on the table, and how do we hold on now?
No, you should hold on.
Let him finish. AY, it's only fair. He was talking. Let
You
him
won't
finish.
allow me finish up, and then you say I should hold on so that you can talk. What I'm saying is that, when you see some Black kids in Mississippi who are trying to get into UCLA, and some white kids in California, of course you're trying to get some of those, but the fact is still that the Black kids in Mississippi are educationally backward compared to the white kids in California. Can this not be facts?
I'm gonna say UCLA is not a high mark.
Okay, let me say this, right?
But how did we even get here from Maska's?
Please give me
How
1
did we
minute.
even get here? This is what I'm saying.
Because Maska kept saying that he takes insults. I said, I understand. No one can. If somebody calls you a Aboki here, or you call me saying, I'll feel offended. But when you're bringing data, or you say, oh no, this is the poverty index in this state, that's not an insult, and you should not take it as an insult.
No, let's ask Maska whether that is an insult.
Thank you. That's what you should have asked him.
Very
How
simple.
does it feel offended?
Yeah, Maska,
How
do you
does it
feel
feel
offended by
insulted?
that? By somebody using data?
And no, I don't feel. And let me put it this way: even the thing when I say I take insults, I don't feel insulted. All I'm saying is that they are on a good day. They are supposed to be insultive statement for you to look at me as a Hausa man and say, how many of you are in the north? For anybody to stop me and ask me, you look good. How many of you are in the north? By extrapolation, unless I'm a very stupid person, by extrapolation, you're simply telling me that in your opinion, I come from a place where good people are not aplenty. And I know for fact, I'm not anywhere near the level of education I know a lot of my friends are. Okay? I know that I'm not anywhere near the level of intelligence I know the people are. And I've said it on this platform. The record for the most intelligent Nigerian as far as all this GC jump, and they are still there in the place. His name is Sarki Abba. He's still there. Still there. Nobody has beaten that record as the most intelligent person in Nigeria. He's a Hausa Fulani man. Okay? But the point I'm making is I come here, I'm okay with it. I have no problem. Even I smile a lot because I know that, okay, the people are genuinely educated people, but they're ignorant on some of these things. And I'm here so that I can chip in here and there where I think there are knowledge gaps or understanding gaps. That is the point I'm making, that I feel that that is my purpose on this platform. So I should not take offense. And I have not taken offense on Locust question. My only offense is that if you ask me a question and you refuse to listen to my answer, you keep interrupting, I will find it very insulting. Not because I'm a northerner, not because I'm a Hausa man, but as a person, it's very annoying. You stop me, you ask me for help. I'm trying to explain to you, and then you don't want to listen to that explanation. Meanwhile, I've told you that I only came back because I want to say good night to the people. You said, no, please stay. I just want to ask you. And he was going on about that is that. But for Odi, I am also lucky because I have a good memory. I remember the discussion we have with Odi, and I tried to school Odi, not because what he said was insulting, but because I think that exhibits a lower level of the understanding of the grand issues we're dealing with. Because for you to sit down and compare infant mortality of Kano and Anam State, I am not to be that part of that discussion. What is that? We are after a infant mortality problem. And I cannot be drawn the notion of comparison Kano and Anambra State. It's below me. That is why you think I don't like data. Not because if you want to, we can begin to find how many armed robbers are in Kano State, how many kidnappers are in this state. That's data also. But that's not the data we should be looking at. That's my point. It's not because I don't like it. I'm a scientist by all sense. I love data. I work with data. Data I don't like.
It's my turn to speak. It's my turn.
Let me just address some of these people in the chat. Let me say this to the people in the chat. Loco has left. And secondly, to tell me that Loco should be on the stage, insulting people on the stage, telling people to shut up and all the rest. Yeah, you know, you guys, I don't know what you want. It's okay. I really don't know what you want. So please go ahead.
Let me
my point is this.
No. It's not your point again. It's my turn. Let me quickly say this, right? We do something to hurt others. We pretend we don't know what we are doing. See, for me, I have friends across the country. There are no issues we don't discuss. My friends from the north, when I'm hitting them hard today, I'm like, yo, these people need to. Father, yesterday I was speaking about Isani Yerima here in Zamfara. See, there are where you talk, you pass messages, the person knows you are being real. You are not trying to degrade anybody. They know you are speaking to the issue. If I want to have this call with Maskai about northern issues, I will be hopeful to him. I'm not going to keep anything for him because I don't have anything against him. I don't have anything against them. My argument here is, let me give you Nigeria data. In the University of Ibadan, for years, Professor Jibril Aminu, there was nobody that had Jibril Aminu record in the University of Ibadan. Go to Ibadan, it's from the north. When you hear people speak, some of them, when they come as if nobody is educated. You can't just be speaking like that. It's sickening. But when you come and say, oh, yeah, the level of education, they need to improve it. We understand this problem is there. You can have data, but don't put this thing on people's faces. But you can speak to them genuinely. But when you come here and you know what you are doing, a lot of them that come and be doing that, they know what they are doing. If they do the same to you, will you take it?
But
Okay, you
do they
finished now.
know? Are you sure they know?
You know the idea. You know, look. You know, AY. I know how you try to accrue sympathy to yourself, and you know, speak as if you are this great
I'm not talking
friend
about
of the
not
North.
knowing.
But
I'm
hold on, now.
asking
Let
a
me.
question.
You've had your turn. Let me. You know, look. When I remember when we were having discussion, that was the first time I speak the truth. I remember very well. I don't forget. You know, the idea, and you know, we did have back and forth later, you know, later that night. This was a quite, you can't tell me what I feel or what I mean in my heart. You know, I'm the one who tell you, yeah, if something comes off wrong, that's okay, it can be resolved. But the idea we were talking about was development index. You know, how do we move forward? You know, what are the things holding these places back? I think we mentioned that religion is a problem. Me personally, I even said it today, that the religion is whether it's in the north or it's in the south, the religion is a problem. But we understand that we do have a problem, you know, and there is a problem. You know, when someone says, oh, you know, that Sharia is a problem in the north, people will say, oh, why are you saying that? You know, why shouldn't I say that? When you have people going to arrest people for drinking beer and still they want to take VAT from that same thing and people can't talk about it. And when you talk about it, people say, oh, you're saying it in about, oh, why are you saying that? You know, nobody's saying this. When you have, you know, one-sided figures, oh, the smartest guy that ever lived, you know, is Mansa Musa or he's from the north. That's fine.
But
But
you
we're
saw what
talking
you
about
said
an
about
average.
VAT. You see, that one that you said about VAT is a low blow. There was no anybody that says that is just being facetious. The
No,
nation.
I'm just, you know, don't get hooked on that. I'm just trying to say, but it's still a genuine discussion to be had. And then people can bring their points. All we do here,
Okay,
this
fair
place is
point. Fair
have
point.
your say.
Can I be
Have
hard
your
here?
say.
Can I be
No,
If
hard
you
Pastor,
bring
here?
your
hold
say,
on, let him finish.
He will
everybody
never
should
finish.
Kando
look.
is there.
He will never
You
finish.
can't shut people up here
No,
and
but you
say,
will never
oh
finish,
no.
though, right? You will never finish. You able to
Let
get a
somebody
word in
speak
here
now.
because
Oh, there's
I
somebody
Let me
speak.
step away for
So
Passat.
this is the attitude you want to use now. Kando is there,
Yeah,
please.
you black and do. I speak the truth is there. You black people is here. Eh?
Kando, see,
Slow down,
I
slow
think this
down, slow down.
conversation is
I
going
think
somewhere.
to be fair, Passat has been trying to say something.
all
He
day.
will come in and then he will exit.
I
He's
don't know
been
whether
trying
to
to say
thank.
something.
I don't know whether to thank
I
Loco
think
or anything
I
for
think
opening this topic.
Pastor,
Hold on,
Honestly,
hold
eh?
on. Why
I
is it that
think
they don't call people? They just start talking. Jesus, we can't just be so disorganized. I don't know whether to thank Loco for bringing this topic up or to wish that I should just tell Masca to go, because this is opening up something that is quite sensitive, and I've gained some stuff already from it, so maybe I should thank him for it. Please
You
go
didn't get
go ahead,
anything.
Kando.
Yeah,
I've gained that you
forefathers.
shouldn't be referring to Northerners in a certain language.
No, forefathers.
yeah.
You say you got a word
Hold on,
today.
Mr. Pansat. Hold on, Mr. Pansat. I think Pansat has been trying to get him for quite a while, so let him go ahead.
All right, go ahead,
Thank you
Pastor.
very much. But look, you didn't get anything. Aboki means friend. That's the meaning of the word Aboki. I don't know what the hell you got from it, forefathers. Now, you see, I'm so happy that everybody could see this master today, right? So he is the moderate. It's a moderate northerner. We like Masker to come here. Well, I don't, but a lot of people do. Almost everybody else does, right? But he's the moderate. So now those people like AY and others who are using a bigotry of soft bigotry of low expectation for him. All we want is any northerner that could come here and could breathe.
Pastor, you are not the owner of the platform.
Please, would you shut up? I mean,
Please, let him talk. Masca, you go about 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, so those people who are exhibiting a soft bigotry of low expectation for a northerner, and he's enjoying it. He comes here, as long as he doesn't have a bomb in his pocket, then he's one of us. He's not one of us.
That's rude.
No, it's not rude, it's true. Now, let me land. Don't interrupt me again, forefathers. What I'm saying is that I was mad driving down here, and I was making 100 miles per hour, so I could get in here because you wouldn't talk to me when I'm in the car, and it's not fair to have Masker come here pretentiously talking nonsense about people proffering data like Audie's proffering data. Now, Audie, you don't know what I do for you here. You wouldn't be able to talk without me. I came in here and I cleaned out this platform because this is what they do at night. They come here insulting Igbos.
Time up.
So what I'm saying to you is that Masker, you know,
No, AY, for people like Pansad, you need to allow them to go the full mile because they are not going to land anywhere.
Please let him finish.
So what I'm saying is that to his credit, there is one unknown, and that is he's up there in the north. Does he have freedom of speech even? Obviously, he's yearning to be one of the guys, and some of you have accepted him as one of the guys. But the point is that he has to say some of those things, or they're gonna whack him. They're gonna whack him over there. So he comes here, he's winking at us, and he's going, I have to say this. I don't mean it. Because how could you be rude to Audie, a gentleman and a Nigerian who's profiting data for your favor, for you to go and have your people go to school? Did you hear what he said? People have to get 300 in the south, and in your place you have to get 5. So, and forefathers is saying a slightly different data. Is that slight for you, forefathers? 300 against 5, right? It's not slight. So what you can cuddle him all you want. Look at his hat.
Next person.
Yesterday,
you don't like that.
Please
Allow him to
say
your heart out.
Please let him finish.
Keep your heart out.
All right.
No,
Yeah,
listen,
your time is up, Pansat.
Yeah, but
usually,
they
I wanna
use some
say
of my time. I think you should restore some of the
Pansat,
time to me.
Okay, Pansat, I'll give you 30
Pansat,
seconds. Let Black Beaches say what she wants to say.
I just want
Let
to
me
say,
take her
usually
interjection.
I don't come on this panel often, but when I do come, it is supposed to be good energy when I come up here. So when I reach, I expect good energy. So when I saw you, Pansat, I was scared now because you bring very bad wahala.
I do.
I feel like
I do. I do.
Can you have fun with us? We were
I
having a
can't.
good discussion.
I want to, but I can't. Our country is in trouble.
I'm
It's
gonna leave
divided.
when Masker leaves. I have to.
Okay, I hear you, but listen to what I'm saying. The role you and I speak the truth play. Look, let me
30
tell
seconds.
you. Yeah, Black Beauty. You went here. I was praising you in your absence. You were great. Your grace here and all that is appreciated, and your knowledge and the different perspective you bring.
But I don't know everything. I just
No, you don't.
I come to enjoy your
I
time.
know, but you do not. If you're dealing with Nigeria, don't come here to enjoy. Come here to tell the truth, right? We want the truth. We don't want to be spoon-fed with garbage to make us feel good. We want the truth. I don't have to come here. I really don't.
Thank you, Pansat.
But forefathers, hold on.
Thank you, Pansat. I think your time is up. I'm sorry. Kando, except Kando wants to. Kando, thank you for joining us. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Good morning, everyone. I am so thankful for the people that raised me that I don't have a bone of hatred towards anyone. I would never support demeaning any human anywhere. As far as I'm concerned, when I see those stacks from the north, my heart weeps. Because every child on the streets of Kano or Kaduna or Ibadan or Auchi who is not able to attain an education is an economist, a police officer, a scientist, a pilot that the world never got the opportunity to experience. Masker, on behalf of all good people, please accept my own apology on behalf of all good people. I've had mascara on here for over a year. It comes with a
This
totally
is only a
different
5-hour
perspective.
show. Why are you taking your time to talk? Just why don't you speed it up a little bit. What you can do? Taking your
Yes,
time
sir.
to talk.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I've had a mascara on this panel for over a year. It comes with a totally different perspective. And again, I don't, I went to school with people from all over Nigeria. I don't believe that any Yoruba child is more intelligent than any Igbo child. I don't believe that. It's all about the resources that are put into children that determines possible outcomes. In America, they say, oh, the Chinese are very smart. No, they're not. The parents put in resource and time. And if you do the same thing with all those kids on the streets of Nigeria, they'll be as smart as any other child in the world. Again, I rest my case.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that. I see. Very cool head. And I really appreciate that. Please, Maska, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Kandu, you don't need to apologize, because what I can tell you, all the people that talk, people like Pansat, one fact that is clear, they don't represent anybody. Pansat has no paper, no consensus from anybody to say, go and speak on my behalf. So you don't also need to apologize, because all the people here are speaking for themselves. Sometimes we fool ourselves that we speak on behalf of our people, but the truth is that everybody will speak for himself. I come on this platform as an individual. I do not represent any part of the platform as an African, and I've said it. What I do understand in life is not how you look at yourself. You need to be mindful how the world looks at you. The world doesn't see me as a Hausa man. It doesn't see me as a Nigerian. It doesn't see me from like somebody from Kano State. People in America doesn't know what Kano State is, but they see me, they see an African. And for me, that is important for me to see myself like that. Not an Igbo man, not man. I would not be convinced otherwise. So don't worry about me, Kandu. I come here on my own volition. It takes a lot of effort. People know. Hardly I try to speak, my internet will go, but I kept at it. I am a resilient person and no issues. I know why I'm here. So don't worry about me, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone.
Please
I
let me respond to him a little bit.
Please, no, I'm not interested in setting more fires to the discussion. I think what Kandu has said is a kind of way of bridging the gap.
No fire.
There are feelings every year. It's like there's anything you're going to say that doesn't include trouble.
Hold on. But you know, hold on.
Okay, Pastor, I will let you go. Let him just finish.
Yes, I think you should be allowed people like Pansat to consistently speak. There is an anger inside, and let the anger come out. This is my opinion. So let him speak. I'm sure by the time he speaks like this for 4 years, he's going to be a more mellow Pansat. Let him speak.
And Maska, I wanted to ask you this though. Did they have like platforms that are generally for people in the north, at least a platform that Northerners dominate, that we could go and attend?
There you go again, forefathers.
Hold
yes,
on.
there is.
Don't
yes, there are platforms. Yes, there are. There are platforms like that.
We want to go there. So you know why I'm saying it? Because I want to experience what it's like. Just in case now they are using derogative term to refer to me, so that I will tell them, hey, watch it. You better not use those stuff again. So
but
that I
you
have
see, forefathers, don't catch yourself, because you've never told anybody where you come from. So why are you? How would anybody be arrogating the derogatory term to you?
I will take offense. I don't care. I will take offense.
All right.
Not that I'm interested in where you come from anyway.
But
Let
Masca,
me tell you
that's
what Fofana is
divide and
passing through.
conquer. It's not gonna work here today, right? So
Hold on,
right.
Pastor. Hold on, Pastor. Sorry, let
No, no, I have to leave. I will leave, and you guys will have.
Pastor, I know I did say that you're
I
going
will
to leave. Just
leave.
hold on.
Let me say this.
Confidence,
Right?
you could have your point.
Hold on now.
What people like Forefather are passing through. He come to this platform. People like Pastor will say, "Oh, we don't need you. You are not Igbo. We don't need you. Get out here." He will go to one man that is dominated by Yorubas. They will tell you, "We don't." I heard them bashing Forefather. Say Forefather will come and be defending people here. The moment they see you, and it's sickening. When I listen, sometimes I'm just like, "Why are you guys like this?" Eh? I beg.
If Master had told her, okay, Pastor, please go ahead.
Look, forefathers, let me admonish you before, because I'm gonna be leaving. I'm not gonna put up with your bullshit tonight, right? So you've been insulting me, carrying on a court like you're some kind of king, right? But not only would I leave, but then I'm gonna do something to remove you from hosting the
How
show.
would I insult you?
You know I'll do that. Well, what I'm saying is that Masca is playing this national politics they play back home, which is to start dividing us here. He's telling you who's actually cheering him on, and he's telling you that he doesn't know where you come from, which is legitimate, but he's not the one to say it, right? So what I'm saying is that he comes here with his false, charming bullshit, being pleasant, agreeable, likable, ravishing some of the people here, but I don't care. You cannot get me without your charm, right? I bet you will shake you down right now.
I'm not interested. You are too old. If you are too old, even if you are a woman, I will not be interested.
Please mute him, please. Let me.
I don't know. Sit down.
Please, let's let him finish. Let him finish.
I don't know why you're coddling him. Why are you coddling? If we don't get this one, we'll get another one, right? Let him go. He's not the only Northerner.
No, I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'm staying.
I'm muting you to let him finish, because
not
he's
only
not going to finish
you have
today.
It's okay. Who is afraid of me? You can yank me out. I'm not afraid. I'm not collecting money on the platform. So don't give me that. What is it?
I'm saying you need to let him finish.
See? I smoked him out. Is that right?
I will let Pastor finish if he's in the habit of allowing other people to finish.
Remove him from the platform.
No, why would I remove him
right
him?
now?
He's not insulting you.
No, but I smoked him out already. You see, he's a rat.
You didn't smoke him out.
He's not charming anything.
Finish your submission, please.
All right. So like I said, like I've already said yesterday, I have a rule of thumb. Somebody wearing that hat, it's I don't know if I should say it. It's a terrorist. That hat. You cannot come here and be disrespectful to us because we let you in here. You cannot come in here and try to divide us. It's up to me and people from the South to tell forefathers to tell us where he's from. You have no business asking him to do that. You can't tell the difference between where he's from if he told you. You don't know. Don't forget, you're a Northern Muslim, and you complicit in going to our secondary schools like Chibok and picking up girls from there, hundreds. And that you turned off their beavers. Now, it's possible that you could redeem yourself as an individual. I'm somebody who loves individual rights. But the only way you could do that with me is to come here and say, you know what? My people turned off the beavers and I condemn it. I'm against it. And we're going to do everything it takes. Not only turn that beavers on, we're going to find those girls that my people took. There has to be a catharsis. There has to be a reflection. If you want to be one of these people you see on the screen, because none of these people. Hold on.
You said you were not going to insult anyone, and you called somebody that's such a name.
It's not. It's not.
Assad has not said anything new that he has not said. I don't know why you guys are upset.
No, but it's inappropriate now. There are young people, all kinds of people, impressionable people watching.
No, he said listening. It's not. He said it's not.
No, okay, so let's move it. Let's move it along. Let's move it along.
No, hold on. The person
you've already said your piece, Masca.
Can we bring the person you said it's not insulting? He just told you.
Okay, thank you.
Answer this is okay, but
I speak the truth. Yeah, what do you think about this? Let me just ask a specific question.
Yeah,
It's not logical. I cannot be a terrorist because Pansat said I'm a terrorist. I have to have my head examined if because Pansat said I'm terrorist and I start weeping here.
You wearing the
Yeah,
hat.
but the same thing now. If you are not going to be offended by that, it's like saying that you may not be offended. Other people will be offended, maybe even on your behalf. Like when the name that you say they should not call you, that you are offended by, but you're not offended by. For me, the one he mentioned now is for me is worse. To be calling somebody a criminal entity is worse than calling somebody a poor person, isn't it? So I don't know how you reason it, but
You know why?
But
No,
forefathers, what
see,
was your question?
forefathers. No, let me Pansat in reality. I can see his personality. Pansat in reality is not that much of a bad person. He's only playing to the gallery. And
Thank you very much.
sometimes when you begin to pay too much attention to what people like Pansat are saying, you give them undue attention.
True. Let's allow I speak the truth to speak on this from your unique perspective. What can you make of the conversation regarding the Aboki terrorists data? You can start from anywhere.
So I think this has just been
I speak the truth is
hilarious.
classy.
My stomach hurts. Like my whole eyes hurt right now. Why? Because it started off as a joke. And I kind of feel bad because I told Masker, I said, hold up, I want to ask you something just before you go. And AY and Four Fathers called it and said, no, maybe this should not go on because they knew Local P. Because I initially thought Local P genuinely wanted an answer. I thought he didn't know. Because he's done it to me multiple times. You be on here, we just keep going and going, and I keep trying to explain to him because I just think, okay, he really don't know. But now then we go back, and now it's becoming personalized, and they're asking him all these things about his region, which I think is not really as innocent as they're trying to frame the questions. Like AY said, it is more like, okay, now we got you on this derogatory term that you saying you don't like. You don't like this term. Now we're going to talk about infant mortality. Now we're going to talk about Sharia. Now we're going to talk about your region of the country, except banning alcohol and arresting people, but then asking for VAT, knowing that it has no relation with what we were discussing, and knowing that it will be offensive to this man right here. So I do not think it is fair. Are those questions fair? Yes, on a different platform in a different scenario, but not now, not based on what we was discussing. So I just think, let's just respect each other. Let's have fun. We was all laughing. It was all fun, but when you start going personal, calling people names, calling them out of their name, saying his hat, he probably got something in his pocket. You will be offended if somebody did that to you.
Master,
Could I ask him a
we
question?
definitely do
No,
need.
you are not the only person here.
Could I
Master,
ask us?
hold on now. I'm trying to do something here. Master, we definitely do need links for channels that feature mostly northern
Father is
panelists.
everywhere. Oh.
Yeah, because we want to get there. I've spoken to quite a lot of people, but I've never done that, and it will be interesting to hear what they call us, or people of the I don't know where I'm from, but the people of the South, what they call
Forefathers,
people of
the
the South.
CIA.
I don't know what they call
Forefather.
people of the South. So
We know
I
your
would definitely
CIA.
like to have a conversation.
That is why
Yeah,
he's always in
be for
trouble.
CIA. Good luck with that one. They
That
know
is
I
why
will
Forefather
spill all
is
your
always in
secrets.
trouble.
Somebody is coming in. So I think it would be good for us to talk to other groups. So I would definitely like you to share information about channels you
Certainly,
can
I will send
probably
it to you. But I think AY, you have my contact, right?
Yeah,
Send
AY
it to
has
You
me.
have contact
I
AY.
mean, send it
good.
to me.
Yeah, if you get it to AY
Yeah,
will get it
okay.
everywhere.
All right,
So yeah, because
Forefathers,
it's
Yeah,
very
no
good for us to
issues.
engage. And maybe I'll bring Pansa there,
let
and
me.
it will be
I'll show
interesting.
up. I'll show up, but let me. I want to let me.
Black Beauty, that
let
pilot
me.
is going to implode.
By the way,
That
how
pilot
come you're not letting
is
Black
going
Beauty
to
speak?
implode.
She needs to get a word in here. But I speak the truth. I want to ask you a question, right? Are you
It's Black
there?
Beauty time to speak.
Yes, sir. I'm right here. I'm right here.
Yeah. But she
Wait a
doesn't
minute.
want to say. She doesn't
I know,
want to
but
say.
forefathers, you know, AY is playing a stupid game of trying to interrupt me whenever I'm talking.
Why do you keep insulting people?
You know you are an old man. Don't let me insult you. If you try it again, I will insult you. That's the
Are
last
you gonna
Can we,
mute
can
him
we
now?
be civil, Pansat?
No, but mute
If you
him
try
now
it
while I'm
again, I
talking.
will insult you. Don't try
Insult
it
me,
again.
please.
Okay,
Insult me.
Yeah?
no more insults. Let's agree, no more insults.
I know, but
Okay.
look, mute him or look.
If
I wanna
AY,
ask-
okay,
I
he
wanna
said
ask Pascal
AY.
a question. I can ask
Children, how are you going to raise your children, Passat?
I wanna ask her speak the truth a question. I want AY muted or removed from the platform, right? Put him in the backstage when I'm here. I tell the truth. Black Beauty, maybe that's what you don't like. When I come here,
No. I want to ask you a question though, Pansat.
Okay, go ahead. Then I'll speak the truth after that.
What is
Sure.
wrong? What is wrong with being charming?
Well, there's nothing wrong with being charming. That's a
nice.
big.
He is jealous.
That's a difference. Like if you're looking for somebody who's fascinating, spellbinding, hypnotizing, dreamy, right? Engaging, alluring. Those are all qualities of being charming. You know, desirable, bewitching, fetching, adorable person. That's nothing wrong with that. But if you
That's quite good. I have to give it to him.
no, but it's true. What I'm saying is that when we're here, you remember I've had a lot of interactions with Masca right from when I first came here, like during the elections, right? All of us, all Nigerians want Northerners to behold the entire country as in brotherhood. All everybody wants that. And we've waited for a long time for that to happen. Right? But then when you see the phenomenon where there is absolutely no moderate. You see Masca, amiable, right? I say charming, but amiable guy. He comes here, he thinks everything is
you
for
are
laughs.
reversing your words. What kind of man is this? You gave me a credit and you are taking it back, Pansa.
Okay, you see,
It's on
listen to that.
African, please. When you give a gift, you let it be.
You see, he's amiable, he's a likable guy, right? But look,
Be
I'm
a
not saying
gentleman.
Yeah, please hold on, Masca. Everything's not a joke here. I'm not here to play around with you. I've told you that. If you want me to play around with you, you're gonna come here and you're gonna condemn the things that are holding our country back. Somebody like Audi, right? You know, this Audi will not let me talk here, right? Audi is one of the best that you can hope for. Audi is here sincerely giving you data that affects our country. Now, he is a Nigerian. I'm a Biafran. Now, part of the problem I have Audi.
So you are not in Nigeria?
No, I'm a Biafran. But you have to understand
Nigeria
that
passport,
Nigeria is part of Nigeria who brought Nigeria about. Biafrans created Nigeria. We got independence from Great Britain, right? Nigeria belongs to us, Biafrans. So I'm different from Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa kind of Biafran. I am a Biafran.
How will you be different?
Would you shut your mouth? Shut your mouth.
Can we? Why do you keep trolling now? Stop trolling him. Leave him alone.
I want to answer Black Beauty's question that there's nothing wrong with being charming, right? But I hope we have the same meaning. Now, I don't know how much you know. Now, I know that I speak the truth. Okay? See, the difference between you and I speak the truth is that I believe that you're ignorant of some of the cultures in Nigeria, and you mean well. You're looking at it as Africans, as Black people.
I won't struggle to convince you. You can believe I'm ignorant. I'll go forward.
No, not ignorant in the nefarious sense.
No,
ignorant, like you don't like say AY doesn't know calculus, so
Ignorance
he's
in
ignorant of calculus. Right?
I'll be honest. I don't recognize that.
Hold on, please.
Leave him alone.
Let me take that back. It's probably shorter for me to just take that back. I said that you don't know our cultures as much as you see. I speak the truth knows, and I speak the truth is an evil guy. He knows the right thing, but he wants to do he wants to support the wrong thing. And it's hard. Let me tell you. let me end it. Let me give you this. This is important. This is like this is
Well,
something.
you know what I would say to that Pansat? You know what I would say to that Pansat?
Oh my God.
If you are trying to, if I will let you believe what you want, and it's always better for people to believe that women don't have as much knowledge as they truly do.
No.
But that's okay.
Okay,
But
I take it back.
What I will say to you though is based off of all the conversations that I've been privy to that you've had and other Biafrans on this platform, none of you have convinced me. So
Okay, great. Now, by the way, I appreciate that. Like I said, you're sincere. I took the ignorant word out because it has two meanings. The nefarious one, I didn't mean that. But let me just take the whole thing back. What I'm saying, I've had interactions with you. I know you're fair Pan-Africanist. You love black people, right? Like me.
Yeah.
Like me. We want blacks to...
Absolutely.
Yeah, even be our friends. But you want us to actually fight our real enemies out there. Right? There are people who are our real enemies. Okay.
Yes.
So now, but you see, unfortunately, we have to deal with this tribal bullshit, right? Clannishness. We have to. It's like here in LA when they used to have the Crabes and the Bloods kind of thing, right?
I don't know about the Crips and Bloods. I'm a law-abiding black person. Now go forward.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that I speak the truth is different, but I'm gonna try to teach you something that you're gonna take home tonight, and that is the definition of evil. Everybody thinks it's like some witch doctors doing something. That's not. There are three components. Once you identify those three things, you have evil, and then you have to skew it according to the Bible, right? One, you have to know what is the right thing to do. You have to know it. If you don't know it, then you're exempt. Once you know the right thing to do, then you fail to do the right thing. Instead, you do the wrong thing, and it hurts somebody else. Once you have those three things, the person is evil. This man, I speak the truth. Now, I'm not going to divulge what's happening backstage. We've been backstage. I've listened to him. I'm a good reader. I read his character. I know who he is just from interaction. He's very smart because he's gone around on the internet and what these kids use these days when they hacked knowledge, right? He's gone and he knows a lot about Nigeria, about the
You don't have
tribes.
indefinite time, man. Try to.
I'm sorry. By the way, let me appreciate the courtesy of letting me go. But I'm teaching them what's evil and what's not evil. That's important.
I see of everything you said.
I'm not getting paid for it.
Something from that,
okay.
And I'm not ashamed to say that I learned a few things from Pansat. You know, the various definitions of I don't know, beauty or something that he just gave me. I hope I kept that one.
Everything you know.
You were trying to describe me. You were saying that he was saying that I was charming, but he's just a narcissist. That's all that he is.
Yeah. Show me.
I'm saying that.
Show me. Where are you?
I speak the truth has gone to Nigeria and studied the Nigerian. Okay, and he knows all the
Where
tribes.
is Showy? You are in the dark, Showy.
He knows all the tribes. He knows.
Sorry, let me move to the lines. I'm now just about to speak as well, if that's okay.
Yeah, no,
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just making my way into the light.
I'll yield back. I'll yield back.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'll yield back.
Let me ask you something though, Pansat. How do you feel about the fact that a person, because I have some knowledge of Biafra, but when I come to this platform, how do you feel that a completely neutral Pan-African educated young woman, African American of Nigerian descent, how do you feel that when I come to this platform, completely neutral, you have not been able to turn me or convince me for your plight?
Okay. Don't expect him to answer. No.
Let me give me a
You've already had a long. No. We are not going to turn it to that today.
Okay, but I'll give it to you next time.
Fire stray shots everywhere. He's already called. I speak the truth evil. Showy, please go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Father. I'm sorry that. Okay, greetings to everyone on the panel and those watching us from the comment section. I'm very sorry that I might take us back a little bit. And what I've actually come here to say is origin of some words, like talking about the Aboki issues and the Yamiris. For the Yorubas, I know there isn't any strong words they tend to use, or any other one that will be used will be more or less due to derogatory connotations. So I'll start with the Hausas, whereby they call them Abokis. So the Aboki, the origin is come from movement. So I wouldn't say migration, still within regions. So people moving when they actually move to the south, and for yes, it is most times used for those that are less educated. And the reason is simply because when they actually moved to the south, they couldn't speak that much of English. And so the word they tend to use for people is Aboki. They call people Aboki. And Aboki, what does Aboki mean? Friend. So Mascot wouldn't be offended if I call him Abokina. What Abokina means is my friend, right? So because they tend to use the word a lot, Aboki, Aboki, people then start calling them Aboki. That's what the house says in terms of Aboki. In terms of Yamiri, equally, I'll use the word loosely, migration, movement to the north. And what's Yamiri? What does Yamiri mean? Yamiri means give me water. Inyemiri. And then it's twisted as derogatory word Yamiri. But a more derogatory word that is actually used by mostly by the South Western people towards the Igbos is Ajekutamamumi. And what does that mean? Saying someone eating stone without drinking water. And why would they use that? They look at the physique. They're quite robust, that they are actually full of energy. So,
wait, please, can you
so
repeat
I
the
don't
word,
want to
please?
Shame on you, can do. Shame on you if you said that.
Sorry, say that again.
Show it was actually because of what they eat fufu. It wasn't
I'm
about the
saying
way.
Kando is a Yoruba and he's calling Igbos that kind of ugly name. I'm saying,
Oh God,
to shame on him.
he didn't say it.
I,
He does
I, I
that.
have never, I have
Okay,
never
Show it,
called
please
any, I have
repeat
never,
that
I have
name.
never, I have
Oh,
never called,
Never
I
in
have
my
never
life.
called anyone out of their name. My mother will slap me from the grave, even at my age. I don't do stuff like that.
Pastor, I
Never.
think everybody is like him now. You got to ignore Pastor. He's an old man. He's just behaving. Pastor is a nice guy. He's just behaving like that sometimes. It's okay. Continue, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So those are the contexts I actually want to bring to the discussion. And like I did apologize that I'm sorry that I'm actually
sorry, sir.
taking
Sorry,
off that
Mr. Showi.
early.
Please repeat the name that Yoruba call Igbo people for some of us so that we can use it on Pansat.
Oh my God.
Okay, for that reason, I will not repeat it there. For that reason, I won't repeat it. So,
Oh my God.
so those are the origin of those words that initially they weren't actually meant as insults, but eventually it's actually been taken as not taken, eventually metamorphosized into insults. I have a friend that would call me Abuki, and what he actually meant was he was insulting me that, well, you are behaving like an Aboki person, which is an insult in itself. So if we say, oh, the word is not insultive, we're not being, we are just being
Honest.
ingenuine. We are not being honest. We are just being ingenuine to say it is not an insult. It is insult. But like I said, the origin originally was meant for just bridging a gap that, okay, yes, I understand the fact that I can't speak your language, but I would call you Abuki to let you know that, well, we are friends. Ab initio, before it then actually got taken out of context and then used as derogatory words. So that's for that. In terms of Pansat, I've listened to you quite a lot, and things like that. And even in the comment section, Dr. Damages was actually making that reference about talking about we. How would you even say that we allowed mascots to come on here? What does that even mean? I believe that this platform that is meant for Dr. Damages is meant for well-meaning Nigerians that actually want to see the going forward of Nigeria to be a better place. So I'm not quite sure how you got that authority to actually tell Mascot that we allowed you in here and telling him that he should apologize for the turning up of the beavers and that your people kidnapping. From, I'll call him even a terrorist. How did we arrive at that conclusion, or how did you arrive at that conclusion?
All right.
That is you actually generalizing.
Is that a rhetorical question, or do you want
Pastor
me to give an
Kingwa,
answer?
let him finish his
Well, I think it's more rhetorical because I think you would just say the same of the same. So it's rhetorical. So please do not answer. Don't bother to answer because you will just say more of what you've been saying anyway. So it's just that I'm just saying that so that people
Where
would
you
know
from,
that
by the way?
actually.
Showy, where are you from?
I'm
Somebody
a
call you-
Nigerian.
Your business.
I'm a Nigerian. I think that should suffice. I'm a
Okay.
Nigerian.
That's really
Let me
I'm a
tell you why.
Nigerian. I think that should suffice.
Hold on.
With the trick.
Let me ask you, right? Hold on.
Fancy trick.
It's still your time here, but what I'm saying is that, yeah, you're a Nigerian. It's but unfortunately, I didn't make it that way. But in Nigeria, tribe, religion is very important stuff, and it's not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. So where you're coming from, I'm just asking you. You don't have to answer. I'm a Christian.
No, I will respond to you when you don't.
Pardon? Yeah.
I said I will respond to you when you don't.
Okay, it's very important to say that. Tell us where you're from. Somebody already called you a bookie. You didn't like it. I would have called you a bookie if I see you the way I'm looking at you right now. Yeah. When I said to Masker, we let you in here, I don't mean Southerners or Christians or Rudolph even. I mean committee of civilized people. You cannot have your people going out there picking up girls. 300 girls.
Pansat, I think we should say good night to you.
He's not asking any question.
Oh, Father, you need to stop Pastor. Go and
He's
take
not
your
asking any
medicine
question.
and
He's just going to
sleep.
look for trouble.
Go and take your medicine and sleep.
Yeah,
No,
just
you guys allow Pansat
I
to
want to
see.
take
I
my
hold
leave.
on.
Pansat's
I think
medicine.
we need
Let
to
him
round
talk.
up. We need to round up
Let me
because
say
this
something.
is going to go on and on.
Yeah, let me say one thing, then I'll just take my leave. I just look, Pansat speaks for himself, and I think everybody knows that,
Exactly.
and nobody's going to change Pansat, right? The idea, the only person that I just wanted to call out is I speak the truth, not call him in a bad way, I believe he knows a lot about Nigeria, that he needs to speak more truth to power. That's sort of what Spencer said in another way. I think one day, we'll get to that point. I think, you know quite a bit about Nigeria, but I know see your name, I speak the truth. I think you need to leave that name. And when you do, that will be good for many people that come to this platform.
All right, so
This is just what I think.
Yeah, but that's cool. But
not in a bad way.
No, that's all right. Even if it's in a bad way, that's cool. You know me. Like me and you always good. Me and Pastor, he's over there smiling because he will say whatever. I do not get mad, okay? Except like yesterday, if you lie on me, anything else, I imbibe the same ideology like Masker. Feel free to say whatever you want. You see, I'm always like, yo, go ahead, go speak your mind, but just don't tell lies on me like old boy did yesterday. So with me, I do know about Nigeria, and I know some people get ticked off at that because a lot of people take this platform as I want to be the smartest guy in the room. I want to be known as the chief of knowledge on Dr. Damage's show.
So why are you talking about forefathers? I mean, we're not talking about forefathers here.
No, we're talking about you, Pastor. You guys are talking about you, Pastor.
I'm not talking about Pastor. I'm just saying in general. So if you are the smartest guy in the room, guess what? You got to walk out of that room because you're not learning anything. Okay, so I love divergent opinions. I love adverse opinions. It don't bother me none. I do not come here to give falsities. What ticks certain people off is I like challenging people's thought processes. If you notice the way I ask questions, I do not go with my questions. I go with what you say, and I take the mirror and I put it in your face. And like Dracula, like a vampire, a lot of people get offended when you finally put it in their face, like, okay, you said this. what do you think about this? Because I do reverse technology. I don't even know why I'm revealing that now, but this is how I question people, and people get offended. So it is not I do not come to lie. I rely on fact, I rely on logic, and I rely on data. I don't do suppositions. I don't do my feelings. I don't do my sentiments. If it don't exist, with verifiable sources, I don't bring it up.
I don't. I think you do sentiments. I think you do
Hold on.
sentiments.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Whatever you think, that's fine with you. So, but a lot of people get offended when I do that. They say, for example, yesterday, right? XYZ happened to these people. So I'm saying if it happens to your people, which has already happened to your people, how do you feel? Because you are justifying XYZ. So now I'm saying you support what happened in Palestine. What about what happened in Biafra? Do you support that? Now you get offended. Not you, Audie. I'm just giving an example of like what happened yesterday. So people get offended at that. But I think it is imperative when we communicate with each other, just focus on logic. We don't all think the same. Focus on fact. You claim to love data. So if you love data and there's empirical evidence, don't get mad when you are on the other side.
But that's
of the
all I
fence.
was saying all evening. You see, that's the problem with you. You tweet, you many times say you speak well, but it's not true though. But you say you're not sentimental. You are playing on sentiment. You're saying I love data. When someone presents data, the next thing you say is, "Oh, you didn't present it. It is the way you
Okay,
said
I
it."
thought you wanted
But
to
you
go.
like to
Let's
show
have
people
a
mirror in
discussion
their
now.
face. When somebody shows another person mirror in their face, then you take offense and you say, "Oh no, why are you showing?" We use the same technology or ideology used when someone uses it and say, "Hey, Masker, look at this, look at you in the mirror," and then you say, "Oh, why did you do that?"
Yeah,
That's my point about you. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. It's okay to be
And
offended.
by the way, I agree. Hold on 1 second.
Okay,
Let me just
Pastor, you can't interrupt. Hold
no,
up.
just 1
I've been
minute. 1
quiet.
second.
I've been quiet. I've been quiet.
We're having a dialogue here,
No,
right?
we do have in a dialogue, but let me talk, Pastor. You've even attacked me, and I didn't say nothing. I've just been laughing. I've been laughing for over 2 hours. I never said nothing. Okay, that's why I've just been cracking up in the background. So, Audie, all I'm saying is, you asking that question is exactly what AY was saying. It wasn't with genuine intentions. It wasn't in good faith. Okay, we was talking about Masker's definition and how he perceives the word aboki. This is what we were saying. It was derogatory, and he even used the term that, oh, if you say nigger or if you say my nigger, this are it could be a term of endearment or it could be a derogatory term. But then you came in, and then you came in, you slid in the conversation, and then you started talking about infant mortality. You start then another person comes in and talks about Sharia, and another person comes in talking about, well, you have the Hizbah police beating people, you have the Hizbah police arresting people for alcohol, but yet you taking VAT from the sale of alcohol. How did the conversation go from a fun-filled affair to indirectly attacking the man? Not only indirectly attacking him, then directly attacking them. And this is what I was saying. Like, you cannot ask malicious questions and pretentiously frame it like innocent questions. And thankfully, AY.
All right, but you go around. We got the point. You made the point. But
Okay.
let me say something real quick.
Say,
Just
no,
1
sorry,
minute.
Pansa. We've already had our say. I really want to thank everybody for coming in today, and including all the ones that have come in and left. Kando didn't say that much today. It seems like every time Kando says something, I say something to act as if I have something against him. But I don't, because the first time he came here, the first thing I said was, can everybody keep quiet? Yesterday he came in again, I disagree with him. So it's unusual. This is a special weekend, Kando.
Kando is trying to be a gentleman.
I know, but
He's a
give me
gentleman.
30
He's
seconds.
not like Masat, of course.
Stay,
something for
Pansa,
30
please,
seconds.
I have to close out. It's getting to 12 hours,
I know,
and
but
it's not
30
going to.
seconds.
Nobody's
I
going
want
to
to say
see.
something.
Okay, 30 seconds. I'll give you.
30 seconds, please. And by the
30
way,
seconds, hard one.
Shawi, you came here, you laid some nuggets, and events took over. I hope to see you again and we'll talk. I'm interested in what you have to say. But what I wanted to say to I speak the truth. What you're trying to take advantage of is the tribal division in our country, right? You're an African, probably a Nigerian, but the point is that I notice that what you're doing when you address Nigerians, I don't care who it is, you have
Which
this
tribe is he from?
you have this
No, don't
haughtiness
worry.
about and this conceitedness and arrogance and pomp.
All right, sorry. Yeah, that's it. That's the hard
That's
one. That's
it.
what they mean by
No,
hard.
no,
This
no, no,
this
but
is
let me
that is
land.
what they mean by hard. 30 seconds. You
friend.
don't land. When they say hard, this means hard.
Okay, I'm gonna deal with
So
you, forefathers.
sorry, Pansat.
You're gonna be out of here. You're gonna be
I
out of this hosting this
even
thing. I'm not
even
gonna.
even when somebody's
Well,
gracious, they are still
please, can
upset
I
with
have
you.
30 seconds? And I mean 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Everybody take their 30 seconds if they have something to say. That would be good. Yeah, please, Showy, go ahead.
Can I start it off?
Okay,
Can I start off?
You've
The
already
show
done
did not
yours.
finish his statement. Oh, he did not finish. You need to give him more time.
Because we want to close for 12 hours. Otherwise, nobody's going to see anything you say.
Okay.
They're not going to see it. Because YouTube cuts it, you see. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you
Showy.
for this.
So, is that me or you, shall we? I could
Not
be your
you.
dad. You know that.
Pansat, you've already taken your time. Showy, please go ahead.
Pansat, just a quick one. You said something about division, and to be honest, I've been watching this show for quite a long time, and I will be honest with you. The way you come across, you actually come across as someone that actually brings the division you are actually alluding to. Like what you're saying about mascot, that in itself is actually divisive. So if you saying division, it's just a case of a pot calling kettle black. So if you look inward properly, you would see actually that you're the one actually propagating the division you're actually alluding to. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I have a right to
I
answer,
really
right?
appreciate. No, you don't.
No,
Sorry.
look.
Sorry. We are going, Pastor. There's nothing you're going to say now that is
Hold
going to transform
on.
anything.
Look,
His statement is obvious. I don't think he's asking a question. His statement is obvious.
Remove
Please,
good night, Pascal.
hold on.
Kando, do you have
remove
Pastor?
remove
Don't make me put you backstage now. Come on.
Remove him.
You're not gonna let me.
Kando, please. If you got something you want to say in parting, or you guys can go backstage, but for the viewers that are Pansat, if you want to do backstage, you can hang around. We'll do backstage. But just for the viewers, if you have something to say to them about the discussion, that would be good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's never about being a nice guy. You know, I speak what I live. This is the way I was raised. I don't have to call you derogatory names to let you know that you what you are. So I'm not a nice guy or anything like that. This is just the way they raised me, and it's worked for me for many decades, and I have no apologies for that.
Thank you.
That's it.
I appreciate that. Masca, got anything for
Well,
30 seconds?
yeah, I think the most appropriate thing for me to say is I see a lot of people have sympathy for me, but I think it's far from it. I would repeat, nobody forced me to come on this channel. I come on my own volition. If I feel the kitchen is too hot for me, I will leave. Okay, but I think there's no big deal. I've handled tougher things. It's just about logical discussions with a clear purpose, and the purpose is as simple as we black people need to factor out what has been our issue. So no issues. People should not feel bad for me. I'm fine. I'm okay. I would not take anything personal. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. AY.
Yeah, what I'm gonna say quickly, issue of respect. Don't do to others what you don't want or to yourself. Like this is just the simple rule of life. You can speak on every issue respectfully. I have people on this channel we speak, like we discuss everything. In fact, me, I go even force my whole people join now. So the bottom line is we can do things respectfully, respect ourselves. You have genuine question, and we ask you. I speak the truth here. The very first day we were speaking on the backstage, Ask him everything. I was asking questions. So when you have opportunity, for me, this platform is an opportunity for all of us to learn